First, we did the full Shippuden recap. Then we did the full Naruto recap. Now we're gonna head back and put everything in chronological order in order to get the ultimate Naruto recap. From punking Mizuki using a forbidden technique all the way up to Naruto handing Sasuke's old forehead protector back. This is gonna be intense and pretty lengthy too, so make sure you grab a snack or something. Oh, and spoilers ahead. Welcome to the Amagi. Before we begin, only 25% of our viewers are subscribed, so if you're a fan of the video, please like and double check if you are subscribed, and with that out of the way, let's get into the video. Prologue. Land of Waves. 12 years ago, there was once an evil monster known as the Nine-Tailed Demon Fox. One night, it attacked the village of Konoha and killed many innocent people. None of the ninja there could stop it, so the village leader, the 4th Hokage, cast a jutsu on the Nine-Tails that sealed it into a newborn boy and cost the 4th Hokage his life. 12 years after the Nine-Tails attack at the Ninja Academy, Naruto Uzumaki's reputation as a delinquent and troublemaker had earned him infamy among the teachers and students. Iruka Umino, and to a lesser extent the 3rd Hokage, were the only two positive influences on him. Despite this, Naruto continued to fail the graduation exam, which required students to demonstrate how much they had learned by performing the clone technique. While Naruto was decently skilled in most of the basic techniques taught at the academy, for some reason he has never been able to perform this one correctly, causing him to fail the final exam for graduation. Mizuki, another academy examiner, used Naruto's depression after his most recent failure to trick him into stealing the Scroll of Seals, a collection of forbidden techniques housed within the Hokage's study that could be dangerous in the wrong hands, claiming that Naruto would be automatically passed if he simply learned a technique from the scroll and performed it correctly. Not one to pass up such an opportunity, Naruto immediately did so, using the sexy technique to distract the 3rd Hokage long enough to escape with the scroll. Once he had fled to the neighboring woods, Naruto began his efforts in learning a technique from the scroll, the first of which happened to be the multiple shadow clone technique, something he wasn't happy about given his former failures at the ordinary clone technique. As search parties were sent out to find Naruto and retrieve the scroll, Iruka got to him first and found him to have been training the entire time. Ignorant of what he had done, Naruto simply repeated to Iruka what Mizuki had told him earlier, causing Iruka to realize that Mizuki was just trying to use Naruto to help him steal the scroll and later steal it for himself. As soon as Iruka realized this, Mizuki showed up and attacked them both. After he injured Iruka, who had pushed Naruto out of the way of an attack, Mizuki tried to get Naruto to give him the scroll while Iruka tried to convince Naruto to keep it. Their argument led Mizuki to tell Naruto the truth everyone had been keeping from him. Naruto was the container of the Nine-Tailed Demon Fox. Startled, Naruto ran off, leaving Iruka and Mizuki to fight each other. Naruto watched from a distance, eventually learning what Mizuki was after, as well as the true level of Iruka's devotion to Naruto. Just before Mizuki could kill Iruka, Naruto attacked Mizuki, threatening to kill him should he ever touch his sensei again. Confident in his superiority, Mizuki claimed he could beat Naruto with one attack, only for the exact opposite to happen. Using his newly learned multiple shadow clone technique, Naruto beat Mizuki to a bloody pulp. Impressed that Naruto could master such a difficult technique, Iruka let Naruto graduate, ironically fulfilling Mizuki's original promise. Upon graduating, Naruto was required to have his picture taken for identification purposes. Rather than having a standard picture, Naruto decided to paint his face and point at the camera in a menacing way. When the 3rd Hokage learned of this, he told Naruto to retake the picture. To express his disagreement on this matter, Naruto used his sexy technique in an attempt to convince the 3rd otherwise. Meanwhile, a young boy was watching the discussion and used the opportunity to attempt an attack upon the Hokage only to fall flat upon his face. His sensei, Ebisu, pursued the boy into the room and caught a glimpse of Naruto, whom he recognized as the container of the Demon Fox. The boy accused Naruto of setting a trap for him, and Naruto responded by grabbing a hold of the boy. Ebisu ordered Naruto to let the boy go, informing Naruto that the boy is none other than the 3rd Hokage's grandson. The boy, certain that Naruto, fearing the Hokage's wrath, will do no harm to him, taunted Naruto, who whacked the boy in the head due to his lack of fear towards the boy's relatives. Ebisu ran to the boy's side, informing him that if he wanted to be Hokage someday, he should avoid people like Naruto. Later on, Naruto found the boy to be following him and at the same time doing a bad job at disguising himself. The boy, with his cover blown, introduced himself as Konohamaru and expressed his desire to be taught the sexy technique due to its prior success at defeating the 3rd Hokage, in hopes that using it will make him Hokage. Naruto agreed and took Konohamaru on as his disciple. To learn the technique, Naruto tried to improve Konohamaru's transformation technique by showing him naked women via pornographic magazines and taking him to women's bathhouses. Eventually, they arrived in the woods for refinement of the technique, where Konohamaru explained that the people of the village didn't recognize him by his name and instead referred to him as the Hokage's grandson, which he grew tired of. Because of this, he hoped to become Hokage himself so people would finally recognize him properly. Soon after, Ebisu arrived to take Konohamaru home, lecturing him all the while. At that moment, Konohamaru performed a perfect sexy technique, which only caused Ebisu to lecture Konohamaru further, since he's not weak to such derogative techniques. Perplexed by the technique's apparent failure, Naruto used his harem technique, which succeeded in putting Ebisu out of commission. Konohamaru questioned why he was unable to defeat Ebisu by himself, and Naruto replied that becoming Hokage required a great deal of work, for which there were no shortcuts. Konohamaru denounced their student-teacher relationship on the grounds that they are both rivals for the title of Hokage. Naruto made the observation that, since he was an actual ninja, he would always be one step ahead of Konohamaru, but that he would look forward to the day that they met in battle. In order to officially obtain the rank of Genin, Academy students must be organized into groups of 3 to undergo a field evaluation administered by a Jonin, who would be their squad leader should they pass. On the day of organization, Naruto made sure to have a good breakfast and headed off to the academy, where the groups were to be decided. Upon arriving there, Naruto showed off his forehead protector to the other students, who thought he had failed. To Naruto's delight, Sakura Haruno started to approach him. However, his glee was quickly stifled when Sakura pushed him out of the way so that she might sit next to Sasuke Uchiha, which would anger all the girls in the room. Naruto, jealous of Sakura's affection for Sasuke, leapt upon the desk which they were sitting at so he could look Sasuke in the eye. To the disgust of Naruto, Sasuke, and every girl in the room, Naruto was bumped by another student and accidentally kissed Sasuke, earning him a beating from Sakura. As Naruto recovered, Iruka arrived to announce the 3-man teams, and as he started listing the members of Team 7, Naruto was pleased and Sakura was saddened to learn that the two would be on the same team. As the 3rd member was revealed, Sakura was pleased and Naruto was saddened to learn that Sasuke was their 3rd, who happened to dislike being teamed with the both of them. Iruka announced the remaining teams. Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, and Shino Aburame were revealed to compose Team 8. Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akamichi, and Ino Yamanaka were gonna be Team 10. Later, Sakura went off to look for Sasuke, ignoring Naruto, who wanted to have lunch with her. Angered that Sakura had yet again picked Sasuke over himself, Naruto formulated a plan to be with Sakura. Upon finding Sasuke alone in a room, Naruto leapt inside, where an unseen fight ensued. As things settled down, Sasuke was shown to be the only one leaving. Later on, Sasuke approached Sakura, who expressed her feelings for him and her distaste for Naruto. As the two were about to kiss, Sasuke, who was revealed to be a transformed Naruto, suffered a violent stomachache and ran off to the nearest bathroom. While Naruto dealt with his mysterious case of diarrhea, the real Sasuke approached Sakura. When she expressed her jealousy of Naruto for having no parents to tell him what to do, Sasuke stated that those without parents grow up lonely and that Sakura made him sick. Sasuke left the crushed Sakura by herself and she began to consider treating Naruto better. As Naruto finally exited the bathroom, he ran into Sasuke, and it seemed as though revenge on Sasuke's part was imminent. Elsewhere, the 3rd Hokage took Kakashi Hatake, Team 7's reluctant Jonin leader, on a tour of Naruto's home, and the latter noted that the milk Naruto seemed to have for breakfast was expired, causing him to frequently head for the bathroom. Soon afterwards, the members of Team 7, after a long wait, finally meet their Jonin sensei, who used the meeting as an opportunity for them to get to know one another. Kakashi went first and said he didn't feel like telling them anything about himself. Naruto proclaimed that he wanted to become Hokage one day and that he loved ramen. Sakura implied that she loved Sasuke and stated that she hated Naruto. Lastly, Sasuke asserted that he hated a lot of things, didn't like anything, and that he would someday kill a certain man that wronged him long ago. Kakashi ended the meeting by telling the others to be at the training grounds the next day with their ninja gear and advised them not to have breakfast. The next day, Kakashi arrived at the training grounds last, 4 hours later than planned. Kakashi then explained how the evaluation would work. It would be a survival battle, in which the aim was for each of the prospective students to take one of 2 bells from Kakashi. Anyone who didn't get a bell before noon would receive no lunch, which, as the others realized, was why he told them not to have breakfast. He then explained that because there were only 2 bells, at least one person would fail and return to the academy. He did, however, allow the others to use shuriken if they'd like, and informed them that they would fail if they attempted the mission with anything less than the intent to kill him. Naruto laughed at this suggestion, saying that Kakashi had no talent. Kakashi rebutted this, stating that class clowns were often the weakest link and that they didn't normally pose a threat, causing Naruto to attack Kakashi before the test officially began. Kakashi easily countered the attack and noted that he was starting to like the team, due to Naruto's attack having the intent to kill. He then sent off Team 7 to begin their test. As the test got underway, Sasuke and Sakura applied stealth methods, staying hidden from Kakashi. Naruto, however, decided that attacking Kakashi would work out as well and called him out. As Naruto charged at Kakashi, the latter pulled out a book, Make Out Paradise, causing Naruto to hesitate slightly, though Kakashi assured him that the book wouldn't prevent him from defending against Naruto. Naruto began a series of attacks, each of which was dodged by Kakashi. Eventually, Kakashi ended up behind Naruto and used his 1000 years of death to send Naruto into the nearby lake. Naruto recovered and attacked Kakashi with a number of shadow clones whose quantity impressed Sasuke and Sakura. Kakashi evaded all the clones' attacks with the body replacement technique, leaving them to fight amongst themselves, believing one of them to be Kakashi. Upon realizing this, Naruto dismissed his clones and then noticed a bell lying under a nearby tree. When he went to pick it up, however, he was trapped in a snare set by Kakashi, leaving the young ninja dangling upside down. Kakashi retrieved the bell and lectured Naruto about falling for obvious traps. At that moment, Sasuke, believing Kakashi to be distracted, attacked him with a barrage of shuriken and kunai, apparently killing Kakashi. This too was revealed to be a trap as the attacked Kakashi turned into a log, the result of another body replacement technique. Sasuke, his location revealed, went off to find a new hiding spot, while Sakura went looking for Sasuke. As she searched for him, she was tricked by Kakashi's Genjutsu, demonic illusion hell viewing technique, and as she recovered, Sasuke fell prey to Kakashi's earth release double suicide decapitation technique. Naruto, using Kakashi's absence to his advantage, released himself from the snare and attempted to eat the lunches Kakashi left behind. However, Kakashi caught him in the act and tied Naruto to a wooden post. Noon eventually rolled around and all three students had failed to get a bell. After their failure, Kakashi berated all three for their lack of teamwork. He explained to them that the purpose of the exam was to work together and not to act independently as they had all done. He said that he would give them all a second chance after lunch and allowed Sakura and Sasuke to eat. However, he ordered that Naruto, because of his attempt to eat all the food himself, should be barred from eating at all, and that anyone who gave him food would fail automatically. After he left, Sakura and Sasuke realized that they'd need Naruto in top shape if they were to retrieve the bells, and decided to defy Kakashi by feeding him. Kakashi, who had been watching, appeared before the genin in a puff of smoke, a furious look upon his face. At this moment, the third Hokage elsewhere revealed to Iruka that Kakashi had never passed a team of academy students, and that although the failure percentage was astounding, the reasons behind it were perfectly just. Back at the training grounds, Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke claimed that they were a team, and that therefore, if one of them failed, then they all failed. Quickly changing his attitude, Kakashi informed them that they had passed, reciting the exact message he was trying to get across as his reason. In the ninja world, those who don't follow the rules are scum, but those who abandon their friends are worse than scum. While genin were normally assigned D-rank missions, Naruto insisted on doing something more exciting, and the third Hokage agreed to send them on a C-rank mission to escort Tazuna, a master bridge builder, back to the Land of Waves. During their mission, the team was attacked by two Chunin, enemies at a level that wasn't supposed to be encountered on a C-rank mission. Naruto, surprised by the Chunin's appearances, panicked and was struck by one of the Chunin's poisonous metal gauntlets. Sasuke, in Naruto's absence, dealt with the attackers quite efficiently, and rubbed it in by one-upping Naruto and calling him a scaredy cat. Once the attackers had been restrained, Naruto bled out the poison he had received by stabbing his wound with a kunai, swearing upon the pain in his hand never to freeze up and leave his friends to fend for themselves ever again. Kakashi, his suspicions raised by the attack, asked Tazuna for the truth about the circumstances of the mission. Tazuna explained that the Land of Waves had been taken over by a shipping magnate called Gato, who had effectively bankrupted all the people of the country, and that the only way to revitalize the economy was by building a bridge to the mainland that would render moot Gato's shipping monopoly. However, Gato did not want that to happen and used shinobi gangs to assert his control. Team 7's actual mission was to support and protect the bridge-building efforts that had been thwarted thus far. Upon arrival at the Land of Waves and on the way to Tazuna's home, Naruto, bent on outdoing Sasuke, threw a kunai at a bush, surprising the other ninja and putting them on guard. Once it was clear that it was nothing, Sakura yelled at him for his apparent mistake, but Naruto threw another kunai in a bush in the other direction. Sakura hit him on the head this time, though Naruto swore he had sensed something. As it turned out, he had sensed a snow rabbit, which was now scared out of its mind due to the kunai only an inch from its head. Naruto apologized to and sympathized profusely with the rabbit, picking it up and hugging it to an extreme. While the others dismissed his antics as Naruto's usual idiocy, Kakashi noticed something strange about the rabbit. Its fur was white. Snow rabbits are only white during winter, meaning that this one had been raised indoors and therefore belonged to someone nearby. Kakashi suddenly told everyone to duck as a giant sword spun past them, nearly killing them all. It embedded itself into a tree, and Zabuza Momochi, a missing nin from Kirigakure, jumped onto its handle, intent on killing Tazuna. Kakashi, recognizing Zabuza as a formidable opponent, revealed his Sharingan, saying that he'll need to use it. Zabuza, honored by Kakashi's willingness to go all out for their battle, stated that he would consider it a testament to his own skill if he were to kill Kakashi. Zabuza ended the conversation with his hiding in mist technique, summoning a thick veil of mist from the nearby lake in order to hide himself from the Sharingan. Kakashi ordered Team 7 to protect Tazuna, though Zabuza asserted that such protection was useless, instantly appearing in the center of their formation. As Zabuza was about to make an attack with his sword, Kakashi raced toward them and stabbed Zabuza in the stomach with his kunai just before his stroke could fall. Water poured out of Zabuza's body and it collapsed into a puddle as the real Zabuza appeared behind Kakashi, revealing that Zabuza had used the water clone technique to fool him. Zabuza proceeded to slice Kakashi in half, but Kakashi's body too dissolved into water, surprising Zabuza as he realized that Kakashi's Sharingan must have copied the water clone technique as Zabuza charged toward him. Kakashi appeared behind Zabuza, mocking him by saying that it was over. To everyone's surprise, a second Zabuza appeared behind Kakashi and grabbed him, and the first one reverted to a pool of water. Kakashi attempted to break free of Zabuza's grasp, but was instead thrown into a nearby lake. As he emerged, Zabuza trapped him with his water prison technique, leaving Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura to defend against another of Zabuza's clones. Kakashi told the genin to run, but Naruto remembered the oath he had made to himself and entered the fight so they could save Kakashi and keep Tazuna alive. Naruto created a number of shadow clones that proceeded to completely surround Zabuza's water clone. Zabuza's clone swung his sword, and the shadow clones scattered and disappeared, forcing the only remaining Naruto to reach into his backpack and pull out a Fuma Shuriken, which he gave to Sasuke. Sasuke, sensing Naruto's plan, hurled the Fuma Shuriken at Zabuza, who easily grabbed it from the air. To his surprise, a second Shuriken was hiding in the shadow of the first due to Sasuke's Shadow Shuriken technique, and Zabuza was forced to leap over it to avoid being damaged. Once past Zabuza, the second Shuriken turned into Naruto, who had transformed himself. Naruto threw a kunai at Zabuza, who, unable to dodge it while maintaining the water prison technique, was forced to release Kakashi from his prison in order to avoid the attack. With Kakashi free, Zabuza was forced to commence their battle, and the two used multiple water release techniques against each other. Due to his Sharingan, Kakashi was able to take the upper hand and defeat Zabuza with Zabuza's own attack. Just as Kakashi was about to land the final blow, a masked ninja, later revealed to be named Haku, appeared to kill Zabuza by impaling Zabuza's neck with several senbon. After revealing himself to be a hunter nin sent to kill Zabuza, he disappeared with Zabuza's body. Kakashi, momentarily satisfied with this turn of events, decided that it was time to continue escorting Tazuna, only to collapse due to chakra exhaustion seconds later as a result of his overuse of the Sharingan. Kakashi is later seen bedridden with a crutch as a result of this battle. Kakashi was taken to Tazuna's home for recovery, and as he rested, he made the observation that Zabuza's apparent death was odd. When Hunter Nin killed their target, they usually began to destroy it on the spot. On the other hand, the ninja who they'd met had taken Zabuza's body elsewhere instead of operating immediately. This, coupled with the fact that Zabuza had been killed with senbon, weapons that were rarely fatal and useful for knocking people out, led Kakashi to believe that Zabuza was alive and that he'd be back to finish Tazuna's assassination. Elsewhere, Zabuza was revived by Haku, and although he would need time to recover, he promised to crush Kakashi when they next met. With Zabuza's return a likely outcome, Kakashi took Team 7 to the nearby woods for chakra training, and told them that the training would require them to learn to climb trees without using their hands. Naruto made the observation that this is impossible, but Kakashi, in crutches, managed to climb the tree with ease, explaining that the key to doing so was focusing chakra in the soles of the feet. The three genin all made an attempt. Naruto, not using enough chakra, took only one step before falling back to the ground. Sasuke was able to make it a good distance up the trunk, though he damaged it as a result of using too much chakra, and Sakura, having perfect control over her chakra, made it to a high branch on her first attempt, finishing her training. For the boys, however, the training continues, and Naruto, still unable to make it far up the tree, asked Sakura for advice. Sakura complied, and Kakashi made the observation that Naruto was finally getting a good grasp on teamwork. Sakura was left in charge of protecting Tazuna while Naruto and Sasuke continued their training. As Naruto began to catch up to Sasuke, Sasuke casually asked to know what advice Sakura had given Naruto, but Naruto, determined to beat Sasuke, refused to give it away. During dinner one night, Sakura asked about a torn picture that Inari, Tazuna's grandson, had been looking at. Tazuna explains that the man in the missing portion of the picture was Kaiza, Inari's father, whom Inari had idolized and thought of as his biological parent, though Kaiza had adopted him. One day, years prior, a flood had threatened to destroy the village, and Kaiza had single-handedly managed to close the floodgates, earning him the title of hero amongst the villagers. Once Gato came to the country, however, Kaiza's heroic deeds angered Gato, and therefore Gato had him executed in front of the villagers, including Inari. From that day forth, the villagers lost hope, and Inari was crushed, disbelieving the possible existence of a hero. Naruto, determined to prove to Inari that there was such thing as a hero, rushed off to continue his training. As Naruto rested in the woods one day, he encountered Haku, though he was unaware of Haku's identity and thought him just to be a pretty girl. The two discussed their dreams. Naruto wished to become the Kage of his village, while Haku wanted to protect the person most precious to him, explaining that when one was protecting a precious person, one's strength reached its maximum. Naruto agreed with this statement, remembering all of the people who had protected him. With that, Haku left, though not before confusing Naruto to no end by asserting that he was a boy. Training for Naruto and Sasuke continued, and eventually the two were able to climb to the very tops of their trees, though Naruto was exhausted as a result. Seeing Naruto in this condition, a tearful Inari proclaimed that Naruto was wasting his time and that Gato would still defeat him. Naruto replied that he would win, and sarcastically congratulated Inari for always crying, calling him a brat. As Inari sulked, Kakashi explained to Inari how Naruto had also grown up without a father, and that he also had no mother and therefore had a sad life. Kakashi also mentioned that despite these conditions, he'd never seen Naruto cry, and theorized that Naruto one day grew tired of crying over himself. This explanation and the suggestion that Naruto is the only person present who knew what Inari was going through touched Inari. The next morning, Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura escorted Tazuna to work at the bridge, leaving Naruto behind to rest. Upon arriving at the bridge, however, they found that Tazuna's workers were attacked, and the area quickly became covered with a veil of mist. After a quick defeat of Zabuza's water clones at the hands of Sasuke, Zabuza and a masked Haku revealed themselves, confirming Kakashi's suspicions. Back at Tazuna's house, two of Gato's thugs arrived to kidnap Inari's mother. Inari, inspired by Naruto's story, attempted to save his mother by himself. Just as he was about to be cut down by the thugs, Naruto appeared and defeated the two single-handedly. Naruto congratulated Inari for finally standing up for himself and left to join the rest of his team. Back at the bridge, Sasuke battled with Haku, and Zabuza was surprised to find that Sasuke could keep up with Haku's speed. Haku, also noticing Sasuke's capabilities, decided to use his trump card, Demonic Mirroring Ice Crystals, which trapped Sasuke in a cage of ice. Haku proceeded to pummel Sasuke with wave after wave of Senbon barrages, which were made effectively undodgeable as a result of Haku's technique. Eventually, Naruto arrived and managed a sneak attack on Haku. Just as Zabuza was about to attack Naruto, Haku asked to be the one to fight him, to which Zabuza agreed. Sasuke began to formulate a plan, thinking that it would be easier to defeat Haku with Naruto attacking from the outside. To his dismay, Naruto entered the cage of ice to see how Sasuke was doing, and he too became a prisoner of Haku's technique. Naruto and Sasuke both attempted to destroy the ice mirrors but were unsuccessful. This turn of events led Kakashi to believe that Haku was using a Kekai Genkai, and that Naruto and Sasuke had no chance of winning. Because of this, he once again revealed his Sharingan, expressing his desire to finish the battle quickly. Zabuza explained that he had learned how to defeat the Sharingan and disappeared into the mist. As Kakashi instructed Sakura to guard Tazuna, Zabuza struck, revealing to Kakashi that Zabuza was now attacking with his eyes closed, making the Sharingan's ocular genjutsu useless. Zabuza, explaining that his specialty is killing people based purely on sound, attempted to finish off Tazuna, but Kakashi made himself into a human shield at the last second. Heavily injured, Kakashi resorted to using an attack that he himself had created. Meanwhile, the fight between Haku, Naruto, and Sasuke continued, with the two genin having sustained heavy wounds. Sasuke, however, was starting to dodge Haku's attacks. Haku, noticing this, attempted to attack an exhausted Naruto instead, but Sasuke managed to pull Naruto out of the way. A shocked Haku noticed Sasuke's eyes, and it was revealed that as a member of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke had finally awoken his own Kekai Genkai, the Sharingan, which enabled him to see Haku's movements with ease. Haku, fearing for his success at winning the battle, goes for a finishing blow on Naruto, but Sasuke rushes to Naruto's side to stop the attack with his own body. When Naruto awakened, he found a severely wounded Sasuke standing over him. When Naruto asked why Sasuke had saved him, he replied that it was merely instinct, and he fell into Naruto's arms. After admitting that he had promised not to die before killing his brother, Sasuke fell unconscious, and Haku asked Naruto whether it was the first time he had witnessed death. Naruto, enraged by the apparent loss of Sasuke, began to emit a visible chakra, and Haku noted that it was pure evil. As the chakra poured out, Naruto's wounds began to heal and he acquired claws, fangs, and slitted pupils. Zabuza and Kakashi both sensed this new chakra and each initially wondered whether it belonged to the other Jonin, but Zabuza noted that the chakra was far too powerful to belong to Kakashi, and Kakashi was able to recognize it as that of the nine-tailed fox. Kakashi worried that the seal keeping the nine-tailed fox within Naruto would break soon and decided to pull out all the stops. He drew a scroll, smeared his blood on it, and told Zabuza that they should now end the battle. A transformed Naruto began to attack Haku, who attempted to counter with a barrage of needles which were easily repelled by Naruto's roar. Haku attempted a physical attack, but Naruto was able to dodge it and grab the now fleeing Haku in an instant. After releasing a large amount of chakra, Naruto gave Haku a deafening punch in the face, sending him flying through a nearby mirror and destroying all the other mirrors as a result. Once Haku's body came to a stop, he rose, and Naruto charged at him so he could give the finishing blow. As he did so, Haku's mask began to crack and break away, revealing the face of the boy who Naruto had met in the woods. Mere inches from Haku's face, Naruto stopped his attack and returned to his normal form. Haku questioned why Naruto was sparing him, only to receive a weak punch to the face. Haku explained that with his defeat had come his uselessness to Zabuza, and that because he could no longer protect Zabuza, his most precious person, he should die. Naruto didn't understand the reason for wanting death, but Haku began to plead for it nonetheless. With the bloodstained scroll, Kakashi summoned a number of dogs to find and restrain Zabuza. Explaining that he had allowed Zabuza to injure him so he could acquire Zabuza's scent, Kakashi proclaimed that this would finally be the end of Zabuza. With that, Kakashi gathered chakra in his hand and readied his lightning cutter for use. Meanwhile, Haku had finally managed to persuade Naruto to kill him, using Sasuke's apparent death as a reason for revenge. Naruto prepared a kunai and charged at Haku, hoping that death would make Haku's dreams come true, but at the last moment, Haku stopped the attack. He apologized, saying he couldn't die yet, and disappeared. Kakashi charged towards Zabuza, while at the same time a number of mirrors began to surround Zabuza as protection. As the lightning cutter made contact with flesh, needles struck the bloody scroll and the dogs holding Zabuza in place disappeared. To Kakashi's surprise, he impaled Haku, who had used the last of his strength to grab hold of Kakashi. Elsewhere, Inari was going door to door in an attempt to rally support for taking down Gato and his men. The villagers, not wanting to fight back anymore, refused, to which Inari replied that he would protect those he loved, as crying wouldn't save anyone. Once he got home, Inari's mother pleaded for him not to go, but Inari insisted that as Kaisa's son, he must fight. As he left the house, Inari was startled to find many shadowy figures surrounding his door. Naruto, confused by Haku's disappearance, rushed towards the figures he could see in the now fading mist. Upon his arrival, he found the gruesome scene of Haku's death, and Zabuza preparing to make good use of the opportunity Haku had given him. As Zabuza was about to finish the swing of his sword, Kakashi jumped out of the way, taking Haku's body with him. After removing his hand from Haku's body and laying his body down, Kakashi ordered Naruto to stay out of the fight. Sakura, now noticing Naruto, asked where Sasuke was. When Naruto looked away and didn't reply, she guessed at what happened and quickly escorted Tizuna to Sasuke's body, where she broke shinobi rules and cried. Zabuza, meanwhile, was unable to touch Kakashi, and with every attempt to strike him down, he was thrown backwards. With one such parry, one of Zabuza's arms was made useless, and with another attack by Kakashi, the other arm was put out of commission. As Zabuza's defenselessness was made apparent, Gato and his forces arrived to take the assassination of Tizuna into their own hands. As Zabuza and Kakashi decided that they no longer have a reason to fight each other, Gato noticed Haku's body and defiled it as vengeance for an injury Haku had earlier given him. This, coupled with Zabuza's indifference, infuriated Naruto, leading him to decide that Zabuza is still his enemy. Naruto explained how Haku had felt about Zabuza, and how Haku had done everything within his power to serve Zabuza. As Naruto decried how Haku had died as a tool that never achieved his dreams, Zabuza broke into tears, admitting defeat to Naruto. As he began to reflect upon the pureness of Haku's heart and the devotion that Haku had held towards him, Zabuza tore away the cloth covering his mouth and borrowed a kunai from Naruto. Catching the kunai in his mouth, Zabuza charged through Gato's forces, slaying anyone who got in his way, even while being stabbed many times. Upon reaching Gato, Zabuza proclaimed that he would not be able to go to the same resting place as Haku, and that he would be taking Gato with him to hell. With that, Zabuza ended Gato's life. Using the last of his energy, he thanked Haku for everything and apologized, falling to the ground with exhaustion. As Zabuza's life began to fade, Sasuke awakened, overjoying Sakura. After asking Sakura to release him, Sasuke asked of Haku's fate. Learning that he had died, Sasuke realized that Haku had never meant to kill him or Naruto. Sakura called out to Naruto that Sasuke was alright, and Naruto was overwhelmed by the good news. Gato's men, meanwhile, were now without a paycheck and decided to loot the town as payment for coming. As Naruto and Kakashi, both exhausted, tried to figure out what to do, an arrow fell to the ground in front of the imposing forces. Everyone's attention was drawn to its source, Inari and the entirety of the town's population, who had come to start protecting themselves. To contribute to the already intimidating forces, Naruto and Kakashi used what little chakra they had left to create what appeared to be a large number of shadow clones, causing the mercenaries to flee to the boat that they'd used to get to the bridge. Kakashi approached Zabuza, who asked to see Haku one last time. Kakashi complied and laid Zabuza's broken body alongside Haku's. As snow began to fall, Zabuza asked Haku whether he was crying, and asserted that just as Haku had always been by his side in life, he was now by Haku's side in death. With his last breath, he expressed his desire to go to the same afterlife as Haku if only he could. Kakashi remarked that Zabuza would be able to be with Haku in death, as they could go to the afterlife together. Haku and Zabuza were buried side by side, and Naruto, having witnessed the fate of Shinobi, decided to live his life in his own way, not letting others tell him how. The bridge was completed and Team 7 prepared to leave. As they bade farewell to Tazuna and his family, Naruto told Inari that it was okay to cry. Inari, saying he didn't want to, said the same to Naruto, who also said he didn't want to. As Naruto walked away, both broke into tears, causing Sakura to call them both idiots. As they both disappeared into the distance, Tazuna proclaimed that the bridge would be called the Great Naruto Bridge to signify the strength that Naruto gave Inari, who in turn spread it to the whole town. Chunin exams. Team 7 returned to Konoha to continue with their lives as regular genin. One day, whilst playing with Konohamaru, Udan, and Moegi, Naruto met 3 genin from Sunagakure, Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari, and learned that they were in Konoha to participate in the Chunin selection exams. Meanwhile, Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai all volunteered their teams for the exam as well. Naruto was thrilled at the possibility of becoming a Chunin. The first part of the exam, proctored by Ibiki Marino, was written, but it was not a test of knowledge as much as a test of information gathering and willpower. The first 9 questions were supposed to be obtained by cheating, where the genin must use any techniques to find out the correct answer without being caught. Naruto, who did not realize this, went into a traumatic state in which he felt that he could cause his entire team to be eliminated, as he did not know the answer to any of the questions. Sasuke realized that he too did not know the answers, but immediately activated his Sharingan to copy someone else's answers. Sakura, as a testament to her incredible intellect, answered all the questions quickly, a feat which the examiner later said could not be accomplished at a genin level. The last question was do or die. If one didn't answer, one's entire team failed the Chunin exams, but if one answered incorrectly, one would remain a genin forever. Naruto showed that he was not a quitter when he exclaimed that he didn't care if he stayed a genin forever, and that even if it came to pass, he would still become Hokage. The genin who chose to answer the question all passed the first part of the Chunin exams, including Naruto, who didn't answer a single question on the written part of the exam. The second part of the exam, proctored by Unko Mitarashi, was a survival exam in the 44th training ground, also known as the Forest of Death. During this part, Naruto found himself in a desperate situation against Orochimaru, an S-rank missing nin from Konoha so powerful that the 3rd Hokage later mentioned that there was nobody in Konoha that could fight him equally. It turned out that Orochimaru used to be one of the 3rd Hokage's pupils, also known as the Sannin. Naruto and Sasuke's reactions to the situation were a complete reversal of what happened in the Land of Waves mission. Sasuke was frozen in fear, while Naruto fought on fearlessly, at one point stopping Orochimaru's huge summoned snake in its tracks on his own, with the help of some Demon Fox chakra, and muttering to Sasuke in a moment of glorious retribution that marked another milestone in their rivalry, "You're not hurt, are you, scaredy cat?" Naruto eventually snapped Sasuke out of his panic. However, Orochimaru used the 5 element seal on Naruto, disrupting the flow of the Demon Fox's chakra as well as Naruto's own. However, Orochimaru was too much for Sasuke as well. In the end, Orochimaru put a cursed seal of heaven onto Sasuke's neck, saying that Sasuke would eventually come to him for the power he needed to kill his brother, Itachi Uchiha. Orochimaru then left, sending his 3 genin, Team Dosu from Otogakure, to go after Sasuke. Meanwhile, Anko was informed about the corpses of 3 genin from Kusagakure. She recognized one of them as Shiore. She found out that someone must have killed the genin and used their faces to disguise themselves and enter the exams. She suspected that the Shiore who took the exams was actually Orochimaru. She ran off to confront Orochimaru only to have her cursed seal of heaven reactivated by him. Orochimaru warned her not to stop the exams. While both Naruto and Sasuke were unconscious from the fight against Orochimaru, Sakura has to take care of them. It was there that Sakura's personality reached a turning point. As Kintsuchi of Team Dosu trapped her by roughly holding her hair, Sakura realized how pathetic her behavior was, always blindly praising and criticizing others, when she was the one who hadn't improved at all. She reflected on herself, thinking how she was always telling Naruto that she was better than him when he had been the one who was consistently improving, and telling Sasuke she loved him when she couldn't even muster up enough strength to protect him as a teammate, before she symbolically freed herself by cutting off her long hair with a kunai, which she had initially kept long because it had been rumored that Sasuke liked girls with long hair. She also decided to fight against the Oto Genin, and resolved to no longer be dependent on her teammates. At this point, Team 10 arrived on the scene. Rock Lee fought the Oto Nin and used the front lotus on Dosu, who was saved by Zaku, but admitted that the lotus still almost killed him. Rock Lee is then defeated by Dosu. Team 10 fights the Oto Ninja to save Sakura, but ultimately fails. The rest of Team 9 arrives at the scene. Dosu, leader of Team Dosu, mentioned that Neji could see through them, but before Neji could attack, an awakened Sasuke intervened. The cursed seal on Sasuke had by now started to take effect, and in a state of insanity and murderous intent, Sasuke defeated Zaku Abumi of Team Dosu, going so far as to dislocate his shoulders for no other reason than to cause him pain. Before he could do any more damage to anyone else, however, Sakura hugged Sasuke, crying and begging him to stop, allowing Sasuke to regain control of the seal. Dosu left with his teammates, wondering why Orochimaru had sent him to kill Sasuke if he had known that Sasuke would have the cursed seal. Team 7 still managed to make it past the second stage by defeating Team Oboro of Amagakure with a little help from Kabuto Yakashi, a fellow Konoha ninja. 7 teams managed to pass, which was more than twice as many as had been expected. To cut down on the prevailing genin from the second exam, a preliminary round was staged before the third and final stage of the Chunin exams. The 21 people, or 20 after Kabuto withdrew, were to be matched up with each other in a fight that lasted until somebody gave in or was unable to continue fighting. The proctor of the exam, Hayate Gecko, did reserve the right to step in and stop the fight when he felt that there was a clear winner. Sakura at first attempted to tell the examiners that the cursed seal that Orochimaru had placed on Sasuke was seriously debilitating him, but Sasuke stopped her and told her to mind her own business. At that point, Naruto stepped in to stand up for Sakura, but was swiftly silenced by Sasuke, who acknowledged Naruto by declaring that he was one of the people he wanted to fight. Later on, Naruto would return the sentiment. The first matchup was Sasuke Uchiha against a member of Kabuto's team, Yoroi Akado. Before the fight started, Kakashi warned Sasuke that if his cursed seal got out of control, he would have to intervene and stop the match to control the seal. This barred Sasuke from using any technique as the seal responds to flows of chakra. The match started with Yoroi stealing Sasuke's chakra with his chakra absorption. The match seemed hopeless for Sasuke until he heard Naruto's taunts. Next to him was Rock Lee, which gave Sasuke an idea. He used the Lion combo, a partial copy of Rock Lee's front lotus, which had been captured by Sasuke's Sharingan. Yoroi was knocked unconscious and Sasuke advanced to the next round. After the fight, Kakashi took Sasuke away to deal with the cursed seal. Up next were Zaku Abumi and Shino Aburame of Konoha's Team 8. Zaku apparently only had one functional arm, but he bet that he could win regardless. Elsewhere, the cursed seal was sealed by Kakashi, but then Orochimaru showed up for Sasuke, asserting that all the genin he currently had at his command were disposable. As Kakashi readied his lightning cutter, Shino commanded a multitude of insects to attack Zaku from behind, leaving the one-armed Zaku unable to defend himself with his unidirectional technique. Zaku then revealed he could use both arms, but it was too late. The insects had blocked the tubes in Zaku's arms, building up the chakra that he was trying to use and making the arms explode, thus ending the fight. Orochimaru left, saying that Sasuke would be his someday. The match with Misumi Tsurugi against Kankuro of Tsunagakure's 3 Sand siblings began. Misumi quickly used soft physique modification to restrain Kankuro and threatened to snap his neck, until it was revealed that the Kankuro Misumi was fighting was just a puppet. The real Kankuro was disguised, controlling the puppet with the puppet technique. He used the puppet Karasu to crush Misumi's bones, defeating him. The fourth match, Sakura versus Ino of Konoha's Team 10, was particularly meaningful as the two were rivals. The match dragged on for a very long time since they seemed to be quite on par, until Ino tried to possess Sakura's body to force her to forfeit the match. However, Sakura's will expelled Ino from her mind. Exhausted and out of chakra, they both went for a final attack, hitting each other at the exact same time and rendering each other unconscious. Hayate declared that neither of them would move on to the next round. The fifth match was Tenten of Konoha's Team Guy against Temari of Tsunagakure's Sand siblings. The match was over quickly as all the projectile weapons used by Tenten were completely countered by the wind release techniques used by Temari, who won without taking so much as a single scratch. Rock Lee jumped down to avenge Temari's treatment of Tenten, but Might Guy stopped what would have turned into a fight. The sixth match, Shikamaru Nara of Konoha's Team 10 against Kintsuchi, was next, with Shikamaru aware that he was at a disadvantage, since Kin had seen him use his shadow imitation technique in the Forest of Death without showing her own fighting style. Kin started by dodging the shadow imitation technique and throwing Senbon with and without bells, using strings to ring the bells from unexpected positions to divert Shikamaru's attention and attack him from behind. Shikamaru, however, managed to join his shadow with hers, using the shadows of the strings that she was holding. With Kin matching Shikamaru's movements, each drew a shuriken and flung it at the other. When it came time for them to duck, Shikamaru ducked successfully, but Kin, having previously retreated, banged her head against the wall and knocked herself out, which turned out to be the true goal of Shikamaru's battle strategy. Shikamaru emerged as the winner. Naruto, still impaired by the 5 element seal, was matched up with Kiba of Konohagakure's Team 8 in the 7th match. The fight went poorly for Naruto at first, especially after Kiba's Ninken, Akamaru, joined the fight and transformed into Kiba with the Beast Human Clone technique. Naruto made a comeback by transforming in a layered fashion into Akamaru and then Kiba, so that when Kiba attacked Naruto, the second transformation as Kiba gave way to the first as Akamaru, leading Kiba to attack Akamaru, still affected by Beast Human Clone. Kiba then focused on attacking intensively to keep Naruto from counterattacking, until Naruto accidentally broke wind, which stunned Kiba, whose sense of smell was magnified 1,000 times. Naruto then beat Kiba by using shadow clones to perform a new technique, the Naruto Uzumaki combo. The 8th match brought a family rivalry to the forefront as Hinata and Neji of the Hyuga clan battled. Kiba, being borne away on a stretcher, urged Hinata to forfeit. At first, Neji assaulted Hinata psychologically, using her fears to convince her that she had no possibility of winning. However, after being inspired by Naruto's courage, Hinata decided to fight to prove that she could be brave as well. They both fought using the Hyuga Gentle Fist and the Byakugan, a Kekkei Genkai which Kakashi asserted to surpass the Sharingan. While they initially seemed to be equally matched, Neji managed to interrupt Hinata's chakra flow in her arms, disabling her ability to use Gentle Fist. Hinata still tried to go on, and it was only the exam proctor's intervention that stopped Neji from killing her. Hinata's bravery still managed to inspire Naruto, as he vowed to battle and win against Neji in the 3rd exam. The 9th match pitted Lee against Gaara of Suna's Sand siblings. At first, none of Rock Lee's taijutsu attacks managed to penetrate or circumvent Gaara's shield of sand, until Lee removed the weights he was wearing on his legs. The boost of speed was such that Gaara's sand couldn't follow Lee's movements, and Gaara was hit for the first time in his life. However, Gaara was revealed to be using armor of sand to keep Lee's attacks from working on him. Realizing that his normal attacks will no longer work, Lee then used his front lotus on Gaara, but in the end it was revealed to be a sand clone. Having no other way to end the match, and with Guy's permission, Lee then opened 5 of the inner chakra gates, the result being that Lee's strength was multiplied immensely for a short time, but also severely injured him. He then proceeded to continuously beat Gaara with his reverse lotus. However, as Gaara fell to the ground, he dispersed his sand gourd as a cushion to break his fall. Gaara then used his sand-binding coffin to crush Rock Lee's left arm and leg. Might Guy jumped down to prevent Gaara from killing Lee, and regretted having taught Lee how to open the inner gates after learning from the medical ninja that Lee would no longer be able to be a ninja due to his intense injuries. Gaara won the match. The last match was Choji Akamichi of Konohagakure's Team 10 versus Dosu Kanuta. Choji was reluctant to battle, instead wanting to forfeit, but tried after being promised food by his sensei, Asuma Saratobi, if he won. Choji entered the battle with prior knowledge of Dosu's sound-based attacks and quickly used Human Bullet Tank to plug his ears from the Oto Ninja's attacks. However, Dosu overcame this by transmitting his sound through the water in Choji's body, thus defeating him. After the preliminary ends and drawing lots to determine the first round matchups for the main tournament, there was a 1-month period in which the remaining genin could prepare themselves. Various dignitaries were also invited to watch the main matches. During this month, Naruto met Jiraiya, another Sannin, for the first time. Jiraiya agreed to be his sensei and was the one who taught him most of the advanced techniques he learned during that time. Under Jiraiya, Naruto improved his chakra control by practicing walking on water and learned how to call upon the Demon Fox's energy at will after Jiraiya used the 5 Elements Unseal to cancel Orochimaru's 5 Elements Seal, and how to use the summoning technique to call the giant toad Gamabunta to his aid, but was so exhausted after completing his training that Gamabunta carried him to the hospital. Also, during the month of training, Dosu, who was trying to sneak up on and kill Gaara, was ripped to shreds by him. Hayate was murdered by Baki, the Jonin of the Sand siblings, after he overheard Baki talking with Kabuto about their plans to invade Konoha. Gaara also attempted to assassinate Lee in the hospital on the day before the finals, but was stopped by Naruto and Shikamaru. Gaara revealed his past, which led to Naruto realizing that they had similar histories of prejudice before Guy stepped in and forced Gaara to leave. Due to the fact that Hayate Gecko was murdered during the 1-month break, Genma Shiranui became the proctor for the final exam. The first match was Naruto versus Neji. Naruto's fight with Neji in the first match of the finals was a very dramatic one. During the fight, Neji lectured Naruto much as he had done with Hinata during the preliminaries, telling Naruto that failures remained failures and that this could not change. Naruto eventually won the battle through a combination of the Demon Fox's power sealed within him and sheer belief in victory. In the process, he changed Neji's outlook on life and inspired him to create his own fate, thus forming another important bond. Naruto was able to make Neji understand that destiny could be changed, and they became good friends from that point on. The second match, which featured Sasuke versus Gaara, was moved to be the last, as Sasuke hadn't arrived yet. Normally, he would have been disqualified on the spot, but his match had been highly anticipated. In fact, some of the crowd commented that they had mostly come just to see him fight, forcing the third Hokage to give in to the Kazekage's request to postpone the match. The third match, which featured Shino versus Kankuro, was given to Shino by default, since Kankuro forfeited to keep his techniques a secret before the invasion was launched. The fourth match was Temari versus Shikamaru. Both Temari and Shikamaru were excellent strategists, but Shikamaru was better. Although it appeared throughout the match that Shikamaru was using pointless attacks, he was actually 5 steps ahead, and managed to skillfully manipulate Temari into a position where he could attack from behind, using the tunnel which Naruto had dug during his match with Neji to stealthily extend his shadow imitation technique. This took control over Temari's body and forced her to imitate every one of Shikamaru's movements. Although Shikamaru could have won, he quit instead, saying that he was too low on chakra. His real reason for quitting, however, seems to be because he's incredibly lazy and saw no point in winning, which would only lead to having to fight in further matches. He also didn't want to hurt a girl. Gaara vs Sasuke came around again. This was the battle that the crowd had been looking forward to. Sasuke arrived right on time as the match was about to begin. Sasuke demonstrated that his speed had vastly increased, to the point where the sand guarding Gaara could not keep up. Sasuke also demonstrated Chidori, a technique he had learned from Kakashi and Kakashi's only original technique, to injure Gaara. Before the match could finish, however, a smoke bomb was set off in the Kage's box. Kabuto, who was actually working for Orochimaru, used Genjutsu to put almost everyone in the crowd to sleep, and Konoha Crush commenced. Konoha Crush. With the invasion of Konoha beginning, Suna and Oto ninja pour into Konoha, using giant snakes to topple the village's protective wall. As this goes on, the 4th Kazekage holds a kunai to the 3rd Hokage's neck, holding him hostage and allowing them both to get to the roof of the sitting area without confrontation. As Anbu members try to come to the 3rd's rescue, the Kazekage's minions erect the 4 Violet Flames formation, preventing anyone from getting in or out. As the Kazekage begins to mock the 3rd for getting so old, and even going so far as to call him sensei, the 3rd realizes that this is actually Orochimaru in disguise. He then sheds his disguise so he can face his former master face to face. The 3rd Hokage, knowing that Orochimaru has come to kill him, removes his Hokage's outfit, revealing his battle gear underneath. Orochimaru comments that the 3rd came prepared for their battle, and the two stare each other down. When one of the tiles on the roof cracks, they begin their battle. The 3rd starts by sending hundreds of shuriken at Orochimaru, who blocks the attack by summoning 3 coffins to shield himself. The 3rd, recognizing the coffins, deduces what Orochimaru is trying to do, and attempts to stop them from opening, though only 2 coffins open and the reanimated corpses of the 1st and 2nd Hokage step out. The 2 deceased Hokage greet the 3rd and comment on the impressiveness of Orochimaru being able to summon them. In response, the 3rd states that he regrets having to see the 2 again as opponents and tells them to prepare for defeat. Orochimaru prepares the 2 Hokage for battle, removing the effects that death has had on their bodies and erasing their personalities. Angered by Orochimaru's use of his former teachers, the 3rd attacks the group, though his efforts are neutralized and he's thrown back and restrained by the 1st Hokage's ability to summon trees. Realizing he's outnumbered, the 3rd summons Enma to help him in battle, who transforms into a large staff to give the 3rd a weapon. With Enma in hand, the 3rd tries to attack Orochimaru, though he is again repelled by the other 2 Hokage. Using his failure as an opportunity, the 3rd plants explosive tags on the 2 Hokage, taking away each of their legs. The legs, however, regenerate, showing the 3rd that conventional attacks are useless. Out of options, the 3rd prepares to use the only jutsu that will work, though Orochimaru first decides to show him something. Removing the mask he'd been wearing, Orochimaru reveals his true face, that of a young woman, whose body Orochimaru had stolen and begun to occupy. Recognizing this as Orochimaru's success and finally achieving a path to immortality, the search for which he had been expelled from Konoha for, the 3rd begins to understand why Orochimaru has come to Konoha, to take the body of Sasuke Uchiha. Determined to not let this happen, and to rectify his mistake of allowing Orochimaru to escape years earlier, the 3rd creates 2 shadow clones, and all of the 3rds prepare to use the Dead Demon Consuming Seal, a technique the 3rd claims Orochimaru, despite his extensive knowledge of jutsu, has never seen before. As the demon called forth by the seal, only able to be seen by the 3rd, readies itself, the 3rd is forced to endure the other 2 Hokage's blows, weakening his old body even more. As soon as the seal is ready for use, the 3rd's shadow clones each grab a hold of a Hokage and the demon plunges its hands into each. Momentarily regaining their senses, the Hokages all apologize to each other, the 1st and 2nd for the trouble they've caused the 3rd, and the 3rd for the fate he's sentenced them to. The demon pulls the souls of the 1st and 2nd from their bodies and seals them within the bodies of the 3rd's shadow clones, causing the clones to disappear into a puff of smoke. No longer inhabited, the 1st and 2nd's bodies dissolve, revealing themselves to in actuality be the bodies of Zaku Abumi and Kintsuchi. 2 Genin Orochimaru had entered into the Chunin exams and had now sacrificed for his means. Angered by Orochimaru's careless use of his subordinates, the 3rd grabs Enma and exchanges blows with Orochimaru and his Kusanagi sword. Throwing the Kusanagi and Enma aside, the 3rd grabs onto Orochimaru and the demon of the seal plunges its hand into Orochimaru. Sensing that his soul is being removed from his body, Orochimaru calls his Kusanagi to him, stabbing the 3rd in the back. This turn of events forces the 3rd to halt the removal of Orochimaru's soul, the latter of which questions why he didn't block the attack. The 3rd explains that in exchange for using the sealing technique, the user is sentenced to death, as was demonstrated by its use by the 4th Hokage on the demon fox years ago. Due to the large amount of his soul that has been removed, Orochimaru is now able to see the demon of the seal, just in time to witness the consumption of the Hokage souls affected by it. Once eaten by the demon, the souls are trapped in its belly, forced to spend eternity in a constant battle of hate with one another. This revelation brings fear to Orochimaru's eyes, who tries to ensure the third dies before he can be given that same fate. As the Hokage battle goes on, the Jonin in the audience that had managed to repel Kabuto's genjutsu begin to confront the invading ninja, determined to protect the audience from stray attacks. Meanwhile, Baki informs Kankuro and Temari to take Gaara elsewhere, his injury making him useless for the planned invasion. Sasuke, confused about what's going on, follows the three, wanting to finish his fight. Kakashi watches Sasuke go off, unable to leave his current duty of protection. He does, however, notice that Sakura has managed to shake off the genjutsu, and tells her to wake Naruto and Shikamaru so they can follow Sasuke. She does so, though she finds that Shikamaru was also unaffected by the genjutsu, choosing to pretend like he had been so he could avoid being drawn into battle. To help in their pursuit of Sasuke, Kakashi summons Pakun to guide them, and the four set off. As the group leaves the stadium and enters the forest, Pakun senses that they're being followed by 9 Oto ninja. To act as a distraction and buy the others some time, Shikamaru stays behind to slow down the ninja. After altering his surroundings to give the impression that the group went in a different direction, Shikamaru lies in wait for the following invaders. Once they catch up and take notice of the apparent change in course, Shikamaru traps the group with his shadow imitation technique. Shikamaru notices, however, that he's only managed to catch 8 of the 9, indicating one ninja had been following behind to protect the others. Running low on chakra, and therefore running out of time that he can restrain the ninja with, Shikamaru throws shuriken at the group so he can find the location of the 9th. The shuriken are all stopped by the free ninja's needles, and Shikamaru tries to extend his shadow to that ninja's location, though he doesn't have enough shadow to work with. After keeping the 8 at bay a while longer, Shikamaru's chakra runs out and he's forced to release the group. Freed, the group encourages the 9th ninja to be the one to kill their captive, and in response, a ninja appears behind Shikamaru. The ninja, however, catches everyone by surprise as it's revealed to be Asuma Sarutobi with the 9th ninja in tow. In a flash, Asuma takes out the other 8 and tells Shikamaru to take a rest. Sasuke eventually manages to catch up to Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari. As Kankuro prepares to fight Sasuke in hopes of giving Temari and Gaara time to escape, Shino Aburami arrives to fight Kankuro in Sasuke's stead, wanting to have the fight he'd been denied during the finals. As Sasuke goes off to continue his pursuit of Gaara, Kankuro unveils his puppet, Karasu, and Shino readies his bugs. Kankuro uses Karasu's new arsenal of weapons to try and poison Shino, though Shino's bugs allow him to make a number of otherwise impossible evasions. As Kankuro continues to direct Karasu, Shino is able to navigate his bugs in secret to Kankuro's location, which consume his chakra and prevent him from moving. With Kankuro no longer able to move, Shino collapses, Karasu's one successful strike finally taking effect. As Kankuro and Shino's fight draws to a close, Sasuke again manages to catch up to Gaara, who, having sensed Sasuke's arrival, swipes Temari out of the way. As Gaara's contemplations of killing Sasuke increase, his transformation begins with his sand forming a new monstrous arm. With the arm, Gaara is given increased speed and strength, forcing Sasuke to begin his assault with another Chidori, a technique he's only capable of using twice a day. As Gaara charges at Sasuke, Sasuke unleashes his jutsu, slicing Gaara's arm in two. Though the technique is successful in injuring Gaara, it does nothing but increase his desire to fight, causing him to spout a tail of the same nature as the arm. As Gaara charges again, his speed once again increased, Sasuke is forced to use Chidori a third time, pushing him to his limits and forcing him to activate the curse seal given to him by Orochimaru. Though Sasuke's attack once again slices Gaara's arm in two, Sasuke's use of the curse mark drains his remaining energy and causes him to collapse. As Gaara goes for the finishing blow, Naruto arrives and kicks Gaara away. As Sakura and Pakun start to tend to Sasuke, Naruto attempts to figure out who Gaara is, his face now partially transformed as well. Upon learning that the beast is Gaara and remembering Gaara's vow to kill people to prove his existence, Naruto yells to the others to run away. Gaara, however, has already made his move and charges at the downed Sasuke. Sakura, her willingness to help others strengthen during the Chunin exams, shields Sasuke and prepares to attack Gaara if necessary. Due to the look in Sakura's eyes, Gaara is unable to bring himself to harm her, instead using his arm to pin her to a nearby tree. To save Sakura, Naruto charges at Gaara, though only manages to get himself swatted aside. To help him in his battle, Naruto attempts to summon Gamabunta but is only able to summon Gamakichi, a considerably smaller toad that does nothing but taunt Naruto. Unimpressed by Naruto's attempt at a summon, Gaara gives the battle a stipulation. Using his sand to keep Sakura pinned to the tree, Gaara causes the sand to slowly form a tighter hold on her, forcing Naruto to defeat him before Sakura suffocates. With the new incentive for battle made, Gaara hurls sand shuriken at Naruto, who grabs Gamakichi to shield him from the attack. This onslaught allows Gaara another chance to further his transformation, now having two beastly arms and his face being that of his final transformation. His attacks ineffective against this new form, Naruto decides that to save Sakura and Sasuke, he will battle with his life and pulls out all the stops. After creating a number of shadow clones, Naruto uses the clones to launch himself at Gaara. Though Gaara swats him aside once again, Naruto manages to place an explosive kunai under Gaara's tail, something that just so happens to be Gaara's weak spot. Before Naruto can collide with the surrounding trees, Sasuke catches him and tells him to save Sakura and run. Naruto, remembering the time Sasuke risked his life to save him, says that he will be the one to fight Gaara since the two are so alike. Repeating his promise to protect those precious to him, Naruto taps into the Demon Fox's chakra, enabling him to create 1,999 shadow clones. With his army of clones, Naruto uses his Uzumaki Naruto 2000 combo, sending wave after wave of attacks at Gaara and pushing Gaara to his limits of endurable damage. Not wanting to lose, Gaara completes his transformation, destroying all of Naruto's shadow clones and transforming into a tanuki that stands many times higher than the tallest tree. Determined to make Naruto pay for forcing him into his final form, Gaara begins to encase Naruto in his sand-binding coffin. Before the compacting effects of the technique can begin, Naruto again taps into the power of the Demon Fox, and again attempts the summoning. Finally successful, Gaara's coffin expands and bursts, with Naruto riding upon Gamabunta's head ready for battle. Gamabunta, having yet to find Naruto worthy of commanding him, is reluctant to fight. Gamakichi, revealed to be Gamabunta's son, encourages the giant toad to accept Naruto due to Naruto's earlier protection of him from Gaara. Upon learning that Naruto helped his son and that Gaara had picked on a member of the Gama family, Gamabunta decides to help Naruto and unsheathes his equally giant sword. Charging at Gaara, Gamabunta puts all of his might into his sword swing, though this is just barely successful at cutting off Gaara's arm. Impressed with Naruto's display of abilities, Gaara emerges from the Sand Tanuki's forehead and puts himself to sleep, awakening the personality of the one-tailed Shukaku sealed within Gaara. Now freed from the restraints imposed upon it by Gaara's consciousness, Shukaku is able to use more of its devastating abilities, each of which Gamabunta is unable to counter completely. Because toads lack natural weapons such as fangs or claws, Gamabunta asks Naruto to help him transform into something more capable of close combat. Choosing the first animal that comes to mind, Naruto transforms Gamabunta into a giant fox, allowing the latter to bite and tear at Shukaku. With Gamabunta locked in combat with Shukaku, Naruto leaps from his head to that of Shukaku, punching Gaara and waking him up, forcing Shukaku back into submission. With Gaara awake again, his first priority becomes protecting himself from Naruto. As Gaara's sand tries to again encase Naruto, a now untransformed Gamabunta uses his tongue to shield Naruto. Naruto, determined to defeat Gaara and save Sakura, who's running out of time, taps into the Demon Fox's power for one more attack. With chakra radiating from him, Naruto breaks free of Gaara's shackles and charges at him, but Gaara manages to use his sand to restrain Naruto's hands and legs. Using the only weapon he has left, Naruto puts all of his energy into a headbutt. Naruto's last desperate attack being right on the mark, Gaara's strength is sapped and the giant tanuki disintegrates. Gamabunta, worn out by the battle, returns home with Gamakichi, though not before complimenting Naruto's outstanding fighting abilities. As the two genin fall through the air, each manages to land on neighboring treetops and each prepares for what will be their last exchange of blows. Once each is ready, the two leap at one another, their destinies about to be decided. Back at the stadium, the Jonin of Konoha observe their field of victory, the bodies of Oto and Suna ninja strewn across the arena. The battle between the third Hokage and Orochimaru has, over the past hour, not changed, as each is still locked in place, the Kusanagi in the third's back and the soul partially removed from Orochimaru's body. The third, wise as he is, has used this time to come to the conclusion that he no longer has the strength needed to completely remove Orochimaru's soul, and decides instead to make this Orochimaru's last battle. Having the demon of the seal turn its attention to Orochimaru's arms, the third prepares to complete the only seal he can now make. Hoping to break the third's will to go on, Orochimaru reminds his former master of the casualties Konoha has suffered at the hands of his invasion, saying that Konoha will crumble. Disheartened that Orochimaru would so quickly forget the abilities of Konoha's ninja, the third reminds his former student of the Konoha ninja's desire to protect their village. All throughout the village, battles between Konoha's elite and the invading forces rage on, and despite the overwhelming forces united against them, the fighting few of the village utterly defeat the enemy. Determined to prove his point and finally prove to Orochimaru that power does not lie within knowledge of techniques, the third seals Orochimaru's arms, taking away his ability forevermore of using jutsu. As Orochimaru's arms fall useless to his sides, the third bids his final farewell, in unison with Naruto's defeat of Gaara. Naruto and Gaara fall to the earth, and the third Hokage falls over dead with a grin on his face. Enraged that even in death the old man could manage to smile, Orochimaru calls for assistance, and Enma, now free, honors his old friend by removing the blade from his back before disappearing. As Orochimaru's subordinates gather their leader and flee, the Jonin in the stadium confront the only two remaining invaders. With Kakashi's encouragement, Kabuto removes his Anbu disguise and whispers to Baki that they should retreat. As the two disappear, the other battles conclude. Temari picks up a defeated Kankuro, Sakura is freed from Gaara's sand, and Naruto approaches a defeated Gaara. Fearing that Naruto will do him more harm, Gaara beckons him to stay away. Upon getting close enough, instead of harming Gaara, Naruto displays pity, stating that he too knows the pain of being alone. Naruto, however, was able to find people to nurture his pain and bring him hope, and states that if Gaara ever again tries to hurt those people that have brought him happiness, he will again be forced to take action. Gaara, in disbelief, realizes that Naruto's strength comes not from his desire to help himself, but to help those that are dear to him, which begins to change Gaara's outlook on life. Sasuke gathers up Naruto, extremely impressed and jealous of Naruto's display of strength. Likewise, Temari and Kankuro retrieve a beaten Gaara who, for the first time ever, apologizes to them. As the last of the invading Oto and Sunanin flee the village, the elite of Konoha gather upon the resting spot of their Hokage's body. During the Hokage's funeral a few days later, the ninja of Konoha vow to remember his sacrifice forever. Search for Tsunade. After their failed invasion of Konoha, the ninja of Suna look for their now missing fourth Kazekage. After finding the Kazekage's body and the bodies of his assistants in the neighboring desert, the people of Suna realize that Orochimaru, the man who originally proposed the invasion of the village, killed and impersonated the Kazekage to give the impression of support for the invasion. This revelation, coupled with Suna's devastating losses at the hands of Konoha's ninja, forces the village to surrender unconditionally, which Konoha accepts. Konoha, though having managed to repel the invading forces, was also heavily affected by the invasion as well, losing much of its ninja force and its third Hokage. Because the village is now without a leader, the village elders approach Jiraiya, one of the third Hokage's former pupils, and ask him to become the fifth Hokage. Jiraiya declines the offer, saying that another of the third's pupils would be better suited for the job, Tsunade. Because Tsunade's whereabouts are unknown, Jiraiya offers to go and find her, with the stipulation that he be allowed to bring Naruto Uzumaki. The elders agree, and after Jiraiya's promise of teaching him a new jutsu, so does Naruto, and the two head out to find Tsunade. Meanwhile, two outsiders have entered the village and have caught the attentions of Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenai Yuhi. Once confronted about their presence in Konoha, the two reveal themselves to be Kisame Hoshigaki, a renegade ninja from Kiri, and Itachi Uchiha, the man who single-handedly murdered the entire Uchiha clan. Because the two are wanted criminals, Asuma and Kurenai tried to apprehend them through battle, but quickly found themselves outclassed. Just as the two Konoha Jonin are about to be defeated, Kakashi Hatake arrives to save them both, his Sharingan making it easier for him to battle Kisame, so Itachi asks Kisame to step down and let him personally take on Kakashi. Despite Kakashi's own formidable abilities and advanced proficiency with the Sharingan, Itachi quickly proves to be the superior ninja, displaying his far greater speed and superior Sharingan abilities, and Kakashi's only barely able to block his attacks. Realizing that Itachi is only using a fraction of his abilities, although he still praises Kakashi for being skilled with the Sharingan despite not being of Uchiha blood, the moment Itachi activates the Mangekyo Sharingan, Kakashi immediately instructs Asuma and Kurenai to close their eyes so as to avoid falling prey to Itachi's ultimate technique. Because Kakashi has a Sharingan, he believes he'll be able to withstand Itachi's jutsu, only to be swiftly proven wrong as Itachi's Tsukiyomi quickly overpowered Kakashi's Sharingan and rendered him helpless. With the little strength he has, Kakashi asks why the two have come to Konoha, to which Itachi replies that they're after the fourth Hokage's legacy, Naruto Uzumaki. Remembering what Jiraiya had told him earlier, Kakashi recognizes this reason as their organization, the Akatsuki's, goal to gain the power of the nine-tailed demon fox sealed within Naruto. Because of Kakashi's knowledge of their organization and its motives, Itachi instructs Kisame to kill Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai. Before Kisame can land a fatal blow, however, Might Guy appears and repels Kisame. With Guy's arrival, Kakashi collapses, exhausted from Itachi's previous attack. Itachi, recognizing Guy as a threat, as well as the fact that reinforcements are on their way, leaves with Kisame, wanting to avoid starting a war. Taking Kakashi away to rest, Guy, Asuma, and Kurenai decide that it would be best if Sasuke Uchiha, Itachi's brother, didn't know Itachi had returned. When Sasuke arrives to find out what put Kakashi into the state that he's in, the truth of Itachi's return and his search for Naruto slips out when Aoba accidentally spills the truth. Sasuke, with his everlasting desire to kill his brother due to the latter's murder of their entire family and also wanting to protect Naruto, runs off in search of Naruto. Meanwhile, Jiraiya and Naruto arrive at a nearby town's hotel where they rest up for the night. Jiraiya, being a pervert through and through, notices an attractive woman that's showing interest in him. So he can become acquainted with this woman, Jiraiya sends Naruto up to their room. As Naruto sits on his bed cursing Jiraiya, someone knocks on the door. Thinking that it's an already rejected Jiraiya, Naruto opens the door, finding instead Kisame and Itachi. Perplexed by Itachi's Sharingan and the two's knowledge of the demon fox within him, Naruto leaves the safety of the room to find out what's going on. As Kisame readies his sword to cut off Naruto's leg, therefore making him easier to carry, Sasuke arrives, vowing to kill Itachi. To act on his promise, Sasuke prepares his Chidori and then lunges at Itachi. Before Sasuke can land a blow, Itachi grabs and crushes his arm, sending the attack into a nearby wall. To help Sasuke, Naruto taps into the demon fox's chakra, ready to summon a toad to help him in battle. Kisame's sword, however, absorbs Naruto's chakra, preventing him from using any jutsu. As Kisame again prepares to cut off Naruto's leg, a toad appears to block the attack, with Jiraiya appearing behind Naruto. Scolding Itachi and Kisame for not doing proper research on him, Jiraiya explains that he's better at getting women than they are at getting him, though Naruto dismisses that as a bad excuse for his pervertedness. Realizing that Itachi put the girl under a genjutsu to draw him away, Jiraiya learns for certain that the two really are after Naruto. As Jiraiya proclaims that he will kill the two, Sasuke rises, repeating that he'll be the one to kill Itachi. Having no interest in their brotherly quarrel, Itachi kicks Sasuke aside and proceeds to beat him into submission. Once Sasuke is unable to fight back, astounded by how much he's still outclassed by his older brother, Itachi uses Tsukiyomi to show Sasuke the murder of their parents, while also mocking him for lacking the hate needed to be strong enough. As Naruto goes to help Sasuke and Kisame goes to stop Naruto, Jiraiya encases the area in a layer of a sticky substance, preventing anyone from moving. Knowing they cannot win, Itachi and Kisame flee, though not before Jiraiya attempts to further ensnare them with his jutsu. Surprised that they are successful in escaping, Jiraiya finds that a black flame was used to destroy his normally impenetrable technique. With Itachi and Kisame gone, Naruto checks up on Sasuke, whose mind has been broken by his own brother. At that moment, Guy arrives and kicks Jiraiya in the face, having mistaken him for an enemy. After Guy apologizes, he informs Jiraiya that Kakashi is in the same state as Sasuke and that nothing can be done to help him recover. As Guy takes Sasuke back to Konoha to rest, Jiraiya realizes that only Tsunade can help Kakashi and Sasuke, strengthening his resolve to find her. Because the Akatsuki will henceforth be after Naruto, Jiraiya decides to start training Naruto the technique that is supposedly stronger than Sasuke's Chidori, the Rasengan, the jutsu that took the 4th Hokage 3 years to master. As the pair goes from place to place in search of Tsunade, Naruto rapidly progresses through the Rasengan's learning steps, coming up with a number of shortcuts along the way. Just as Naruto gets to the final stages of learning the jutsu, Jiraiya learns of Tsunade's location and the two set out to meet her. Meanwhile, Orochimaru is suffering from his last encounter with the 3rd Hokage, his arms unable to perform jutsu and constantly bringing him pain at the same time. Knowing that his assistant, Kabuto Yakashi's medicine will do nothing to help him, Orochimaru concludes that the only person who can restore his arms is Tsunade. Knowing where Tsunade is currently located, he and Kabuto go out to find her. Elsewhere, Tsunade, an avid and very unlucky gambler, hits a winning streak, indicating to her that something very bad is about to happen, and as such, she tries to flee the city. Her assistant, Shizune, asks Tsunade if they can go and see the local landmarks first, to which Tsunade reluctantly agrees. As Shizune admires an ancient castle, with Tsunade repeatedly asking her to hurry up, the castle collapses, and from the rubble emerges Orochimaru and Kabuto riding a giant snake. Unhappy to see her old teammate, Tsunade refuses to heal Orochimaru, deducing what his ailment is from his appearance alone. After Kabuto states that only Tsunade can help him, Tsunade inquires how he got the injury, recognizing it as being far from an average wound. Nonchalantly, Orochimaru explains that it was nothing more than his own carelessness when he was killing the 3rd Hokage, the revelation of which shocks Shizune and Tsunade. Noticing the expression on the two's faces, Orochimaru comments that all people die and reminds Tsunade of her 2 deceased loved ones. This observation enrages Shizune, who attempts to strike Orochimaru, though Kabuto blocks the attack. After calming Shizune down and casually scolding Orochimaru for what he said, Tsunade punches the wall next to her, reducing it to gravel, and vows to kill him if he ever says it again. After repeating her refusal to help Orochimaru, Tsunade prepares to fight them in the event that they won't leave. Just as she's about to attack, Orochimaru offers to revive her dead brother and lover if she helps him, stopping Tsunade before she can act. Finally considering the offer, Tsunade asks what Orochimaru will do if his arms are healed, to which he replies that he will destroy Konoha. Elsewhere, Jiraiya and Naruto have arrived in the city, and the two visit Tsunade's last known location. When they hear reports of a giant snake destroying a castle, Jiraiya recognizes this as one of Orochimaru's acts, and as such rushes there. Shizune, meanwhile, is infuriated by Orochimaru's proposal of destroying Konoha and tries to persuade Tsunade in helping her kill the weakened Orochimaru. Although Tsunade refuses, Orochimaru sheds some of his own blood to make sure she keeps her word, knowing that Tsunade suffers from a fear of blood. With Tsunade forced into submission by the sight of his blood, Orochimaru allows her a week to consider his offer, and he and Kabuto disappear. When Jiraiya and Naruto arrive at the scene, Tsunade and Shizune have already left. Deciding to give up the search for the day, Jiraiya takes Naruto to a local bar for dinner where he surprisingly finds Tsunade and Shizune already having theirs. As Naruto eats, Jiraiya asks Tsunade what Orochimaru wanted from her, to which she replies nothing, quickly changing the subject to what Jiraiya wants from her. As he tells her that Konoha wants her to be the next Hokage, Naruto begins to choke on his food with surprise, and Tsunade and Shizune use this as confirmation that Orochimaru really has killed the third. Tsunade declines the position, saying that only a fool would become Hokage, and goes on to ridicule past Hokage. Tsunade's words anger Naruto, spurring him into attempting to strike her, though Jiraiya holds him back. Impressed that Naruto was willing to challenge her, Tsunade offers to fight him, going so far as to say she'll only use a finger. After the two step outside, Naruto charges at Tsunade with a kunai in hand, though Tsunade is able to take it from him, use it to remove his forehead protector, and launch him backwards with the promised single finger. Tsunade, expecting Naruto to pass out from her attack, asks why being Hokage is such a sensitive subject for Naruto, to which he replies that becoming Hokage is his dream. As he says so, Tsunade sees in Naruto her dead brother and lover, both of whom had wanted to be Hokage, and both of whom looked similar to Naruto. While Tsunade is momentarily off balance, Naruto uses the opportunity to use his still-to-be-mastered Rasengan on Tsunade. Recognizing the technique and the danger it imposes, Tsunade slams her finger to the ground, creating a large fissure that Naruto falls into, forcing the Rasengan into the ground. Noticing that Naruto's version of the jutsu is dramatically weaker than what it is capable of, Tsunade proposes a bet. If Naruto can master the Rasengan in a week, she'll give him her grandfather, the first Hokage's necklace, something she claims could buy 3 mountains. If he can't, she gets all the money in his wallet. Naruto accepts the offer and he goes off to the hotel with Shizune while Tsunade and Jiraiya chat over drinks. During the discussion, Jiraiya reveals that he's aware that Tsunade has some sort of deal with Orochimaru, though he doesn't know what it is. He goes on to say, however, that if Tsunade helps Orochimaru with whatever it is that he wants, that he will kill her as a traitor of Konoha. Looking to change the subject, Tsunade asks why Jiraiya brought Naruto with him, to which he replies that Naruto looks remarkably similar to Tsunade's dead brother Nawaki. Meanwhile, at the hotel, Shizune explains to Naruto the history of Tsunade's necklace and how Tsunade had given it to each her brother and her lover, Dan, in the hopes that it would help them achieve their goals of becoming Hokage. Soon after receiving the necklace though, each of them died a bloody death, giving Tsunade her fear of blood and leading many to believe that the necklace was cursed. After hearing the story, Naruto leaves to finish his training, determined to prove that when he wins the necklace, he really will become Hokage. For the next week, Naruto trains, and each day he puts larger and larger dents into the trees he's training with, indicating that his Rasengan is gaining more power. All the while, Tsunade watches him in the background, remembering her dead loved ones and contemplating the offer Orochimaru made her. On the final day, Naruto doesn't return home at his usual time, and Shizune goes to see what happened to him. After finding a tree broken in two and Naruto passed out on the ground, Shizune takes him home to rest. At the same time, Jiraiya and Tsunade meet again for drinks to discuss Naruto's progress. While Jiraiya isn't looking, Tsunade slips a powder into his drink, and after drinking it, he passes out. Tsunade returns to the hotel to see if Naruto has perfected the jutsu, but only finds him in bed, causing her to realize what a ridiculous bet it was that she's made. Shizune, meanwhile, pleads for Tsunade not to go through with Orochimaru's deal, willing to kill herself in order to stop Tsunade. Tsunade knocks Shizune unconscious and leaves to meet Orochimaru. As Orochimaru and Kabuto head towards the meeting place, Orochimaru comments that it may be easier to persuade Tsunade to heal his arms if Shizune weren't around, and so Kabuto heads off to kill her. Naruto, meanwhile, wakes Shizune up after having found her on the floor. Realizing what happened, Shizune rushes to the window to go after Tsunade, but a weakened Jiraiya stops her before she can leave. Cursing Tsunade for drugging his drink, Jiraiya explains that the drug makes it difficult for him to move and that he can't control his chakra very well. Kabuto watches the conversation and, knowing that he can't take on Shizune, Jiraiya, and to his surprise, Naruto by himself, leaves to report to Orochimaru. Jiraiya notices Kabuto's departure and asks what deal Tsunade had made with Orochimaru. Along the way to the meeting spot, Shizune explains the offer, and Jiraiya realizes he may really need to kill Tsunade. Tsunade and Orochimaru, meanwhile, meet at the site of their last conversation, and Tsunade agrees to heal Orochimaru's arms if he could notice the subtle amounts of killing intent within her jutsu. Orochimaru laments Tsunade's decision, even saying that he really had intended to stay away from Konoha. Tsunade dismisses this as a lie, yet says that she had been willing to believe it if it meant that she could see her loved ones again. Because of Naruto, however, the dreams of Nawaki and Dan returned to her, and thus she couldn't bring herself to turn a blind eye to Orochimaru's goals of effectively destroying the hopes that they had had. With that, Tsunade attempts to attack Orochimaru, though because of his timely dodge, her attack misses, creating a large crater where he had been. As Orochimaru prepares to fight Tsunade, he comments that he had never battled her before, although Kabuto quickly questions this observation since he will actually be the one who will fight her. After Kabuto informs Orochimaru of Jiraiya's presence, they lead Tsunade away, not wanting to fight in the city in case Jiraiya shows up. After retreating to an empty field, Kabuto and Tsunade begin their fight. Because Kabuto isn't very good at taijutsu, Tsunade's specialty, he resorts to using his mystical palm technique to give his attacks an extra boost in strength. Although Tsunade is initially able to avoid many of his attacks, her old age causes her to tire quickly, allowing Kabuto to catch her off guard and strike. Because of the nature of his mystical palm, Kabuto is able to sever some of Tsunade's muscles upon contact, preventing her from moving. Using this to his advantage, Kabuto punches her in the chest, which also allows her to sever some of her respiratory muscles, making it difficult to breathe. Thinking this should be enough to force Tsunade into submission, Kabuto begins to gloat at his success. Tsunade, her large breasts having weakened Kabuto's attack, uses his cockiness to her advantage by striking him in the neck, forcing him to the ground. As he attempts to get up, Kabuto discovers that Tsunade's attack disrupted the electric currents of his nervous system, causing his hands to move when he tries to stand up. With Kabuto unable to move, Tsunade heals her injuries. As she does so, Kabuto begins to compensate for Tsunade's last attack, learning what actions lead to what outcomes. After regaining the ability to move 80% of his body, Kabuto gets up, surprising Tsunade due to his rapid ability to adapt. Just as Kabuto is about to attack a steel healing Tsunade, Naruto, Jiraiya, and Shizune appear before him, blocking the way. Tsunade is unappreciative of the group's arrival and pushes Jiraiya to the ground so she can charge at Kabuto. Before she can commence an attack on Kabuto, however, he slits his wrists, covering Tsunade with his blood and leaving her to become paralyzed with fear. With Tsunade, a person he claims is far more talented than Naruto. Enraged by Kabuto's treachery, Naruto creates a large number of shadow clones to help him attack Kabuto from the side of his injured hand. As Naruto closes in, however, Kabuto uses the blood seeping from his wrist to blind the Narutos, allowing him to easily defeat them all. Shizune, using Kabuto's distraction to her advantage, launches a poisonous needle at Kabuto, though Kabuto is able to block it in time by having the needle deflect off his forehead protector. Returning to Orochimaru's side, Kabuto takes a pill to stop his bleeding. As he does so, Jiraiya hands out assignments. He will fight Orochimaru, Shizune will fight Kabuto, and Naruto will protect Tsunade while she recovers. With that, Jiraiya and Kabuto, with Orochimaru's assistance, perform the summoning technique, allowing Kabuto to summon 2 giant snakes, while Jiraiya, still in his drugged condition, can only manage to summon Gamakichi. As Orochimaru ridicules Jiraiya for failing to summon anything formidable, his attention is brought to Naruto, who is giving his own attempt at a summon. Just as Orochimaru considers whether he should have killed Naruto when they first met due to how formidable the power of the demon fox could be, Naruto summons Gamatatsu, causing Orochimaru's worries to vanish. Orochimaru and Kabuto charge at their respective opponents, each riding upon a different snake. Jiraiya uses his swamp of the underworld on Orochimaru, though in his drugged state he's only able to submerge the snake in a shallow swamp. No longer able to use the snake, Orochimaru charges at Jiraiya, lengthening his neck so he can get close enough to bite the other's neck. In response, Jiraiya creates a defense by extending the hair on his head and turning it into spikes, creating a stalemate between the two. Shizune, meanwhile, battles with Kabuto, but Kabuto is able to evade her attacks and burrow beneath her, allowing him to sever the muscles in her ankles and causing her to collapse. At the same time, Naruto deals with Kabuto's snake, escaping from its mouth only briefly enough for it to fall upon his leg, pinning him in place. As Tsunade regains her senses, she finds Shizune and Naruto lying on the ground, defeated. Remembering the deaths of Nawaki and Dawn, she attempts to defend herself against the approaching Kabuto, though he easily starts to beat her into submission. Just as he's about to land a finishing blow, Naruto appears in front of Tsunade, blocking Kabuto's punch with his forehead protector. Surprised by Naruto's sudden intervention, Kabuto is left momentarily stunned. Using this to his advantage, Naruto tries to use the Rasengan on Kabuto, but because of the slow sweeping motion that Naruto puts into the attack, Kabuto is able to easily avoid it. As Naruto lays on the ground due to his lack of speed, Kabuto taunts him by detailing how talentless he is and how hopeless his dreams are. As he does so, Tsunade sees these insults as applying to Nawaki and Dawn and remembers her earlier words of similar meaning to Naruto. As Naruto rebuts these claims, he reminds Tsunade of the bet they had and how she will need to give him her necklace, and then proceeds to create a shadow clone. As Kabuto charges towards Naruto with a kunai in tow, Tsunade begs Naruto to run so he can accomplish his dreams, but Naruto stands his ground. In doing so, Naruto allows Kabuto to attack him, though he blocks the worst of it by catching the kunai with his hand. As Naruto grabs hold of Kabuto's hand, he begins to create a Rasengan in his free hand and uses the shadow clone for assistance in the creation. Once completed, Naruto forces the sphere into Kabuto's stomach, the latter unable to avoid it. With only enough time to clutch Naruto's chest, Kabuto is hurled back by the attack and thrown into a rock. As the dust settles, Kabuto emerges with a deep wound in his gut, though it immediately begins to heal as a result of the chakra he gathered to his abdomen just before the attack. Although the exterior damage is almost completely healed, Kabuto collapses from the internal injuries caused by Naruto's attack, his chakra reserves too low to fully heal. Kabuto's last attempt at defeating Naruto, however, proves to be effective as Naruto passes out. As Tsunade rushes to his side to investigate, she finds that Kabuto weakened Naruto's heart muscles, giving him an erratic heartbeat. Tsunade desperately tries to heal him in an attempt to not only save Naruto, but also in an attempt to save Nawaki and Dan's dream. As she does so, the demon fox within Naruto notices the fading life force of its host and contributes its power in an attempt to save Naruto and in turn itself. As Tsunade continues her healing effort, a tired Naruto comes to and grabs her necklace, claiming it as his. After he slips into a tired sleep, Tsunade puts her necklace around his neck, hoping that just once more its wearer will someday become Hokage. Orochimaru, just having witnessed Naruto's potential, worries about what may happen if Naruto ever falls into the hands of the Akatsuki, and decides to kill Naruto in his weakened state. After throwing Jiraiya on the ground, Orochimaru lunges at Naruto with his Kusanagi sword sticking out of his mouth. Tsunade, realizing Orochimaru's intended target, leaps in front of Naruto as a human shield, allowing the sword to impale her through the heart. As Orochimaru tells Tsunade that he hadn't intended to kill her, Tsunade replies that she won't let anything happen to Naruto. After Orochimaru removes his sword from the blood-trembling Tsunade, he questions why she would save Naruto, to which she replies that she is protecting Konoha by protecting Naruto, the future Hokage. As Orochimaru ridicules the title for its holders' willingness to sacrifice their lives for the prosperity of the village, Tsunade states that she too will sacrifice her life for the same reason. Disappointed that Tsunade would waste her life in such a way, Orochimaru slashes her across the chest and she falls to the ground. Believing Tsunade at the very least to be out of the fight, Orochimaru makes for a finishing blow on Naruto, though Tsunade blocks it again. Upon falling to the ground in fatigue, Tsunade's trembling stops, her fear of blood finally overcome. As she rises, Tsunade throws Orochimaru back, explaining that her commitment to protecting Naruto is because she is henceforth the 5th Hokage. As her first order of business, Tsunade activates the seal on her forehead to completely regenerate the wounds induced by Orochimaru. Realizing that Tsunade is now back in top shape, Orochimaru retreats to Kabuto for assistance. In unison, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya use the summoning technique, summoning Manda, Katsuyu, and Gamabunta respectively. As Gamabunta expresses excitement in finally getting the chance to kill Manda, Manda reprimands Orochimaru for not having any human sacrifices ready. After Jiraiya and Tsunade denounce Orochimaru as their comrade and give him promises of death, the final battle begins. Katsuyu starts the fight by spitting some of her acid at Manda, the latter of which quickly evades. Using Katsuyu's vulnerability between attacks to his advantage, Manda wraps himself around Katsuyu and prepares to bite the giant slug. However, before he can do so, Gamabunta forces his sword between Manda's jaws, saving Katsuyu from the snakebite. Still having Katsuyu in his clutches, Manda tightens his hold in an attempt to suffocate her, but she breaks apart into a number of smaller slugs in order to escape. As she regenerates, Manda throws Gamabunta back, allowing the toad to, with the help of Jiraiya, engulf Manda in an enormous cloud of fire. When the smoke clears, Manda's skin is the only thing that can be found, the real Manda in the process of burrowing beneath Gamabunta. Although Gamabunta is able to catch Manda's tail, Manda is able to get behind the giant toad and prepares to bite it. Before he can do so, however, Tsunade appears with Gamabunta's sword in tow and forces it through Manda's mouth to keep it shut. Orochimaru, hoping to even the playing field, extends his tongue towards Tsunade in an attempt to break her neck, but Tsunade uses her tongue to her advantage by using it to bring Orochimaru to her. After connecting her fist with Orochimaru's jaw, Tsunade allows the defeated Orochimaru to crash to the ground. Manda, disgusted with Orochimaru for losing, promises that if he could open his mouth he'd eat Orochimaru and disappears after promising to do so the next time they meet. As Manda departs, Orochimaru frees his tongue from Tsunade's grasp and returns to Kabuto's side, where he says that there is still one way to get his arms back, the mask covering the face of the body he had stolen peeling away. With a promise to destroy Konoha, Orochimaru disappears with Kabuto. After returning to the city and Naruto's recovery, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Shizune, and Naruto have lunch at the same bar that they met at only a week earlier. After learning that Tsunade has taken the title of 5th Hokage, Naruto begins to find her inadequate for the position, listing all of the different ways that the 3rd Hokage was better than her. Angered by his words, Tsunade tells Naruto to step outside so they can fight, where Tsunade once again says she'll only need one finger. As Naruto charges at her, she once again removes his forehead protector and prepares to strike him with the one finger. Fearing the outcome of the strike, Naruto closes his eyes. To his surprise, however, Tsunade kisses him on the forehead rather than hitting him, telling him to become a good man. After Naruto agrees, the group heads back to Konoha. Upon their return, Naruto heard that the village of Konoha must continue their missions as normal. Irika explained to Naruto, over a bowl of ramen of course, that they must not show other villages that they were currently weak, so they must do as many missions as they had done before Orochimaru's invasion, even though their strength had been cut in half. Tsunade was well known as a great medical ninja, and she healed Sasuke and Kakashi of their ailments received during the fight with Itachi. She visited Lee, who was badly injured during his fight with Gaara in the Chunin exam preliminary round after persistent nagging from many characters, and told him that he should give up on being a ninja. There were fragments of bone in his spine, and the one operation that could be done, and could only be done by her, had a 50% chance of either curing or killing him. In the anime, Konohamaru, the grandson of the third Hokage, became upset at the thought of a new Hokage, especially a woman, and showed his anger by lashing out at his friends, including Naruto, and locking himself in Tsunade's new office. While this took place, Tsunade was introduced to the large amount of work required of a Hokage and was reluctant at first, but found herself oddly interested in Lee's case. Konohamaru's friends, Moegi and Udon, along with Naruto, tried to find ways to get Konohamaru out, as he had set a great deal of obstacles leading to Tsunade's new office. Tsunade, who was looking for a book, managed to successfully get in, destroying all of Konohamaru's obstacles with her mighty strength. Naruto and Konohamaru were walking down the street when they overheard Shizune talking to Tsunade. They heard the 5th Hokage state her concern and her motivation to help Lee. This convinced Konohamaru that Tsunade really was a good replacement for his grandfather. Just minutes before Tsunade was inaugurated as the 5th Hokage in front of the villagers, Shizune stumbled upon an open book on Tsunade's desk. It showed a series of mathematical equations surrounding a chart of a body. 50% was written and crossed out, followed by an arrow pointing to a circle which contained 58%, and Shizune could only smile. Land of Tea Escort Mission. With Konoha having a shortage of Jonin due to Orochimaru's failed invasion, Tsunade was forced to use Genin for more dangerous missions than normally allowed. Team 7, minus Kakashi, who was assigned to another mission, was given the assignment of escorting a member of the Wasabi family through a dangerous annual race. As it was rumored, the rival Wagarashi family had hired ninja of their own to sabotage the Wasabi family. Along the way, they met an arrogant teenager named Hidate who openly showed his hatred towards ninja. He also showed off his impressive speed by running away from Team 7 after conning them into paying his bill at a restaurant. Upon arriving in the Land of Tea and meeting the Wasabi family's leader, Jirocho, Team 7 was shocked to see Hidate again and learned that he was the man they were assigned to escort. During the race, Naruto and Hidate continued to show their dislike of each other. It was also revealed that Hidate was actually the younger brother of Hibiki and formerly a Konoha Genin. They also encountered the 3 Ame Genin from the Chunin exams. After defeating them, they encountered Aoi Rokusho, another former Konoha shinobi who betrayed Konoha to join Ame. He was also originally Hidate's teacher and the one responsible for Hidate running away from Konoha. After barely surviving Aoi's attack, Hidate explained how after he was failed by Ibiki himself for the Chunin exams, Aoi tricked Hidate into stealing a special scroll and the sword of the Thunder God from the village. Being able to relate with Hidate in both being taken advantage of and the need to have others recognize them, Naruto helped Hidate regain his self-worth and continue the race. While managing to catch up in the race, Aoi appeared again and used the Thunder Sword to initially overpower Team 7. But thanks to Sasuke fighting Aoi and weakening the sword with his Chidori, Naruto was able to break it when they clashed, and defeated Aoi with his Rasengan. With the danger overcome, Hidate was free to continue and win the race for the Wasabi family. During the victory ceremony, Kyoroku tried to cheat the victory by lying that Naruto carrying Hidate was a violation, but the daimyo caught Kyoroku and his minister for cheating. As a result, the minister had to become a monk and the Wagarashi family was disbanded. While returning to the village, Team 7 was escorted by Ibiki himself. While he did not openly state this fact, Ibiki was glad that Naruto helped his brother grow as a man. Sasuke Recovery Mission. Naruto's influence on Sasuke, though profound, was powerless to prevent Sasuke from leaving the village and his friends to receive training from Orochimaru. Sasuke's decision to leave was the result of a chain of events that rekindled his hatred for his brother and his desire to avenge his clan. To do so, he must claim a great amount of power, which became the center of his entire life. Humiliated by Itachi's declaration that he was disappointingly weak and aware of the fact that Naruto might be his superior, Sasuke challenged Naruto to a fight after Naruto returned to Konoha. They engaged in a heated duel on the rooftop of the hospital, where Naruto told Sasuke that he had never considered himself inferior to Sasuke. Kakashi Hatake leapt in to stop the fight just when Naruto and Sasuke were about to use their Rasengan and Chidori on each other, deflecting both their attacks into adjacent water towers. While Sasuke's Chidori made a larger dent on the front of the tower than Naruto's Rasengan, Sasuke was shocked to find that the back of Naruto's water tank had been completely blown out by the power of his Rasengan. Sasuke realized he may have lost the fight and received major injuries if Kakashi hadn't stopped it. This only made Sasuke even angrier that Naruto was getting stronger by the day and could actually be able to defeat him in battle. Ever since the Chunin exams and the fight against Gaara of the Sand Waterfall, Sasuke had felt that Naruto had been improving immensely. Naruto only wanted recognition from Sasuke, recognition that he had got stronger. However, Sasuke would never recognize Naruto because by doing so, he would also have to admit that he was weaker than him. Despite a lecture from Kakashi about the pointlessness of revenge, the appearance of Orochimaru's Sound 4 with an offer of even greater powers, and yet another humiliating pummeling tipped Sasuke over the edge. Sasuke went to leave the village that night but was disrupted by Sakura, who then tried to convince him not to leave. During this conversation, a crying and desperate Sakura confessed her love to Sasuke and begged him not to leave the village, but he rejected her. Once she realized he was going to leave either way, she offered to go with him to help him enact his revenge, which he refused. As a last resort, Sakura threatened to scream and alert the village guards if Sasuke left. Finally, having hit a nerve, Sasuke moved from several feet in front of Sakura to directly behind her in a flash of speed. He sincerely thanks her for everything she'd done for him thus far, before knocking her unconscious and laying her on a nearby bench, and then leaving the village. A 5-man squad was gathered by Shikamaru, including himself, Kiba, Naruto, Choji, and Neji. Naruto also recommended Shino, however, Shino was on a special mission with his father at the time. Sakura arrives just before they leave and explains while crying that she failed to stop Sasuke, and asks Naruto, who she believes to be the only one capable of doing so, to do it as a once-in-a-lifetime request. Naruto makes her a lifetime promise to bring Sasuke back. They easily caught up to the Sound 4, who were escorting Sasuke to Orochimaru. Strategies were not used, rather the team split up. The same happened on the part of the Sound 4. They dropped people one by one, and Choji ended up fighting Jirobo by himself. Using 2 of the secret pills of the Akamichi clan, Choji was able to increase his chakra enough to keep from being defeated. In the end, he had to consume the red pepper pill, which increased his chakra 100-fold, but left him in extremely critical condition, usually resulting in death. Taking the pill slimmed down his body as the excess calories were converted into butterfly wings of chakra. After getting revenge on Jirobo for eating the last chip and for calling him fat, Choji put all his chakra and power into his fist and killed Jirobo for insulting his best friend, Shikamaru. Next, Neji ended up fighting Kidomaru. Kidomaru had trouble at short range since Neji's Byakugan and Gentle Fist were too powerful to penetrate. Kidomaru ended up fighting from long range, but the battle was locked in a stalemate until Kidomaru discovered a weakness of the Byakugan. It had a blind spot behind Neji's first thoracic vertebra. Knowing that he would be hit in this area, Neji intentionally allowed Kidomaru to hit him with a powerful arrow, to which Kidomaru had affixed a chakra string to ensure accuracy. However, Neji used the chakra string to use his Gentle Fist to damage Kidomaru's internal organs. Neji then caught up with Kidomaru and used his 8 trigrams to close Kidomaru's Tenketsu. Kidomaru died shortly after. Neji was left in a critical state after the fight. Shikamaru was matched up with Toyuya, while Kiba and Akamaru were with Sakon and Ukon. Kiba and Akamaru did an amazing tag team on Sakon, but Sakon split with Ukon right before Kiba and Akamaru could lay a devastating blow. Sakon and Ukon activated their curse seal to level 2, which made them far too powerful for Kiba and Akamaru to cope with. Meanwhile, Shikamaru, despite all his prowess at forming strategies, simply couldn't kill Toyuya because of her sheer force. He managed to use his shadow imitation technique on her 3 summons, but she quickly dispelled them both. Then he caught her in his shadow imitation technique with his shadow neck binding technique, while at the same time Akamaru got injured with Kiba refusing to leave him. Without Akamaru to do their combination attacks, however, Kiba and Akamaru were forced to retreat. Kiba had to stab himself in order to escape, and Shikamaru for the first time couldn't come up with any ideas to defeat Toyuya, and was forced to keep his shadow neck binding technique on her. Finally, Shikamaru and Kiba were ready to accept their deaths. However, before the finishing strikes could be executed, the Sand Ninja arrived to help. Right before Shikamaru and Kiba were about to die, they were aided by Temari and Konkoro, respectively, who had been ordered to help the Konoha ninja. Konkoro's puppets were unaffected by Sakon and Ukon's ability to fuse with cells. When Sakon arrived, he attempted to do the same thing he had almost done with Kiba, but Konkoro turned out to be his new puppet, Kuroari, to injure Sakon, forcing them to fuse back and Ukon to take over. Konkoro then trapped Sakon and Ukon inside of his puppet. Konkoro then used Karasu to stab them through holes in Kuroari, and used Karasu and Kuroari to do a devastating and deadly combo, Black Secret Technique Machine One Shot, thus killing the brothers. Meanwhile, since Toyuya used sound to attack, Temari's wind was a natural enemy. Temari used her Sickle Weasel technique, which blew away Toyuya and cut her flute in half. Shikamaru used this time to tell Temari about Toyuya's strategies. After a while, Toyuya fixed her flute and was ready to kill Shikamaru and Temari, but Temari used her summoning technique and used the summoning quick beheading dance, which was able to kill Toyuya by destroying an entire tract of the forest, in which the sliced debris crushed the latter. Last, Kimimaro, who was stronger than all the Sound 4 combined, came to aid the escort mission. At first, he was faced with Naruto, but even Naruto's massive amount of shadow clones proved to be no match for Kimimaro, whose taijutsu skills were more than a match for Naruto's superior numbers. Naruto even used the nine-tailed demon fox's chakra, but was still losing. During the fight, Sasuke emerged from the coffin, which caused Naruto to return to normal and begin wondering why Sasuke was with the Sound 4. Naruto began urging Sasuke to return home with him, stating how everyone was worried about Sasuke. Unfortunately, Sasuke, who had fallen deeper into darkness, responded by cackling madly before fleeing with Naruto calling Sasuke's name. Kimimaro attempted to kill Naruto but was stopped by Rock Lee, allowing Naruto to chase after Sasuke while Lee fought Kimimaro. Both Lee and Kimimaro were taijutsu experts, but since Lee had only recently recovered from the surgery, he was not in top shape. Lee drank some sake that he thought was medicine and became intoxicated, and began fighting with the drunken fist style. With this added unpredictability, Lee gained an upper hand. However, he clearly had no idea what he was doing, who he was fighting, and why he felt so drunk. After a while, Kimimaro was forced to do his dance of the Camellia, but Rock Lee then appeared to be virtually invincible and laid a devastating blow. Seeing that there was no chance of him defeating Lee in his present state, Kimimaro used his Curse Seal level 1 and overpowered Lee, manifesting his horrific ability to manipulate his bones at will. Not only this, but Lee began to sober up. Lee would have been killed if Gaara had not arrived in time and used his sand to protect Lee. For obvious reasons, Kimimaro was at a disadvantage, since Gaara was capable of blocking all physical attacks, and Kimimaro could only use physical attacks. However, like the Sound 4, Kimimaro was able to get past Gaara's defense and offense by sheer force. Kimimaro's bones were so tough that they simply forced their way through Gaara's sand. Even Sand, Waterfall Funeral, and other crushing forces couldn't bring down Kimimaro, as he created a film of bone beneath his skin to protect him. Kimimaro would have defeated and killed Gaara with his last attack, but before Kimimaro could finish Gaara, his terminal illness ended his life. Naruto caught up with Sasuke and they began battling. Sasuke's Cursed Seal of Heaven, which had been powered up by a pill given to him by the Sound 4, which is why he was in the coffin, gave Sasuke inhuman strength, which he used to reduce Naruto to almost ragdoll levels. Meanwhile, Sasuke recalled his experiences with Itachi and his parents up to the point of the Uchiha clan downfall. It was in these memories that the Mangekyo Sharingan and how Itachi obtained it by killing his best friend Shisui was revealed. It was also revealed that Itachi had encouraged Sasuke to gain the Mangekyo Sharingan, which he claimed to be the only way he could exact revenge, by any means necessary, and this became Sasuke's motivation for killing Naruto, who he claimed to be his best friend. Back in Konoha, Kakashi Hatake, brought up to speed on the situation, summoned his Ninken, including Pakun, to track down Naruto and Sasuke. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke unleashed the Rasengan and Chidori respectively, causing each other to fly backwards. Activating his Cursed Seal, Sasuke used his enhanced speed and strength to overcome Naruto and strike him with the Chidori. Naruto managed to block the attack, but Sasuke, still intent on killing Naruto, tried to strangle him, only to have himself thrown aside by a Nine-Tails powered opponent. With his enhanced abilities, Naruto was able to overwhelm Sasuke all the while trying to reason with him, only to have Sasuke ultimately reject his efforts. Despite this, Sasuke finally admitted they were fighting as equals. In this moment, Sasuke's Sharingan finally matured, enabling him to predict Naruto's movements and once again turn the tables. Upset by Naruto's persistence, Sasuke knocked him unconscious with Peregrine Falcon Drop. The Nine-Tails, probably to save itself, gave Naruto even more of its chakra, creating for the first time Naruto's one-tailed transformation, complete with the Demon Fox cloak that surrounds him. With one arm of the cloak, Naruto unleashed powerful short and long-range attacks, which Sasuke, even with his Sharingan, was unable to keep up with. Feeling he had no choice, Sasuke increased his Cursed Seal of Heaven to level 2, once again evening the playing field. Both Sasuke and Naruto realized the cost of their respective abilities at that point, but both decided that they had no other choice. Sasuke revealed that the location of their fight was the Valley of the End, and determined to end the battle, forced the use of a third Chidori. Naruto created, using one hand and the Demon Fox Cloak's chakra as a shell, the Demon Fox Rasengan. Sasuke's Chidori, after a moment, warped into the Flapping Chidori. The two ninja collided their attacks. Sasuke, planning to punch Naruto in the heart, deliberately missed and targeted the gut instead, while Naruto, referring to one of Sasuke's insults, scratched his forehead protector. A black dome of energy formed around them, which eventually dissipated, revealing the two ninja as their current forms, and then as their younger selves, who held hands and smiled at each other. When the dust settled, Sasuke was revealed to be victorious. Sasuke pondered whether or not to kill an unconscious Naruto, but decided to leave him alive. Kakashi and Pakun arrived, disappointed that they were too late. Kakashi took Naruto back to Konoha. At the same time, Sasuke decided to gain the power to kill Itachi his own way, through Orochimaru, and he walked off to Otogakure. It was then revealed that the Akatsuki member Zetsu had been watching the fight the whole time. As Kakashi took Naruto back to Konoha, several medical nin appeared to update him on the situation and to take care of Naruto and Sasuke, which Kakashi deemed unnecessary for obvious reasons in both cases. Neji and Choji both underwent intensive medical treatment. Both were successfully healed thanks to the Nara clan's medical tome, Tsunade's medical prowess, and Shizune and a team of medical nin. Kiba and Akamaru were also healed from their moderate injuries under the care of Hana Inuzuka, his elder sister. Shikamaru, with only his finger injured, decided to end his ninja career as he put his team's life in danger and his mission failed regardless, but Shikaku convinced him to persevere. Sasuke was shown walking with Orochimaru and Kabuto in one of Orochimaru's lairs. Shikamaru paid Naruto a visit in his room, while Sakura decided to visit Naruto and Sasuke, only to be severely disappointed by Naruto's failure to bring Sasuke back, as she overheard Naruto and Shikamaru's conversation. Naruto, however, declared that he would keep his original promise, to which Sakura gratefully responded. After her visit to Naruto, Sakura, realizing how useless she had been in keeping Sasuke in Konoha, requested that Tsunade take her on as her apprentice, to which Tsunade consented. Naruto's next visitor was Jiraiya, who revealed that Orochimaru had already taken a body before Sasuke arrived, so he had to wait another 3 years to take another body, and tried to convince Naruto to give up on Sasuke based on his similar experience with Orochimaru. Naruto, however, refused to quit in his efforts. Jiraiya, who figured it pointless to change Naruto's mind, decided to train Naruto for 2.5 years to prepare Naruto for the Akatsuki, which Naruto readily accepted. The Akatsuki convenes and decides to hasten their plans. In the anime, Naruto was forced to remain in Konoha for a few months before setting out with Jiraiya. In the manga, he left as soon as he got out of the hospital. Sakura also asked to become Tsunade's apprentice at the time of Naruto's departure in the manga, while in the anime it was after a mission with Naruto and Jiraiya that happened shortly after Sasuke's departure. Land of Rice Fields Investigation Mission. After recovering from his battle against Sasuke, Naruto joins Sakura in another attempt to save Sasuke from Orochimaru. Before crossing Konoha's border, Jiraiya appears. He saves them from becoming labeled missing nin for leaving the village without authorization by allowing them to join him on a mission to gather information on Sasuke and Orochimaru. Their journey takes them to the land of rice fields, the land of Otogakure. After a couple comedic failures to gather info due to Jiraiya's perverted antics, Naruto and Sakura meet a young kunoichi named Sasame of the Fuma clan. She revealed her desire to find her cousin Arashi, who, along with the majority of her clan, went missing. After facing 3 members of the Fuma clan and managing to escape them, Jiraiya returned with new information he gathered from the remnants of the Fuma clan that saw through Orochimaru's lies. Jiraiya explained that Orochimaru was gathering as many followers as he could from various clans simply to gain their secret technique. After facing the 3 members again and defeating them, Sasame led Naruto and his team to Orochimaru's current hideout. Inside the base, with no knowledge of where to go, the team took different paths. Eventually, Naruto found Sakura in a long corridor facing off against Kabuto. Naruto was able to hit Kabuto with his Rasengan, but unfortunately fell prey to a devastating technique that attacked his heart. After being saved by Sakura and Sasame, it was soon discovered that Kabuto was actually another Fuma clan member, Kagero in disguise. Soon after, they found Arashi, who became the victim of an unstable technique of Orochimaru's that merged him with his 2 fellow clan members and drove him insane. Naruto, along with Sasame and Sakura, were able to restore his mind. As Orochimaru's hideout began to fall apart, Arashi revealed that Sasuke was safe for now, but Orochimaru was doing everything in his power to make Sasuke a perfect host for him in the near future. After being sure that the Fuma clan were free from Orochimaru's control, Naruto and his team returned to Konoha. Mizuki Tracking Mission. Ready to begin his 3-year training with Jiraiya, Naruto was furious to learn that Jiraiya was ordered by Tsunade to go gather information instead for a while. After Jiraiya managed to sneak away from Naruto, he decided to talk directly to Tsunade. Naruto, who was spying on one of Tsunade's Hokage meetings, discovered that Mizuki not only had escaped from prison, but had a connection to Orochimaru. Seeing this as another chance to find Sasuke, Naruto went off to look for Mizuki and met up with Iruka. Eventually, Naruto fought Mizuki and was horrified at how much stronger Mizuki looked now. Iruka had Naruto fight against the legendary Stupid Brothers while Iruka faced off against Mizuki. After being completely overpowered by the 2 brothers' insane raw strength, Naruto was saved by Team 10, who took over the battle so Naruto could aid Iruka. Along the way, Naruto met Mizuki's former lover, Tsubaki. With her help, Naruto and Iruka found Mizuki's hideout, where it was discovered that Mizuki was given instructions for a special performance-enhancing drug. Meanwhile, Team 10 is almost defeated since the 2 brothers are too powerful, but Tsunade comes to their aid and convinces them that Mizuki tricked them and that they should head back to the prison. After consuming the drug, Mizuki becomes a behemoth of his former self and completely overpowered Naruto and Iruka. After discovering that Mizuki's speed was rapidly declining from pouring more chakra into his raw strength, Naruto and Iruka were able to defeat him with a well-timed maneuver that ended with a Rasengan. After Mizuki was interrogated, it was discovered that he unfortunately had no knowledge of Orochimaru's whereabouts. Bikochu's search mission. Seeing how desperate Naruto was to find Sasuke, Team 8 came up with a solution. They requested Tsunade assign them a mission to find the legendary Bikochu beetle that could track any target as long as they had the target scent. As Kurenai was still hospitalized and there were no other missions available, she approved their request. Naruto was placed on the team as well after being caught spying, and forced to vow not to continue asking for missions to be sent to search for Sasuke if this one failed. Naruto was annoyed, however, to be under Shino's command. Upon finally arriving at the nesting grounds of the Bikochu, the team had great difficulty searching for it. Things became even more complicated when it was discovered that the Kamizuru clan of Iwagakure were also after the beetle in hopes of restoring their clan honor. After Naruto and his team managed to capture the Bikochu and it laid an egg, Hinata was captured by the enemies and used as a hostage to get the egg. While Naruto and his team tried to save her, they fell prey to the enemy's trap and were captured as well. Fortunately, Shino had already hid the Bikochu too thoroughly for the enemies to find. After Hinata escapes from her prison only to seemingly fall off a cliff, Naruto begins to draw on his tailed beast chakra in a rage, frightening an enemy who decides to preemptively kill him. Fortunately, Hinata appeared and saved her team. Naruto then watched in amazement as Hinata's new original technique completely overpowered the enemy's B-oriented techniques. He was even more shocked to hear that he was the one who inspired Hinata to attempt making something so complex and powerful. After Naruto defeated the last enemy, the Bikochu egg finally began to hatch. Naruto unfortunately could not find Sasuke's forehead protector that he brought for Sasuke's scent. In a fit of desperation, Naruto accidentally farted, causing the baby Bikochu to memorize the latter's scent. This meant that the mission was a failure as a Bikochu can only memorize one scent in its lifetime, and it'll take another year before another egg is hatched. Upon returning to the village, Naruto was forced to face a livid Sakura, who was angered due to his bumbling the last chance Tsunade had permitted them to attempt to find Sasuke. Kurosuke family removal mission. With Jiraiya still gone and no idea of when he would return, Naruto decided to train any way he could in the village. While training in the woods, he came across 3 weak and injured men from the village of the Katabami gold mine. Naruto brought them back to Konoha. After they recovered and explained to Tsunade that they came to Konoha for help in ridding their village of a terrible gang, Tsunade decided to assign Naruto on the mission with Team Guy to keep him preoccupied. Before leaving, Naruto learned from Lee, who was told by Guy that the leader of this gang is Raiga Kurosuke, a former member of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen of the Mist. Naruto saw this as another chance to find Sasuke, as Raiga might know where Kisame and Itachi are, which could lead him to Sasuke. Before arriving at the village, the team stopped at a small restaurant that Lee knew well from his early days training with Guy. There they met an old acquaintance of Lee's, Sansho, an elderly lady whose best meal was an energizing and nutritious curry known as the Curry of Life. Sansho revealed that her son Karashi had left the village a while ago after getting a wrong understanding on being strong. The team then went to the village and were horrified to discover that not only were the villagers so traumatized by the gang that they refused to be rescued, but also that Raiga had a psychotic joy for funerals and would regularly bury people alive. After defeating Raiga's minions and discovering one of them was Karashi, Naruto and the others were confronted by Raiga. In addition to Raiga's highly powerful lightning jutsu, Naruto and the team found themselves at an even bigger disadvantage from a powerful genjutsu even Neji's Byakugan was powerless against. Soon, it was discovered that Raiga's unique genjutsu and much of his power was actually coming from a young boy he was carrying on his back. The boy was named Renmaru and possessed a unique dojutsu. After separating the two, Naruto was able to launch him off a cliff with a Rasengan and defeat him. Afterwards, Naruto and the team retrieved Renmaru. They learned that the boy had been with Raiga for years by choice because the two of them had an understanding. Raiga gave Renmaru a reason to live and feel useful. This made Naruto remember Haku, who shared a similar relationship with Zabuza, and ultimately refused to let Renmaru go down the same path as Haku did, and offered him another path. Later, while the team was helping Sancho make a shelter for her shop against a storm, Renmaru had Karashi bring him to Raiga's burial. Renmaru was able to tell that despite Raiga's fatal wounds from Naruto, Raiga was still barely alive. Renmaru, without hesitation, transferred almost all of his energy into Raiga to save him. Infuriated by the sight of a seemingly dead Renmaru, Raiga took out his rage on Naruto and the team. No longer having Renmaru's eyes to aid him in battle, Raiga gathered natural energy from a lightning storm of power and enhanced his lightning release technique. After Renmaru was saved and rescued by Tenten, he began to understand what Naruto was talking about, in terms of finding value in life besides killing others. Renmaru helped Sansho and Karashi revive the unconscious Naruto, Neji, and Lee with the Curry of Life. Renmaru then tried to convince Raiga to stop the meaningless battle, but Raiga only viewed this as a betrayal. After seeing that Renmaru had made up his mind and Naruto managed to overpower him, Raiga decided to give himself a funeral by electrocuting himself to death. After the mission was completed, with Renmaru now being apprenticed to Sansho, Naruto and his team returned to the village. Gosenkugi capture mission. When word that a notorious thief known as Gosenkugi of the Land of Stone was making his way towards the Land of Fire reached Konoha, Tsunade assigned Naruto, Kiba, and Hinata to capture the man. Along their way, they met a bounty hunter by the name of Sazanami who was also after Gosenkugi. After quickly dispatching Naruto and his friends, Sazanami managed to find Gosenkugi but was quickly defeated. He was saved by Konoha Shinobi. It was later, while treating the man's wounds, that Naruto and his team found out the man was actually another wanted man by the name of Tokichi. Tokichi explained that he was framed for murdering a family that Gosenkugi actually killed. Deciding to help Tokichi clear his name, they worked together to track down Gosenkugi again. Gosenkugi and Tokichi himself were captured by another bounty hunter and handed over to the authorities. The bounty hunter was an honorable man and helped clear Tokichi's name. For Naruto and the others, this meant they failed their mission as someone else captured Gosenkugi. Cursed Warrior Extermination Mission. While eating ramen after doing his daily training in preparation for Jiraiya's return, Naruto met a young man named Chishima. He's told about the troubles going on in the land of birds and wishes to help. He then joins Neji and Tenten in solving the mystery of Cursed Warrior's ghost. Upon arriving in the land of birds, they meet one of the daimyo's advisors, Moso, who explains the situation. While searching the kingdom at night, Naruto and his team find the ghost and face off against it, only to find that not only was the armor empty, but according to Neji's Byakugan, it had no living presence. Kome believed later that it was one of Moso's devices. The following day, Moso explains that it's believed that the whole situation is a scheme to set up the daimyo's head strategist Kome to take over the land of birds. They then go meet the daimyo, Sagi, who turns out to be a young teen and childhood friend of Chishima. However, since becoming daimyo and losing his twin sister Toki, he has become quite cold to all beyond his duties as daimyo. After saving him from an attempted assassination, it's discovered that the weapons are owned by Kome's soldiers. Naruto, Neji, and Tenten begin spying on Kome, who later goes to the site Cursed Warrior was seen the previous night. This time, upon fighting, Naruto and his team face a much more formidable opponent using high-level ninjutsu techniques. While defeating him, the enemy commits suicide by melting himself in acid. Then later, Kome is arrested for conspiracy. While they are told the mission is over, both Naruto and Neji have their doubts about it. Naruto goes back to the site to investigate and discovers a chain of underground tunnels. Unfortunately, Naruto takes a path that leads inside the daimyo's palace and is arrested. Later, in a prison cell, Naruto is confronted by Cursed Warrior who attempts to kill him. Naruto manages to defeat him and discovers that it's really Sagi in disguise. Sagi explains that he made the disguise to find out who killed his father and sister. Before the fight could continue, an injured Chishima appears and reveals that Moso was behind the deaths of Sagi's family. Naruto then impersonates the Cursed Warrior and saves Kome from his execution. He then meets up with Neji, Tenten, and the newly arrived Kakashi. They then go to confront Moso. Unfortunately, Sagi goes ahead out of his desire for revenge. Upon catching up with Sagi, it's discovered that Sagi is actually the twin sister Toki impersonating her dead brother. It's also discovered that Moso is actually a ninja named Hoki of the Watari ninja, who plan to take over the land of birds. Hoki kidnaps Toki, and Naruto and Chishima go after him while Kakashi, Neji, and Tenten deal with the Watari ninja. Naruto is initially overwhelmed by Hoki's cunning deceptions and various improvised jutsu, but is saved by the spirit of Sagi, who tells Naruto he has to save Toki from her anger. After a battle of clones between the two, Naruto defeats Hoki. Later, Naruto and his team watch as Toki takes up her role officially as daimyo and thanks Naruto for saving her kindness. Kaima Capture Mission. When Anko Mitarashi was assigned to escort a delivery ship and to stop a sea monster mystery in the land of the sea, she was assigned with Naruto, Shino, and Ino as all other active ninja were unavailable. Upon arriving at the land of the sea, Naruto met a young girl with several bandages named Isaribi. Naruto is shocked to learn that much like him, Isaribi was shunned from the society and treated as a monster. Naruto tried to befriend her, but she was too traumatized to embrace his kindness. Later, when reaching the ship, Naruto and his team were attacked by Yorai Akado and Misumi Tsurugi from the Chunin exams. Naruto was knocked out and sunk into the ocean. Fortunately, he was saved by Isaribi. Meanwhile, after gathering information from the villagers, they found Isaribi after she transformed into a humanoid sea creature and prevented her from escaping. After catching up with his team, Naruto discovers the sea monster was actually Isaribi. Unfortunately, before they could figure things out, Yoroi appears and kidnaps Isaribi. Naruto's team is unable to follow as Anko mysteriously faints. After Anko recovers, she reveals the truth about her past in this chain of islands. She tells her team that several years ago, Orochimaru used this place as a base to conduct many of his horrific experiments. He was responsible for the people mysteriously disappearing, kidnapping them and using them as lab rats. Isaribi was one of them. These actions also started the legend of people being captured by spirits. Determined to make Orochimaru pay, Naruto insisted on destroying the hidden lab. While Anko was able to guide them to the lab thanks to prior knowledge she had as Orochimaru's former apprentice, they were ambushed by the enemy. Naruto was shocked to learn that Isaribi was working with the people who turned her into a freak. She explained that all she cared about was becoming normal again, which Amachi, the lead scientist, promised would do. Naruto began to convince her that this was wrong and that he understood her pain since he too had been discriminated against, but Isaribi refused to listen. She then retreated with Amachi to attack the cargo ship. Naruto was stopped from following by Misumi, who was able to defeat him with Ino's help. After escaping with his team from the crumbling lab as the result of all the fighting inside, Naruto and his team went after Amachi and Isaribi. Naruto then found himself up against Isaribi, but eventually managed to make her understand what she was doing was wrong. Soon after, Amachi went up against Naruto and revealed to have put himself through the same surgery as Isaribi, but fully perfected. Initially, Naruto was completely overwhelmed, but by tapping into some of the Nine-Tails' chakra, Naruto quickly defeated him. He soon after collapsed from exhaustion, but was saved again by Isaribi, who was compelled to save him after realizing that Naruto really did understand her pain. Shortly after Naruto awoke, he and his team found themselves attacked by Amachi's spectral summoning. Naruto countered by summoning Gamabunta to help. Together, they were able to destroy it with an improvised fire release technique. After discovering that Amagi had no idea how to restore Isaribi to her previous form, Naruto offered that Isaribi come back with him to Konoha in hopes that Tsunade's superior medical prowess would be able to help. Buried Gold Excavation Mission. Noticing that lately Naruto, Hinata, and Kiba have had a rather low success rate in their ninja missions, Tsunade decided to give them one final chance to succeed or be sent back to the academy to restart their training. Their mission was to retrieve a hidden treasure. Initially, Naruto and Kiba kept getting into arguments about which way to go, which resulted in them taking different directions and each time Kiba emerging the one correct. Along the way, Hinata injured her ankle, forcing Kiba to go on alone while Naruto stayed with Hinata. After Kiba left, Naruto and Hinata were attacked and captured by mysterious ninja. Naruto later awoke to discover that he and his friends were replicated by their captors. The captors revealed themselves to be of the Kedouin clan, a clan with a special transformation technique that copies a person beyond just looking like their target. Their plan is to infiltrate Konoha and destroy it from the inside. The enemies attempt to crush Naruto and his team in a cave-in. Naruto and Kiba manage to free Hinata, who then uses her gentle fist to repel all the rocks. Later, Naruto and his team escape the cave and go after the Kedouin clan. To Naruto's fury, his double goes all around the village, building up a huge bill from various restaurants, and then eats all of Naruto's saved food at home. After finding the doubles, it's discovered that they can't replicate the original's physical prowess and are easily able to capture them. Later, it's revealed from Tsunade that she actually hired the Kedouin clan to test Naruto and the others on how well they could handle just such a situation. Starguard Mission. While having a snack with Sakura, Naruto learns that Neji, Lee, and Tenten were sent on a mission to aid Hoshigakure protect their precious chakra-emitting star, which was actually a meteorite from Thebes. Suspecting that Orochimaru might be behind these attempted thefts, Naruto convinced Tsunade to add him to the team. After Naruto and the team arrived at the base, they met a young Hoshi Geni named Sumeru, who escorted them safely around the deadly gases surrounding the village. They were then introduced to the acting leader, or Hoshikage, of the village, Akahoshi, who explained the situation. It was revealed that the special star enhances the chakra of whoever trains under it long enough, and enables them to manipulate their raw chakra in very unique ways, forming a ninjutsu known as the Mysterious Peacock Method. Later, the star was stolen by a masked ninja who possessed the same star-enhanced techniques as the Hoshigakure, only more powerful and refined. When Naruto began making friends with several of the Hoshi Genin, he learned that Sumeru lost his parents when he was young and dreams of becoming Kage. Later, after Sumeru was kidnapped by Akahoshi disguised as the masked ninja, it was discovered that the real reason why the star was so coveted by other villages was because of the dangers of using it, as very few in history had survived the star training. The forced releasing and enhancement of chakra generally proves too unnatural for most people to adapt to, causing the body to give out and die before it can properly synchronize with their chakra. And even if the person does complete the training, there is still a chance the person will eventually be killed by the enhanced chakra. Although the third Hoshikage who died recently stopped the training, Akahoshi resumed it soon afterwards, which the Hoshi ninja may have been willing to go through for the village's prosperity. Later, Naruto found himself up against the masked ninja again when Akahoshi attacked with the intent of killing the masked ninja and knocked Naruto and the masked ninja into the poisonous cavern. Fortunately, the masked ninja saved them both. Naruto then discovered that the masked ninja was actually a Hoshi Jonin named Natsuhi, who was Sumeru's mother and one of the few people to ever successfully complete the star training. She explained that 10 years ago, Natsuhi and her husband, who sometime later died, convinced the third Hoshikage to stop the star training in exchange for faking their death and watching over the village from afar. After hearing how dangerous the star really was, Naruto was determined to help Natsuhi stop Akahoshi, who was deliberately using Hoshigakure for his own selfish goals. After facing off with Akahoshi, he was revealed to have killed the third Hoshikage so he could take over the village and resume the star training, and was willing to sacrifice anyone as long as the village got the glory he desired. After Sumeru appeared, Akahoshi used him as a hostage to force Natsuhi to give him the star. Despite Naruto's anger at Akahoshi, Neji reminded Naruto that technically Akahoshi is not the villain to the Hoshigakure, as they all wish to make their village strong, and as such, the Konoha ninja cannot do anything against the leader without repercussions. Later, Natsuhi attempted to retrieve the star once again despite her failing health, but was killed by Akahoshi. It wasn't until one of the Hoshi Genin showed their villagers the damage the star training did to his body, and the truth of the third Hoshikage's death was revealed to the villagers, and they finally turned against Akahoshi. Deciding to regain control by any means, Akahoshi embedded the star into his being to gain a tremendous power increase. With the help of a final technique left behind from Natsuhi, Naruto was able to defeat Akahoshi and destroy the star using the Rasengan. Later, the infected Hoshi ninja were taken to Konoha for treatment from Tsunade and are cured. Naruto is glad to see that despite losing the star, the Hoshigakure is still determined to become recognized as the next great shinobi village. Peddler's Escort Mission. Excited to finally have another mission, Naruto was joined by Hinata and Choji to go to the land of vegetables to escort a group of merchants. Along the way, it was noticed that smoke was coming from deep within the land of vegetables, prompting Naruto to investigate. Upon doing so, he was attacked by a couple of unknown ninja. After escaping them and reporting to his team, it was decided to try going down a different route in hopes the mysterious ninja weren't after them. In addition, one of the merchants, Shun, suggested the group split into two to allow the weak and younger members further protection. After the teams were split, with Hinata going ahead with the weaker group and Naruto and Choji staying back to protect the first group, Naruto went to check the area again and found one of the merchants, Kikunojo, dead and dressed as a ninja. Naruto then returned to his group in time to see the enemies attacking and just as quickly retreating. This allowed Naruto and Choji to realize the enemies were after a target in the other group. After catching up with Hinata's group, Naruto and Choji confronted Shun and Yurinoshin, since Kikunosuke was close to them. It was revealed that Shun was actually Princess Haruna, heir to the Land of Vegetables throne, and Kikunosuke and Yurinoshin were Haruna's personal bodyguards named Kikunojo and Yurinojo. It was also revealed that a dangerous group of ninja called the Jonin conjured a coup d'etat and killed the Land of Vegetables daimyo. Fearing that their combined skills would not be enough to protect Haruna, Kikunojo and Yurinojo hired Konoha for extra help, but pretended it was an escort mission because they were low on money. Naruto was furious when he learned that Haruna decided to use the innocent merchants as a decoy for her escape from the criminal brothers. Later, he was told that Haruna had lost her faith in others because of her troubled past of growing up away from her home for years in a terrible land. Later, the youngest member of the group and the one who killed Kikunojo, Ruiga, attacked Naruto and his team. Despite being outnumbered, Ruiga's unique water technique easily overpowered his enemies. Fortunately, an attack was already predicted and Hinata escaped with Haruna. After Yurinojo realized Ruiga's technique doesn't work in dry areas, he, along with Choji and Naruto, lured Ruiga into a cannon to cut off his water supply, and they were able to defeat him. Unfortunately, Yurinojo sustained an injury, causing Choji to stay with him while Naruto went after Hinata and Haruna. Naruto then discovered that Haruna knocked out Hinata and ran away. While looking for Haruna, the second brother Jiga appeared. Armed with a magnetic wave manipulating jutsu, Naruto was quickly defeated. Fortunately, Hinata arrived and used her gentle fist to turn Jiga's own technique against him by tampering with his chakra network, causing Jiga to become buried in iron sand. Afterwards, Naruto leaves an exhausted Hinata in Choji and Yurinojo's care while he went off to find Haruna, knowing that she needs help and to regain faith in others. After finding Haruna, they were ambushed by the eldest brother of the group, Renga. Naruto faced off against Renga, but his unique ability to create ice discs out of the moisture in the air allowed him to repel all of Naruto's attacks and force him on the defensive. After hearing that Renga planned to kill his brothers later so he could keep all the profits for himself, and how Haruna's father gave her up as a hostage for the country's safety but deeply despised himself for it, Haruna realized her outlook in life was wrong. When Renga began to use the discs to create heat beams from the sun's rays, Naruto used his forehead protector to reflect the beam on Renga and defeat him. Afterwards, Haruna found herself with a chance to kill Renga and avenge her father, but she chose not to after being inspired by Naruto's selflessness. Later, after being crowned daimyo, Haruna decided to become a ruler with the same kind of compassion. She asked Naruto to be her advisor, but Naruto declined as he still desired to save Sasuke. Third Great Beast Arc. While going through a standard checkup with Tsunade, Naruto learned that Lee's recovery from his injuries during the Chunin exams was still questionable. Later, Naruto and Tenten went to check in on Lee just in time to see him in a practice match against a young prodigy named Yagura. To Naruto, Tenten, and Guy's amazement, not only was Yagura able to push Lee back in taijutsu combat, but was also able to use advanced taijutsu techniques to nearly break Lee's ankle. Later, when Naruto and Tenten were worrying about Lee's well-being, Neji convinced them to have faith in Lee as Neji had learned, stating bluntly that Lee has the potential to surpass any prodigy despite his shortcomings because of his dedication. Later, when Guy went on a mission with Yagura, it was discovered that the boy who was with Guy was actually an imposter. Tsunade quickly sent Tenten, Neji, and Naruto to go after Guy. Tsunade also decided not to tell Lee in fear that he would follow them despite his ankle injury. Upon catching up with Guy, it was discovered that he was already captured by a ninja team of brothers who wielded a unique puppet technique that controlled wooden training dummies and were on a mission of revenge against Guy for their father's death. While Naruto and the team managed to fight back the dummies, Lee surprisingly showed up and rushed to aid his sensei. As Naruto and the team began to tire, Guy and Lee managed to defeat the brothers' dummy fortress and break the technique. Afterwards, Guy revealed to everyone the story behind his battle with the brothers' father, making the brothers realize that their father didn't have contempt for Guy, but respect. This meant that their desire for revenge was pointless. Konoha plans recapture mission. With so much new construction and expansion going on in the village, workers from outside were also being hired to help, including an old man named Geno. Shortly after meeting each other at Ichiraku, Naruto and Geno became close. It turned out that Geno was in fact a legendary ninja from Kagero Village, who was infamous as a strategist. One night, Geno finally began his plan against Konoha and stole several building blueprints. After being cornered by the Anbu, Geno decided to end things by blowing himself up. Later, after Tsunade sent every available ninja above Genin rank except Shikamaru on a mission to secure the Land of Fire's border from a possible attack that Geno spoke of from Takigakure, Tsunade assembled Naruto and the other Genin to aid Shikamaru in locating the stolen blueprints. Naruto was horrified to find out that the kind man he grew attached to was actually the enemy of the village. Later, Naruto was taken in for questioning with the Anbu as he possibly would be the best lead for discovering Geno's plans. Even with hypnosis, the Anbu were unable to gather any useful information beyond that Geno was nice to Naruto because he reminded Geno of his grandson. Later, questions about Geno's supposed death came up. It was then discovered that Geno faked his death with a fake corpse. It was also discovered that Takigakure had nothing to do with Geno, meaning Geno tricked Konoha into making itself almost completely unprotected. The group's search for Geno soon took them to the academy, where it was discovered that an enormous chain of explosive tags were planted starting from it, leading all over the village. The group then immediately went to work safely removing the explosive tags. Thanks to help from Hamada Mitakado and Koharu Utatane, it was discovered that Geno actually planted most of them 30 years ago. This meant that Geno came to the village once before. It was then learned that 30 years ago, Geno's village was at war with Konoha. In the end, Konoha was able to destroy the village with a sneak attack. 2 days later, however, another rival village came and destroyed the remnants. Meanwhile, Naruto remembered that whenever he ate ramen with Geno, he was frequently gazing at the Hokage monument. This prompted Naruto to go investigate. Inside, he found that Geno was indeed alive and had planted several explosive tags inside the monument. Geno revealed that the explosive tags all over the village were just another decoy. His real goal was to cause a rock slide from the monument to destroy the village. The group arrived in time after Shikamaru correctly deduced Geno's true goal and disarmed his main means of triggering the tags. Not willing to give up, Geno summoned a giant bird to activate them manually from the monument of the third Hokage. With help, Naruto was able to stop the bird with his Rasengan. Later, Geno died as it was discovered that he was incredibly ill. It was also revealed his grandson was actually his son, and after getting to know Naruto, he decided instead of revenge to have one last fun game. He did so by tampering with several of his explosive tags to, at most, leave a few weak cracks in the monument. After learning the truth, Naruto realized the village had to be prepared for real enemies who desire the village's destruction, and he decided more than ever to train hard. Yakumo Kodama Rescue Mission. While continuing his solo training, Naruto came across a young girl painting Konoha. While watching her do so, she strangely drew a bolt of lightning striking the village. To Naruto's shock, the village suddenly did get struck by lightning, causing the Ninja Academy to become engulfed in flames. While following the girl to figure things out, Naruto was stopped by 2 medical nin and an Anbu who drugged her and took her somewhere. Naruto soon returned to the village only to learn that recently Kurenai gave up her position as sensei of Team 8. Not wanting his friends to be sad, Naruto went to find Kurenai and try to reason with her. After failing to make her change her mind, Naruto went to talk to Tsunade. Instead of doing so, he bumped into Sakura, who revealed that Kurenai quit because of a new development from an old student of hers, Yakumo Kodama, a student with an unheard of natural aptitude for genjutsu. Deciding to investigate further, Naruto found Yakumo at her family's mansion and disguised himself as Kurenai to gain access. Inside, he found several pictures of various horrors, including the image of Kurenai being stabbed in the chest. Seeing this picture somehow caused Naruto to become suddenly struck by an overwhelming fear as if he himself had been stabbed, and a vision of a demonic-looking Yakumo. After being discovered, Naruto was drugged and knocked out. While unconscious, Naruto had a dream about Yakumo and Kurenai which showed that despite Yakumo badly wanting to be a ninja, Kurenai refused to let her and instead decided to perform a Fuin Jutsu to seal away her power. Later, it was discovered that Yakumo came from a noble clan of Konoha that was once infamous for its high aptitude and strong usage of genjutsu, but lost much of their reputation ever since Yakumo's parents, the head of the Kurama clan, died. It was also revealed that the Kurama clan had a very rare and powerful Kekai Genkai, but without proper guidance was deemed too dangerous. Naruto then joined up on a mission to protect Yakumo with Might Guy, Sakura, and Team 8, as Yakumo was being targeted by members of the Kurama clan, including her uncle, Unkai. Naruto and his team managed to find Yakumo, who was protected by Kurenai in time to save her from the clan. After Sakura treated Kurenai and Yakumo, Yakumo revealed to Naruto that she was put under Kurenai's care back then because of a special order from the third Hokage, due to Yakumo's weak body, but strong and unstable powers. She also revealed that she overheard the third Hokage talking to Kurenai about the Kurama clan's power being a threat to the village that had to be dealt with. To Naruto's even greater shock, Yakumo's parents were killed in a horrible fire that Yakumo suspected was the third Hokage's doing. Upon returning to the village, the team found it in ruins with no sign of life. While searching for others, Naruto was found by Unkai. He explained to Naruto that the destroyed village was actually a giant genjutsu cast by Yakumo. Unkai also explained that he and the Kurama clan were after Yakumo because they feared her powers were becoming too unstable and dangerous for the village's safety. He explained that Yakumo's Kekai Genkai allowed her to cast genjutsu that stimulate the mind so much that it can cause actual damage, even to the point of death. The problem is, without proper care and training, the Kekai Genkai's power can turn against the user by creating a second highly dangerous personality known as Ido. Because of this, the third Hokage and Kurenai realized there was no choice but to destroy Yakumo's power before the second mind took over. Willing to sacrifice himself, Unkai knocked Naruto out to block his senses, making the genjutsu powerless and helping Naruto escape. Doing so unfortunately left Unkai terribly wounded. Naruto and Team 8 quickly went after Kurenai and Yakumo, only to be caught in more genjutsu. Despite Kurenai's pleas for Naruto not to, Naruto began telling Yakumo the truth about her powers. Doing so caused her to finally remember how her parents died, which caused her inner demon to finally break free. While Naruto had a heated struggle against it, Kurenai pleaded with Yakumo to help as she was the only one who could stop it. While scared and unsure of herself, Yakumo was convinced by Kurenai that this was still her power and she could learn to make this a great tool if she overcame the darkness. Yakumo managed to destroy the monster and save Naruto, finally purging herself of the darkness. Afterwards, it was learned that all this time, Yakumo still cared for Kurenai as a mother figure. With Kurenai's final mission from the third Hokage finally completed, Kurenai felt that she could now resume her role as leader of Team 8. While Naruto was happy for his friends, this adventure reminded him that he still had to worry about his inner demon and to save Sasuke from his darkness. Gontetsu Escort Mission. Naruto, Lee, and Sakura were ordered to help escort a wanted criminal named Gontetsu, who was a member of the criminal group called Shinabazu, to the Land of Forest's capital to be interrogated and stand trial. Upon arriving at their mission, Naruto and the others met Todoroki, one of the head guards. He quickly made it clear that he didn't want the young ninja's assistance. It was clear that for some reason, he had especially high anger towards Gontetsu. During the transfer through a river, the Shinabazu attacked and caused Naruto, Todoroki, and Gontetsu to be separated from the rest of the group. After a short skirmish with the Shinabazu's leader, Shura, they fell off a waterfall, forcing Shura to retreat. While Naruto managed to survive, with Todoroki and Gontetsu, they were now lost in a maze-like forest, which was also the Shinabazu's home territory. Surprisingly, Gontetsu offered to lead them through it. He explained to Naruto and Todoroki that the Shinabazu were after him to get the money that he stole from them back and then to kill him. Along the way, one of the Shinabazu members, Toki, found and attacked them. With help from Gontetsu, Naruto was able to defeat him. In doing so, Gontetsu had gained Naruto's trust, but Todoroki's rage toward the man seemed to grow even greater. It was then revealed that Gontetsu killed Todoroki's family 5 years ago. After learning what happened to his family, Todoroki joined the Land of Forest's police to find his family's killers and trained extensively so he could get revenge. Finally giving into his anger, Todoroki decided he would kill Gontetsu now. Then, another member of the Shinabazu appeared named Monju. He captured Gontetsu in a net of steel string, and caught Naruto and Todoroki in a constricting trap of more steel string. Later, after Monju left with Gontetsu, Naruto and Todoroki used their sweat to weaken the strings and broke free. Naruto then caught up with Gontetsu and Monju, who was fighting Sakura, Lee, and strangely, a group of kids. With some shadow clone tactics, Naruto was able to defeat Monju. Unfortunately, Shura then emerged and took one of the kids after Monju told him the boy knew where their treasure was. The boy turned out to actually be Todoroki's younger brother, Akio. Todoroki, who arrived not too long ago, refused to believe it. It was explained that while Gontetsu was once a true member of the Shinabazu, after witnessing the pointless slaughtering his gang was doing, he began secretly saving children from Shinabazu's attacks and sheltering them, starting with Akio. Over time, the children began looking to Gontetsu as a father figure and became a new family. Eventually, he decided that his actions of merely sheltering people wasn't strong enough and decided to put an end to Shinabazu. He then formulated a plan to steal from them their stolen goods and get caught by the police, knowing that this would drag out Shinabazu and give the opportunity needed to stop them permanently. Despite learning the truth, Todoroki refused to forgive Gontetsu as he still helped in the murder of his parents. Naruto, Todoroki, and Lee then joined in saving Akio, while Sakura stayed behind to watch the orphans. Upon arriving at the base, Todoroki accidentally set off the alarms. They soon found Akio, only to be caught in a trap set by Shura, who set the building on fire. Naruto left Todoroki and Gontetsu to save Akio while he went after Shura. With the assistance of his shadow clones, he was able to catch up to Shura and defeat him with a Rasengan. Later, with the Shinabazu destroyed, Todoroki begrudgingly decided to let Gontetsu go and watch over the orphans. Swearing that he would tell his superiors Gontetsu was killed in the fire. Todoroki also grudgingly decided to let his brother Akio stay and help Gontetsu. Menma Memory Search Mission. While searching for a special bamboo ingredient for his next ramen meal, Naruto came across a young man floating in the river. He quickly took him to the village hospital. It was discovered that the young boy had no memory of who he was. There were no clues as to who he was beyond an ocarina. Later the following night, lightning struck the hospital, causing it to burst into flames. The young man, who was still being cared for, quickly acted by saving an infant with the aid of a strange technique performed with his ocarina. To thank him, Tsunade decided to let the boy stay in the village for the time being, as long as he stayed with Naruto. Naruto then decided to name him Menma, a name he came up with from the bamboo he found. As time went on, Menma showed himself to be very considerate and giving, as he began doing all kinds of chores around the village without even being asked. While cleaning the Hokage monument, an unknown man attacked Naruto. At first, Naruto was forced on the defense until Menma played another melody on his ocarina, which somehow gave Naruto a tremendous surge of chakra to overwhelm the man. This forced the man to retreat and Naruto to wonder who Menma really was. After telling Tsunade about the incident, Tsunade theorized Menma might be from the land of rice fields that was known for music-based techniques. After begging her, Naruto and Menma were allowed to go along with Neji and Tenten. They were sent along as Tsunade feared Menma might be affiliated with Orochimaru as one of his subordinates. Tayuya used a similar technique. On their journey, they came across a small village in ruins. The sight of the destruction seemed to horrify Menma. Soon after, Naruto and the others were attacked by the villagers. Despite their unexplained hostility, the villagers stopped attacking after learning they were from Konoha. Before the team left the village, one of the villagers approached them and begged for help. She explained that because of the gold mine at the foot of the village, it had been subjected to a terrible attack by rogue ninja from Otogakure, costing the village countless lives. Thanks to Menma's insistence, it was decided that they would stay and help. Naruto and Menma then began making a wall to aid in protecting the village from the next attack. Eventually, the rest of the village was inspired to help make the wall. While still working on it, the man who attacked Naruto and Menma earlier attacked again. In the scuffle, Menma was injured while saving the village leader. While treating his wound, it was shockingly discovered a tattoo on Menma that revealed that he was actually a member of Missing Nin. Despite the village's anger towards him, they were talked into helping Menma. Soon after, the rogue ninja attacked again, led by the man from earlier. After managing to fight back their enemies, Menma, who seemed to have regained his memories, revealed that he knew the gang leader Shin's backup plan, to blow a large dam to flood the entire village. Menma asked Naruto to bring him to the mines where he planted several explosive tags to counter Shin's plan. Along the way, Menma revealed he was indeed a member of that gang. He explained that he was taken in by them when he was young, but never realized how evil they were until they attacked the village. Menma explained that after being taken to Konoha, he pretended to have amnesia to live a peaceful life even for a short while, and to get help from Konoha in stopping his clan's horrible actions against the small village. While Naruto was initially furious at Menma for all his lies, he soon sympathized with him for his troubled past, and realized Menma's intentions behind his lies were pure. Menma then gave Naruto his ocarina as a parting gift before pushing him into a canyon river and setting off the explosive tags at the cost of his own life. While it succeeded in stopping Shin's plan, Naruto was furious at the loss of his friend and defeated Shin with his Rasengan. Later, back at the village, Naruto finally had the special ramen he was waiting for Ichiraku to prepare, and he had it in memory of Menma. Sunagakure support mission. Kakashi is shown investigating the Takami village. His ninja dogs found that the village was deserted and that the body of their founder was taken from its grave. Meanwhile, Sakura, Shikamaru, and Naruto discussed the status report from Temari saying that she and her brothers are going to become involved in their village's new shinobi training program. In Suna, the three siblings were shown leading a combat training class. One of the students, a shy, quiet girl named Matsuri, was reluctant to use something that could hurt someone else, so Gaara taught her how to use a defensive weapon, the Johyo. They became friends. After word reached Konoha that Gaara and his team needed help against a group of ninja called the Four Celestial Symbols Men from the Takami village who kidnapped Matsuri, Naruto joined the rest of the Konoha 11 minus Tenten under Shikamaru's command to help. Naruto was particularly glad he could finally pay Gaara back for helping them during Sasuke's defection. Quickly, Shikamaru formulated a strategy to best handle the situation and had Naruto pair up with Lee for the main offensive assistance. The two arrived in time to save Gaara from Suiko, an opponent with chakra-absorbing armor after being struck with a water-release water dragon bullet technique. After Gaara recovered with help from Sakura's medical ninjutsu, he took over for Naruto and Lee to finish off Suiko. Afterwards, Gaara went on ahead. He stopped just before going into the cannon and was shown to be worried about Matsuri. Naruto followed soon after. Naruto arrived in time to see Gaara facing off against the leader of the Four Celestial Symbols Men, Hoki, now armed with all the unique weapons of his allies. Unfortunately, Gaara was too exhausted to properly fight back. Naruto quickly went to help Gaara. After Hoki shouted in anger towards the 5 great shinobi countries for overlooking his village's greatness as weapons makers and vowing to destroy them, he trapped Gaara in a giant iron sphere, which began absorbing the chakra of Shukaku, the one-tailed demon. Doing so slowly began to make Gaara transform into Shukaku. Hoki then used that chakra and himself as a sacrifice to perform a resurrection technique with the intent of reviving the Takumi village founder Seimei. Quickly after emerging, Seimei reconfigured the weapons of Hoki as armor for himself. Seimei then began siphoning off Shukaku's chakra, making Naruto repeatedly try to break Gaara free. Eventually, Gaara's transformation process proved too great for the prison to handle. While Seimei was looking forward to facing Shukaku, Gaara was able to suppress Shukaku and revert to normal, amazing Naruto and everyone else who appeared. While everyone else didn't understand why Gaara wouldn't take advantage of Shukaku's power, Kankuro explained that Gaara was determined to rely on his own power from now on. Gaara then used his remaining chakra to turn some of the canyon around them into sand and crushed Seimei, finally ending the battle and saving Matsuri. As everyone rushed to help Gaara, who fainted shortly afterwards, Kankuro noted to Naruto how he finally found someone who he could relate to. Later, while Naruto was recovering at the village, Jiraiya showed up. After explaining how he had spent the past few months gathering information about the Akatsuki, he told Naruto he was finally ready to train him for the next 2 years. Gaara, Temari, Kankuro, and Matsuri left for Sunagakure. After recovering and having one last bowl of ramen with Irika, Naruto finally set off with Jiraiya to begin his training, vowing to become strong enough to free Sasuke from Orochimaru when he returned. And that, my friends, is the complete Naruto recap. Time skip can completely change an anime, granting new powers and abilities to the main characters without having to explicitly show all of the training and research and meditation required to level up. Oh, plus there's always new costumes. So after failing to rescue Sasuke from the clutches of Orochimaru, Naruto needed some time to get his life together, and the main villains had to get their master plan in motion. Thanks to this, we got Naruto Shippuden. Shippuden meaning Hurricane Chronicles or something like that, of course. This time skip follow-up to the Naruto series blew people's minds when it first aired and is still being analyzed to this day. So we figured you might enjoy a total recap. From Naruto's return to the village hidden in the leaves all the way up to the insane alien plot twist. Are you ready? Kazekage Rescue Mission. To prepare for the eventual confrontation with both Akatsuki and Orochimaru, Naruto left the village and underwent intensive training under Jiraiya. At the same time, Sakura became Tsunade's apprentice, and Sasuke trained under Orochimaru. Thus, the 3 members of the original Team 7 were now training individually under each of the legendary Sannin. When Naruto returned to the village 2.5 years later, he was reacquainted with his friends, who had all risen in rank in his absence. Most of his comrades had since become Chunin. Kankuro and Temari had become Jonin, as well as Neji. Gaara had even become the 5th Kazekage. Meanwhile, Naruto is the only genin left, aside from Sasuke, who never became a Chunin because of his leaving the village and becoming a missing nin. Jiraiya left Naruto with Kakashi Hatake, and along with Sakura, the 3 of them became a new team. To commemorate the event, they conducted another bell test, with Naruto and Sakura succeeding by attempting to reveal the ending of Icha Icha tactics, forcing Kakashi to close his eyes because his Sharingan could read Naruto's lips and block his ears. When he opened his eyes, he realized that Naruto and Sakura were holding the bells. In Sunagakure, the Akatsuki duo of Deidara and Sasori made their way to the village in search of Gaara. Deidara went off to fight Gaara alone while Sasori guarded the entrance. Gaara intercepted Deidara during the battle and managed to crush one of Deidara's arms using his sand-binding coffin. Despite his improved ability, Gaara's newfound desire to defend Suna proved to be his downfall. When Deidara tried to destroy the village with explosive clay, Gaara absorbed the blast by levitating the sand below. A direct attack by Deidara forced him to recall the sand, which crushed Deidara's arm, which contained a small portion of explosive clay within. The clay then detonated, incapacitating Gaara. After Deidara departed with Gaara, Kankuro attempted to stop the Akatsuki members alone, but his puppets were easily fought off and destroyed by Sasori, who was revealed to be the maker of Kankuro's puppets. Sasori poisoned Kankuro in the process, leaving him to die. The Akatsuki duo took Gaara back to their lair, where their leader summoned a giant statue to extract and seal Gaara's demon. The sealing ritual took 3 days. Upon hearing of Gaara's kidnapping, Team Kakashi left for Suna. On the way, they met and were joined by Temari, who was on her way back from being Suna's representative at the Chunin exams in Konoha. On their way, Naruto told Sakura and Temari that he's the host of the 9-tailed demon fox, and that the Akatsuki are after the demon inside Gaara. After learning this, Sakura vowed to do anything she could to protect Naruto from being a victim of the Akatsuki. Temari was thankful that there was someone who could finally understand Gaara, and grateful to Naruto for changing Gaara and attempting to save him. After arriving at Sunagakure, Team Kakashi learned of the attack on Kankuro. Despite the failed attempt by the medics on hand, Sakura cured him, thus demonstrating her skill with medical techniques. Sakura also developed several portable antidotes rather quickly. Using a piece of Sasori's clothing found on one of Kankuro's destroyed puppets, Team Kakashi was able to track him, thus leading them to Gaara. Tamari offered to assist, but Chiyo, another puppeteer and Sasori's grandmother, went in her place. Back in Konoha, Tsunade decided to send Team Guy as backup for Team Kakashi. While Team Kakashi tracked Sasori through the piece of clothing, the Akatsuki leader sent Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki to deal with Team Kakashi and the approaching Team Guy. In a forest, Kakashi and Naruto were able to defeat Itachi after some effort using one of Kakashi's clones and Naruto's new Big Ball Rasengan. Meanwhile, Team Guy was largely disabled by Kisame, leaving Guy himself to fight Kisame alone. Guy emerged victorious by opening 6 of the 8 chakra gates to perform his Morning Peacock technique, which allowed him to pummel Kisame to death. However, both Akatsuki members were actually entirely different people in disguise. They were made into weaker copies of those they were impersonating through the leader's shapeshifting technique. Despite their victories, the two teams realized their battles were distractions to buy time for the Akatsuki to extract Shukaku from Gaara, which would kill him if completed. At the Akatsuki hideout, a barrier was blocking the entrance. Directed by Kakashi, Team Guy removed the 4 seals maintaining the barrier, but a failsafe created clones of them as a further distraction. Ultimately, the many delaying tactics employed by the Akatsuki are successful, as Naruto, Kakashi, Sakura, and Chiyo found Deidara and Sasori guarding Gaara's lifeless body. This led to Naruto entering tailed beast state rage upon seeing Deidara sitting on the Kazekage's corpse. While Chiyo and Sakura fought Sasori, Deidara flew off on a clay bird with Gaara's body, with Naruto and Kakashi in pursuit. Although Sasori wore his puppet and controlled it from inside, this technique of puppeteer fighting soon proved to be futile against Sakura and Chiyo. By controlling Sakura like a puppet, Chiyo was able to get Sakura close enough to demolish the puppet with one punch. With his first puppet destroyed, Sasori is revealed, looking just as young as he did when he left the village. He summoned another puppet to continue the battle, the third Kazekage. It's here that Sasori reveals that not only did he kill the third Kazekage, but he actually made his body into a puppet. Likewise, he has done the same to 297 other people, and planned to do the same with Sakura and Chiyo after winning. With its unique Iron Sand ability mixed with Sasori's poison, the Kazekage puppet is exceptionally dangerous. Chiyo summoned 2 more puppets to fight against it. These puppets were puppet versions of Sasori's parents, which he had made to remind him of them after they were killed by Sakamo Hatake early in his childhood. The puppets were left with the village when Sasori deserted it. Using the Iron Sand and poison, the Kazekage puppet was a tough fight for Sakura and Chiyo. However, the antidote Sakura had developed before departing from Suna allowed them to continue fighting. Having been trained by Tsunade to pick up the enemy's attack patterns, Sakura was easily able to dodge Sasori's subsequent attacks and demolish the Kazekage puppet. Down another puppet, Sasori revealed the secret to his youth. He had made himself into a puppet. In response, Chiyo used White Secret Technique, the Chikamatsu collection of 10 puppets, to summon Monzaimon Chikamatsu's 10 masterpiece puppets. To mock the display, Sasori used his Red Secret Technique, performance of 100 puppets, to summon 100 of his human puppets. During the fight between these puppets, Sakura used a chakra-sealing orb on Sasori. Though it appeared successful at first, Sasori revealed another ability he had. As a puppet, Sasori did not only have numerous weapons to fight with, but he could also reassemble himself when destroyed, making him seem impossible to defeat. However, it was revealed that the only part of him that remained alive and thus able to use chakra was his heart, which contained a talisman labeled Sasori, literally meaning scorpion. When trapped in a seal performed by 4 of Chikamatsu's puppets, Chiyo used the mother and father puppets to stab through his heart. In spite of the victory, Chiyo believed that Sasori allowed himself to be killed. He saw the attack coming and chose not to react, and died in a way similar to how his parents used to embrace him. At the end of the battle, Chiyo, Sasori, and Sakura were all fatally wounded, but Chiyo used a technique she originally developed for Sasori to save Sakura's life. The technique uses the user's own life energy, making it fatal to use to animate a puppet or reanimate the deceased, but Chiyo survived since Sakura was still alive. Sasori's last words, as a reward to Sakura for defeating him, were that he had a spy in Orochimaru's ranks, whom he was supposed to meet in Kusagakure 10 days later. During the time of the fight with Sasori, Naruto and Kakashi were chasing after Deidara. Kakashi activated his own version of the Mangekyo Sharingan and aimed to use it to take Deidara's head. However, it was difficult to aim, and all he managed to remove was his arm. Deidara tried to retreat, but Naruto destroyed his clay bird with Rasengan and retrieved Gaara's body. Enraged and powered by the Nine Tails' powers, Naruto seemed to be defeating Deidara with Rasengan, but it turned out to be a clay clone. Still enraged, Naruto started to appear feral as he transformed into his two-tailed form. Kakashi recognized the bad sign and used a seal tag he had received from Jiraiya to stop the transformation from proceeding any further. Naruto then reverted back to his normal form. As the rest of Team Kakashi and Team Guy caught up with Naruto and Kakashi, Deidara found himself unable to escape. He swallowed some clay, turning himself into a human bomb. Neji saw this and tells everyone to get away. Deidara then swelled up and detonated. As the dust settled, Kakashi collapsed from exhaustion, explaining that he used his Mangekyo Sharingan to send the explosion to another dimension. With Naruto carrying Gaara's body, the two teams headed back to Suna. Stopping in a grassy field near the village, Sakura checked on Gaara and pronounced him dead, making Naruto very upset. Chiyo moved towards Gaara and tried to use her reincarnation technique, but didn't have enough life force left to bring Gaara back to life. Naruto gladly lent his own chakra, and Chiyo was able to revive Gaara at the cost of her own life while the shinobi of Suna watched. Back at the battleground, Deidara emerged from the ground, revealing that it was his clone that destroyed himself. He went off looking for the right arm he had lost. After finding it, he encountered Zetsu and Tobi, a mysterious individual who wished to take Sasori's place in the Akatsuki. Tobi's carefree attitude about Deidara's condition angered Deidara, and he attempted to strangle Tobi in a comical fashion with his feet after one too many callous remarks. After paying their respects to Chiyo and bidding Gaara and his siblings farewell, the Konoha shinobi returned home. Naruto stated that these situations were always a bit awkward right before Gaara extends his hands to him in gratitude. Not sure how to react, a small trail of sand wraps itself around Naruto's hand and brings it to Gaara's. As the Konoha nin prepared to leave, Kakashi was still exhausted from his overuse of his Mangekyo Sharingan and had to be carried back by Guy. Guy does so piggyback style as he found it easier to carry him for an extended period of time, disturbing everyone present except Lee, who remarked that Guy was training. Lee then proceeded to offer to carry Neji, who bluntly refused. Tenchi Bridge Reconnaissance Mission. Upon arriving in Konoha, Kakashi was confined to the hospital, making him unable to lead the team for a while. When reporting to Tsunade, they informed her about the meeting with Sasori's spy in 10 days. In order to be able to go, Naruto needed to find a replacement for Sasuke. While searching, Naruto was attacked by this third man before actually learning who he was. This ninja, later introduced as Sai, had attacked to test Naruto's powers, since he'd been sent by Danzo to replace Sasuke. Sai is a member of the now defunct independent subdivision of Anbu called Root. It's also discovered that some of the village elders were worried about the possibility of Naruto being captured by the Akatsuki. Tsunade convinced them to let him go by assigning Yamato, an Anbu captain, as the temporary leader of Team Kakashi, under the codename Yamato. They were to travel to Tenchi Bridge in Kusagakure to meet Sasori's spy. Team Kakashi took on their new mission, and a great amount of tension began to build in the team, especially between Naruto and Sai. Naruto disliked Sai since their interactions were similar to those between himself and Sasuke at the beginning of the series. Making matters worse, Sai nonchalantly mentioned Sasuke's treachery, greatly irritating both of his teammates to the point that Sakura punched him in the face. Yamato, disguised as Sasori, went to meet the spy. The spy was revealed to be Kabuto Yakashi, but the technique binding him to Sasori had been dispelled long ago. Orochimaru appeared and Kabuto attacked Yamato, destroying the disguise. Orochimaru revealed that he had performed experiments on Yamato and 59 other children, giving them the first Hokage's DNA in an attempt to replicate his wood-release Kekkei Genkai. Yamato was the only survivor. Orochimaru then called out the rest of Yamato's team and taunted Naruto by speculating whom was now stronger, Naruto or Sasuke. Naruto, provoked by the mere mention of Sasuke's name, transformed first into his three-tailed fox state, then into the four-tailed state shortly thereafter. It's then revealed that during the time skip while training with Jiraiya, Naruto entered a four-tailed state due to his frustration. The berserk Naruto went on a rampage, destroying everything in sight while Jiraiya was nearly killed by it before managing to stop it. The Nine-Tails chakra becomes so intense that it simultaneously burns Naruto's skin and rapidly heals the burnt tissue. This speeds up cell division dramatically, decreasing Naruto's overall lifespan. In his four-tailed state, Naruto fought Orochimaru to a draw. In the end, Orochimaru was only able to throw Naruto back to the bridge. Naruto was unable to distinguish friend from foe and attacked Sakura when she tried to calm him down. Yamato finally got close enough to use his Hokage-style 60-year-old technique, Kakuan entering society with bliss-bringing hands technique, to revert Naruto back to human form. With Naruto's transformation reversed, Sakura used her medical skills to heal Naruto's severe injuries, still suffering from her previous injury. Meanwhile, Sai revealed to Orochimaru that he was a messenger from Danzo. Sai, Orochimaru, and Kabuto left to a secret hideout. Yamato watched the encounter with a wood clone and pursued Sai. Yamato was not fooled when he found a decoy disguised as Sai's corpse. Naruto woke up to find Sakura injured and the surrounding landscape destroyed. Yamato stepped in to inform Naruto about the real cause of the destruction when Sakura hesitated to tell Naruto the real cause of her injury. In addition, Yamato told Naruto that the only way to save Sasuke and protect the village was to rely on his own chakra, not that of the Nine-Tails. Meanwhile, Sakura went through Sai's belongings and found his art book. The sketchbook contained drawings of Sai and what the team assumed was his older brother growing up and going through a gauntlet of enemies. On each subsequent page, Sai took the weapons and armor of his previous opponent, as did his presumed brother from the opposite side of the book. The center pages, where the two brothers were supposed to meet, were unfinished. Sai's face was incomplete and his brother's picture was missing. At Orochimaru's hideout, Yamato revealed that he was able to track Sai through a special plant seed he had hidden in his meal the night before, which responded to an increase in chakra, leading Yamato to him. He gave Sakura and Naruto similar seeds to make sure he could find them if they were separated while infiltrating Orochimaru's base. Once inside, Yamato led the team to a room where Sai was being kept hostage. Sai tried to lie about his mission, but an accidental smile allowed Naruto to call his bluff. Sai then stated that his mission was a failure and confirmed that Danzo was indeed planning another strike at Konoha. However, he was also acting as a spy for Danzo, since Danzo knew that as soon as Konoha was destroyed, Orochimaru would turn on him. Team Kakashi captured him and bound him outside of the base with Yamato's wood-release technique. Sai questioned why Naruto was willing to go so far to rescue Sasuke, saying that Sasuke didn't see Naruto as a brother and that Orochimaru was too powerful. Naruto replied that he and Sasuke had a special bond, and that he would fight Orochimaru with everything he had to get Sasuke back, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. At this point, Kabuto showed up and freed Sai, but Sai shocked everyone by helping Yamato immobilize Kabuto. Kabuto was forthcoming, providing information on the interior of the lair but not Sasuke's actual location. Team Kakashi split up to search for Sasuke, with Naruto teaming with Sai and Sakura with Yamato. Naruto, still tired from his injuries, collapsed, and Sai suggested taking a rest. Naruto was notably less hostile towards Sai at this point. Sai began to talk about his brother, who had resembled Naruto. The short chat soon ended as Orochimaru appeared. Naruto told Sai to find Sasuke while he held off Orochimaru. As Yamato and Sakura arrived to back Naruto up, Orochimaru again mentioned that he did not wish to kill them since both parties opposed Akatsuki. Orochimaru then left in order to locate Sai. Yamato found a bingo book, a list of people marked for assassination, in Sai's bag with Sasuke's name in it. Naruto and Sakura realized that another part of Sai's mission was to kill Sasuke, who had been listed as an enemy of Konoha by Danzo. Naruto was speechless, realizing that Sai had duped him with his fake smiling act. Sai managed to find Sasuke in his room and woke him up. Sasuke, angry at Sai's mention of bonds, blew up the room. Sakura spotted Sai in the hallway and ran to him. Although she meant to attack Sai, Sasuke quietly said Sakura's name, stopping her in her tracks. Naruto, in his weakened state, finally caught up, coming face to face with Sasuke. As Sasuke observed the new Team Kakashi, Sai explained to Naruto and Sakura that his desire to protect the bond between Naruto and Sasuke had overridden the mission Danzo had given him. Sasuke replied that he had broken his bond of friendship with Naruto, and that the only bond he had left was a bond of hatred with his brother. As both Sai and Yamato moved to try and protect Naruto, Sasuke used Chidori Current, which projected electricity around his body and his new Kusanagi to repel them. He managed to stun Naruto and Sai and then wounded Yamato. As Sasuke fought Yamato, Naruto underwent a partial initial Jinchuriki transformation. In Naruto's mind, the imprisoned Ninetales implored him to release the seal. When Naruto refused, the demon scoffed, saying that Naruto had always come to it in times of need and that Naruto was worthless without its power. Suddenly, Sasuke appeared in front of the Ninetales, stunning the both of them. Sasuke marveled at the source of Naruto's power. As Sasuke began to push the Ninetales back into its cage, the Ninetales then remembered its past history with the Uchiha clan. It stated that Sasuke possesses chakra even more evil than its own, and he is just like Madara Uchiha. The Ninetales also warned Sasuke not to kill Naruto, stating he would regret it. Outside of Naruto's mind, Yamato pushed the sword out of his wound and tried to trap Sasuke in a wooden prison. Sasuke blew a hole through the roof of the prison to escape. Naruto yelled out to Sasuke that Orochimaru just wanted to use him as the next container for his soul, and Sasuke replied that he didn't care as long as it helped to kill Itachi. Yamato then told Naruto and Sakura that he didn't want to hurt Sasuke in front of them, but that he had no choice and would finish the confrontation. Sasuke planned to do the same, but Orochimaru returned just in time to stop Sasuke from performing a certain technique. Kabuto told Sasuke to leave the Konoha shinobi alive so that they might continue to oppose the Akatsuki. Sasuke told Kabuto that that was a poor excuse not to kill Naruto, but left with them anyway. Naruto was upset by the meeting and by how weak he was in comparison to Sasuke, but Sakura and Sai both assured him that they would help bring Sasuke back. The team reported back to Konoha, during which Naruto told Tsunade that they had not given up and that they would continue. Pleased by this response, Tsunade assigned the team a new mission. Sai reported to Danzo, who was displeased that Sai had failed his mission. Sai asked to remain with Team Kakashi, and Danzo warned Sai that developing emotions would only lead to hatred and conflicts, giving Sasuke as an example. Sai had flashbacks of recent events, pondered his own feelings, and realized that he had now made friends. He headed off with Naruto, Sakura, and Yamato to begin their new mission. In the end, Naruto looks at the old picture of Team 7 and remembers how it was taken. Sakura and Kakashi smiling, him and Sasuke arguing. 12 Guardian Ninja. Naruto has been having nightmares about the release of the nine-tailed demon fox's power. Meanwhile, Sai reads a book at the Konoha library until Sakura sees him and comments to herself about him having a human side. She invites Sai to come with her and Naruto to meet Kakashi. Before leaving, he talks to Sakura and Naruto about friendship and he nicknames Sakura Ugly, causing her to pummel the two. Afterward, Kakashi informs Naruto that he has special training that will make him strong quickly. They're cut off by Team 10 who have come to visit. Sai lunches with them and, trying to make friends, he angers Sakura by calling Ino beautiful after concluding that women do not like to hear how they really are, and that it would be best to say the opposite of what he truly thought. Kakashi was released from the hospital and promptly began Naruto's training program. Naruto learned that he has wind-style chakra. Yamato helped by setting up the training field with his special technique. Naruto also learned that he can use his multiple shadow clone technique to speed up his training, since whatever the clones learn, the original user learns upon the clone's dispersal. Naruto and his massive clones each took a leaf and attempted to slice it in half with wind chakra as the first step to creating his new technique. Naruto and his clones continued to work on chakra nature manipulation by slicing leaves. After some struggling, Naruto approaches Asuma, who is also a wind type, for advice, after which Naruto is able to slice a leaf in half. Asuma and Yamato then head out with their teams on new missions. It's revealed that Asuma is the third Hokage's son and that he's in a relationship with Kurenai. Meanwhile, on a hill overlooking a burnt village, 4 cloaked figures discuss the awakening of the Land of Fire by eliminating Konoha. Naruto, Sakura, Sai, and Yamato head out on a new mission near the Fire Temple. When the other party fails to show up at the rendezvous point, the team gets separated and Naruto stumbles upon one of the 4 hidden tombs they came to protect. Due to a misunderstanding, he fights one of the monks in training from the Fire Temple, Sora, who also uses wind chakra-based techniques. After the confusion, the monks and Team Kakashi travel to the Fire Temple, and Naruto recognizes it from his nightmare. The temple monks explain that the tombs hold the loyal bodyguards of the Fire Daimyo. Naruto observes Sora sparring with other monks and becomes offended upon realizing he's holding back. Naruto challenges Sora, but just as the matter's about to get serious, another monk stops him. Naruto realizes Sora is despised by the other monks, as he was himself, and wishes to befriend him. Naruto visits Sora again and observes him practicing his wind technique in earnest, hoping to get strong enough to avenge his father. They later return to the temple to receive news that another tomb has been robbed. Tsunade suspected that Danzo was plotting something and ordered an investigation of him. Team Kakashi, Chiriku, and Sora noticed the coffins moving on their own, but failed to intercept them. The coffins emerged on a cliff where the leader of the enemy ninja ordered his subordinates to deal with their foes. The ninjas turned the area into a maze of rocky canyons and pits full of deadly traps. The team members were separated from each other and began facing off against the enemy separately. Yamato speculated that the ninja might have orchestrated the theft in order to target someone on his team. Team Kakashi begins facing off against the enemy shinobi. Yamato eludes his opponent, Fudo, by faking his death. Sora, unwilling to look for Naruto, goes off on his own. Back in Konoha, Danzo reveals that he is aware that he's being watched by Tsunade Zanbu. Naruto fights Fuka, whose kiss is fatal and shows her ability to use earth, fire, water, and lightning techniques. Sai manages to escape from his attacker, Fuen, and later saves Sakura from an enormous spider, becoming injured in the process. Sora then hits upon the enemy leader, Furido, and it's revealed that he was the group's target. Furido taunts Sora until he unleashes his true powers, before informing Sora that he's planning to use the 4 corpses to save the Land of Fire. Naruto continues his fight with Fuka and learns that she can use all 5 basic elements. Fuka manages to kiss Naruto and begins draining his chakra. Realizing that Naruto is in trouble from extrasensory perception, Sora rushes to rescue him. Sakura, Sai, and Yamato arrive to help but are trapped by Fudo and Fuen. Fuka drains Naruto's chakra until she begins drawing on the chakra of the Nine Tails, which is too unnatural for her to successfully absorb. The enemy team retreats when Chiriku brings reinforcements. Asuma's team returns from its mission. Team Kakashi returns to Konoha as well, with Sora replacing Sai on the team. Naruto tries to show Sora around Konoha, but Sora goes his own way. Sora's insults precipitate a brawl with Kiba and Choji, with Naruto and Rock Lee joining in. Shikamaru and Asuma stop the fight. Later, Asuma tells Sora he knew Sora's father, who is revealed as one of the guardians involved in the coup attempt. He also shows Sora his chakra blade attack. Furido and the other body snatchers begin their attack on the Kohaku clan. Asuma supervises Naruto and Sora's wind chakra training and notices that Sora, like Naruto, has very powerful chakra. Tsunade and Yamato learn from Chiriku that Sora was inadvertently responsible for an incident in which the Fire Temple was destroyed. Later, Asuma gives Sora a claw made from the same materials as his chakra blade. It's revealed that Asuma killed Sora's father, Kazuma, who had planned to kill the Hokage. Furido then approaches Sora, telling him that Asuma is responsible for his father's death, passing him 2 king pieces from a shogi set for Asuma. Danzo mysteriously disappears. Naruto approaches a furious Sora in the training grounds, who easily throws a chakra-powered kunai through a tree and destroys the stone behind it. Danzo is brought in for questioning after being caught meeting with a young rain ninja named Tatsuji. Sora confronts Asuma upon being spotted by Yugao Uzuki and other Anbu. Sora is then turned into Tsunade by Yugao and another Anbu member. Asuma admits to having killed Kazama. He attempts to attack Asuma, his arm once again assuming a demonic form, however attacking Yugao and the other Anbu who had gotten his way, trying to stop Sora. Afterward, Naruto gets injured while shielding Sora from the attacks of an unknown individual, presumably from Root. Furido then approaches Sora, telling him to kill both Asuma and the Hokage to avenge his father. Later on, Naruto catches Sora going after Tsunade. Sora retreats as Shizune and a few other ninja arrive, but Naruto pursues him. At that moment, a mysterious lightning storm strikes, cutting off power to the entire village. With Konoha in complete darkness, the village struggles to defend against the 4 attackers who have sealed the entire village behind a barrier. The village is in a state of emergency. Asuma, commanded by Tsunade to follow Sora and Naruto, finally catches up to them. He realizes that the 4 invaders plan to annihilate the entire village using the lightning powers of the corpses that they stole. The revelation shocks Sora. As Asuma leaves to help hold off the attackers, he instructs Naruto to continue pursuing Sora. Konoha's ninja fought off the revived zombie members of the Kohaku clan. The 4 guardian ninja, Seto, To, Naoma, and Kitane, were also revived. Asuma realized that they were planning to use Limelight, a technique in which the 4 would create a lightning blast powerful enough to destroy Konoha. Asuma sent Sakura and Yamato after the other 3 while he remained behind to battle Kitane, but Fuen tackled Sakura and Fudo began to fight Yamato. Meanwhile, Naruto caught up with Sora, but Sora ran off in search of Furido. Naruto tried to pursue him but was assailed by Fuka. Soon after, Sora reached Furido, who admitted that he had planned to destroy Konoha all along. Naruto deduces that Fuka's secret consists of switching bodies to use each corresponding element and that her hair preserves her youth and body. Naruto damages her hair and it takes on a life of its own, dispensing the body, but Naruto finally kills it with a Rasengan. Meanwhile, Asuma manages to break free of the electric barrier, catch up with Kitane, and defeat him in a short fight. Realizing that Kitane is no more and that his 3 other companions were killed, Furido causes the 3 other ninja guardians to disappear. But Furido has a backup plan, Sora. Furido releases Sora's seal and tells him the truth. Sora is a pseudo-Jinchuriki. The chakra that had leaked from the 9-tailed fox when it attacked Konoha 15.5 years ago was harvested and implanted into Sora. Just then, Asuma arrives at the scene with Naruto. Asuma recognizes Furido and it's revealed that he is Kazama, Sora's father. Yamato, Sakura, Kiba, Lee, Ino, Choji, and Shikamaru also turn up. Enraged, Sora wants to destroy everything and turns into the 3-tailed form of the demon fox. However, Yamato is unable to restrain him because he does not have the first's necklace on him. The chakra of the 9 tails rages out of control within Sora, preventing Naruto and the others from subduing him. Asuma and Kazama resume their old battle. Naruto is repeatedly knocked down in his attempts to restrain Sora, and the chakra seeps into him and transforms him as well. Yamato is unable to suppress the 9 tails chakra in both Jinchuriki, being prevented by an unknown outside force. Sora's 4th tail emerges, causing the 9 tails cloak to envelop his body. He temporarily gains his own consciousness when he witnesses Naruto stab himself in the leg and successfully prevent the original 9 tails cloak from emerging. The struggle between Naruto and Sora continues. Asuma and Kazama fight. Sai arrives, having snuck out of the hospital, and binds Kazama with an ink snake. Kazama breaks out of Sai's technique and charges Asuma but is killed. Naruto eventually reaches Sora, who manages to release the 9 tails chakra. However, the 9 tails chakra that is released begins to become a miniature 9 tails. This provokes Tsunade to head out to engage the beast. It soon becomes clear that the miniature 9 tails could not form without a human host, so it dissipated. Sora then leaves the village to travel the world. Asuma and Shikamaru play shogi and discuss who the king of Konoha is. Elsewhere, 2 Akatsuki members, Hidan and Kakuzu, appear, chasing the 2 tails Jinchuriki. Akatsuki suppression mission. 2 newly introduced Akatsuki members, Hidan and Kakuzu, were chasing after the 2 tails' Jinchuriki Yugito ni. Despite fully transforming into her 2-tailed state, Hidan and Kakuzu defeated Yugito. After the battle, Hidan performed a gruesome religious ritual, greatly annoying Kakuzu, who was a money-obsessed bounty hunter. Zetsu appeared and took charge of Yugito, ordering the pair to proceed to the Land of Fire and their next target. Hidan and Kakuzu stopped by a nearby temple and killed the head monk, Chiriku, a former bodyguard for the Land of Fire's nobility. One monk managed to escape and informed Tsunade of the incident. Tsunade ordered Shizune to mobilize a new task force, the Niju Shotai. Asuma's group, consisting of himself, Shikamaru, Kotetsu Hagane, and Izumo Kamizuki, left for the temple. Asuma's team arrived at the ruins of the temple and realized that the Akatsuki pair had taken Chiriku's body to a bounty station. The team prepared to intercept the killers at the station, and a monk prayed for the team's safety. When the monk expressed concern for them, Asuma revealed that his bounty was 5 million ryo higher than Chiriku's. Meanwhile, Hidan and Kakuzu collected the bounty on Chiriku's head and turned over the corpse as proof. Elsewhere, Deidara, having regained his limbs and now paired with Tobi, confronted the 3 tails. Tobi acted strangely flippant before the battle with the immense aquatic beast. After subduing the monster, Toby claimed he single-handedly won the battle, provoking another comedic attack from Deidara after commenting, "Senpai, you talk a lot." After the encounter with Sasuke, Naruto realized that Sasuke was far too strong for him to possibly defeat. Kakashi revealed a special training method which took advantage of Naruto's high chakra. It involved the multiple shadow clone technique. Unlike an ordinary clone, a shadow clone passes back any experience it gains to the original. Naruto could create a comparatively large number of shadow clones, thus allowing him to train hundreds of times faster than a normal shinobi. Yamato also assisted in Naruto's training by helping to restrain the Nine Tails. Kakashi explained that there were 5 basic types of elemental chakra: fire, wind, water, lightning, and earth. He pulled out special cards which reacted differently to each person's chakra. It would burn for fire, split for wind, crumple for lightning, turn to dust for earth, and turn wet for water. Naruto flowed his chakra into the card and it split, indicating that he had an affinity to wind, a type that is very well suited for combat because of its ability to blow past anything and slice things to bits. Meanwhile, Asuma and Shikamaru were playing shogi. Shikamaru noticed that Asuma was playing differently than normal and asked if something was wrong. In describing things, Asuma described Shikamaru in terms of shogi as a knight, being weak in terms of power but having unique style of movement which resembled Shikamaru and his flexibility in his thinking. Shikamaru then asked what piece Asuma resembled. Asuma then answered that he was just a pawn. Shikamaru guessed that the Hokage was the king, but Asuma told him that it wasn't and that someday Shikamaru would understand. The first phase in the training was for Naruto and his clones to cut a leaf with his chakra. Naruto asked if there was anyone in Konoha that could give him advice, and Kakashi told him to find Asuma. Asuma gave Naruto a few pointers, using his trench knives as an example. They were made of a metal that absorbs chakra, the effect of which is determined by the user's chakra nature. Asuma explained that wind chakra must be sharpened like a blade by splitting the chakra in two and bringing the parts together to form a tight edge. He demonstrated this by having Naruto toss a knife at a tree with him. Naruto stuck in the tree while Asuma's went straight through it and pierced a rock. If he had used his full chakra, the knife would have also gone through the rock. Using this advice, Naruto was able to completely split a leaf, but passed out after dispersing his clone. Kakashi warned him that this training was going to wear him down quickly and that he needed to rest for the next phase of his training, slicing a waterfall in half. The next step of Naruto's training progressed slowly. When Naruto complained, Kakashi noted that even Sasuke had taken several days to learn to manipulate an element, while Naruto had done it in a few hours. By nightfall, Naruto still hadn't managed to cut the waterfall. He reflected on his fonder memories of Sasuke and decided to train through the rest of the night. By the next day, he and all his clones were able to cut the waterfall. Yamato was surprised by Naruto's progress, but Kakashi wasn't, since he understood how Naruto felt about Sasuke. Kakashi declared that they could finally move on to the final stage of Naruto's unique technique creation. However, the constant training had exhausted Naruto once more. Kakashi immediately rushed to his side, concerned that he might have pushed Naruto too far this time. However, when Naruto moaned that he was hungry, Kakashi relaxed. After enjoying a meal at Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto was anxious to continue his training. Kakashi and Yamato explained nature manipulation and form manipulation to Naruto again. Kakashi reminded Naruto that all the training till now had been shape manipulation, and that the Rasengan was an example of extremely advanced shape manipulation. By adding nature manipulation together with form manipulation, a ninja's power can grow by leaps and bounds. However, this is an extremely difficult task. Even the 4th Hokage was unable to complete the Rasengan by combining nature and form manipulation. Kakashi believed that Naruto was the one who could do it. At the bounty station, Kakuzu explained to Zenge that Hidan, an immortal, was the only ninja capable of surviving Kakuzu's indiscriminate attack strategies. This was the reason for their partnership, despite their ideological differences and dislike for one another. As Asuma's group moved toward the bounty station, Asuma explained that he and Chiriku had both belonged to the 12 Guardian Ninja, and that their relationship was akin to Shikamaru's relationship with Choji. Asuma stopped smoking because he needed no distractions if he was to fight Chiriku's killers. Naruto was again training with his clones, trying to infuse the Rasengan with wind chakra. Unfortunately, the jutsu constantly exploded, frustrating him to such degrees that a clone would start drawing upon the Nine-Tails chakra. Yamato reversed the transformations, and Kakashi reminded him that success or failure rested on Yamato's ability to control the Nine-Tails. At the bounty station, Asuma's team attacked Hidan. Izumo and Kotetsu stabbed him in the chest with their large kunai. However, Hidan was merely annoyed by the attack. Asuma's team quickly realized that Hidan couldn't be killed by normal means. Kakuzu appeared and prepared to join the fight, but Hidan told him to stay out of it. Asuma proceeded to fight Hidan alone. Hidan managed to cut Asuma's cheek and licked the blood off his scythe just as the latter used a fire jutsu. Hidan drew a seal beneath him just as the technique hit. It burnt Hidan's robe, but he emerged unscathed. Instead, Asuma's right arm was badly burned. The damage meant for Hidan had somehow been turned back upon himself. Hidan had also physically transformed. His skin was black with white accents, giving him the appearance of a Grim Reaper. Hidan told Asuma that any pain he felt was transferred to Asuma. Since he was immortal, Hidan needed to only inflict a fatal wound to himself to kill Asuma. Luckily, Shikamaru caught Hidan in another shadow bind before he could do so. Kakuzu offered to help, but Hidan waved him off, claiming he could beat all four by himself. Going over every motion Hidan had made to start the ritual, Shikamaru figured out Hidan's ability. He first needed to consume his opponent's blood and then stand within his ceremonial circle. Shikamaru explained that in order to save Asuma, all he needed to do was move Hidan out of his circle. After Shikamaru had tested his theory, he trapped Hidan with the Shadow Sewing. Hidan asked Kakuzu to help him, but Kakuzu nonchalantly replied that he had told Hidan to be careful. Asuma sliced Hidan's head off with his chakra blades and it fell next to Kakuzu. Rather than killing Hidan, as expected, the head started talking, scolding Kakuzu for allowing him to be decapitated. Hidan asked Kakuzu to bring him his body, but Kakuzu grabbed his head instead, saying that it was lighter. Shikamaru fell from exhaustion as Hidan complained about the pain of being decapitated. Asuma, Kotetsu, and Izumo stood frozen in amazement and plotted their next move. Kakuzu suddenly attacked Asuma, then grabbed Hidan's body. He reattached Hidan's head using threads from his arms. Kotetsu and Izumo attempted to strike Kakuzu, whose forearms extended, grabbing both of them by the throat. Meanwhile, Hidan jumped back into the circle, linking himself back to Asuma and dealt himself a fatal blow in order to kill his opponent. Asuma collapsed as his team looked on helplessly. Hidan reverted to his normal form as Kakuzu prepared to finish off the other. A flock of crows suddenly appeared, distracting the Akatsuki pair. Ino and Choji appeared to assist, in which they moved Shikamaru and Asuma to a safer location as Raido Namiyashi and Aoba Yamashiro backed them up. Shikamaru sensed Asuma's pulse and told Ino and Choji to take him back to Konoha. Kakuzu wasn't willing to let a bounty like Asuma go, however, and Hidan was similarly unwilling to let his enemies live. But the Akatsuki leader contacted them telepathically and forced the pair to retreat, waiting to seal the two tails they had recently captured along with the three tails. Despite the timely rescue, Asuma's wounds were fatal. He died, but not before smoking his last cigarette and sharing some final words with Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji. Shikamaru lit another of his cigarettes, which he then began to smoke himself. He tearfully mumbled that he hated cigarettes as they made his eyes water, a reference to when Team 10 first met their sensei. As Asuma commenced with sealing the two-tailed beast, the leader explained their goals to Hidan and Tobi. Akatsuki's overall goal was world domination. To achieve that, the leader had set up a three-step process to work their way to it. First, they planned to obtain a large amount of money to support the organization. Second, they planned to set up a mercenary group loyal to no village. Because there hadn't been any wars in some time, they could convince these smaller countries to hire them over the larger asking prices of the 5 main villages. By using the tailed beasts, they could start wars and then immediately quell them, convincing every country to depend on them and monopolizing the shinobi market. Finally, after they were the only major force of shinobi in existence, they could easily conquer the world. Team 10 returned to Konoha and informed Tsunade of what had happened. Tsunade sent out the message for the funeral to everyone, but Shikamaru had a message for Kurenai from Asuma and would tell her what had happened himself. Naruto had nearly created the jutsu when they were informed of Asuma's death and rushed back to the village. Shikamaru told Kurenai the message and she collapsed from grief. At the funeral, Konohamaru wept for his uncle while Naruto comforted him. Shikamaru did not attend the funeral and spent his time seemingly formulating a strategy and learning how to use Asuma's trench knives. He also picked up Asuma's smoking habit. The new 3-man Team 10 prepared to leave and continue Asuma's mission. However, Tsunade refused to let Team 10 go since they lacked a captain. Kakashi volunteered to temporarily fill the gap and the 4-man team headed off. Later in the woods, Shikamaru devised a new strategy that included Kakashi. About 3 days later, Sakura volunteered her team to back up Team 10. Tsunade told Yamato that Naruto had 24 more hours to complete his new jutsu or she would send another team as backup. After Kakashi finished sealing the tailed beast, Kakuzu and Hidan were allowed to leave. Realizing the likeliness of an ambush, Hidan and Kakuzu took another route. Ino used her mind-body switch technique on a crow in order to find the two. Team 10 then went to ambush the Akatsuki. Shikamaru snuck his shadow near Hidan and Kakuzu, who both managed to jump out of the way. Shikamaru then threw 2 explosive kunai, followed by Asuma's chakra blades. Shikamaru poured his own chakra into the blades, allowing him to trap the 2 Akatsuki members with them. Shikamaru then used his shadow imitation to make Hidan attack Kakuzu. However, Kakuzu thought a step ahead and detached his arm, sending it underground. Just before Hidan's attack landed, Kakuzu freed himself with the detached arm. Just as the two were about to counterattack, Kakashi snuck up on Kakuzu and stabbed him through the heart with his lightning cutter. Kakashi then moved to finish off Hidan, but Kakuzu, somehow still alive, surprised Kakashi and knocked him back. Kakuzu then removed his shirt to reveal 4 masks. He then split his back apart and 4 beasts came out to fight for him. However, one of the beasts died immediately as the mask broke when he released it, as this was the one that Kakashi had stabbed. It turned out that Kakuzu had a total of 5 hearts, 4 of which were stolen from the bodies of fallen shinobi, and one that allowed him to use his earth element attack was his. Each heart prolonged Kakuzu's life and allowed him to access the heart's elemental affinity. Hidan then attacked Kakashi as a distraction, which allowed Kakuzu enough time to attack with a powerful gust of wind. He then fired 2 powerful bolts of lightning at Shikamaru and Choji, but Kakashi blocked it with a lightning cutter in each hand. He then attacked with fire, which was dodged by Team 10 and Kakashi. Shikamaru decided to separate Hidan and Kakuzu from each other. Once again capturing Hidan with a shadow imitation technique, Shikamaru dragged Hidan to an isolated location rigged with booby traps. However, Shikamaru's chakra ran out, which freed Hidan from the technique. Hidan successfully attacked him and began the voodoo ritual. Kakuzu revealed that the first Konoha ninja he had ever fought was the first Hokage. As Kakashi was about to be killed, Kakuzu grabbed his chest in pain. This was due to Hidan stabbing himself as part of his curse ritual. The blood he had consumed was actually Kakuzu's. Hidan did not immediately realize what had happened, but Shikamaru attacked him to illustrate his point. However, Shikamaru was weakened from the extended use of his shadow technique and couldn't hold Hidan for long. He watched Hidan advance to strike the final blow. Kakuzu continued battling Kakashi. However, as Kakuzu prepared to strike with his fire and wind combo attack, Naruto and Yamato intervened. Combining both Naruto's wind release Rasengan and Yamato's water release Tearing Torrent, they formed the Typhoon Water Vortex technique to block the attack. Kakashi, Ino, and Choji were relieved at Team Kakashi's arrival under Yamato's leadership. Naruto ordered Sai and Sakura to back Shikamaru up, while Kakashi summoned Pakun to lead them. Naruto resolved to defeat Kakuzu on his own. Hidan failed to kill Shikamaru as the latter ensnared him with a shadow once more. Having prepared the area in advance, Shikamaru used his shadows to pull the explosive tags onto Hidan and open a deep pit beneath him. Hidan insisted that he would survive the attempt, even if only his head remained intact, and would kill Shikamaru in turn. Shikamaru calmly explained that they were on his clan's land, and that his clan would keep Hidan buried for eternity. Lighting a cigarette, Shikamaru saw a vision of Asuma, who congratulated him before disappearing. Saying his last goodbye, Shikamaru tossed the lit cigarette at Hidan, igniting the explosive tags and causing a massive explosion. Hidan survived the explosion and insisted that he would bite Shikamaru to death, all while proclaiming that his god Jashin would punish Shikamaru. Shikamaru ignored the threats and tossed a kunai with explosive tags into the hole. The explosion caused the hole to cave in, burying Hidan in rubble. Meanwhile, Naruto began preparing an extremely powerful technique. Kakashi realized through a flashback that Naruto might indeed surpass the 4th Hokage. Naruto then used his wind release Rasen Shuriken. Kakuzu was visibly concerned by this new technique. Kakuzu jumped into the air, but Naruto leapt behind him. Kakuzu was forced to sacrifice 2 of his hearts, and through that he was able to shield himself against the attack using his earth element shield. However, this left him unable to move. Kakashi realized Naruto had surpassed him and went to finish Kakuzu by stabbing his last heart. Team Kakashi and Team 10 returned triumphant to Konoha. Shikamaru visited Asuma's grave with Kurenai, who had been revealed to be pregnant with Asuma's child. Later, while playing shogi with his father, Shikamaru commented that the identity of the king piece was the next generation of Konoha ninja. Despite this revelation, he lost the game to his father. 3 Tails appearance. Orochimaru instructed Kabuto Yakashi along with Team Guren to take a young boy named Yukimaru to a lake. As they arrived, Kabuto forced Yukimaru to release all of his chakra, which caused the 3 Tails to begin to surface from the lake. With Guren's help, the beast was completely revealed and they attempted to capture it. Their attempts proved insufficient, however, and the beast created a large tidal wave to wash its attackers away. Tsunade finds the location of Orochimaru's hideout and sends Kakashi as a temporary leader of Team 8 to locate it. They engage in battle with Guren, and Shino sends back one of his crystallized bugs. Then Tsunade sends Yamato, Sai, and Sakura to help them along with Naruto, who meets them along the way. Team Kakashi and Kurenai follow Guren and discover that the thing that they were after was the 3 Tails. Shizune, Ino, Tenten, and Lee are assembled to help with the hunt for the 3 Tails. They all meet up and split into 3 groups to seal the tailed beast in its own dimension and get Yukimaru. The sealing group consists of Shizune, Hinata, Sakura, and Ino. The guarding group is Yamato, Tenten, Kiba, and Lee, and the fighting group is Naruto, Kakashi, Sai, and Shino. Team 3 tried to use 4-corner sealing barrier to permanently trap the beast in its own dimension. Just as the sealing began to work, the Konoha ninja were interrupted by Guren, which prompted the beast to attack them all. Yukimaru was able to calm the beast down temporarily, but after he became tired, the 3 Tails turned his attention to him. Guren and Naruto came to his defense, but were swallowed in the process. With the help of their allies on the outside, they were able to escape, and the Konoha ninja tried once more to seal the beast. Just when the sealing was almost complete, Yukimaru, angered by the apparent death of Guren, empowered the beast to break free of its restraints. The 3 Tails went on a rampage, attacking everyone nearby and crushing Nurari, Kigiri, and Kiho. Its attempts to attack Yukimaru, however, had no effect. It was only through the use of wind release Toad Oil Flame Bullet that the beast was driven away. The sealing attempt was left to Anbu members, and the remaining Konoha ninja returned home. Deidara and Tobi of Akatsuki soon found these Anbu members and disposed of them. The beast's capture took place much earlier in the manga at the start of the Akatsuki suppression mission, but played out pretty much in the same way. Tobi and Deidara confronted the beast, to which it responded by beginning to chase Tobi. With the three tails distracted, Deidara molded an explosive clay fish in an attempt to devour it. It was unclear if this marked the end of the battle, as the remainder of it went unseen. As the two towed the three tails to the Akatsuki's lair after the battle, Tobi gloated at bringing the three tails down with his special jutsu, but Deidara thought otherwise. It was later sealed in the ceiling statue. Itachi Pursuit Mission. At Orochimaru's lair, a sick Orochimaru was confined to his bed. As Kabuto exited to get more medicine, a blade made of lightning chakra shot towards Orochimaru through the door. Orochimaru quickly blocked it with his arms and thought to himself that he did not recognize the shape manipulation, although the chakra seemed familiar. The blade belonged to Sasuke, who had stopped by to finish Orochimaru off before he left to take on Itachi. He claimed that he had nothing more to learn from Orochimaru, and then continued by mocking him for wasting his power and time, which angered Orochimaru. Sasuke finished by expressing his utter disgust at Orochimaru for his horrific experiments, all just become all-powerful, as it reminded him of Itachi's hunger for power before attacking him directly. After pinning Orochimaru's arms to the wall, Sasuke attempted to deliver a finishing blow, forcing Orochimaru to abandon his body and reveal his true form, a composite serpent-like entity made up of small white snakes. Sasuke activated his Curse Seal level 2 and began to fight Orochimaru. He compared Orochimaru's ambitions to how a snake dreams of flying, and told him that he would only get that chance in the talons of a hawk as he sprouted his Cursed Seal wings. After he severed Orochimaru's head from his body, Sasuke believed he had won. However, Orochimaru's poison paralyzed Sasuke, and the former then lunged at him, swallowing him whole. Sasuke found himself inside Orochimaru, the place where the body transfer technique took place. Orochimaru relived a flashback of when he confronted Itachi while in Akatsuki. He found Sasuke's eyes to be similar to those of Itachi's on that day, and anticipated taking possession of those eyes. However, Sasuke took over the dimension with his Sharingan and Cursed Seal, and proceeded to turn the technique against Orochimaru. After the fight, Kabuto returned with the medicines, but viewed a scene consisting of Sasuke standing over Orochimaru. Kabuto asked Sasuke which one he was, to which Sasuke replied by showing Kabuto what had happened. Sasuke stated that he had merely taken over and left triumphantly. After defeating his mentor, Sasuke freed Suigetsu, whom Orochimaru had imprisoned in a glass tank filled with water. Sasuke led Suigetsu to the Land of Waves to retrieve Zabuza Momochi's sword from his grave. Upon their arrival, Sasuke noticed the bridge that was being built during his time there as a Konoha Genin, which was now named the Great Naruto Bridge. Upon retrieving the sword, Suigetsu explained that he had trained under the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist, which his senior Zabuza had belonged to. With the sword, he claimed he might be able to beat Sasuke. After picking it up, they headed for their next target. In the anime, it turned out that the sword was not beside Zabuza's grave, and that a man named Tenzin had claimed it for himself. Sasuke and Suigetsu asked the residents of the village where they could find him. Eventually, they discovered that he resided in a castle southeast of the village. Overnight, Sasuke intruded the castle and threatened Tenzin to prepare an army of over 1,000 men. The next day, Sasuke and Suigetsu prepared to invade. Sasuke offered a wager with Suigetsu to whoever could retrieve the sword first. Suigetsu later suggested that this had merely been a chance for Sasuke to witness Suigetsu's abilities, which Sasuke neither confirmed nor denied. After a successful attempt of retrieving the sword, they both departed for their next target, Karin. After arriving at the base, Sasuke and Suigetsu met Karin, who had sensed their arrival. Sasuke told Karin to join him, which surprised her. Sasuke replied that since Orochimaru was now gone, there was no need for her to continue to keep watch over the prisoners she was currently guarding, and told an annoyed Suigetsu to free them. Karin relented but still refused to go. Sasuke decided that he would have to find someone else. However, Karin had a quick change of personality and agreed to go if he really wanted her to. Suigetsu advised that they leave since Karin clearly did not want to go. When Sasuke said she had changed her mind, Karin put her glasses back on after attempting to flirt with Sasuke and denied this in a rather embarrassed manner, saying that she was coincidentally going the same way that they were, at least for the moment. As the three made their way to the northern hideout, Karin explained that Sasuke's next target, Jugo, was the means behind Orochimaru's development of the Cursed Seals. When the group got there, prisoners infected with the Cursed Seal surrounded Sasuke's group. When Karin informed them that Jugo was not among the prisoners, Sasuke and Suigetsu disposed of them without killing them, as instructed by Sasuke. Having found the keys to Jugo's cell, Karin used her tracking ability to find him, misleading Suigetsu in the wrong direction while she was at it. At Jugo's cell, Karin unlocked the door and Sasuke went in first. Jugo, who had decided that if the first person to open the door was a male, he would kill him, seemed delighted to see Sasuke and rushed in for the kill. Sasuke failed in his attempts to reason with Jugo. Jugo and Sasuke had a quick Cursed Seal battle before it was interrupted by the arrival of Suigetsu. Suigetsu then appeared to take over the fight, explaining that beating Jugo to a pulp was the only way to calm him. Jugo morphed his piston arm into a massive forearm blade to deal with Suigetsu. After they ignored Sasuke's requests to stop, Sasuke wrapped the two in summoned snakes and exuded an enormous amount of killing intent. Jugo's transformation receded, and he suddenly rushed back to his cell, demanding that they lock it. Karin explained that while the rage-driven Jugo may be violent and bloodthirsty, Jugo himself had no desire to harm anyone. Jugo finally agreed to go with Sasuke after hearing that Kimimaro, who was constantly able to stop Jugo's rage-driven rampages, had died to bring Sasuke to Orochimaru. With his team gathered and dubbed Hebi by Sasuke, Sasuke revealed their goal, to kill his brother Itachi. Suigetsu, who wanted to take Kisame's sword for himself, was willing to participate, as Kisame was currently partnered with Itachi. Karin, being enamored with Sasuke, also agreed to help, although she was unwilling to admit that her admiration was the reason. Suigetsu teased her about it, saying that he knew about something Karin did to Sasuke a while before. However, Karin punched Suigetsu in the face before he could reveal her secret. Finally, Jugo acquiesced to see how strong Sasuke was, believing he was Kimimaro's reincarnation. Sakura arrived at Naruto's home to tell him to wash up and get ready. They met with Tsunade and Jiraiya, and Tsunade informed them of Orochimaru's death at Sasuke's hands, which Jiraiya's most trusted sources had confirmed. Both Naruto and Sakura seemed really happy to hear the news, expecting that, now that Orochimaru was dead, Sasuke would finally return. However, Jiraiya told them that this was not exactly the case. In Konoha, Naruto and Sakura came to the same conclusion as Sasuke, reasoning that his desire for revenge would drive him to kill Itachi. Therefore, they decided that the simplest path to Sasuke was to find Itachi. As both teams resolved to find him, both he and Kisame waited for the leader to contact them after having captured Roshi, the host of the Four Tails. Once they got into contact with their leader, the Akatsuki went over the recent deaths of Hidan, Kakazu, and Orochimaru, and Sasuke's new team. Knowing that Sasuke could potentially disrupt their plans, the leader warned everyone to be careful, especially Itachi and Kisame. In Konoha, Kakashi discussed the overall plan to find Itachi and Kisame. Since simply killing Itachi first would make finding Sasuke impossible, they needed to capture him. For that purpose, Team Kakashi was joined by Team 8. Meanwhile, Sasuke took his team to an old Uchiha outpost run by allies of the Uchiha clan in order to stock up on supplies. After Akatsuki finished sealing the Four Tails, Deidara and Tobi decided to track down either Kakashi and Naruto or go after Sasuke. As Deidara and Tobi searched for either of their two targets, the two teams split up. The Konoha ninja split into groups of 3, 1 ninja and 2 of Kakashi's ninken. Naruto was accompanied by Hinata and Yamato due to Akatsuki's pursuit of him. Meanwhile, Sasuke's group split up to gather information on Akatsuki. As they searched, the ninken accompanying Sakura caught Sasuke's scent. Her search led her into a city, but she was unable to find Sasuke. As she walked through a crowd, the ninken commented how the scent was moving away, just as Karin was walking past her. Kabuto revealed himself to Naruto's group and gave them a book that detailed everything they had learned about the Akatsuki. He thanked Naruto for inspiring him to find his own purpose in life and revealed that he had absorbed Orochimaru's remains into himself. About 1/3 of his body was now Orochimaru's. With it, he planned to become stronger than Orochimaru. After evading Naruto and Yamato, he explained that he needed control over Orochimaru's power, which was slowly taking over his body, after which he would come after Sasuke for killing Orochimaru. Elsewhere, Deidara and Tobi attacked Sasuke. Deidara attempted to attack from above using a bomb, but Sasuke used Hidden Shadow snake hands to wrap himself with a snake as a shield. Tobi also attempted an attack, but he was scared of Sasuke and fled from him. Deidara told Tobi he was to handle Sasuke and tested him with small C1 spiders. Sasuke used the Chidori Senbon to stop the bombs. He then jumped behind Deidara, who used a bomb to distance himself, but Sasuke managed to avoid the bomb. Realizing Sasuke's abilities were great, Deidara used the C2 next and summoned a clay dragon as a battle partner. The dragon then regurgitated a cluster of landmines, to which Tobi said that they were going with that. Sasuke attacked with Chidori Sharp Spear, but Deidara was out of range. While Sasuke was busy with Deidara, Tobi planted the latter's mines around the field. Deidara sent a new C2 bomb after Sasuke, and he activated his Cursed Seal level 2 to block the blast at the cost of one of his wings. He shot 2 giant shuriken at Deidara. Deidara avoided them, but Sasuke had attached wires to them. They impaled Deidara's arms against the dragon, and Sasuke flew up with his Chidori sword and severed one of the dragon's wings. Deidara fell to the ground toward his landmines, which destroyed the dragon. Tobi cried out for Deidara, but Deidara, who had earlier dislodged the shuriken and was now safely atop one of his clay birds, told him to be quiet. He looked into Sasuke's Sharingan and remembered when he had first seen them in Itachi. He was once approached by Itachi, Kisame, and Sasori for a proposal. Deidara was chosen to be an Akatsuki, but he had refused, loving his position as a terrorist bomber, claiming his works as art and as invincible, and how their beauty came when they exploded. Sasori was interested in Deidara for being an artist and having guts, but claimed that he was arrogant and would get himself killed quickly. Itachi decided to fight Deidara, claiming that if Itachi won, Deidara would join Akatsuki, but if he lost, Deidara was free to go. Itachi shielded himself from Deidara's bombs with shadow clones, and after a short fight, finished him off with a Sharingan Genjutsu, making it seem like Itachi had gained control of Deidara's bombs and was about to finish Deidara with one. He stopped the Genjutsu and freed Deidara, but Deidara was still forced to join for his loss. Deidara was angered at Itachi and the Sharingan, refusing to accept it as an art. As the battle between Sasuke and Deidara continued, Deidara used his C4, his most powerful bomb. It exploded and appeared to have killed Sasuke, but it was simply a Sharingan Genjutsu, the same one Itachi had used. Sasuke then appeared to have constricted him with one of his bombs, but the Genjutsu was dispelled by Deidara, as he revealed his left eye could dispel Genjutsu, and since Sasuke had held back when using the technique, unlike Itachi, Deidara was able to dispel it. Deidara tried another C4 on Sasuke using the last bit of his chakra and went to a safe distance, but Sasuke shielded it one last time with his Chidori current. He then jumped right next to Deidara and gave him a powerful punch to the face. Realizing that Deidara was out of chakra and could not get up, Sasuke asked where Itachi was. Deidara did not answer and became enraged due to Sasuke being indifferent and uncaring toward his art. He then turned himself into a bomb in a suicide attempt to kill Sasuke. However, Sasuke summoned the snake Manda as a shield and teleported them both with a technique at the cost of Manda's life. His team found him after seeing the explosion and he went with them to rest, explaining what had happened. After seeing the explosion, Naruto's team headed to it and Kiba tracked Sasuke's scent. Back with Hebi, Sasuke asked what everyone had found out about Itachi. Suigetsu and Karin had found nothing, but Jugo had communicated with the birds, who were able to sense Akatsuki's chakra coming out of their hideouts, which he had marked on a map. They decided to go to the most recently used one to find Itachi. Meanwhile, Itachi headed to an Uchiha hideout and sent 2 clones, one to find Naruto and the other to find Sasuke. As Naruto's team went to find Sasuke, Karin could sense that they were coming and informed Sasuke. Hebi then left who went to the Akatsuki hideout. Before that, Karin realized that the team possessed scent trackers, so she asked Jugo to have the birds tear up one of Sasuke's shirts, which had a very strong amount of Sasuke's scent on it, and scatter the pieces to throw off Naruto's team. It succeeded, and Kiba could no longer track Sasuke's scent. Naruto realized that they needed to split up, and Naruto encountered Itachi's clone. Itachi claimed that he only wished to talk, but Naruto knew that he needed to catch Itachi. Naruto created a shadow clone that attacked with a big ball Rasengan, but Itachi was a clone as well. The real Itachi caught Naruto in a Sharingan Genjutsu. In the illusion, Itachi asked why Naruto cared for Sasuke so much, to which Naruto claimed that Sasuke was like a brother to him, and that he was more of a brother to Sasuke than Itachi was. When Itachi went on the offensive with his Genjutsu, Naruto dispelled it. Itachi then dispelled the clone, having run out of time to talk. The other clone encountered Sasuke at the Akatsuki hideout. After a short greeting, Sasuke attacked the clone with his Chidori Sharp Spear, but Itachi substituted himself with a shadow clone as a shield. Sasuke was then caught in the clone's Sharingan Genjutsu, but he easily dispelled it. Itachi then destroyed the clone, telling Sasuke to go to the nearby Uchiha hideout so they could end their dispute. Sasuke and the rest of Hebi go to the hideout. Sasuke encounters 2 of Naruto's shadow clones, so he destroys them with Chidori current punches, and the team continues on. Naruto figures out where Sasuke is, so Naruto's team goes in pursuit. Unfortunately, Naruto's team encounters Tobi. Naruto attempts 2 big ball Rasengan with shadow clones, but the attacks are absorbed. Naruto's team then prepares to finish Tobi off. Meanwhile, Sasuke encounters Kisame, who asks Sasuke to continue on by himself, since Itachi doesn't want interferences. Sasuke had no argument, and his team left with Kisame. Suigetsu and Kisame then prepared to fight for Samehara. Sasuke then went to the hideout and prepared to battle Itachi. The tale of Jiraiya the Gallant. Jiraiya told Tsunade that he was going to personally gather information regarding the Akatsuki in the most probable place, Amagakure. Seconds after Jiraiya successfully entered the village, he was detected by Pain. Wandering around, Jiraiya speaks to the inhabitants about their leader. Unsuccessful in gathering information, he captures 2 ninja of the village, who tell him about their mysterious new leader Pain, who single-handedly defeated Hanzo, the former leader of Ame. Before acting further, Jiraiya summoned Garatora and instructed him to store himself in Naruto should anything happen to him, speculating that Madara Uchiha was responsible for the Nine-Tails attack on Konoha in the past. Meanwhile, Pain, knowing that an intruder had infiltrated the village, orders Konan to search for the intruder. She then transforms into multiple origami papers to seek the intruder out. Konan locates Jiraiya, informs Pain, who then changes bodies in a secret chamber. Konan went ahead and attacked Jiraiya, who fought evenly matched with her for a short while. Jiraiya then spoke about his history with Yahiko and Nagato. When Pain arrives, they discuss Pain's personal ideology and Akatsuki's goals. Pain, who is convinced Jiraiya is to die anyway, reveals his entire reasoning behind collecting the tailed beasts, which was to create a kinjutsu which could wipe away entire nations, so that the world would mature and develop a version for war. Finishing their talk, Pain summons a crustacean to attack Jiraiya, who defeats it and summons Gamaken. Having no other choice left, Jiraiya and Gamaken begin their battle against Pain. Camouflaging himself, Pain summons multiple creatures to defeat Jiraiya. Realizing he's up against a powerful foe, Jiraiya uses a barrier and prepares to enter Sage Mode. Due to the predicament Gamaken has, he sustains deep wounds from the battle. As Jiraiya has his technique ready to use, Gamaken leaves the battle and enters Sage Mode after summoning Fukasaku and Shima. Jiraiya soon finds Pain, who summons 2 of his other paths to enter the battle. Jiraiya blinds one of the new pains with a kick to the face, and Fukasaku suspects that all 3 pains shared the same eyes and vision after they countered all their attacks, while Jiraiya realizes that each of the bodies has only one specific purpose. Jiraiya stalls for time while Fukasaku and Shima prepare a powerful genjutsu to defeat the bodies and are successful in doing so. Jiraiya had a flashback to when he first met the Toad Sage, who told him he would be a pervert, travel the world, write a book, and would train the destined child who would either save or destroy the world. Leaving the bodies behind, another pain attacked Jiraiya from behind and severed his arm. Being confronted by the full attendants of the 6 paths of pain, Jiraiya was able to discover that all of Pain's bodies belonged to ninja he once knew, amongst them being his old student, Yahiko, functioning as Pain's diva path. With this information, Jiraiya was able to discover the truth, but his throat was crushed by the Ashura path before he was stabbed by the other 6 paths of pain. Pinned to the ground, Jiraiya was unable to tell Fukasaku of what he had learned. As Jiraiya lay dying, he remembered a conversation he had with Minato and Kushina about how they wanted to name their son after the character in his book, thereby making him Naruto's godfather. Remembering this forced him back to life with his own willpower, and he writes the message on Fukasaku's back. Thinking to himself, he decides that Naruto was the child of prophecy, and that it was up to him to decide his future. The Ashura path then shot his fist at Jiraiya and Fukasaku and destroyed the slab of concrete that Jiraiya was lying on. Jiraiya then drifted off into the water to his death while thinking about what he'd name his next book. He then decided he'd name it The Tale of Naruto Uzumaki and said it had a nice ring to it. Meanwhile, Pain deduced that Jiraiya was dead, but Fukasaku had got away. Fated battle between brothers. Sasuke arrived at the Uchiha hideout and confronted Itachi. The battle began with both of them seemingly using taijutsu, soon ending with Sasuke cornering Itachi and deciding to ask him one last question before killing him off. Sasuke asked, "Who is he?" Sasuke recalled when Itachi had said that 3 of the Uchiha clan would have the ability to use the Mangekyo Sharingan, including himself, if Sasuke would be able to awaken his. Itachi explained that the person who had assisted him when he murdered the entire clan was none other than Madara Uchiha, one of the founders of Konoha, and revealed that one of the purposes of the Mangekyo Sharingan was to control the 9-tailed demon fox, which he had done 16 years ago when it attacked. He also revealed that once the Mangekyo Sharingan was activated, it would progressively lead to blindness. Itachi referred to Madara as the founder of Akatsuki and his mentor. It then turned out that Sasuke and Itachi's battle so far had been pure genjutsu. Itachi then finally activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, and revealed that the only way to stop the blindness was to take the eyes of another Sharingan user. He stated that this was the reason he had left Sasuke alive, and why he had pushed him to become stronger. After a flashback of his childhood, Sasuke stated, "Finally, it all ends here." During their talk, Zetsu watched, hidden in the ceiling, his halves commenting on the battle. After securing him in place with a shadow clone, Itachi then proceeded to rip out Sasuke's eyes. It was revealed that the whole fight so far had still been genjutsu, namely Itachi's Tsukiyomi, which Sasuke had overcome. Sasuke shortly lectured Itachi about the tools of the ninja and how a tool was only as powerful as the ninja who used it. Itachi told Sasuke that he would make his dream of ripping out his eyes a reality and readied the Amaterasu. Itachi and Sasuke both used the Great Fireball technique, and Sasuke held a slight advantage until Itachi used Amaterasu, which burnt out Sasuke's fireball immediately and melted through his remaining Cursed Seal level 2 wing, as well as scorching his body. Itachi prepared to rip the eyes out of the half-burned Sasuke, but the corpse was shown to be an empty shell left behind, with the real Sasuke dropping to the floor below. He used a new ninjutsu named Fire Release Great Dragon Fire technique from down below. Itachi dodged but still burnt his arm. It soon began to rain, and Sasuke said that this new technique was unavoidable. Zetsu continued watching the fight, narrating their movements and adding background to mysterious moves. Sasuke charged his final technique, Kirin. A huge creature made of lightning appeared, fueled by the Great Dragon Fire technique, which had dumped a huge amount of residual heat into the upper atmosphere, and Sasuke's chakra remained suspended in a usable form, changing with the atmosphere from simply fire chakra into a bolt of lightning characterized in the same form as the earlier Great Dragon Fire technique, but cast instead from lightning. Sasuke hit Itachi, who appeared to be dead. Itachi was then shown to be alive somehow and revealed a third Mangekyo technique, Susanoo, which pulled out the legendary Sword of Totsuka. Giant snakes suddenly appeared out of Sasuke. One of them revealed Orochimaru inside its mouth. Sasuke, having used up nearly all of its chakra fighting Itachi, could no longer suppress Orochimaru, who had been inside of Sasuke since his failed attempt at taking over his body. The snakes were all killed, and Orochimaru was stabbed by the Sword of Totsuka, sealing him in an eternal dream state, and the remains were subsequently sucked into the sake jar that the Sword of Totsuka was sheathed in. Itachi then asked Sasuke if that was all he had. Sasuke proceeded to attack Itachi, again ending in a futile attempt as all of his attacks were reflected by another effective Susanoo, the Yada Mirror, which reflected all attacks directed at Itachi. Sasuke was knocked back down by his own attacks and lay on the ground. Itachi seemed to be invincible when Susanoo began to fade. Itachi walked toward his brother, seeking his eyes. When Itachi reached Sasuke, he poked Sasuke's forehead, saying, "I'm sorry, Sasuke, there won't be a next time," a reference to his constant unfulfilled promises to train with Sasuke in their youth. Itachi then died of exhaustion. Zetsu figured that Itachi must have been injured before the battle started, also noting that Itachi was unable to dodge attacks that he normally would be able to. Sasuke then smiled and closed his eyes before collapsing himself as Itachi's Amaterasu continued to burn around them. Meanwhile, Naruto and the other members of the 8-man squad continued to fight Tobi. Shino attacked with his bugs and even managed to completely swarm Tobi with them. Tobi escaped from the swarm unharmed, however. Zetsu arrived to tell him that Sasuke had won the battle and that Itachi was dead. This was no surprise to Tobi. Zetsu also said that Sasuke was probably dying as well. Just before Tobi and Zetsu left, Kakashi noticed Tobi's Sharingan. Kakashi commented on this while Tobi and Zetsu fled to the battle site. Hinata saw storm clouds and the flames of Amaterasu with her Byakugan. Naruto and the group pursued them. Meanwhile, Tobi and Zetsu reached Sasuke. Tobi told Zetsu to take Itachi's corpse. Naruto's team reached the flames, and Yamato used Earth Release Earth Flow Divide to create a path through it. Naruto became angry when he realized they were too late. Sasuke woke up in a large room. Tobi appeared from the shadows and said that he would tell Sasuke the truth about Itachi. He then began to take off his mask. As Tobi's, whose true identity is none other than Madara, Sharingan was shown, Sasuke's Sharingan was turned into a Mangekyo Sharingan. His eyes bled, and Amaterasu appeared around Tobi. Tobi said that Itachi had implanted his abilities into Sasuke and that they would activate as soon as Tobi's Sharingan was shown. Tobi then said that Itachi had done this to kill Tobi and to protect Sasuke. Sasuke didn't believe him and yelled at Tobi to go away. Tobi then began to tell Sasuke in secret about how Itachi had tried to protect the village as well as Sasuke. But for things to make sense, he would have to go back before the founding of Konoha. At the time, there were many clans that existed, and the Uchiha clan was one of the strongest, only rivaled by the Senju clan, whom they constantly battled. Madara was noticed as the leader of the Uchiha clan because of his powerful chakra, but as Itachi said before, Madara plucked out his brother Izuna's eyes so he could gain an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. In order to end their fighting, Hashirama Senju, the leader of the Senju clan, decided to make a peace offering with the Uchiha, which had formed the village of Konoha. Madara became infuriated when Hashirama became the first Hokage because he feared that the Uchiha clan would be put down. But the Uchiha did not believe their leader's warning, so Madara decided to abandon his own clan and defect from Konoha. Madara used the power of his Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to take control of the Nine Tails and take his revenge, and battled Hashirama, which tore up the landscape, and this land would eventually be known as the Valley of the End, the same place that Sasuke battled Naruto before he left Konoha. At the end of the battle, Madara lost control of the Nine Tails, and everyone, even the Uchiha and Hashirama, believed that Madara had died. Afterwards, little by little, the Uchiha clan began losing their power as the village recognized the Senju clan more, and everything Madara had warned his clan about was beginning to come true when the final straw occurred. 16 years ago, the Nine Tails attacked Konoha, and due to the Uchiha's reputation back when Madara controlled the Nine Tails against his fight against Hashirama, the leaders of Konoha believed the Uchiha were responsible. As punishment, the Uchiha were forced to live in one area. Itachi was ordered by the elders of Konoha to annihilate the Uchiha because they were planning a coup d'etat against Konoha, and Itachi had done this because he detested war and wanted to maintain Konoha's stability. When Itachi was not even 4 years old, he had seen the bloodshed of the Third Shinobi World War, which caused him to develop a pacifist nature. Coincidentally, Tobi was attempting to destroy Konoha when he encountered Itachi, so Itachi made a deal. If he were to help Itachi wipe out their clan, Madara must leave Konoha alone, which Madara accepted. Sasuke began to believe Tobi was the real bad guy because Itachi said that Madara was controlling the Nine Tails' every move. But Madara denies his involvement, and Itachi only said that because he did not want Sasuke to trust Madara. This triggered a flashback to moments before Itachi's death, revealing that he was not seeking his brother's eyes, but in his final stance with Sasuke, had poked him on the forehead as he did in Sasuke's childhood and smiled at him. After this, Sasuke was shown joining back up with Hebi with his new Mangekyo Sharingan. He told the group that they would be called Taka from now on, and their goal was the complete and utter destruction of Konoha. After the failed mission to find Sasuke or Itachi, Naruto remembered his encounter with Itachi. Itachi asked Naruto why he insisted on trying to save Sasuke who didn't want to be saved. Naruto replied that he was more of a brother to him than he ever was. Satisfied with this answer, Itachi departs, but not before performing a technique on Naruto to prepare him for this chance that Sasuke attacks Konoha. Soon after, Naruto is called to the Hokage's office where he's told by Fukasaku that Jiraiya was killed in Amagakure by Pain. Naruto, devastated, left to mourn, while Tsunade, who was equally hurt, had the decoders decode Jiraiya's dying message on Fukasaku's back. Devastated and unable to focus even after encouraging words from Irika Umino, Naruto was taken by Shikamaru Nara to the hospital to see a pregnant Kuranai Yuhi, whose child Shikamaru will instruct. Shikamaru reminded Naruto that there will come a time where all their masters will be gone, and they will be the new masters of new students. With this in mind, Naruto opts to help the decoders decode the message, and saw that the message was written in Jiraiya's unique, if somewhat sloppy, katakana script. With this knowledge, they discover Pain's secret, that the real one isn't there. After deciphering the code, Fukasaku asks that Naruto come with him to learn senjutsu like Jiraiya. After a reverse summon sent Naruto and Fukasaku to Mount Myoboku, the two began the difficult senjutsu training. The training required Naruto to be completely still so as to allow himself to mold natural chakra surrounding him. To speed up the process, a special frog oil was smeared on Naruto that would allow him to use natural chakra, but at a higher risk of turning into a toad statue. After several days to weeks, Naruto successfully learned how to remain perfectly still in order to mold enough natural chakra to enter Sage Mode, and even trained himself in secret to master his wind release Rasen Shuriken. However, when time came to learn Sage Art Amphibian technique to allow Shima and Fukasaku to gather the natural chakra while in combat, the nine-tailed demon fox prevented the fusion, requiring Naruto to come up with an alternate method of entering Sage Mode in battle. Meanwhile, Sasuke decided not to take Itachi's eyes to awaken his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, opting to restore their clan his own way. Tobi ordered Taka to find the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, Killer Bee of Kumo. They find him at the Valley of Clouds and Lightning and begin to battle. Taka proves to be a challenge to Bee and he proceeds to go all out. Six Tails unleashed. When Hotaru and her guardian, Tonbi, are being attacked at their mountaintop fort, she and Utakata escape with En no Gyoja's secret kinjutsu, while Tonbi tries to hold off the attackers, but was easily defeated. The attackers, the Magaki group, go after them. Team Yamato are assigned by Tsunade to go and protect Hotaru on her way to Tsuchigumo village. When the team find the fort, they saw Tonbi, who had been viciously attacked by the four-man bandits. Sakura stays and heals Tonbi, while Naruto, Sai, and Yamato follow Utakata and Hotaru. Naruto catches up to Utakata and Hotaru, and Utakata attacks Naruto with some of his soap bubble ninjutsu. After Utakata learned that they're not attackers, he entrusts the protection of Hotaru to them. Utakata's past is explained, including a vision of his master attempting to draw out his tailed beast. Hotaru refuses to let the Konoha ninja escort her to the Tsuchigumo clan's secret village. Sai then tricks her into thinking that giant leeches are falling on her, and she begs Naruto for protection. When they reach the hidden village, Naruto leaves the village with a suspicious feeling because of the way that the villagers looked at Hotaru. Utakata also starts fighting the Magaki group and starts to gain the upper hand easily, but they trap him in a lightning release barrier that implodes. Hotaru's uncle betrays her to the Magaki group, but when they think that they have found the hidden scroll, it turns out to be a bomb. Hotaru escapes, but she meets up with Utakata in the forest. He faces off against the bandits again and quickly flees. After Utakata escaped with Hotaru, the bandits were confronted by their leader, Shiranami. He showed them that Utakata was a missing nin from Kirigakure with a bounty of 50 million ryo. Akaboshi asked their leader what they should do, which he began to muse about. When Hotaru and Utakata were alone, Utakata was about to leave Hotaru again, but Hotaru, trying to convince him not to leave her alone, partially took off her shirt, showing him something on her back that shocked him. All of a sudden, the Kirigakure Anbu found Utakata and wrapped him up with their water release water whip technique and began subduing him with their lightning release electromagnetic murder. The captain revealed to Hotaru, who he was holding hostage, that Utakata was in their bingo book and was wanted for killing his master. Naruto and his team arrived and managed to loosen one of the water whips holding Utakata. Both parties began to fight, but the leader of the Kirigakure Anbu appeared and discussed the situation with Yamato. Due to Hotaru's insistence to be with Utakata, it was agreed that Utakata stayed with Team Yamato and they wouldn't hunt him until she was safe. But afterwards, they'd resume tracking Utakata down. Tsurugi, the leader, asked Utakata to return to Kirigakure, saying that the village changed, no longer earning the nickname Village of the Bloody Mist. Utakata refuses and says that he will keep doing as he pleases. After the groups part ways, Hotaru begins hurting from an injury sustained during the earlier altercation. Utakata has Naruto collect medicinal herbs. When Naruto returns, he witnesses what was done to Hotaru's back, where her clan's kinjutsu was put. Utakata voices his absolute disdain for people who selfishly take advantage of people's loyalty, only to treat them as tools. Everyone is shocked to hear that Hotaru actually requested for the technique to be sealed into her, after she explained that she wanted her grandfather's dream to restore their clan's glory to come true. When Tonbi voiced his sorrow that by now the clan had probably lost too much strength to ever return to such a status, he suggested that they end the potential danger of the kinjutsu by destroying it. Utakata was surprised that Hotaru's grandfather had created a way to safely remove it from Hotaru's body. When Tonbi insisted that no true master would do such horrific things without a way to undo them, Utakata wondered if the same was true for his master. Utakata resolved to find Tsurugi again to learn some answers about his late master. Hotaru initially refused the idea to destroy the Kinjutsu, feeling that it would make her grandfather's efforts for nothing. But Utakata made her see that she couldn't restore their clan with such a destructive technique. While willing to accept this decision as a final act, she offered one other possible solution: to search for a man named Shiranami, who is an immensely gifted ninja who studied En-no Gyoja's teachings and could be of great help. It was then decided that Naruto would attempt to find the man in 2 days while preparations for removing the Kinjutsu were made. When Naruto sought out Shiranami, the Magaki leader, who believed the latter was an ally, the Magaki group ambushed Naruto and used Infinite Embrace to drain his chakra. While Chushin beat Naruto, Ben-10 almost revealed their plan before Akabashi silenced him. Angered at being deceived, Naruto unleashed the Nine Tails chakra and broke out of the Infinite Embrace. Though shocked at Naruto's strength, the Magaki used their multiple Infinite Embraces to crush Naruto. Much to their shock, however, Naruto was still able to resist, but not for long. Later, to Hotaru's dismay, Utakata suddenly leaves. Not wanting him to leave her, Hotaru goes off to find him. Along the way, she runs into Shiranami himself. He sympathizes with Hotaru's loneliness and desire to restore their clan. After being convinced not to destroy the technique, she decides to write a message to Utakata. However, Shiranami reveals his true colors and knocks out Hotaru, taking her back to Tsuchigumo village. When Utakata is unable to find Tsurugi, he finds Hotaru's messenger bird with a note for him. While it is from Hotaru saying she found Shiranami, Utakata is still at unease, feeling something is wrong. He goes to the location Hotaru wrote and finds that Shiranami is actually the leader of the bandits who trapped Naruto in a Fuinjutsu. Utakata then uses his tailed beast chakra to scare the bandits and make them run. Afterwards, he and Naruto track Shiranami back to Hotaru's village, where it's discovered that Shiranami took control of the villagers with his technique. The villagers attacked Utakata and Naruto and were also confronted by the Magaki group. Just before things got worse, the rest of Team Yamato arrived while hunting for Hotaru. Yamato, Sai, and Sakura were fighting the villagers and the Magaki group, while Naruto and Utakata were trying to save Hotaru from Shiranami. In the end, Naruto and Utakata managed to save Hotaru, and Team Yamato parts ways with Hotaru and Utakata. Hotaru and Utakata decide to leave Hotaru's village and travel around, while Utakata trained Hotaru to make her stronger. Before they begin, Utakata decides that he wants to confront the Kirigakure Anbu unit and tells Hotaru to stay behind. He attempts to make contact but is unable to do so. He soon discovers the mask of one of the Anbu units that was left behind. After discovering the mask, he reaches the conclusion that the Kiri Anbu were killed, and Utakata is confronted by Akatsuki member Pain, who appears to be the one behind the attack. Pain tells him that he's here to capture the Six Tails. Utakata puts up a fight, but in the end is captured by the Akatsuki. Pain's assault. Killer Bee easily disarms Suigetsu Hoseki and defeats Jugo with Suigetsu's own sword. Sasuke challenges him alone, and despite using his Mangekyo Sharingan, Killer Bee is able to fatally injure Sasuke twice. First when he was stabbed multiple times by Killer Bee's swords, from which he was saved by sucking Karin's chakra, and later by a hit from a three-tailed Killer Bee's lightning release lariat, blowing open his chest, which Jugo restored, infusing his own flesh in Sasuke's body. Annoyed, Killer Bee transformed into the Eight Tails. Suigetsu tried to blow Killer Bee away with a giant wave, but was easily repelled by a tailed beast ball. Out of desperation, and seeing Taka resemble his former team, Sasuke used a Matarasu to stop the giant ox. Sasuke cut off one of the beast's tentacles when it almost crushed Karin, but she was hit by another one, igniting her with a Matarasu. Sasuke managed to put the flames out on her and on Killer Bee. After collecting the injured and their captives, Sasuke and Jugo head back to the Akatsuki base. When Sasuke delivered Killer Bee to Tobi, he informed him that his true intentions were not to destroy Konoha's elders, but the entire village for making the Uchiha destroy themselves, vowing to destroy anyone who got in his way. His task completed, Sasuke departs to a hideout, not knowing that they were being followed by Kumo Nin-J. When he was discovered, he was attacked by Taka before he could retreat. During the sealing of the Eight Tails, which was taking longer due to losing most Akatsuki members, Killer Bee's body turns back into a tentacle. Killer Bee, still at the battlefield, climbs out of a tentacle at the bottom of the lake, relieved that the Akatsuki kidnapped him and allowed him a chance to leave the village. The Eight Tails cautions that Akatsuki will still be pursuing him and asks Bee why he used up nearly all of his energy going all out, to which Bee responds that he got carried away because Sasuke was one of the strongest opponents he'd ever faced. Upon reaching Konoha, Pain discussed the battle plans for the invasion. The Ashura Path, Preta Path, and New Animal Path will act as diversions, while the Diva Path, Naraka Path, Human Path, and Konin interrogated villagers on the whereabouts of Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tailed Demon Fox, either through mind reading or threat of death. Once preparations were complete, the Ashura path threw the animal path into the village where it summoned the other 6 paths of pain and the invasion began. Because Konoha only expected one invader, the multiple points of attack made it difficult for the village to react. The 5th Hokage called for Naruto to return to the village to aid in its defense, but the messenger toad Kosuke was killed by Danzo before he could leave, to prevent Akatsuki a chance at capturing the Nine Tails, as well as in the hope that Tsunade would lose her position in the attack. Meanwhile, Tsunade remained at the Ninja Academy to summon and use Katsuyu to heal any villager who was injured during the attack. Kakashi Hatake engaged the Diva Path, who was quickly backed up by the Ashura Path. Choza and his team of shinobi, along with his son, Choji Akamichi, came to Kakashi's aid and discovered the Diva Path's unique gravity manipulation has a 5-second window. Despite discovering this secret and the Ashura Path defeated, Choza, along with his team, were critically wounded and Kakashi incapacitated, leaving only Choji to deliver the information to Tsunade. Konohamaru Sarutobi engaged and defeated the Naraka Path, while Sume and Kiba Inuzuka engaged the Preta Path. As the invasion continued, Konan interrogated several Konoha shinobi on Naruto's whereabouts. However, by this time, Naruto had earned the respect of every single Konoha shinobi to the point that not one shinobi was willing to give away Naruto's location and would rather be killed. One such shinobi told Konan to go to hell with a smile on his face, despite the hopeless situation. As the Diva Path confronted Tsunade to question her about Naruto, Shizune, Inoichi, and Ino Yamanaka discovered the secret of Pain's 6 paths. The black receivers planted in the body Jiraiya sent back revealed that each body was merely an animated corpse powered by chakra, and that Pain's real body was elsewhere. As Shizune summarized their analysis, the human path found and read her mind, discovering Naruto was at Mount Myoboku. Upon finding out, and angered by Tsunade's perceived lack of pain, the Diva Path recalled Konan and the 5 other paths out of the village, where he detonated a powerful Shinra Tensei, destroying most of the village. Having caught word of Pain's attack, the toads at Mount Myoboku prepared for the counterattack. Shima, who was at Konoha at the time, was told to prepare a reverse summoning to bring Naruto, Fukasaku, Gamabunta, Gamaken, Gamahiro, and Gamakichi to Konoha, moments after the Shinra Tensei leveled the village. After using the Naraka Path to repair the destroyed Ashura Path, the animal was launched back into the village and resummoned the rest of the paths back to fight the Jinchuriki. Using his newly learned Senjutsu techniques and a perfected wind release Rasen Shuriken, Naruto saved Tsunade and handily defeated the Ashura, human, animal, and Naraka paths before the Diva Path regained enough strength to fight on its own again. When he was finally caught and held by the energy-absorbing Preta Path, Naruto used the Senjutsu chakra to disrupt the Preta Path's chakra flow, turning it into a frog statue before finally facing the Diva Path, Pain's last and most often used body. Pain quickly dispatched the giant toads and gained the upper hand, killing Fukasaku in the process. Using another gravity manipulation technique to grab and immobilize Naruto, Pain then pinned him to the ground with his chakra disruption blades in order to take him away. Before departing, Naruto asked Pain why he had done everything, to which Pain replied that the world could never have the peace Jiraiya fought for because the world was too full of hatred, and therefore the only way to create world peace was through force. By using the tailed beasts, Pain planned on making a weapon strong enough to destroy a country, and the fear of that weapon would prevent more fighting. Shikamaru Nara, having survived the destruction of Konoha, met with the Yamanaka group carrying Shizune's body. When they were told what information she knew, Shikamaru concluded that Pain's real body was somewhere close to the village, at a high enough place that he could send his chakra across a large enough distance to control the 6 paths with no difficulty. As Pain was describing his quest for world peace, his true body, Nagato, emaciated and with several chakra blades sticking out of his back, was shown in his and Konan's hiding place, a makeshift tree on a high mountain close to the village. Hinata Hyuga came to his rescue after confessing her love for Naruto, but was quickly struck down and critically wounded. Believing that Pain had killed her, Naruto lost control of his anger and slipped into his 6-tailed transformation. The first Hokage's necklace reacted to this and tried to suppress the Nine-Tails chakra, but was removed and destroyed. With the Nine-Tails in control of Naruto's body, it fought and overwhelmed Pain, causing him to retreat from the village in order to get close enough to Nagato to use Chibaku Tensei. With the Nine-Tails controlling Naruto and Pain out of the village, Sakura Haruno ordered all those who could help to tend to the wounded and for a team, including herself, to help the critically wounded Hinata. Team Guy, who was returning from a mission, passed the injured Gamabunta, who informed them that Konoha was in danger. Elsewhere, Yamato, who was with Sai and Anko Mitarashi on a mission hunting Kabuto Yakashi, sensed that Naruto had released 6 tails of the Nine-Tails, and headed back to find and stop him. While still being pursued by the Nine-Tails, Pain, through the great strain of Nagato, used the Chibaku Tensei to create a giant miniature moon in an attempt to capture the Nine-Tails. During this time, Naruto, locked in his own subconscious and lost in despair, called out for help to a response of Pain's visions of peace. In the end, while the apparently evil Pain had a plan to deal with the hatred of the world, Naruto did not. Taking advantage of his pain, the Nine-Tails convinced Naruto to destroy everything in the world by releasing the seal. This caused the seal to distort. Despite the strength of the miniature moon, the distorted seal allowed the 8th tail to grow, partially breaking free of the sphere. In his mind, just as he was about to remove the seal to release the 9th tail, Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage, appeared and spoke to Naruto. Minato revealed to Naruto that he was his father, and he sealed the Nine-Tails into him because he too felt the Nine-Tails was forced to come to Konoha, and believed a masked being within Akatsuki was behind the attack. After easing Naruto's fears that he couldn't change the world, Minato repaired the seal and sent Naruto back to finish his battle. With the Nine-Tails chakra suppressed, Naruto and Pain resumed their battle, with Naruto tricking Pain into using a Shinra Tensei on dozens of shadow clones, and giving Naruto enough time to strike him with a Rasengan during that 5-second window. The last body of Pain was defeated, and Naruto used its black receivers to track down and confront Nagato himself. Having reached the makeshift tree, Naruto asked Nagato why he hated Konoha, and what had made him the way he was. Nagato, still wanting to know Naruto's reply to his question, answered with 2 stories. The first was how his parents were killed during the Second Shinobi World War, which led to the activation of his Rinnegan. The second he began with how he met his friends Konan and Yahiko, the boy whose body would later become the Diva Path. Yahiko had revealed to the small makeshift family that he wanted to rule the world, and to stop the world's wars. After their dog Chibi was killed by an explosive tag as collateral damage from the Sanin's battle with Salamander Hanzo, Yahiko declared that he wouldn't just rule the world, but would become a god, a dream that sparked the same desire in Nagato. Nagato then revealed how Yahiko approached Jiraiya to ask him to train himself, Nagato, and Konan to be ninja. During the training, Nagato had used the Rinnegan to save Yahiko. Seeing this, Jiraiya told Nagato about the time of never-ending wars, when a messiah, the Sage of Six Paths, appeared and spread his religion across the world, which came to be the ninja techniques that shinobi use today. Jiraiya thought the sage had been reborn as Nagato and entrusted him to find the answer and spread peace in the world before leaving the 3 orphans. Years later, the 3 formed a gang in Amagakure led by Yahiko to abolish wars and bring peace to the world. Their fame captured the attention of Hanzo, who approached Yahiko to join hands and work together to bring peace among the war-torn countries of Earth, Fire, and Wind. This association turned out to be a trap laid by Hanzo, as he feared that Yahiko's group would take over the leadership of Amagakure. He lured Yahiko and Nagato to an area which was surrounded by many Konoha Anbu route shinobi, with Danzo leading them. Hanzo had kidnapped Konan and proposed for Yahiko to die to save Konan's life. He threw a kunai in Nagato's direction and ordered him to kill Yahiko. Yahiko agreed to die, but Nagato refused to kill him. Seeing this, Yahiko forcibly held Nagato's hand with the kunai and slit his own throat. A dying Yahiko told Nagato that he had to live, as he was the Messiah. Nagato told Naruto that Yahiko's death was the second great source of pain for him. This incident led Nagato to go berserk, and he used his Rinnegan's abilities to subdue and backfire all attacks on him by Hanzo's men. But in the midst of this, Nagato's legs were horribly burnt by Hanzo's fire release technique while he was saving Konan. He ultimately summoned a large animated statue for the battle, which imbued several chakra rods from its body into Nagato's back in order to use the latter's chakra. The statue then released a soul-removing dragon which killed many of Hanzo's men. But as Nagato was about to target Hanzo himself, he fled the scene with the body flicker technique. Nagato told Naruto that he'd become the leader of their gang and had carried on Yahiko's agenda to bring peace to the world. After hearing Nagato's story, Naruto reflected on everything he had heard. Naruto agreed that some of the things Nagato mentioned were true, but he also said that Jiraiya had believed in him, and that he would believe in what Jiraiya had believed in, and that was why he would not kill Nagato. Nagato questioned this, and Naruto pulled out the book that Jiraiya had written. He began reading from it, and told Nagato the main character's name was Naruto. Naruto then said that he would become Hokage, and he promised peace for Amagakure as well. Nagato then stated that Naruto was like him when he was younger. He said that he would believe in Naruto and prepared to use a technique. Upon using this technique, Nagato used his outer path to release all of the souls that had been captured, and used it to also revive those who died, including Kakashi, Fukasaku, and Shizune. At Mount Myoboku, the Great Toad Sage was shown telling Gamabunta that everyone had been revived, and that he found it surprising that it was 2 of Jiraiya's pupils that would bring about the revolution to the ninja world. Nagato then entrusted his will to Naruto and passed away. Konan decided to leave the Akatsuki and took both Nagato and Yahiko's bodies, telling Naruto that she would believe in him. She then used her paper to create a bouquet of flowers as a sign of peace and gave them to Naruto. Naruto erected a shrine in the forest in honor of his sensei and started to make his way back to the ruins of Konoha. He almost succumbed to exhaustion but was caught by a newly revived Kakashi, who carried Naruto on his back to the border of the village. Awaiting him were his friends and companions. As the villagers congratulated Naruto, Ebisu and Iruka thought about how their opinion of Naruto had undergone an immense change over the years. He was once considered a nuisance and a demon, but as his deeds were recognized, he became a true hero in the eyes of many. Naruto's ultimate dream of acknowledgement had come true at last. In the anime, this takes place during this arc, but in the manga, it takes place during the 5 Kage Summit. Tsunade was left in a comatose state after using all of her chakra to protect the villagers. Meanwhile, during the council meeting after the invasion, Danzo was able to persuade the Fire Daimyo to make him the acting 6th Hokage. Having finally acquired the title, he labeled Sasuke Uchiha a missing nin and ordered his assassination. Team Samui of Kumo arrived in Konoha, with news that Sasuke's team had kidnapped Killer B, and was looking for whatever information Konoha had on Sasuke. Meanwhile, on their way to Konoha, Taka, having abandoned Akatsuki after capturing the Eight Tails, was stopped by Tobi. Tobi, angered that Taka had failed to actually capture the Eight Tails, assigned Taka a new mission: kill Danzo, the new Hokage, at the summit. Zetsu's white half left to lead the way. Tobi told Black Zetsu that Pain's defeat was a major hindrance to his plans and that Sasuke would be of no use to him if he couldn't be controlled properly. Tobi decided to finally step out of the shadows and commence with his Eye of the Moon plan. Past arc: the Locus of Konoha. After Naruto defeated Pain, Iruka, along with Suzume and Daikoku Funeno, approached the ruins of the academy to salvage things for class. They split up and Iruka sees the destroyed academy, remembering when he began as a teacher and the day Hiruzen Sarutobi assigned Naruto Uzumaki to his class. Though he refused at first, due to Naruto being the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Iruka accepts. The next day, Naruto pulls a prank on Iruka, but instead of scolding him, Iruka tells Naruto to sit in his seat, remembering the advice given to him from Daikoku. When seeing Naruto being bullied by the other students because of his failed attempts to be better than Sasuke, Iruka tells them not to bother a kid like him. The next day, Naruto learns that Sasuke is the only surviving member of the Uchiha clan. After class, Naruto wants to join Hibachi and his friends in their test of courage, although Hibachi tells him not to follow them. Naruto pranks them later in the night by dressing up as a fox demon. Hearing them say that they saw a fox demon, Iruka runs to the Konoha gravesite and learns it's Naruto. Recognizing Iruka's glare as the same one everyone else in the village gives him, Naruto runs off with the intent not to return to the academy again. The next day, Naruto is absent in class and denied to be seen by the 3rd Hokage. Iruka sits in the park where he meets Kakashi Hatake and discusses his issues of being Naruto's teacher. Kakashi remembers when, after his mission with him, Iruka decided to become an instructor at the academy to pass the will of fire to the next generation. Hibachi and his friends decide to let Naruto in their group if he would do their test of courage. Hibachi was told by his father that in the hills there are corpses left by enemy ninja. Naruto agrees to get an item from a corpse in the hills. Hibachi tells his friends that there are still enemy ninja in the hills after Naruto left. When Iruka sees that Naruto is absent again, Hibachi says he hasn't seen him, but Shikamaru Nara, having heard of his trick, tells Iruka, who runs out of the classroom to find Naruto. Remembering Suzume telling him of the enemy ninja, Iruka tries to find Naruto before enemy ninja do. Elsewhere, Kakashi hears from Shikamaru and Choji that Iruka went to look for Naruto in the hills. Iruka finds Naruto and tries to get him to go back to the academy, but Naruto refuses and tells him that he doesn't understand him. Naruto uses his sexy technique to escape Iruka before finding a kunai with a paper on it. 3 enemy kunoichi approach Naruto, demanding that he gives them the kunai, but he refuses, having them resort to getting it by force. Finding his sexy technique useless on women, Naruto flees before running into Iruka as he protects the boy while evading the kunoichi until Kakashi arrives and easily defeats them. Itachi gives the 3rd Hokage the paper that was hidden on the kunai that Naruto found. Iruka then thanks Hiruzen for making him Naruto's teacher, which made him remember why he became one. Now being strict with Naruto to keep him from getting into trouble, Iruka's after-class lecture on the Will of Fire gave Naruto his aspirations to become the next Hokage. When Naruto and Sakura go get water for the comatose Tsunade, Kakashi has a flashback of when he was appointed as the leader of Team 7 after the team's formation. He watches Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, seeing Naruto and Sasuke's constant competition, and remembers what Minato and Obito said to him about teamwork and those abandoning their comrades being worse than scum. Meanwhile, Koharu and Homura discuss with Hiruzen his decision of having Naruto outside the village and being put on the same team as Sasuke. Danzo listens in on their discussion and thinks Hiruzen put Naruto and Sasuke on the same team due to the Uchiha being able to control the nine-tailed demon fox with their Sharingan, which he thinks is a good idea. After noticing Sakura depressed, Naruto tries to pick a fight with Sasuke, though all his techniques are no use. Sasuke easily beats Naruto and the members of Team 7 decide to go meet their squad leader. Kakashi's flashback ends, knowing as the group's leader, it's up to him to put a stop to Sasuke's road of hatred. Naruto and Sakura meet up with Tazuna and Inari, who came to help rebuild the village. Naruto has a flashback that takes place after Team 7 finished their mission in the Land of Waves. Naruto remembers he forgot an Ichiraku ramen coupon at Inari's house and runs back to get it. Tazuna finds the coupon and Inari decides to give it to Naruto. On his way, Inari runs into Akane and his friends who try to pick on him with Team 7 gone. Zori and Waraji hear of this and kidnap the kids. Sakura and Sasuke, who were ordered by Kakashi to bring back Naruto, learn from Tazuna that Inari has gone to meet up with them. Meanwhile, the remnants of Gato's thugs decide to take Gato's place and hold Inari and the others for ransom. Naruto finds his coupon and also traces of a struggle. Sasuke also notices cuts on the trees from a sword, which Naruto remembers were from Gato's 2 bodyguards. At the thugs' hideout, Inari and the others escape from the thug. Inari decides to distract them while Akane and his friends escape. Inari is chased into a dead end by the thugs but jumps into the water. While swimming away, Naruto and Sasuke find him and pull him out of the water. The thugs find him and fight Naruto and Sasuke, who are no match against them. When the thugs are about to flee, the villagers surround them, forcing them to give up. Akane and his friends apologize to Inari for bullying him and they all become friends. Then Inari tells Naruto he left his coupon at his house, so Naruto checks his pocket and wonders why it's missing. Sasuke then tells Naruto that it's probably drifted when he was in the river pulling out Inari, much to his dismay. The flashback ends and Inari decides to make it up to Naruto by building a new, better ramen Ichiraku for him. In a flashback of Naruto and Sakura's, Team 7 are on a mission to take an ostrich called Condor to his home. They arrive at a village where they see a swordsman named Tsukato who has a vendetta to carry out on a man named Katazu, who killed his distant relative Shikazo. Tsukato fails to defeat him, so Naruto decides to teach him unusual revenge lessons. When Mr. Ostrich is running wild and about to run over a little girl, Tsukato shows his hidden skills to stop him, shocking Naruto. Tsukato can't seem to use his skills against Katazu as the look he gives him seems to drain him. The next day, a man named Kanabun and his gang bring Katazu to Tsukato, who want to profit off their fight. Tsukato doesn't hold back and manages to get the upper hand, though Naruto notices something is wrong. Naruto suddenly stops the fight, saying Katazu couldn't have killed Shikazo as his sword isn't sharpened, and the look of his eyes. Katazu reveals that his twin brother Kagaki accidentally killed Shikazo. Kagaki loaned him some money, and after his child's birth, he needed money and asked Shikazo if he could be repaid. Shikazo refused and they began fighting, resulting in Shikazo falling and hitting his head hard on a stone, killing him. Katazu then took his brother's identity and attracted Shikazo's pursuers, while Kageki and his family went into hiding. Tsukato decides not to kill him and ends their years of fighting, though Kanabun wants them to keep fighting. The swordsmen, Team 7 and Mr. Ostrich chase the Kanabun gang out of town. While going back home, Naruto wonders if it ended alright and Kakashi says it depends on them, and there the flashback ends. At Tsunagakure, Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari learn of Akatsuki's invasion of Konoha. Kankuro wonders if they'll be able to rebuild, though Gaara knows they will since they have Naruto and he has a flashback. Team 7 are sent on a mission to stop a group of bandits located between Konoha and Suna, resulting in the two villages working together for the first time since Suna's invasion, though Naruto is reluctant. They meet with a team from Suna who are led by Gaara, shocking Team 7. Gaara introduces his subordinates, Yaoki and Korobi, who are scared of Gaara's sand abilities. Kakashi notices a change in Gaara, seeing that he's mellower than he was before and no longer has his bloodlust. Both Kakashi and Gaara decide to split up so they can simultaneously attack the bandit base from different sides located on a mountain. Before they can do, Gaara secretly informs Kakashi that he's being followed by another group from Suna and hopes he won't be a burden. Though Kakashi is completely fine with it, as the more they overcome, the stronger both their villages' bond will be. Hiding in the trees are a group of Suna ninja who plan on killing Gaara. When Gaara's team are heading in their direction, Gaara is ambushed by the group who uses techniques that prevent him from using his sand. Gaara tells Yaoki and Korobi to flee as the ninja are only after him. Team 7 notice another group of Suna ninja who are watching them. When realizing they aim to kill Gaara, Naruto runs off to find Gaara while the rest of Team 7 fight the assassination squad. Naruto finds Yaoki and Korobi and learns Gaara is in danger. He asks them why they abandoned their friend, which leaves Yaoki and Korobi wondering if Gaara is their friend. Naruto rescues Gaara from the assassination squad with multiple shadow clones who fight them off with the help of Yaoki and Korobi, who tell Gaara they're his friends. Gaara then easily takes out the rest of the ninja. Team 7 and Gaara's team continue and finish their mission as they bid each other farewell. After Team 7 leaves, Gaara asks Yaoki and Korobi what they said to him and they happily say they're his friends, which brings a smile to Gaara. The flashback ends and Gaara thanks Naruto for helping him form his first bond with Konoha. Choji and Naruto bring lunch to Sakura and Shizune, with Naruto leaving to assist in rebuilding Ichiraku. Upon hearing Choji quote the saying, "Fools never catch a cold," Sakura gets a flashback of catching Naruto's cold. Sakura sees Tsunade at her office where she collapses. Tsunade then speculates the cause to be the chakra virus. The illness, which turns chakra into a terrible flu, was found long ago in another village where Naruto has recently gone for a mission. Tsunade, not wanting to contaminate the village, orders Shizune and a team of medical ninja to capture Naruto. The medical nin try to capture Naruto, who thinks they're after him for overeating ramen, but fail as he escapes every time. The next morning, Naruto finds the village deserted and gets shot at from a distance from one of the medical ninja. Naruto finds the ninja and learns that the villagers were evacuated to a safe shelter and that Tsunade has ordered Naruto's capture without explaining the reason. Shizune and a team of medical ninja then arrive and chase after Naruto, who tries to locate Tsunade. Naruto finds Tsunade, who tries to corner him with tall walls. Choji, Kiba, and Tenten, who are also ordered to capture Naruto, each stand on different sides. Though they defeat many groups of shadow clones, they're unable to capture the real Naruto. The real Naruto flees to Konoha Hospital, distracting Shino with another shadow clone as he hides in one of the rooms. Naruto then discovers the room to be where Sasuke was recuperating in after their mission to the Land of Tea. Learning Naruto was the source of the ruckus occurring outside, Sasuke kicks Naruto out of his room, allowing the medical ninja to grab him. After getting results from Naruto, Shizune tells Tsunade that he does not have the chakra virus but had sneezed due to the pepper he had in his pocket, with Sakura just having an allergic reaction from said sneeze. After his release, Naruto demands an apology from Tsunade for her mistake. However, she covers it up by claiming the entire event as an emergency drill. Tenten and Neji Hyuga arrive at a Konoha tool research lab for more tools due to the weakened military power after Pain's invasion. In a flashback, Might Guy has Naruto join Team Guy on a mission with Rock Lee in the hospital. For the mission, Guy assigns Tenten as captain of the team. Team Tenten arrives at the lab and asks for the toolmaker Ayo for more tools. He shows them some of his latest tools, though they are all completely useless. The impatient Tenten then demands for the tools they need from them. The team checked on Ayo's progress but went missing. Neji uses his Byakugan and finds Ayo hidden deep under the lab. They get past all the traps placed with Tenten's help and find a stash of Ayo's tools. Ayo is impressed with Tenten's skills and decides to test her with his latest invention when suddenly one of the traps outside is triggered. They all run outside to see two ninja named Gamaru and Kusune who demand more tools from Ayo, who refuses. Naruto and Neji decide to fight them as they summon two prototype tools of Ayo's, Dako and Surukame. Ayo's apprentice, Shosaki, confesses that he sold them the tools. With Naruto and Neji struggling with the two ninja, Ayo has Tenten use his latest invention, Chidanda. Tenten uses exploding tags to lift the giant's iron ball into the air with the recoils of the explosions and throws Chidanda at Gamaru and Kusune. Though the attack was blocked by Surukame, the Chidanda reveals exploding tags inside and explodes on Gamaru and Kusune. After the fight, Ayo takes Chidanda back from Tenten, who is hoping to keep it to make more adjustments. Naruto and Neji cheer her up with complimenting on how great she was in the fight. The flashback ends and Tenten hopes that Ayo finish the adjustments. In the ruins of Konoha, Mr. Ostrich decides to tell the story of his rivalry with Naruto to his young and how Naruto would interfere with his freedom. Tsunade assigns Naruto to capture Mr. Ostrich, who escaped again into Training Ground Zero. Unlike last time, Mr. Ostrich trained himself into becoming a nindacho. Tsunade has Kotetsu Hagane captain the team of Naruto, Shino, and Lee. Izumo Kamizuki learns of Kotetsu's mission and whines about not being with Kotetsu, which annoys Tsunade. Kotetsu has Shino locate Mr. Ostrich with his Kikaichu, and the team manages to find him, who laughs at Naruto. Shino has Naruto try and distract him while he would surprise him with his bugs. Naruto says an insult about Mr. Ostrich's father, but makes a fool of himself instead. Shino's bugs get eaten by fly traps, and the ostrich makes an escape. Lee runs after him, but runs into a boxing kangaroo. Mr. Ostrich runs to Naruto and surprises him with his ability to speak. Naruto, Kotetsu, and Lee all struggle fighting against the powerful animals and decide to retreat. Kotetsu decides for the team to no longer hold back against them when suddenly Mr. Ostrich and the kangaroo find them. Mr. Ostrich, who now names himself Condor, is tired of humans domesticating animals and formed a team of ninja animals. Shino tries to sneak his bugs to Condor again, but they're eaten yet again by an anteater who is part of Condor's team. The team battles against the animals, who prove to be a handful. Kotetsu decides to use his conch shell mace to fight Condor, who is knocked down by his powerful kicks. Izumo arrives and yells at Kotetsu to run from Condor's attack. Izumo uses his water release starch syrup capturing field to trap Condor, and Kotetsu manages to strike him down. The rest of the team manages to defeat the other animals they were fighting. Izumo arrived to help out Kotetsu, but resulted in leaving a stack of Tsunade's paperwork unfinished. Kotetsu decides to make it up for him by finishing the work. The flashback ends, and Naruto finds Condor, who is surprised to see he escaped yet again and chases after him. Lee arrives at Tsunade's tent and asks Sakura how she's feeling, though Sakura nods her head no. Lee brought a bottle of medicine Guy made for him to get well, and has a flashback of when Tsunade told him he could no longer become a ninja. Naruto and Sakura find Ino Yamanaka at the hospital, who tells them they have a mission together. They say their hellos to Lee in his room. Lee accidentally drops his youth drink bottle that Guy made for him, but Naruto catches it and drinks it all, putting Lee in dismay. Lee explains that with the drink, he'd be able to recover a little faster. Naruto decides to go see Guy to have him make another drink. Guy appoints Naruto to a mission to go to Mount Jofuku to retrieve the Jofuku flower, a medicinal herb said to cure any illness, which is the missing ingredient in the medicine he is making. Before setting off, Naruto puts on the green jumpsuit that Guy gave him. Naruto meets Sakura and Ino at the village gate, who are waiting to leave with Naruto on their mission. Naruto tells them of his mission at Mount Jofuku, which is also the place of this team's mission. The team takes a break at a small tea shop where the old lady there warns them of Jofuku Forest that has ghosts of dead ninja wandering about. The team head to Jofuku Forest where they find a large sign blocking a path. Naruto decides to go through it with Sakura and Ino following him, having no choice. Naruto finds the Jofuku flowers, but upon pulling them causes some sand appearing that forms into Gaara after the mentioning of him from Ino. The team is shocked to see Gaara and decide to retreat, but suddenly the Gaara imposter starts attacking Naruto, having the same abilities as the real Gaara. Ino tries her mind-body switch technique on the imposter but cannot sense a consciousness in it. Naruto destroys the Gaara imposter with the Naruto Uzumaki combo and a Rasengan. Suddenly, they're approached by an old medical ninja from Konoha named Furofuki, who is doing research in the forest. Sakura asks Furofuki who or what was the Gaara imposter. They're given the answer that it was a Jofuku flower, which assumes the form of the nemesis of whoever pulls it. They give Furofuki the letter that they were assigned to do, and are given another mission by her to take loads of Jofuku flowers back to Konoha. With the final ingredient in hand, Guy is able to finish the medicine and makes a bowl full of medicine balls for Lee. Lee is shocked to hear that Sakura and her team did this and decides to recover as soon as possible. When Lee starts devouring the horrible tasting medicine balls, Guy does 1,000 push-ups, not wanting Lee to be the only one to suffer, and the flashback ends. After leaving for his 2-year training with Jiraiya, Naruto begins training to prepare to counter Genjutsu when he meets Sasuke again. Jiraiya summons Gamariki to help train Naruto to cancel Genjutsu by putting him under a weird Genjutsu by kissing him. Naruto finds Jiraiya, Sasuke, and Sakura all with the appearance of Gamariki in the weird Genjutsu world. Naruto tries to cancel it by disrupting his inner chakra flow but ends up knocking Gamariki into a river, having Jiraiya release Naruto from Genjutsu. Outside the village they were in, Naruto and Jiraiya disrupt this chakra flow on a lake, which he keeps failing at. At the end of the day, Jiraiya remembers why he chose to teach Naruto. He sees his student, Minato Namikaze, as a son, which makes Naruto like a grandson to him. The next day, Naruto successfully manages to disrupt his inner chakra without falling into the lake, completing the first part of his Genjutsu training. To complete the final part of his Genjutsu training, Jiraiya takes Naruto to a village he once visited on his journeys that is surrounded by a forest that gives off something to someone's chakra flow to the brain similar to Genjutsu. Jiraiya finds a wall around the village and he and Naruto are shot by chili pepper bombs. The boy who shot them, named Tanishi, whose parents once gave Jiraiya a place to stay during his journey. Tanishi demands that they leave when he hears other villagers coming. Jiraiya and Naruto sneak in the village and demand Tanishi the situation. Tanishi tells about a group of missing nin from Amagakure led by a ninja named Kandachi, who were hiding in the village and wanted to take over. He threatened the women and children would be killed if word comes out of their presence. Tanishi's father, Sukune, stood up against a ninja by freeing them from their Genjutsu and shooting a chili pepper bomb at them. Kandachi brutally murdered Sukune, who died to protect his village. To that day, Tanishi thought of his father as a fool for getting himself killed. Jiraiya knocks out Tanishi after being told to leave the village. Jiraiya, pretending to be caught by Naruto disguised as Tanishi, takes him to Kandachi, who remembers Jiraiya. Jiraiya wonders why the right-hand man of Hanzo ran from his village, which Kandachi states no longer has a leader and is no longer their village. The real Tanishi arrives, exposing Naruto and Jiraiya's plan. Keeping his promise, Kandachi summons the Conch King and decides to have the hostage villagers killed. Tanishi begs Kandachi to spare the villagers but does not hear him out. While Jiraiya saves the villagers, Naruto decides to take on Kandachi and the Conch King, but his Rasengan does no damage to the creature. The two beat Naruto down constantly, and Tanishi wonders why Naruto is being such a fool that doesn't give up. Naruto tells Tanishi to take the villagers to safety while he fights Kandachi and the Conch King. With the help of a fellow villager and Jiraiya, Tanishi takes the villagers to safety. Jiraiya joins Naruto to fight Kandachi, and the two are put under the water-release Genjutsu Mystic Frog Prison by the Conch King. With the arrival of Tanishi, who has decided to be a fool like Naruto and his father, Naruto and Jiraiya are released from the Genjutsu with the chili pepper bomb. Jiraiya and Naruto turn out to be shadow clones, and the real Jiraiya tells Naruto to create a more powerful Rasengan similar to the one that knocked out Gamariki. Naruto works on creating the Rasengan while Jiraiya held onto the Conch King with Wild Lion's Mane technique. After Naruto finished creating his first Big Ball Rasengan, he uses it to defeat Kandachi and the Conch King. After the battle, Naruto asks Kandachi why he couldn't have asked the village to hide him and his group, and he tells him he is no fool. which Naruto responds to by punching him, saying that if he has, things would have gone better. After the battle, Naruto asks Kandachi why he couldn't have just asked the village to hide him in his group, and he tells him that he's no fool, and Naruto responds to this by punching him and saying that if he was, things would have gone better. With the Ame ninja gone, Naruto and Jiraiya along with the villagers mourn for Sukune, telling him that they're finally free. Naruto and Jiraiya leave the village, with Jiraiya seeing Naruto as a grandson to him, which seemed to freak out Naruto. A group of ninja cats led by a giant cat visit Nekoba's shop who want to buy tools from her. While finding an old book of hers, a picture of Team 7 with a giant paw print falls, which the cat leader picks up and has a flashback. Team 7 is hired by Nekoba to get the paw print of the boss of the ninja cat underworld, Nekomata, to put in her paw encyclopedia, which was a game played by Itachi Uchiha and Sasuke when they were younger. The mention of Itachi angers Sasuke and he leaves to prepare for the mission. Nekoba explains to Naruto and Sakura of the Uchiha brothers game where Itachi would assign Sasuke to collect paw prints from fast cats to large lions. Sometimes Sasuke stopped playing the game and 2 paw prints remained. Nekoba collected one of the 2 paw prints from Yugito Ni, the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails, and asks Team 7 to collect the last one from Nekomata, who has hidden himself in a fortress. Outside the shop, Sasuke prepares for the mission, hoping to pass the boundary his brothers set. Nekoba gives Team 7 cat ears to infiltrate Nekomata's fortress. After being guided by Hina and Denka, Team 7 head to the fortress. At first, they manage to fool the guards, but after Naruto blows his cover, the cats alert the other cats of intruders. Sasuke and Sakura sneak in without Naruto and split up to find Nekomata. They both manage to find Nekomata's location from other cats and head to his location, but run into cats they're forced to fight, though they defeat in the end. Sasuke finds Nekomata, who is surprised Sasuke got by all his guards. Nekomata begins the fight by placing Sasuke under Genjutsu, but Sasuke breaks it with the Sharingan. For the rest of the fight, Nekomata relies on brute force. When Sasuke was about to be killed, Naruto and Sakura arrive to save him. Naruto decides to take on Nekomata, though Sasuke decides to beat him himself with a bunch of kunai with exploding tags hanging above him, which Sasuke had thrown during the fight. The ceiling collapses on Nekomata, defeating him, and Sasuke collects the last paw print. Thus ends the flashback. Nekomata remembers 7 years before his fight with Sasuke that he fought and lost to Itachi, who told him that Sasuke would fight him in 7 years and not to hold back. Nekoba states that it's unfortunate that the 2 brothers who loved each other eventually began to have hatred towards each other. An elderly ninja named Kosuke Marubashi has a flashback of a mission he had with Naruto years before Konoha's destruction. Kosuke is a ninja of Konoha who has been genin for 50 years. Naruto is tasked with patrolling areas near the village after the invasion, so other countries won't try invading them. Surprised to learn that Kosuke is a ninja who's on the same team as him for this mission, and also about the famous Konoha ninja he served under. Naruto and the other members come to enjoy his presence, finding him very useful to have around. During the mission, Kosuke shares a bit of his history, including missions under the 2nd and 3rd Hokage. When Iwa Nin start to attack, the Jonin of the group stay behind to allow Naruto and Kosuke to alert the village. The Iwa Nin eventually reach them, but they're able to shrug them off. Naruto questions Kosuke about a high-level technique he used. The Kunoichi captain of the Iwa Nin reaches them and gets angry when she learns so many of her genin troop were defeated by a few genin. Kosuke tells Naruto to go on without him and starts fighting her, using techniques he learned from previous Hokage. Naruto comes back and Kosuke defeats the Kunoichi. At the present, Kosuke sees Naruto from afar and remembers serving under the 4th Hokage, and muses to himself that the 4th left behind a fine son, meaning he's one of the few people who is aware of Naruto's lineage. After seeing a traveling musician visiting Konohagakure while the citizens are rebuilding, Kakashi Hatake remembers his and Team 7's incident with Hanare of the Jomai village. After returning from a mission, Team 7 sees Anbu members taking a captured spy in for questioning. When she resists Ibiki's interrogation, they decide to have Inoichi Yamanaka read her mind. He learns that she didn't find anything about Konoha, but finds it curious that she knows nothing about her own village, and is surprised to see a young Kakashi in her memories. Kakashi has no memory of Hanare, and Inoichi suggests he spend time with her, hoping he can use the Sharingan to learn more. Kakashi and Hanare walk around the village. Ino lets Sakura know Kakashi is with someone and rushes to see for herself, meeting Naruto and Sasuke on the way, who already know and are also interested. Hanare tells Kakashi that she met him years ago when she was lost, and how he helped her find her way back. They try to eavesdrop on the two, but end up falling on top of them, knocking Kakashi directly on top of Hanare, uncovering his Sharingan. The 3 cover up by saying they approve Kakashi and Hanare's supposed relationship. Konoha learns that Hanare's village has a Konoha Jonin in custody and agree to a hostage exchange. Kakashi objects to the trade. During the trade, Kakashi explodes the bridge on which the trade occurred, intending to take Hanare back. The Jomai village head tells her to rush back to the village with the information she collected. When Team 7 corners him, the village head commits suicide to prevent information leaking. Hanare reaches a cliff and Kakashi reaches her. He tells her that he knows about her special information gathering technique, which allows her to look inside her own mind and read the mind of those probing her, because he accidentally copied it with the Sharingan when he was knocked on top of her. Hanade tells him that she has erased all the information she had on Konoha because for the first time she felt like she was home and belonged somewhere, when Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura accepted her, having never known her parents and being raised out of her village. By the time the others reach him, Kakashi is alone, claiming Hanade jumped off the cliff when she was cornered. Hanade lived and is seen walking where she met Kakashi as a kid. Konohamaru, Udon, and Moegi asked to interview Neji about Naruto for a report they're doing for academy students who want to know more about Naruto. Neji hesitates but agrees to talk with them. He tells them about what happened after he lost his fight to Naruto in the Chunin exams. After Hiyashi revealed the circumstances of Hisashi's death, Tenten spoke with Neji. They're interrupted by the invasion, with fights breaking out throughout Konoha. Neji finds his grandfather, a Hyuga clan elder, defeated. He learns that 2 Kumo spectators took the invasion as a chance and kidnapped Hinata to take her Byakugan. The elder urges him to rescue Hinata no matter what. They find Kiba and Akamaru and set out to rescue Hinata. On the way, they run into a trap, but Tenten stays behind to take care of it and lets the others go ahead. They close in on the 2 Kumo nin who notice the trap has been triggered and begin to leave. Hinata, having awakened, strikes one of her captors. Kiba charges in. Smoke bombs explode and he leaves with Hinata. One of the captors tries to attack Kiba, who strikes back with a gentle fist maneuver, defeating them. Neji disguised himself as Kiba and fled the smoke bomb site, leaving Kiba and the real Hinata behind. The remaining kidnapper begins fighting using long-range earth release techniques and almost defeats Neji, but Hiyashi appears and defeats him when he tries to escape. Neji asks why Hiyashi would leave Konoha during the invasion, learning that Hiyashi cares about his daughter, and that Hiyashi sees Neji as a memento from his younger brother, Hisashi. Konohamaru complains that the story had nothing to do with Naruto, and Neji tells him that Naruto was the most important thing about the story. Without him, it might not have ever happened. He remembers how Hinata apologized for the trouble she caused Neji, but he told her that he did it because he wanted to, his battle with Naruto having changed him. When Naruto was asked by Shikamaru and Shiho to see if he recognizes anyone in the photos they were able to recover, Naruto grabs one and leaves. He then thinks back to how he met the man in the photo. He remembers a time when he found a tag with the name Kisuke written on it. We then see Naruto sitting on his bed. He sees a man sitting on the other side, and after realizing he is a ghost, he starts screaming. Naruto asks him who he is, but the man does not remember. After the man sees a tulip in Konoha, he suddenly remembers who he is and how he became a ghost. His name was Kisuke Mabaroshi, an Anbu operative investigating infiltration of spies into Konoha. When he was alive, he was investigating a suspect named Sabiru. After following him around, he was discovered and the two clashed. The battle ended with Sabiru sealing away Kisuke's soul. Naruto, disguised as Kisuke, breaks into a meeting involving Konoha's security system and accuses Sabiru of being a spy. When Sabiru says that the real Kisuke is dead, Naruto escapes with Kakashi and Sabiru on his trail. At some point during the chase, Kakashi caught Naruto and gave Naruto a chance to prove Sabiru guilty of the murders of Kisuke and his wife. When Sabiru confessed to Naruto that he did kill the two, Kakashi appeared, ready to arrest him, but Sabiru was promptly taken out by Kabuto Yakashi, who was hidden in the trees. Near the end of the day, Kisuke's soul is ready to depart and says goodbye to Naruto. Back in the present, Naruto places a bouquet of tulips on the gravestone of Kisuke, just as he promised he would do every time he remembered him. While Kiba, Inuzuka, and Akamaru are delivering some items, Sakura, Haruno, and Naruto Uzumaki were watching. Sakura commented on how Naruto and Sasuke were inseparable those days, and Naruto has a flashback to a mission where Team Kakashi had to retrieve a golden statue, which was stolen by a band of thieves from a feudal princess. As Naruto and Sasuke retrieve the statue, Sasuke gets taken hostage. At first, Sasuke insists on continuing the mission, but Naruto tells him that those who abandon their friends are worse than scum. When they finally find Sakura and the bandits, it was at first hard for them because their hands got stuck together. However, one by one, through teamwork, the two quickly defeated the bandits and their leader, Jako. Although their mission was a success, the statue itself was very damaged, but Kakashi Hatake said that it could be melted down and recast. While Naruto complained about his hand being stuck to Sasuke, Sakura said that it'll naturally fall apart within 2 or 3 days, much to the disappointment of Naruto and Sasuke. Team Asuma tries to round up some hogs for the villagers to eat. Noticing their teamwork, Shikamaru remembers a time when the team also worked closely together in order to complete a mission. After a village headman's granddaughter was kidnapped by Baji, he hired Konoha's Team 7 and Team 10 for assistance. When the teams accepted the mission to stop Baji and rescue the girl, an ex-bandit named Tofu acted as their guide. Shikamaru then instructed Asuma and Kakashi to find an alternate route to the Baji's fortress. Tofu later gets captured and is revealed to be a double agent working for the gang leader. When the 6 genin infiltrate the forest, Shikamaru agreed to a hostage exchange between him and Tofu in order to find out the location of the headman's granddaughter. Ino and Choji managed to find the tower where the hostages were held and later helped defeat Baji. The mission ended with a success, the bandit group was captured, and the headman's granddaughter was rescued. The scene then shifts back to present time, where Ino and Shikamaru leave Choji the arduous task of carrying all the hogs back to the village. While on the way to Konoha, Taka briefly stops by a construction Sasuke recognizes. He thinks back to when he first came across it. During a training session near the location, Sasuke remembers how he was falling behind Naruto after he defeated Gaara. He punches a tree and uses Chidori to take some of them out. A girl named Naho almost falls from a cliff nearby and Sasuke saves her. Later, Sasuke and Kakashi have been sent to investigate National Wanted List criminals, and Naruto and Sakura have been sent to escort Naho, a relative of the Fire Daimyo, to Shizame village. Naho wants Sasuke to escort her, but he was with Kakashi in another mission. Naruto disguises himself as Sasuke, so Naho agrees to go with them. After Sasuke and Kakashi noted that the fortress was empty, Naho's group was intercepted by Sadai and his associates. Naruto, Sakura, and Naho come across the criminal and his associates. Naruto defeats them but can't take down their leader. They're all captured. Kakashi uses his Ninken to track the criminal. Sasuke appears and the leader mocks him, mentioning he alone and his clan wasn't worth killing, mirroring Itachi's words. Sasuke takes on the leader, who reveals an Earth Release armor, the reason why he's able to take so many attacks. Sasuke defeats him with Chidori and proceeds to keep punching. Kakashi stops him and Sasuke goes back to Konoha by himself. Naho comments that Sasuke is scary, but Naruto assures her that Sasuke just has a lot going on at the moment, and promises to take her to see him once he's better. 5 Kage Summit. When Karui revealed her intention of killing Sasuke to avenge her fallen master, Killer Bee, Naruto offered to be beaten in order to relieve Karui of her pain. Karui brutally beat Naruto until Sai stepped in to protect his teammate. Omoi remarked that Naruto would never betray Sasuke. Though unsatisfied with what they gathered, Team Samui had to leave Konoha to report to the 4th Raikage. When they left, they unknowingly stepped on Yamato's tracking seeds, which allowed Yamato, Kakashi, and Naruto to follow them into the Land of Iron. After receiving medical care, Naruto recounted his conversation with his late father, the 4th Hokage, when he was on the verge of fully transforming into the Nine-Tails. He convinces Kakashi and Yamato to accompany him to the Land of Iron to ask A's pardon for Sasuke's actions. Gaara, the 5th Kazekage, Onoki, the 3rd Tsuchikage, and Mei Tarumi, the 5th Mizukage, departed from their villages with 2 guards each, as requested by the 4th Raikage, to the location of the summit, the Land of Iron. Before leaving for the Land of Iron, Danzo ordered root members Dajimu and Terai to find Kabuto before Anko did, believing Kabuto's information may be useful for restoring his right arm and eye. On their way to the summit, Danzo and his bodyguards, Fu Yamanaka and Torune, were attacked by assassins. Danzo uncovered the bandages over his right eye, revealing a bloodshot Sharingan, and quickly dispatched the attackers. Kakashi put 2 root members watching Naruto under Genjutsu and told Sai to report to Danzo that Naruto had not left Konoha. Yamato planted tracking devices on Team Samui and followed them to the Raikage in the Land of Iron. Despite Naruto's desperate pleas, even with Kakashi and Yamato's assistance, A refused to call off the hunt for Sasuke, and scolded Naruto for being weak in defending a criminal. Mifune, the leader of the Land of Iron, started the 5 Kage summit with each Kage's bodyguards looking on. The Kage quickly began to argue due to ideological differences. Danzo mentioned Killer Bee, sending A into a rage and prompting all of the Kage's bodyguards to assume a ready stance. A claimed that each of the other Kage was in some way responsible for Akatsuki's rise to power. The 4th Kazekage may have used Akatsuki to facilitate the Konoha Crush, the Tsuchikage hired Akatsuki to avoid sending inexperienced ninja from his village into battle, and the 4th Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, was probably manipulated by the Akatsuki. When Danzo stated that the Akatsuki's leader is almost certainly Madara Uchiha, Mifune proposed that the 5 countries unite to eliminate Akatsuki, and that Danzo lead the alliance. Ao, Tarumi's bodyguard, with his Byakugan, discovered Danzo's secret use of Shisui Uchiha's Sharingan to manipulate Mifune's decision. Suddenly, White Zetsu appeared before the Kage, announcing that Sasuke Uchiha was near. In Konoha, the Konoha 11 discussed the turn of events, and came to the conclusion that they had to hunt down Sasuke before his actions or death from other ninjas sparked an all-out war between the countries. Shikamaru asked Team 7 for consent. Sakura, left guilt-ridden and distraught after being talked to by Sai and Shikamaru, decided to find Naruto in the Land of Iron and talk to him herself. She left Konoha with Kiba, Lee, and Sai. While resting at an inn after speaking to A, Naruto was greeted by Tobi, who proceeded to tell the Konoha nin about how Itachi had sacrificed for Konoha and for his little brother. Tobi stated that while Naruto inherited the Senju clan's will of fire, Sasuke had embraced the Uchiha clan's hatred, and the battle between the two would be inevitable. Enraged, A choked Zetsu, snapping his neck when he failed to answer his inquiries about Sasuke before storming out of the meeting room with his guards. Outside, Sasuke had already defeated all of the Land of Iron's guards. However, the Kage proved to be stronger than Sasuke had imagined. A's immense physical strength allowed him to snap Suigetsu's sword in half and fend off a fully transformed Jugo. Against A's superior lightning-based technique, which is capable of nullifying even the Chidori, Sasuke activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and used an incomplete Susanoo wrapped in his inextinguishable black flames to defend himself. A smashed through Sasuke's defense at the cost of an arm. Before A could injure himself further, Gaara intervened, wishing to talk to Sasuke. Gaara tried to persuade Sasuke to abandon the path in darkness, but failed. Using Susanoo, Sasuke stood immune to simultaneous attacks from Gaara, Kankuro, Tamari, and Darui, A's bodyguard. After collapsing the structures outside the meeting room, forcing his opponents to recede, Sasuke ordered Karin to lead him to Danzo, abandoning Suigetsu and Jugo to their fate. Upon seeing Sasuke, Danzo escaped with his bodyguards, with Ao, Tarumi's bodyguard, in pursuit. Sasuke was about to give chase when Tarumi sealed off the exit with her lava release. Even though the Zetsu's spore technique transferred the chakra of everyone in the building to Sasuke, he suffered from Tarumi's acidic mist, and would have been pulverized by Onoki, the Tsuchikage, had it not been for the timely arrival of Tobi. After teleporting Sasuke and Karin to safety, Tobi said he sent Sasuke to the summit to train the Mangekyo Sharingan and to weaken the Kage for easy capture, but admitted he was pushing his luck. According to Tobi, the Sage of Six Paths was worshipped as a god throughout the old ninja world because he managed to subdue the Ten Tails, sealing it within his own body and becoming the very first Jinchuriki. The sage knew once he died, the Ten Tails would be unleashed and would once again lay waste to the world. So in his final moments, he split his chakra into 9 parts, which would become the Nine-Tailed Beasts, and sealed its empty body in a massive Chibaku Tensei, which would become the moon. Tobi's plan was to use the combined power of the Nine-Tailed Beasts to awaken the Ten Tails and seal it within himself, attaining godlike power. With that power, he would project an infinite Tsukiyomi onto the moon, effectively conquering the planet. Tobi forces the Kage to make a choice between handing over Killer Bee and Naruto, the hosts of the 8 and 9 tails, or facing war with the Akatsuki and their 7-tailed beasts. When they refused, Tobi declared the 4th Shinobi World War and departed. As the threat of Akatsuki had become too great for any one nation to handle, the Kage and the leader of the Land of Iron, for the first time in ninja history, agreed to form a 5-country alliance. Because Danzo fled the summit earlier, Gaara offered to relay the information to Konoha through Kakashi Hatake instead. The Kage decided it would be best to hide the 2 remaining hosts from the front line, as both are unpredictable on the battlefield and Tobi would expect them to turn up. With his composure regained, A was voted the leader of the alliance. Killer Bee, having faked his capture at the hands of Taka, takes the opportunity to escape his duty as guardian of his village. At an unknown location, while he was practicing singing with the leader of the Enka ninja Sabu, Kisame Hoshigaki arrived. After quickly dispatching Sabu's companion Panta, a tanuki, Kisame went on to battle both Killer Bee and Sabu, feeding his sword, Samehada, with enough of Bee's chakra to reveal its true form. Killer Bee was at a great disadvantage because even though he was low on chakra, he was unwilling to fully release the 8 tails out of fear for Sabu and Panta's safety. The longer the battle went on, the more exhausted Bee became, and the more likely Kisame would win, as with the help of his chakra-stealing sword Samehada, Kisame could heal himself and stay at peak condition. Having trapped his opponents in a giant dome of water that moved along with him, Kisame absorbed Samehada into his own body, taking on an even more shark-like form. Bee stalled Kisame at the cost of his 8 tails chakra cloak, allowing Sabu and Panta the chance to escape the water dome before drowning. Deprived of chakra and suffocated, Bee was rendered unconscious. Kisame released the technique and was about to cut off Bee's legs when Samehada turned on him and attempted to heal Bee, having grown attached to Bee's chakra. Kisame got rid of the rebellious blade, picked one of Bee's swords, and prepared to deal the finishing blow. Fortunately, Bee was saved by the timely arrival of the Raikage and his guards. B and A performed the lightning release double lariat, decapitating Kisame in the blink of an eye. After the summit, the Kage left the Land of Iron to return to their respective villages. As A and his guards went to aid Killer Bee, Ao of Kirigakure followed Danzo and his guards, only to be trapped by Fu. Fu, sensing Mei and Chojuro coming, and unable to steal the Byakugan due to its protective seal, attempted to trick Mei into dispelling the seal for him. However, because his mannerisms were so different from the real Ao, Mei saw through the trick and forced Fu to dispel the technique himself. Meanwhile, Kakashi advised that Naruto and Yamato not mention what Tobi had said about the Uchiha clan and Sasuke until they knew more, as they did not know if what he was saying was true. While Naruto contemplated Tobi's words, he attempted to find Sasuke via Sage Mode, but was interrupted by the arrival of Sakura Haruno's group. Sakura gave a false confession of love to Naruto and asked him to give up his search for Sasuke, telling him he was a criminal and that with her love he would not have to burden himself with his promise. Naruto questioned the confession, got into an argument over Sakura over how he hated people who lie to themselves, and that he knows all too well that she's still in love with Sasuke, stating that how chasing after Sasuke was still something he must do for himself, without being able to explain why or what he learned earlier. Failing to convince Naruto to give up, an angered Sakura left with Sai, Kiba, and Rock Lee to find Sasuke on their own. As they left, Sai, feeling responsible for inadvertently sending Sakura on a suicide mission, left a clone behind to tell Naruto what Sakura could not. Sai revealed that the rest of the Konoha 11 have decided that they themselves must kill Sasuke to avoid an even greater conflict. They concluded that Sasuke, being allied with Akatsuki and almost causing an international incident in Taka's attempted abduction of Killer Bee, is not worth saving if it causes the world to go to war. Because of this and what Sai had talked to her about, how he believed Sasuke and Naruto's promise to her is causing him nothing but pain, Sakura has decided to kill Sasuke herself because she still loves him so much that she would rather end him than allow him to follow his path into the darkness and risk Naruto in the process. Naruto, realizing that his dream of bringing Sasuke back to Konoha was ruined, began to silently grieve as the Kazekage, Kankuro, and Temari arrived. They updated the Konoha Nin on the results of the summit, about the foundation of the allied shinobi forces, the declaration of war, and their decision to promote Kakashi as Hokage after Danzo's deceitful actions at the summit and his subsequent flight after Sasuke's attack. Seeing no other choice, Kakashi stated that it would be best to return to Konoha and relay the news of the war. Gaara, knowing Naruto's reluctance in having to fight Sasuke, reminded him that his dream was to be Hokage, and as Hokage, he must do what needs to be done. Naruto stays silent, shoving Gaara's hand off his shoulder, yet despite the circumstances, Gaara tells him that he considers Naruto a friend, and asks him to contemplate the meaning of that word in his own way, and to do what he thinks is the best thing for Sasuke for himself, before leaving with Temari and Kankuro. Reflecting upon all that has happened and unable to process his thoughts, Naruto started hyperventilating before passing out. Tobi appeared before Danzo and prepared to engage him in battle, but Danzo ordered his men to back him up as he prepared to release the seal on Shisui's arm. Despite their strength, Tobi eventually captures Fu Yamanaka and Torune just before teleporting into his pocket dimension to retrieve Karin and Sasuke. When they returned, Danzo finishes releasing his arm, which is revealed to have 10 Sharingan eyes implanted into it. Sasuke then attacked Danzo using Susanoo and demanded to know if he had forced Itachi into killing his clan. Danzo confirmed this and insulted Itachi's honor, resulting in Sasuke forcing his incomplete Susanoo into completion. With the upper hand, Sasuke attacked and almost killed Danzo, but the attack was redirected by a tree Danzo sprouted using his wood release, the result of an experiment to allow him to use the forbidden Uchiha technique Izanagi. However, using the 60-second time limit to his advantage, Sasuke managed to trick Danzo into believing he hadn't used all of his Sharingan eyes to severely injure him. Desperate, Danzo attempted to use Karin as a hostage, but Sasuke merely stabbed through her to pierce Danzo's heart. Just before death, Danzo tried to seal Sasuke and Tobi into his own body and sequentially crushed Shisui's eye, preventing Tobi from using it to his advantage. With Danzo dead, Tobi claimed his body and told Sasuke to kill Karin if he had no use for her before leaving. Sasuke moved to finish her off as Sakura Haruno arrived after knocking out her group and declaring she would defect from Konoha to follow him. Back at the inn, Naruto awakened and was told by Yamato that they are to return to Konoha while Kakashi handles Sakura. Naruto, however, tricked the fatigued Yamato into letting him rest while he snuck through the floor to follow Kakashi using Sage Mode. Kakashi found Kiba and the others, and after finding out where Sakura went, he rushed toward her. As Sakura tried to join Sasuke, he asked her if she really would betray Konoha. Sasuke then ordered her to kill Karin to take her place in his group as evidence of her loyalty, but a moment of hesitation in her told him she was lying, so he attempted to kill her. Kakashi suddenly arrived to stop Sasuke's attack, and prepared to fight his former student after seeing how far he had fallen and feeling responsible for all it had led to. 4th Shinobi World War Countdown. As Sasuke and Kakashi fight, the former's vision starts to fade away from overuse of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Sakura takes the chance and tries to kill Sasuke, but is unable to bring herself to do it. Sasuke then tried to kill her once again, but Naruto appeared and saved her. Naruto attempted to reason with Sasuke, who declared his way of reviving his clan by destroying every possible link to it, thus regaining their honor. Seeing Sasuke as a lost cause, Kakashi tried to send Sakura and Naruto away, but Naruto charged Sasuke, both attacking with their signature techniques. In a moment of understanding after their collision, a similar effect seen after their battle at the Valley of the End, Sasuke gave Naruto a choice: be one of his victims or a hero for killing him. Naruto told him he would do neither. The blast sends Naruto and Sasuke backwards. Kakashi catches Naruto while Sasuke is caught by Zetsu. Tobi teleports to Sasuke, all while White Zetsu makes clones of himself to capture Naruto. Tobi tells Zetsu not to battle him and to go find Kisame. Naruto announces that he saw into Sasuke's heart and that they would both die if they fight again and be rid of the Uchiha and Nine-Tailed Fox. After hearing Naruto's choice, Sasuke merely says he will not go back on the path he walks and that he will kill Naruto first. Naruto answers back saying that Sasuke still hasn't accepted him as an equal, and Sasuke tells Tobi that they must talk. Tobi and Sasuke teleport back to Akatsuki's hideout, where Sasuke asks Tobi for Itachi's eyes to be transplanted into him. Meanwhile, back at the bridge, Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi get ready to leave after retrieving Karin. But Naruto passes out from the poison from Sakura's kunai that he got cut with from saving Sakura from Sasuke. Sakura gives Naruto the antidote and they set off back to Konoha. Meanwhile, it's revealed that the Kisame who was killed during the fight with Killer Bee was actually a clone of Zetsu, and that the real Kisame was alive and well. Back in Kumo, Killer Bee and Team Samui return. Killer Bee has taken Samehara with Kisame inside the sword, planning on infiltrating Kumogakure to retrieve the Eight Tails. In an unspecified location, Kabuto is shown using Orochimaru's snake abilities to subdue a couple of ninjas, saying that he's getting used to his new powers and it's time to get things moving. Returning to Kiba, Lee, Akamaru, and Sai, Sakura and Naruto all go back to the village along with Kakashi and a weakened Karin. Upon return, the others tell Naruto that they want to fight Sasuke too and that he can't fight him alone. Naruto disagrees and says that he is the only one who is able to fight Sasuke and the only one that will. The others question him on what happened when he confronted Sasuke. Naruto says he will tell them when the time is right and walks off to Ramen Ichiraku. With Danzo dead, the village leaders now have to decide on a new 6th Hokage and vote Kakashi for the position, saying that they think Suna will agree as well. The Fire Daimyo says, "Kakashi Hatake, I will now appoint you as," but is cut off by an unknown shinobi running into the room and telling the Fire Daimyo that he has urgent news. This shinobi is Guy in the anime. Shizune then breaks out in tears as she sees Tsunade has survived and hugs her, thus removing the need for a 6th Hokage. At the same time, in their hideout, Sasuke is shown regaining consciousness again after the operation in which Itachi's eyes were implanted in him. Sasuke states he can feel Itachi's power flowing into him. Tsunade, who has regained consciousness, is eating a tremendous amount of food to rebuild her chakra reserves. She's then greeted by Kakashi, who's relieved that she's alright, as it would have meant him becoming Hokage and he feels he isn't cut out for it. Tsunade orders a meeting to make preparations for the coming war. Elsewhere, at the makeshift headquarters for the interrogation unit, Ibiki Marino prepares to interrogate Karin on information about Sasuke and Kabuto. While on Mount Myoboku, the Great Toad Sage, Garatora, Shima, and Fukasaku are having a meeting about whether or not Jiraiya's request that Garatora store himself within Naruto be honored. The Great Sage says he has a vision of Naruto's future and requests to see him before he decides whether or not he should receive the key to his seal. Naruto is enjoying some ramen when Sakura informs him of Tsunade's recovery. This leads to the next meal being declared on the house. As he's about to eat, he's reverse summoned to Mount Myoboku to receive the premonition. The sage sees an animal island paradise, octopus tentacles, and tells Naruto that he would meet a young man with powerful eyes. Naruto listens to what he has to say and ultimately accepts whatever lies ahead of him. Anko and her team have located a number of bodies, evidently victims of Kabuto. The fact that he just left them there and made no attempt to hide them leads the team to suspect a trap. Meanwhile, Kabuto has located Tobi, briefly shows off his new abilities, reincarnating Itachi, Deidara, Kakuzu, Sasori, and Nagato, and offers an alliance with Tobi. Kabuto asks for Sasuke to test out his ninjutsu. Tobi asks if he refuses, and Kabuto summons another casket with an unseen body that shocks Tobi. Tobi then accepts the offer under the condition that Kabuto cannot be anywhere near Sasuke until the end of the war. Nearby, Anko and her team discover Kabuto has joined with Tobi, and she wonders what his motives are and reports the news to Konoha. Back at Mount Myoboku, Naruto signs the contract to the key, believing he is ready to control the Nine Tails, and Garatora stores himself inside of Naruto. Naruto asks the Great Toad Sage about where to find the octopus, but only tells him he sees an island paradise. Fukasaku sends Naruto back to Ichiraku, where two Konoha ninja ask for his autograph. In Kumo, the 4th Raikage calls a short meeting with the other Kage. 3 days later, the Kage discuss the enemy's power and confining the Jinchuriki. Tsunade is outraged by confining Naruto and Bee, saying they would greatly help in the war, though Gaara and Onoki talk her down, telling her it was already decided and her sole opinion won't change anything. A says Naruto and Bee will be confined on an island in Kumogakure that he and Bee train at. In the anime, Tsunade privately meets with the Raikage, requesting that Bee trains Naruto to control the Nine Tails, as she still believed that there may be a chance that the two will have to join the war and have them both ready should that happen, which A approved, which is also why he chose the island. As Naruto, Yamato, and other Konoha and Kumo ninja arrive at the island, a giant squid, who Naruto thinks is the octopus that the Great Toad Sage spoke of, appears and grabs Naruto, until he's saved by Bee in his full 8-tailed transformation. One Kumo ninja, Motoi, greets them and guides them through the island. While guiding them through the island, they're confronted by King, a large gorilla that Bee has tamed. Motoi tells Naruto not only can he control the beasts on the island, but he can also control the 8 tails, learning Bee is also a Jinchuriki. Later, Naruto asks B if he can help him control the Nine Tails, and B refuses. Naruto tries a rap, but messes it up by unintentionally insulting B and tries to fix it with the harem technique, though B slams the door on him. Naruto goes to Motoi to ask him how B trained to control the Eight Tails and shows him to the Falls of Truth, the first step to how B learned to control his tailed beast. At the Falls of Truth, Motoi tells Naruto to sit in front of the waterfall and close his eyes when an evil version of Naruto appears from the waterfall. Dark Naruto begins to insult the real Naruto, stating that he's an imposter and insults him over the choices he's made, which angers Naruto. They fight, but Naruto realizes that they're both evenly matched, so the battle ends in a tie. When he wakes up and tells Motoi about his encounter with the Dark Naruto, Motoi tells him that he has to defeat Dark Naruto to control the Nine Tails. Meanwhile, Killer Bee is fighting with some bears in a competition. The Eight Tails tries to persuade him into helping Naruto, but fails. Also, Motoi reveals something from his past. He once tried to kill Bee himself, but failed. When Naruto and Yamato ask why, he begins to reveal about the Eight Tails' bloody history. Long ago, Eight Tails had several hosts, and each failed to control it. After each host lost control, the Eight Tails had rampaged through Kumo several times. Each time it rampaged, the third Raikage and the other elite shinobi came to stop it and sealed it inside of a sealing jar. Each time the beast was resealed, many shinobi would lose their lives, one of those being Motoi's father. Almost immediately after Killer Bee was chosen to be the new host, Motoi thought it was pointless and that the beast would go on a rampage again. Because of his father's death, his hate of the Eight Tails grew out of control and Motoi attempted to kill Killer Bee. He was quickly dispatched and Killer Bee stuck out his hand for his customary fist bump, after which Motoi ran away, not speaking to Killer Bee again. After Motoi's story, Naruto goes off to think if all the villagers and his friends trust him. Suddenly, Naruto hears Motoi being attacked by the giant squid, which he mistakes for Bee again. Naruto and Yamato begin to assault the squid until Bee arrives and again this time punches a hole through the squid. After being saved by Bee, Motoi tells Bee he tried to kill him years ago, and Bee easily forgives him, which brings tears to Motoi's eyes, and they bump fists, which causes Naruto to smile. Later on, Bee thanks Naruto for helping Motoi, and they become friends. Bee then becomes willing to teach Naruto how to control the Nine Tails. They return to the Falls of Truth, where Dark Naruto surfaces again, noticing a change. Naruto states he has faith in himself and hugs Dark Naruto, which causes him to disappear into Naruto. With the darkness eliminated inside of him, Bee takes Naruto to a sacred place behind the waterfall where he will fight the Nine Tails. They approach an entry box where Naruto activates a switch and opens a door to a large empty room. Naruto approaches the Nine Tails within his subconscious and removes the seal, thus releasing the beast. Naruto tries to use his chakra with the help of Bee to pull the Nine Tails chakra, but it slices the Eight Tails' tentacles and pulls away. It then realizes Naruto is trying to take control of it. Naruto and the Nine Tails begin their battle where the Nine Tails fires a tailed beast ball at Naruto. Bee uses the last of the Eight Tails' power to block the attack, and Naruto in Sage mode uses the Sage Art Ultra Big Ball Rasengan on the Nine Tails, though it blows it away with a roar. Naruto flips the Nine Tails over and slams Wind Release Rasen Shuriken on it, giving him a chance to drain its chakra. While taking its chakra, some of the Nine Tails' hatred is pulled in, causing Dark Naruto to re-emerge. Bee notices the Nine Tails' hatred is larger than expected, and Yamato tries to tame Naruto from the outside. The Nine Tails tells Naruto to disappear when suddenly Kushina appears and tells him he belongs here, with her hand on her chest. Kushina has Naruto guess who she is, with Naruto guessing her to be the Nine Tails' true form, causing Kushina to clubber him on the head. Kushina apologizes to Naruto and he realizes she is his mother and hugs her, causing Dark Naruto to disappear again. Outside Naruto, the transformation stops, which surprises Bee and Yamato. Before Naruto begins asking his mother about her, Kushina chains up the Nine Tails where it notices it's Kushina's chakra. Naruto asks Kushina how she and Minato fell in love, which embarrasses her, though she tells him anyway. When she first met Minato, she thought he looked like a wimp and wanted to be the first female Hokage. Other kids laughed at her because of this, and also her face and hair features, with the kids calling her Tomato. She eventually got back at the kids, giving her the nickname the Red Hot-Blooded Habanero. Kushina had special chakra and was once kidnapped by Kumo because of it. She left a trail of her hair that only Minato noticed. Naruto compliments Kushina's hair, which she states is the second time someone has complimented it, the first time being Minato. Being the son of Konoha's Yellow Flash and the Red Hot-Blooded Habanero, Naruto gives himself the nickname Konoha's Orange Hokage. Hearing his mother saying that she loves him, Naruto releases himself from the Nine Tails' hatred and resumes his battle, with Kushina holding the Nine Tails with their adamantine sealing chains. Naruto attacks the Nine Tails with his Ultra Many Spiraling Serial Spheres and Sage Art Many Ultra Big Ball Spiraling Serial Spheres and slams it with one more Rasen Shuriken and successfully pulls out the Nine Tails chakra. Once its chakra was pulled away by Naruto, the Nine Tails gathers chakra for one last attack but is stopped by Naruto, whose seal, the Ninetales noted, reminded it of the Sage of Six Paths. As Naruto resealed the Ninetales into a new seal, the Ninetales warned Naruto that it would not forget this. After the Ninetales' defeat, Kushina says to Naruto that she can see Minato again. Before going, she decides to tell Naruto the truth about the Nine-Tailed Demon Fox's attack 16 years ago, how, on the day of Naruto's birth, she and Minato gave their lives to make Naruto the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki in order to stop the masked man. After the story, Kushina apologizes to Naruto for forcing him to be the host of the Nine-Tails, and for not being there to love him. Naruto expresses no bitterness, accepting the apology, and says that he never blamed either of them, now finally understanding the love of a parent toward their child, and is glad that he's their son. Kushina starts fading away, but before that hugs Naruto and thanks him for allowing her to be his mother, and for allowing Minato to be his father. With that, Naruto promises to eat, sleep, and bathe well, and that he will be cooler and stronger than his parents. As Naruto returns to the outside, Bee and Yamato learn of his success, and Naruto demonstrates his new power to them. Naruto's new form gives him the ability to sense an evil presence around him, which blows Kisame's cover. Bee is shocked to see Kisame alive as he explains how he survived. With Kisame outnumbered, he attempts to flee, but is suddenly hit by a high-speed punch from Naruto, who gets himself stuck in the wall in the process. While Yamato helps Naruto, Bee chases after Kisame. At Bee's house, Guy, having heard of Naruto's training, decided to go cheer him on, along with Motoi and Aoba Yamashiro. They arrive at the Falls of Truth, and Guy confronts his darkness due to a bet by Aoba, saying Guy is afraid of his true self, which mocks him. Suddenly, Kisame bursts from the waterfall, and Guy mistakes him for being an insect and his true self. Guy then elbows Kisame into the side of the waterfall. Guy and Aoba mistake Kisame for a blowfish, but Bee tells him he's from the Akatsuki. Samehada separates from Kisame, who is in weak condition, and runs to Bee. It bites onto Bee, which restores Kisame's strength. Kisame continues to escape, and Guy uses the 8 gates and opens the 6th gate to pursue Kisame. Bee does a partial transformation with his arm to launch Guy towards Kisame's direction, though he becomes tired afterward. Guy summons Ningame in midair while losing momentum after being thrown by Bee, and uses his shell as a platform to jump towards Kisame. After, Kisame summons a shark and puts a scroll containing the information he gathered in its mouth. Kisame hides the summoned shark by creating a wave of sharks that confuses Guy. Guy uses Morning Peacock on the wave of sharks, but gets wiped out. Guy then opens the 7th gate and uses his Daytime Tiger against Kisame's water release Great Shark Bullet technique. Instead of the tiger being absorbed by the shark, it bursts through and creates a huge explosion. Guy approaches the beaten Kisame with his scroll and explains to him why his technique wasn't absorbed. Daytime Tiger is a taijutsu technique made of the air pressure concentrated on a single point instead of chakra. Guy tells Kisame not to move. However, Kisame moves a single finger, prompting Guy to knock him unconscious with a punch to the stomach. Guy returns to the others with Kisame, where Aoba decides he must extract intel from him. In a flashback of Kisame's, Kisame is sent on a mission where he must protect the intelligence squad, but most importantly, protect Kirigakare's secret code from Konoha Ninja. Kisame and his group are attacked by a group of Konoha Ninja led by Ibiki. Kisame kills his comrades, knowing that they would reveal the code to the enemy. He returns to his village and kills his master, who is communicating with the enemy, and claims Samehada. Yagura Karatachi, the 4th Mizukage, as well as the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, approaches Kisame, noticing his loyalty to his village. For killing fellow Kiri Ninja, Kisame thinks his life is nothing but lies. From the shadows appears Tobi, who is shown to be controlling Yagura. Tobi introduces himself and explains his Eye of the Moon plan to Kisame, where he wants to make a world of truth. Not wanting Aoba to get any information from him, Kisame wakes himself up, biting his tongue, and breaks free of his restraints. Kisame puts himself inside the water prison technique and summons 3 sharks. Remembering the time he first partnered with Itachi and what he said to him, Kisame makes his sharks eat him, and he knows what he is at the time of his death. The others are shocked to see Kisame's surprising suicide. Despite being the enemy, Guy said he lived and died as a ninja and promises to never forget Kisame. Guy opens Kisame's scroll, which activates a booby trap, trapping everyone in a dome of water with sharks, while a shark with the scroll swims into the ocean. Elsewhere in Amagakure, Tobi confronts Konin, looking for Nagato's body to obtain his Rinnegan. Konin states she's been waiting for a chance to kill him, and Tobi says he won't go easy on a former Akatsuki member. Tobi asks why she decided to betray Akatsuki despite still wearing the uniform. Konin states that Akatsuki was created by Yahiko, and that its justice is not his, nor is Nagato's Rinnegan. Tobi simply mocks Konin, stating she's wrong as he inspired Yahiko to create Akatsuki and gave Nagato the Rinnegan. Konin turns into paper and rushes at Tobi. Tobi then attempts to absorb her when he realizes that in her paper many explosive tags are mixed in, creating a large explosion. Tobi survives but loses his right arm and a part of his mask. Konin, realizing her suicide plan did not work, quickly calls on the massive amount of paper around the battlefield for another attack. Conan uses her ultimate technique, the paper person of God technique, to create an abyss and attempts to kill Toby by placing 600 billion explosive tags in it, which will continue to detonate for 10 minutes. Since Toby can only remain immaterial for 5 minutes, she believes this would be enough time to affect him. Using Izanagi, however, Toby is able to survive the blasts and impales Conan from behind with a pipe. He explains how he survived, and Conan frees herself from the pipe. Amagakare's endless rain stops and produces a rainbow, shocking Toby to see the endless rain stop. This also spurs Conan on, who believes it to be a sign of Nagato and Yahiko's will. Though Conan tries to attack again with her paper, Toby, having become fed up with the delay in retrieving the Rinnegan, grabs her by the throat. He then places her under a genjutsu in an attempt to learn the whereabouts of the Rinnegan, stating that when the illusion ended, so would her life. Afterwards, Toby arrives at the gravesite of Yahiko and Nagato, the latter of whom is teleported into Toby's separate dimension. Meanwhile, Conan's body lays in the water. The flashback that follows demonstrates a system Jiraiya used to verify the presence of intruders in the house where he lived with Nagato, Yahiko, and Conan. By flipping a card on the wall, a person could indicate whether or not they were at home. The red side indicates that the person is home, and the white side with a frog head states that the person is away. Even after Jiraiya left, the three kept up with the hop-in card system. Eventually, the group became too large, and they had to prepare to leave the house for good. Conan flips her card to the away side, but before Yahiko and Nagato get the opportunity to do so, they're ambushed by a group of enemy ninja and forced to flee through a secret escape route. Presently, the house is overgrown with vines and flowers on the inside. With the exception of Conan, all of the other frog cards, including Jiraiya's, which growing vines had flipped, are still flipped to the red side, stating they are at home. As a bloodied sheet of paper flies off Conan's corpse, it lands on her hop-in card and covers it red. Toby appears before Kabuto, his arm restored, wearing a new mask resembling the Eye of the Ten Tails, his old Uchiha robes replacing his Akatsuki uniform, and wielding a war fan. Kabuto mentions that Toby went through a lot of trouble to obtain his new eye, to which Toby replies that they were his to begin with. Zetsu informs him that Kisame succeeded in delivering the information he had obtained. After hearing this, Toby slams his war fan on the ground and states that it's time to go after the Ninetales. Kabuto decides to get Naruto and Bee instead in order to gain Toby's trust, and that Yamato is the interest of his experiments. Kabuto says he also knows Zetsu's secrets and says he could make him stronger. Toby tells him he'll give him one Zetsu if he captures the Ninetales. He then takes Kabuto to the chamber that holds the demonic statue of the Outer Path and shows him a mindless copy of Hashirama that Toby created from his cells. He also shows him his army that is made of roughly 100,000 white Zetsu, though at the cost of using the collected tailed beast's chakra. Back on the island, Bee was unable to chase after Kisame's shark and returns to the others. Motoi summons an owl to notify the Raikage that Akatsuki knows of their location. All the Kage receive the info and decide to send back up to the island that is actually a giant tortoise, which Onoki volunteers to be the backup. Kabuto leaves along with the undead Datara on his clay owl to get the remaining Jinchuriki. Onoki, Akatsuchi, and Kurotsuchi fly off to be the island's reinforcements, while Kabuto sets off to the island as well. Kabuto inserts a tag in Datara's head, which gives him most of his will back. Kabuto is suddenly punched by Onoki, which turns out to be a clay clone made by Datara. The real Kabuto and Datara are hiding in the clouds, and Datara sets off an explosion. On the island, Naruto lines up with all the animals in a cave for his ecology survey mission, still unaware of the war. The Onoki that Datara blew up was actually a rock clone made by Akatsuchi. They're surprised that Datara is still alive, with Onoki being ashamed that Datara is causing trouble even in death, and that he lost his Sasuke. Datara responds to this saying he killed Sasuke, unaware that he survived his suicide explosion. In the ocean, a giant snake of Kabuto's, his clone of Manda he calls Manda 2, bites the island turtle's tail, which reveals its location with its screams of pain. Kabuto and Datara head to the island with Onoki on their tail. Manda 2 flips over the island turtle, which Naruto thinks is an earthquake, and Kabuto and Datara land on the turtle. Kabuto leaves Datara to handle Onoki while he finds Naruto and Bee. Onoki arrives, enraged and preparing a dust-release detachment of the primitive world technique. He is, however, stopped by Akatsuchi, who states that the power of the technique can blow up the island turtle. Datara suddenly sends a clay bird towards them and sets it off, but Akatsuchi protects him and Onoki with his rock golem. Kabuto learns from Manda 2 of Naruto's location and asks where inside the turtle. Naruto decides to check what is causing the earthquakes, but Yamato tells him only he can complete his mission, which Naruto believes. Kurotsuchi notices Kabuto controlling Manda 2 and tries to stop him with lava release quicklime congealing technique, which Kabuto dodges. Yamato, Motoi, and Aoba arrive to see the situation outside, and both Yamato and Aoba are shocked to see Kabuto and how much he changed. They all work with Kurotsuchi to capture Kabuto and gather intel from him, but Kabuto sheds into a snake-like form, similar to Orochimaru's true form, and swallows Yamato and makes his getaway into Manda 2's nostril. Manda 2 is desummoned along with Deidara, saying that it was starting to get fun just as he vanishes. Kabuto returns to Tobi's lair with Yamato, planning to use Yamato's wood release to strengthen the Zetsu army. Tobi tells him to hurry as his new left Rinnegan eye craves battle. Meanwhile, as Onoki, Akatsuchi, and Kurotsuchi relocate the island turtle to Kumogakure, Killer Bee keeps Naruto from leaving by having him undergo training to control his Nine-Tails chakra. Anko's scouting team sends information about Tobi's lair known as Mountain's Graveyard and the size of his army to the allied shinobi forces. They ready their troops for battle, as does Tobi and Kabuto, who use Yamato to strengthen the Zetsu. Kabuto increases the army's size by reincarnating the former Akatsuki members, previous Jinchuriki, Kage, and famous shinobi. Hizashi Hyuga, Don Kato, Asuma Saratobi, Hanzo, Chiyo, Kimimaro, Zabuza Momochi, Haku, Gari, Pakura, Chukichi, Shin, and Toroe as they march off to begin the war. Fourth Shinobi World War, Confrontation. The first battle to happen in the war began when Kankuro and the Surprise Attack Division found Muta Aburame, a member of Anko's search team. However, what the division did not know is that Muta was captured by Kabuto's surprise attack and diversion platoon and had been placed under Sasori's control with his insect jar filled with Deidara's explosive clay. Though Zaji almost got himself killed to save who he thought was an injured comrade despite Muta pleading him not to come closer, Kankuro quickly saved Zaji. Itan then got them to safety by lowering the ground before Deidara detonated the explosive clay and killed Muta. In response, Sasori sends Muta's fellow enslaved teammates Ranka and Tokuma Hyuga to attack as Shin and Deidara emerge from hiding, with Kankuro correctly deducing that Sasori was with them and behind the initial attacks. Vowing to make the Akatsuki pay for pitting them against their friends, Omoi launches himself to Deidara, but the attack is revealed as a feint as his intended target was the chakra strings controlling Ranka and Tokuma. Kankuro then quickly attached his own chakra strings with Sasori's to pull him down, while telling Itan to raise the ground. Now exposed, Sasori uses Shin as a puppet as the allied ninja realize the deceased root ninja is stuffed with explosives, with Kankuro and Omoi managing to contain the explosion. Furious that his brother was used as a bomb, Sai knocked down Sasori and Deidara, who were captured by Kankuro. After seeing the picture finished in Sai's picture book, Shin's ties to the worlds were severed and he could pass on, breaking the summoning bind. Chukichi was returning to reinforce Deidara and Sasori. Sasori then released from the summoning thanks to Kankuro telling him he was immortalized by the puppets he created. With the newfound information about the release and reincarnated ninja by freeing the soul, Kankuro prepares his team to launch their ambush. Elsewhere, Tobi meets up with Kabuto, who managed to defeat and capture Anko Mitarashi. Though sensing Sasori and Shin's release from his technique, Kabuto still has a good feeling about how things are going according to plan, as he tells Tobi to go ahead to the front lines while he stays hidden and focuses on his technique. Gazing at Anko, Tobi realizes that Kabuto led her near his location in the hopes that he and the allied shinobi forces would take each other out. However, though Kabuto believes he's using him, Tobi quietly states that it's vice versa. Killer Bee attempts to teach Naruto how to use the tailed beast ball, but Naruto cannot turn into the Nine-Tails because his bond with it is weak. The Eight-Tails then explain to Naruto that whenever he uses the Nine-Tails chakra, he stocks his own and the Nine-Tails can steal it. In the end, Naruto could lose it all and die if he uses the chakra constantly, and using Shadow Clones speeds up the process, making them useless. The Eight-Tails explained that he and Bee were able to compromise on how much chakra each could take from the other, eliminating the risk. Naruto decides to focus on his own skills with the Nine-Tails chakra, trying to perform the Rasengan using the Fox's chakra shroud to make extra hands on lieu of Shadow Clones. Killer Bee notices the technique is similar to the tailed beast ball, and upon learning it was created by the 4th Hokage, he tells Naruto to keep working on it. While the Surprise Attack Division were waiting for the incoming enemy force, they encountered Zabuza Momochi, Haku, and 2 other ninja, Gari of Iwagakure's Explosion Corps and Pakura from Sunagakure. Haku was able to defend against the first attack, and then attacks once he and the other reincarnated shinobi quickly realized their invincibility. When he and his 3rd division arrived to stop them from killing, Kakashi engages Zabuza and Haku in a brief chat over the 2 ninjas' impact on Naruto, until Kabuto renders Zabuza's group into mindless killing machines to begin the attack. Though Kakashi said he got an idea of how to counter, Kabuto does not give him time to enact it, as he has Gari and Pakura summon Zabuza's reincarnated teammates from his days as a member of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen. Though only most of them have their traditional blades, Zabuza's hiding and miss technique enables them to slaughter a dozen more allied shinobi. Kakashi developed a plan involving Ensui Nara, Santa Yamanaka, and Maki to trap Zabuza, and to end his hiding and miss technique. However, Haku once more acts as a human shield for Zabuza, holding Kakashi in place so Zabuza can slash through them both. Kakashi survived being slashed and immediately countered, allowing Maki to immobilize the recovering Haku and Zabuza. Though the hiding and miss technique ended as he planned, Kakashi expresses his rage about how impure world reincarnation is used in such an unforgivable matter. In the Land of Lightning, Gaara picks up the presence of 2nd Tsuchikage Mu with concealed sand picture cat. Kabuto decides to have Mu summon the reincarnated 2nd Mizukage, 3rd Raikage, and 4th Kazekage, the 4 curious of how they're even alive. The 4th Kazekage explains to his fellow Kage that they were brought back by impure world reincarnation, detailing the technique's history while speculating their reincarnation to be Orochimaru's doing, before noticing that they were all being watched by his son. Ao informs the Kage of the reincarnations of both their predecessors and famed powerful shinobi such as the Gold and Silver brothers of Kumo. Enraged upon hearing of his father and his village's 2 infamous traitors being among the reincarnated, A decides to enter the battlefield, but Tsunade keeps him from doing so. Shikaku Nara formulates battle plans with portions of the 2nd, 4th, and 5th divisions to assist the 1st division, which the Raikage approves. Elsewhere, arriving to what appears to be the hideaway of the country's daimyo, Black Zetsu makes his move to take them, but ends up alerting the guarding shinobi with the daimyo revealed to be hidden elsewhere. Black Zetsu escapes from the guards and continues his objective. Mei Tarumi and Chojuro accompany the Frost Daimyo while he is escorted to the safe house, while putting him at ease that the repeated moving of the daimyo from one safe house to another to hinder the enemy's search for them. At the Land of Lightning's coast, Choza Akamichi confronts Dan and Asuma Saratobi, while Hiyashi Hyuga confronts his reincarnated brother Hizashi Hyuga. Darui reluctantly decides to take on Kinkaku and Ginkaku, the treacherous Gold and Silver brothers who betrayed Kumogakure in life, with Samui and her brother Atsui aiding him. However, the brothers unveil the treasured tools of the Sage of Six Paths. A informs Tsunade that Kinkaku and Ginkaku are able to use Sage of Six Paths tools as they ingested some Nine-Tails chakra during a failed attempt to capture the unsealed-tailed beast long ago. When Kinkaku tackles Atsui and Samui with the Kokinjo, Ginkaku severs their pulled word souls with his Shichi Saiken and places them in the Benihisago. The siblings tried to keep themselves quiet so not to use their most spoken word to get sucked into the Benihisago, but Atsui gets sealed once tricked into saying hot by Kinkaku, creating a wave of fire with the Bashosen. Ginkaku holds Samui hostage to have Darui drop his weapon, only to slice Kinkaku's arm and aims his storm-release laser circus on Ginkaku to free Samui. But as Kinkaku kicks his sliced arm wrapped with Kokinjo at him to pull out his soul word, Darui is horrified to find Samui sealed despite her silence, and that he will suffer her fate if silent for too long. Though he knew not to say it, his attempt to defend against the brother's notion that he is a pawn of the Raikage forced Darui to say a word that has a similar pronunciation to dull. Luckily, he manages to escape the sealing when his apology habit changed his most spoken from dull to sorry. Knocking Ginkaku into the Kokinjo while commandeering both the Shichisaiken and the Benihisago, Darui used Ginkaku's most used word, Kinkaku, to seal him away. This causes Kinkaku to assume a six-tailed pseudo-Jinchuriki form to demolish the 1st division, with A seeing the only way to stop the rampaging monster is to seal him in the only item of the Sage of Six Paths Kumo managed to keep from the brothers, the Kohaku no Johei. Uses her heavenly transfer technique to send Darui the sealing pot while receiving aid from Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino, as they use their formation Ino Shikacho to restrain Kinkaku long enough for Darui to seal him in the Kohaku no Johei. At the Land of Hot Water, Chukichi receives backup from a team consisting of Hanzo, Chiyo, and Kimimaro to fight the surprise attack division. Hearing their arrival, with Datara demanding his allies save him, Konkoro's team attempt to fall back when Hanzo summons his salamander Ibuse to paralyze the surprise attack division. Hanzo is stopped from killing Konkoro by the arrival of his old enemy Mifune and his division. Mifune fights Hanzo, impeding him of using ninjutsu by attacking when he stops to weave hand seals. He remembers having fought Hanzo in his youth, and the two discuss their ideals during the fight. Hanzo decides to have faith in Mifune and injures himself, creating an opening and allowing Mifune's division to seal him. Back on the Land of Lightning's coast, Darui, Izumo, and Kotetsu go against Kakazu and his heart monsters while Team Asuma fights their reincarnated teacher. However, while noting his student's growth, Asuma uses his wind-release dust cloud technique on a hesitant Choji before Ino saves him. Despite Asuma's words for him to fight back, Choji could not attack his mentor, as Ino takes control of his body to fight in her teammate's place. After being saved by his father and reminded of the oath forged among the Ino Shikacho groups, he's encouraged to fight without holding back, so Choji creates butterfly wings without the assistance of his clan's pills to the others' amazement. Ino controls white Zetsu clones to hold Asuma long enough for Choji and Shikamaru to hit and immobilize him. Before being sealed, Asuma thanks them and compliments them on their great teamwork. Choji asks his teammates to help him finish the war once and for all, to which they happily agree. Back at the Island Turtle, while training, Naruto suddenly sensed the Nine-Tails chakra within the rampaging six-tailed Kinkaku far away from the temple. Wanting to investigate, Naruto is able to trick Killer Bee into letting him out, but is confronted by Shibi Aburame and a team of Konoha ninja, who try to persuade him to go back inside the temple. Despite Irika Umino's attempted lie, Naruto assumes Sage Mode to force his way out of the Falls of Truth, getting caught in a Nara clan ninja's shadow imitation technique before sensing the chakra of his friends and other ninja fighting. Having no choice, Irika tells Naruto the truth that Tobi has declared war and reveals that they've been instructed to protect Naruto and Killer Bee from Tobi. After remembering his talk with Nagato, Naruto tells Irika that his role is to stop the war and that he will endure the pain on his own. Despite Irika's insistence, Naruto reminds his mentor that he was the first to recognize him for more than a Jinchuriki and gave him his first forehead protector. Irika stares down at the forehead protector and hands it to Naruto before using a barrier technique that is countered with his former student's Nine-Tails chakra. As Naruto puts his forehead protector back on, he finds a hidden note slipped in from Irika, telling him to come back alive. Emerging from the Falls of Truth, Bee follows Naruto to keep him safe. Black Zetsu manages to find the location of the daimyo but finds himself fighting Meitarumi and Daimyo Protection Squad. However, sensing Naruto and Killer Bee breaking out of the self-repairing barrier covering the island turtle, Black Zetsu informs White Zetsu of the Jinchuriki's escape. With this new info, Tobi deems the need to have the daimyo as bargaining chips for the Jinchuriki no longer needed, and decides to enter the front lines while giving Black Zetsu new orders to use guerrilla tactics on Mei's group. Arriving to the Land of Lightning's coast, as Darui and Kitsuchi's divisions have defeated all the White Zetsu and sealed most of the reincarnated ninja, Kakuzu included, Tobi summons the demonic statue of the Outer Path. As the statue fights Choza, Choji, and the other allied shinobi, Tobi uses the opportunity to obtain the Benihisago and Kohaku no Johei, containing the sealed gold and silver brothers. Shikamaru realizes Tobi actually set the event of the brothers sealing, Tobi taking his prize as Shikamaru and Darui are saved from the statue by Choji and Kitsuchi before it vanished. Learning of Tobi and the demonic statue's appearances on the battlefield, along with Naruto and Bee leaving the island turtle, A leaves Shikaku in charge, while he and Tsunade leave to stop the Jinchuriki. As night approaches, Tobi states that his Eye of the Moon plan will be commenced the next day. As night falls, while he's heading to the battlefield, Naruto is dragged into his subconscious by the Nine-Tails as it chides Naruto for thinking he can handle both the war and Sasuke's hatred. However, Naruto is confident that he can shoulder both of them and shocks the Nine-Tails with the intent to someday help the tailed beast with its own hatred. At Kiba's insistence, due to his overuse of his Byakugan, Neji is sent from 5th Division Camp to Logistical Support and Medical Division Compound where Sakura Haruno tends to his injuries. At this time, word has spread that ninja are being killed off in the compound despite these sensors not detecting an enemy presence, and everyone reaches the conclusion that there is a spy among them. Sakura exposes the real spy as a White Zetsu posing as Neji. Interrogating the White Zetsu clone about how he was able to copy Neji right down to his chakra, Sakura realizes that the clones can siphon a person's chakra and assume their form with no one able to tell the real ninja from a White Zetsu. As other ninja arrive to assist Sakura while she reports the information to headquarters, the real Neji is revealed to have never left the 5th Division camp. At HQ, Shikaku receives the information and Ao informs him of chakras disappearing all over the divisions. Shikaku then begins to formulate a countermeasure against this imminent threat to find the imposters. By that time, A and Tsunade appear before the Jinchuriki, with the former having no intention to let Naruto go any further and resolving to kill him if they need to delay Tobi's plans. However, B halts his brother's attacks as he reminds him of how they formed the A-B combo and everything they've been through, including their time with their cousin and their confrontation with Naruto's father, Minato Namikaze. Though Tsunade decides that Naruto can enter the war, A refuses to allow it before being taken down by B's lightning release lariat, defeating his brother. B tells A that he and Naruto's powers didn't come from them being Jinchuriki, and that his brother's words, saying he's important to him, has made B surpass him. B also tells him that as long as he has people he cares about, he can overcome the tailed beast in him. B calls A his son, the person he cares about, and Naruto calls his parents his sons. Naruto tells A how he met both Minato and Kushina and that they believed he could control the Nine-Tails. Tsunade states she will fight A if he continues to attempt to kill Naruto, but A charges toward Naruto who manages to successfully dodge A's top speed punch, saying he will not fail. A reveals he was just testing Naruto to see if he could avoid his punch and tells Naruto to get going. Back at HQ, Shikaku learns the only way to discover who the White Zetsu clones are is to have Naruto scatter his shadow clones at the locations as Nine-Tails chakra can sense malice. But knowing A will disapprove, Mabui doubts it'll happen. A Katsuyu clone informs them of A letting Naruto enter the war. The sun rises, marking the second day of the 4th Shinobi World War. Tobi makes his move, having his own 6 paths of pain composed of the reincarnated Jinchuriki who have eyes that mirror Tobi's. Knowing Naruto can sense malice in the Nine-Tails form, Tobi knows that Naruto will be taking out the White Zetsu, saying that it's going along perfectly. Back at the Logistical Support and Medical Division compound, Shizune and Sakura learn the secrets of the White Zetsu, using the clone that Sakura captured. Shizune reveals that the White Zetsu have the same DNA as Yamato, meaning they are altered plant clones of the first Hokage. A and Tsunade return to HQ and learn about the White Zetsu clones being created from the first Hokage's cells. Believing that Madara developed a technique with her grandfather's cells to extend his life, Tsunade states there is no clue how to defeat someone who is truly immortal. As Naruto and Bee head towards the battlefield, Shikaku contacts them telepathically through Inoichi's technique, telling them to search for the White Zetsu and explaining about Tobi, Kabuto, and the reincarnated shinobi. Naruto and Bee come across a group of ninja heading back to defend HQ, but were revealed by Naruto to actually be a small force of White Zetsu. Naruto takes out a majority of them and summons Gamahiro to squish a merged White Zetsu and to look out for more White Zetsu with Bee, while he sends his shadow clones to the other battlefields. When Nagato and Itachi Uchiha encounter Naruto and Killer Bee, Kabuto plan to capture and use them to further blackmail Tobi. The battle reveals some truth on Itachi's mission, and much to his chagrin, Itachi learns that Sasuke has turned to Tobi instead of returning to Konoha. With this, the battle begins with Nagato forcefully summoning his bird and multi-headed dog monsters to battle Naruto. Joining in the fight, Itachi eventually activates his Mangekyo Sharingan. This causes the crow Itachi had placed inside of Naruto to come out using Koro Amatsukami on Itachi, freeing him from Kabuto's control as he uses a Materasu on Nagato in his summons. However, Kabuto responds by removing Nagato's personality to make him a more ideal weapon. When Bee enters his version 2 form to attack with lightning release Lariat, Nagato uses the Predapath's ability to absorb Bee's chakra. Regaining his vibrant appearance, Nagato grabs Naruto and begins to remove his soul. Naruto tries to escape by attacking Nagato with a Rasengan, but he absorbs it as well. Bee tries to cut Nagato to save Naruto, but he stops them using the Ashura Path ability, and almost succeeds in removing Naruto's soul and destroying Bee until Itachi intercepts with his Susanoo and attacks the summoning's eyes, making them disappear. Nagato proceeds to use Chibaku Tensei to trap the three, but is stopped by the combined efforts of Itachi's Yasuka Magatama, Bee's Tailed Beast Ball, and Naruto's Wind Release Rasen Shuriken to destroy the sphere at the center of the attack. As the smoke clears, Nagato finds himself impaled by the Susanoo's Sword of Totsuka, and his personality returns. Itachi then seals him, but not before Nagato gives his last words to Naruto, telling him that he was part of a trilogy that included Jiraiya and himself, and to correct the wrongs that he had done during his lifetime. Once done sealing Nagato, Itachi then takes his leave to find Kabuto in order to undo the impure world reincarnation. Seeing the youth weakened from his using the Nine-Tails chakra mode, Itachi advises him not to overburden himself like he himself did, and to remember those that are helping him as Bee tells the youth of the promise he made to Irika. Itachi then incinerates the crow as Shisui's eye cannot be used for another decade, and to ensure that it would not fall into enemy hands. Itachi then departs. Frustrated by losing Nagato and Itachi, Kabuto considers bringing out his trump card to compensate for the turn of events. Using Dustless Bewildering Cover, Mu was able to infiltrate the Land of Lightning undetected until Gaara was able to locate him on the first day. Mu then summoned the 2nd Mizukage, the 3rd Raikage, and the 4th Kazekage, with the 4th Division drawing the reincarnated Kage further into the Land of Lightning, while part of the division under Shikamaru broke off to aid Darui in his fight against Kinkaku in the Land of Lightning's coast. Once the battle on the coast was won, with the 1st Division boxing their opponents from the rear, Gaara and Onoki engaged the Kage with their attacks countered by their respective predecessors. As Gaara comes into sight, his father is shocked to see that Gaara is no longer a Jinchuriki as the two engage with their attacks cancelling each other out. However, by attempting to protect 2 of the other Kage from an aerial barrage, Gaara restrains his father, and his counters continue to fail in the face of Gaara's shield of sand. After Gaara learns the truth about his mother, he seals his father, turning his attention to the 3rd Raikage and 2nd Mizukage with new determination as the 2 Kage evade him and divulge their abilities. Meanwhile, Onoki follows Mu, who becomes invisible and states that Onoki is going to die if he doesn't call Gaara over. Onoki tells Mu not to underestimate him as he makes several clones. As the Mizukage overwhelms the forces with his Clam's Mirage, Gaara spots Mu as he's about to attack Onoki from behind, before noticing a Rasengan behind the reincarnated Tsuchikage. Naruto's planetary Rasengan misses at first, but then he manages to hit Mu with a second attack thanks to Gaara. Just as he is sealed by Gaara, Mu utters a warning, yet is silenced once the seal is complete. After learning of Naruto's resolve to fight with them, Gaara and Onoki part ways with the youth as he goes to where Temari uses the Wind Release Cast Net technique to seemingly incapacitate the Raikage, offering his assistance as Wind Chakra users are effective against their opponent. After 2 missed Rasen Shuriken, Naruto finally manages to hit the Raikage with the technique, but the Raikage recovers fast as the allied shinobi prepare multiple earth walls, supported by Dodai's Lava Release Rubber Wall to defend against the Raikage's strongest ninjutsu, Hell Stab. But seeing him break through all their defenses, Dodai explains that the 3rd was very resilient and was only injured when he fought the 8-Tails. Despite attempting the Tailed Beast Rasengan, Naruto fails to form it fully and is forced out of Nine-Tails Chakra mode. Naruto tells Dodai that he needs to contact Bee and the 8-Tails. Kabuto focuses all of the 3rd Raikage's attacks on Naruto, but Dodai forms a rubber ball as a decoy to buy Naruto some time. Naruto then asks the Eight Tails how he defeated the third Raikage. When he learned that they both fought each other to a standstill and the third Raikage had only been injured after he fell, Naruto suspected what happened. He entered Sage Mode and created a Rasengan, and he planned to use Frog Kata to sense the Raikage's attack faster. The Raikage attacks with a one-finger Nukite, but Naruto dodges it and hits the Raikage's arm with a Rasengan, knocking his attack into his own chest. The sealing team immediately seals the Raikage. Elsewhere, Gaara faces the second Mizukage alone and notices how his opponent's oil is nullifying his sand as he uses his concealed sand picture cat to find the giant clam. After locating it, Onoki uses Earth Release Fist Rock technique combined with Earth Release Super Added Weight Rock technique to destroy it, revealing the Mizukage's real body. Onoki throws out his back, rendering him immobile, as the Mizukage uses the water gun technique to shoot what he learns was a sand clone as it envelops him. The second starts to wash away the sand with oil, but Gaara layers the sand into his desert-layered Imperial funeral before it explodes. As hail begins to fall, Onoki explains to Gaara that this is the second's steaming danger tyranny as his clone reconstitutes. The explosive clone wreaks havoc, with Gaara protecting his division before fighting the clone and managing to incapacitate it with a sand clone, with his father's gold dust mixed into it. With the sand clone along with the clone's heat to fuse the gold to its body. The clone then finds the real Gaara and tries to attack him, only to be stopped by Gaara's sand and stopped from exploding. Greatly impressed by this feat, the second Mizukage beams at Gaara before being sealed. Earlier, at the mountain's graveyard, Sasuke recovers from his surgery yet is told by White Zetsu to keep the bandages on for the time being. However, as Naruto and Gaara fought the third Raikage and second Mizukage, Sasuke attacks White Zetsu with his Susanoo and sets him ablaze with the Materasu. Saying that his eyes could see just fine in the dark and that he should try them outside, Sasuke removes his bandages to see his newly evolved Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. In the rubble of a smashed pillar, a damaged Mu stands up. He reveals that he split his body in two and that only half of him was sealed. He tries to remove the tags from his other half, but the seal is too strong in his weakened state. Mu then, eventually due to his weakened state, performs a summoning of the reincarnated ninja who was Kabuto's ultimate weapon. The figure, whose power is so intense that the coffin's lid burst open, is revealed to be Madara Uchiha. Fourth Shinobi World War. Climax. After emerging from his coffin, Madara believed he'd been brought back by Nagato using Outer Path Samsara of Heavenly Life technique, until Mu reveals the technique to be Impure World Reincarnation. When Madara questions Mu about the user of the technique's identity, Kabuto takes full control of the Tsuchikage to explain to the reincarnated Uchiha that he brought him back and had made enhancements that have given him greater power than he had in the prime of his life. News of this turn of events reaches the 4th Division's location, with Gaara leading the attack as Madara counters with a widespread fire technique, which is countered by the combined usage of water formation wall by several shinobi. Moving on to general melee attacks, given free rein by Kabuto, Madara wreaks havoc on the 4th Division, prompting Onoki to raise the ground below him to force him into Naruto's Ultra Big Ball Rasengan. Madara responds by activating his Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and blocking the attack with his Susanoo, and goes on to continue decimating the division's forces. As Naruto enters Sage Mode and creates his attack, Onoki lightens Gaara's sand, allowing him to manipulate it more easily, which he uses to pull Madara out of Susanoo into the path of Naruto's Sage Mode enhanced Rasen Shuriken. Claiming the attack to be too much, Madara surprisingly activates his Rinnegan and uses the Predapath's Chakra Absorption technique to dispel the technique, to which Kabuto rejoices that the hypothesis that he came up with based on the data gathered by he and Orochimaru was validated, as he improved Madara's body beyond what it was in his prime. Madara replies that his power is not of Kabuto's creation, but his own. Using his twin-bodied Susanoo to weave two souls at once in conjunction with his own, pulling a giant asteroid earthbound toward the 4th Division, stunning everyone, leading Gaara to question whether this was the power of a god. As the giant meteorite descends, Onoki tells the allied shinobi not to give up before even trying. He flies toward the meteorite, intending to lighten it. Gaara orders everyone to retreat as he stays behind to help Onoki. Kabuto, speaking through Mu, surmises that Madara intends to destroy everything with the meteor, and Madara states that he is correct as they will simply regenerate. Onoki successfully lightens the meteorite as Gaara catches it with his sand. Madara asks what they will do about the second one as it collides with the first. At the Allied HQ, discussing their masked foe's reason for calling himself Madara Uchiha with A and Shikaku, Tsunade believes it was to play on the fear of the name itself, and how their opponent used Madara's name to get the world's attention and drag it into a war. The shock from the second meteorite's impact reaches HQ. They receive intel about what happened and they determine that it must be Madara's attack. Tsunade states that she will be heading to the front. Back at the battlefield, there are barely any survivors left. Dodai protected Naruto's clone due to him being a valuable asset. Onoki was severely injured by the attack. Madara and Mu regenerate and speak about Madara's plans. They notice survivors and Madara attempts to summon the Nine Tails, but fails due to it being sealed. Kabuto points out that the Jinchuriki is Naruto Uzumaki. Madara uses Hashirama's wood release secret technique, Nativity of a World of Trees, to attack the remaining allied forces. The Nine Tails gives Naruto some of its chakra without any of its will, preferring to help Naruto over being controlled by Madara again. Naruto rushes toward the approaching forest and creates many shadow clones. The clones create multiple Big Ball Rasengan and destroy the advancing forest. Naruto says that he used up all of the Nine Tails chakra and that he feels like he could disappear at any moment. Onoki tells Naruto to rest while they finish the battle. He proclaims that it's finally time to pick himself up off the ground and that there's no opponent more worthy than Madara Uchiha. Onoki decides to take on both Madara and Mu with the assistance of the remaining 4th Division. Tsunade and A decide to head to Madara's location through Mabui's heavenly transfer technique, a technique that only transports objects, as transporting a living being would surely tear them apart. However, Tsunade decides to take the gamble using her Yin Seal release. Shikaku telepathically communicates to Genma to have him, Raido, and other Konoha shinobi perform the Flying Thunder God technique to transport Mei to Madara's location as well, after Chojuro incapacitates Black Zetsu with a single slash. The 3 Kage arrive at the battlefield and prepare to fight Madara. Mei and A battle Madara while Tsunade heals Gaara and Onoki. Gaara and Onoki protect the group when Madara goes onto the offensive. The 5 Kage tell Naruto's clone that he isn't needed in that battlefield anymore and urge him to beat the other Madara. The clone disperses. Naruto and B encounter Tobi and Naruto headbutts him head on, sending them both reeling. Tobi's mask doesn't even get a scratch on it. B catches Naruto and advises him to calm down. Naruto comments on Tobi's new mask's appearance and strength, which Tobi replies is due to the mask being made of materials suitable for war. Then Naruto and B start fighting Tobi's 6 Paths of Pain. Roshi begins the assault by launching lava boulders at his opponents, which B and Naruto respond to by attacking head-on. Yagura, however, manages to counter the attacks, causing B and Naruto to fall into Utakata's trap. B and Naruto manage to escape it, but find themselves being blinded by Fu, which were followed by fast attacks from Yugito and Han, and though the assault was successfully blocked, Naruto and B were still driven back. Tobi finds out that Madara was reincarnated, with the youth demanding who he truly is, and tells Naruto he's a nobody and that the only thing that truly matters is him completing the Eye of the Moon plan. When Naruto and B state their own goal of tearing his mask off to find out who he truly is, Tobi ends the conversation by proclaiming that he will capture the both of them and complete his plans. Naruto states they won't hand over the 8 Tails and the 9 Tails. B questions if the Jinchuriki had their tailed beasts removed, and the 8 Tails concludes that they must have been resealed, as it can sense them in their hosts, though different. B begins attacking despite Naruto's call to wait. B attacks Fu with Samehada, but she dodges it by flying. B launches his swords coated in lightning chakra from her blind spot, but she dodges it as the other Jinchuriki watch the two. B wonders how she could dodge from a blind spot, so Naruto tells him about the Rinnegan's shared field of vision. Roshi coats himself in lava and attacks Naruto, who narrowly evades it, the heat burning his cheek. Yugito launches her guided attack and clashes with B, cutting his scarf. B and Naruto take cover, and B is surprised by her speed, and the 8 Tails points out that the Sharingan allows them to react faster, while the Rinnegan coordinates attacks. Naruto tells B and the 8 Tails about the Paths of Pain and the Black Receivers. B points out one in Yugito's chest from a hit he landed earlier. Naruto goes into the open and tries destroying a receiver in Roshi while being attacked, but is stopped by Han. The 8 Tails says the forest will hinder their field of vision, so B transforms into the 8 Tails to level the forest. B devastates the forest, also knocking down the other Jinchuriki. At the Allied Shinobi HQ, Ao detects that B has transformed into the 8 Tails. Inoichi receives updates on the Kage holding Madara back. Shikaku requests other division statuses and learns that the 1st and 2nd divisions are almost done with their enemies. The 3rd only has one more reincarnated shinobi to seal, and the 5th has the advantage on their fight. Shikaku orders that as soon as they're done, they go back to back up B and Naruto and asks their coordinates. Naruto notes that the Jinchuriki are down, and the 8 Tails urges B to seal them. B spits out ink clones, which proceed to lock them in place. Before the clones finish sealing them, Tobi appears from underground, and the Jinchuriki advance in their transformations and resume attacking. Fu and Yugito tag team Naruto, followed by Yagura, who impairs Naruto's movements. Meanwhile, Utakata frees himself from B's hold and Roshi's attacks. The 8 Tails is concerned and thinks they should retreat, but B is rammed by Han, who has fully transformed into the 5 Tails. Toby moves in to warp Naruto away, stating that 6 against 2 puts the odds in his favor. However, this was thwarted as Kakashi and Guy attacked Toby with his violent Leaf Adamantine Strength Whirlwind technique and causes Toby to become intangible and slip through Naruto while Kakashi retrieves Naruto. Naruto is happy to see them, while Toby states that 2 more shinobi doesn't make a difference against the power of his eyes and tailed beasts. Kakashi then states that they too have a Sharingan, followed by Guy, who states that not to underestimate him as he was Konoha's sublime green beast of prey. At the mountain's graveyard, Sasuke breaks out of the hideout, while elsewhere, having escaped the samurai, Jugo and Suigetsu discuss Sasuke and Karin, as well as Suigetsu's goal to collect swords as they head to one of Orochimaru's hideouts. On the battlefield, Naruto warns Guy and Kakashi about Toby's abilities. As the Five Tails attacks, Guy frees Naruto from the coral before seeing the beast turn on Toby, who chains and suppresses it. The Five Tails is dismayed at being controlled in that manner. The Eight Tails tries crushing Toby, but he simply slips through it. Toby returns Han back to his version 2 form. Guy and Kakashi speculate that Toby doesn't have full control over the tailed beasts. The 8 and 9 Tails speak to each other telepathically about the treatment of the tailed beasts, and the 9 Tails says that as the second strongest beast going by Tails, the 8 Tails should just finish the battle already and feign sleep. The 8 Tails snaps back, saying that his belief about their powers being defined by their number of tails is exactly why Shukaku hated the 9 Tails so much. Guy and Kakashi charge at the Jinchuriki, intent on figuring out which of the 6 paths of pain techniques each one used, only to conclude that Toby isn't making them use 6 paths techniques because they already have strategies against those. Toby praises them for figuring that out and proceeds to make Roshi and Utakata transform completely into their respective beasts. Naruto falls out of Nine Tails chakra mode and considers creating more shadow clones with the Nine Tails chakra as diversions. B thinks that creating more clones would surely kill him, but the Eight Tails points out that Naruto should already be on the brink of death, and thinks that the Nine Tails has stopped taking Naruto's chakra for a while. The Six Tails attacks Kakashi and Guy, who dodge. The Four Tails tosses the Eight Tails, and Naruto almost falls into its mouth, but resists being eaten. Now back in Nine Tails chakra mode, as the Nine Tails opens one eye watching on. The Four Tails tosses the Eight Tails on the ground and keeps forcing its mouth shut with Naruto in it while the Nine Tails watches on. Guy wants to save Naruto, but Kakashi points out their own unfortunate situation between 2 attack fronts. The Six Tails is corrosive gas and the other Jinchuriki's chakra arms. Kakashi creates a shadow clone and slices through the arms while Guy punches and burns the gas away. The Eight Tails wraps its tentacles around the Four Tails, telling it to let go of Naruto. The Eight Tails tells the Nine Tails it heard that it helped Naruto against Madara, the Nine Tails saying it won't wag its tails to help its Jinchuriki as easily as the Eight Tails. The Eight Tails questions if it doesn't care at all about what happens to Naruto. The Nine Tails recalls how many shinobi in the past have restrained it and denied it an identity. The Four Tails closes its mouth. Naruto meets the Four Tails, bound by chains. It asks if Naruto is there to take its power and demands to be called by its proper name, making a boisterous introduction. Naruto apologizes for not listening to Son Goku, which impresses it. Naruto and Son Goku discuss issues of recognition, identity, and existence. The Four Tails laughs when Naruto says he's jealous of how B and the Eight Tails are with each other, before seeing Naruto is serious about it. Considering Naruto to be a better sight than Toby, Son Goku offers to help Naruto if he can undo the chains that bind it. Son Goku tells Naruto that it won't become his ally even if he saves it, unless it can trust Naruto, who is okay with that. Kurama ponders that it knows Naruto and that nothing he can say will reach a tailed beast. Toby pulls Son towards himself with chains, intent on absorbing them both. B's still trying to make Son open its mouth and release Naruto. Naruto fails to make Son open its mouth and decides using the multiple shadow clone technique to make Son puke him out, which it does. B celebrates. Son tells Naruto that the black receiver in him slid from its chest to its neck because of the full-tailed beast transformation. Naruto spots it, enters in his Nine Tails chakra mode, and sets out to remove it, apologizing to Son in advance if he needs to get rough. Naruto pulls himself towards the receiver. Toby tries binding Naruto with the chains. Kurama recalls Naruto's past achievements, and thinks that if Naruto truly wants to help the tailed beasts, that he should do so like he always has and act. Naruto tries pulling out the black receiver, while a clone he left inside Son enters Sage mode and tries pushing it from the inside. Naruto successfully removes the black receiver. Toby instantly summons the demonic statue of the Outer Path and reseals Son Goku, but not before it leaves Naruto with a parting gift. With a declaration that he intends to go all out from this point on because they had something that belonged to him, Toby forces the remaining 5 Jinchuriki into their respective full-tailed beast forms. As Kakashi and Guy watch on in shock, Kurama tells Naruto that he's willing to lend him more of his power. Somewhat taken aback by this, Naruto then proceeds to thank the beast for helping him during his brief battle with Madara Uchiha, which Kurama rebuffs. Naruto then chastises the beast for the manner in which he took gratitude before the beast, offering him his fist, tells Naruto to meld his chakra with its own. Bumping fists with the beast, Naruto stands and tells B and the Eight Tails that he was ready to go again. They, however, tell him that they would take the front lines, while Naruto acted as support since he was unable to transform into the full Nine Tails. Naruto, however, declines this maneuver, leading the Eight Tails to wonder if Kurama had finally come around. As Naruto places his hand on the seals on his stomach and opens the gates that held Kurama back, he states that it was no longer the nine-tailed demon fox, but Kurama, a comrade from Konohagakure. As the seal opens up, the 5 opposing tailed beasts each create a tailed beast ball to fire at Kakashi and Guy. Kakashi planned on countering using Kamui, while Guy considers opening up his 8th gate. But Naruto, after undergoing a transformation from releasing his seal, was able to deflect all the attacks. Frustrated, Toby made all the tailed beasts attack, but they were all pushed away by the Nine Tails' roar. Kakashi and Guy found themselves within Kurama's chakra, while Naruto created a clone which entered Sage Mode to locate the rods on the tailed beasts. Kurama warned Naruto that since their union wasn't perfect, they could remain in this form for only 5 minutes, which Naruto states was plenty of time. Using the chakra, Naruto grabbed the 7 tails, planning on pile driving it into the 3 tails, but the giant turtle managed to curl up and roll away. Intent on finishing off the 7 tails, Kurama raised its fist, but was swallowed by the 6 tails, trapping them while the 3 tails rolled straight at them. Just before it could reach the giant fox, the 8 tails managed to grab the turtle with its tentacles. The 5 tails then tried to ram into the bull again, but B managed to knock it away. The 2 tails then attempted to pounce on Kurama, but Naruto swung the 6 tails into its path, sending them both flying. Naruto's Sage Mode clone managed to figure out the location of the black receivers, while Kakashi and Guy watch on in disbelief. Toby, realizing he wouldn't be able to defeat the 2 Jinchuriki unless he aimed to kill them, made his tailed beasts regroup to perform one massive tailed beast ball, which Naruto responded to by firing his own. As Naruto's tailed beast ball collided with those of the opposing tailed beasts, both attacks fly upwards and explode. Using the opportunity to grab the beasts by the throat, Naruto sends clones of himself all in the initial Nine Tails chakra mode to grab hold of the black receivers. As they do so, the original enters the consciousnesses of the tailed beasts who have all been waiting there with their respective Jinchuriki, and is greeted by Yugito, who is pleased he had made it to this level. Welcoming him, Naruto and Yagata, whom the former starts pitying, believing the former Mizukage to be a child who looked even weaker than himself, have a brief conversation. After learning of Son Goku and Roshi's fate from Fu, he's summoned before the tailed beast and told to stretch out his hand. After Urakata and Han thank Naruto, one by one, tailed beast and Jinchuriki alike introduce themselves to Naruto, and then bump fists with him. Here, Kurama remembers the parting words of the Sage of Six Paths, and then, as the stakes are removed, asks his fellow tailed beasts if they too believed, as Son did, that Naruto was the one the sage had spoken of so long ago. They all affirm them as a shocked Toby reseals them into the demonic statue of the Outer Path. Though stating that nothing has changed because of his worn-out condition after the tailed beast mode had ended, Naruto refutes Toby's claim, stating that he had just learned a bunch of difficult names all at once. Toby is confused by Naruto's claim of learning difficult names, which Naruto teases him for. Guy remarks how Naruto's progress is making him feel old, to which Kakashi tries to make him feel better, only to fail. Toby feels a moisture on his wrist, at first thinking it was sweat, but eventually convinces himself that it's the rain that was starting to fall. Toby has a strange feeling about Naruto and perceives an aura about him. However, he snaps out of his shaken state and asserts that the war will make everything irrelevant, including Naruto. At the Allied Shinobi HQ, Naruto's use of Kurama's chakra was felt, although they also feel something else. Al relays events to Shikaku, who wants to use it to raise the army's morale all at once, despite the strain it would cause to him. Naruto's friends from Konoha all rush in his direction, intent on supporting him. Elsewhere, Sasuke also walks toward the battlefield as a thunderstorm ensues. In the Konoha Intelligence Division, Karin feigns mental instability to lessen the guards' attention to her, and begins plotting her escape with a lockpick set hidden in her glasses and under a portrait of Sasuke she made. Jugo and Suigetsu learn about the war near one of Orochimaru's hideouts. Jugo questions Suigetsu's reasons to be a part of Taka, and while the two argue, Jugo's killing intent kicks in and he attacks Suigetsu. Suigetsu simply reforms and begins drowning Jugo to subdue him. He notices that the attack revealed a secret room caused by Jugo's attack, where Suigetsu discovers a scroll detailing secrets to winning the war. Sasuke runs into a small platoon of the White Zetsu army who question his presence outside, and realize he's killed the original White Zetsu before attacking. Sasuke uses Susanoo and incinerates several of them. He interrogates one of the White Zetsu using Genjutsu and learns about the war and its purpose. Sasuke finishes the White Zetsu and decides to go kill Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke is pleased with Itachi's eyes and reminisces about him. Elsewhere, Itachi is on the move. Onoki attacks Madara Uchiha with a giant rock golem, which Madara destroys, creating several flowers. Tsunade recognizes the technique as her grandfather's. Gaara suspends the Kage above the attack, Onoki levitating A. The flowers begin releasing a toxic pollen. Kabuto Yakashi muses on how people who heard of Hashirama Senju's strength consider it a myth, just like the Sage of Six Paths, and he'll show everyone that it's real. Dodai, Genma, and Raido give chase to Mu. Having steered the Kage's attention towards the flowers, Madara uses Susanoo to knock them down from behind, throwing them at the flowers, and proceeds to set the forest ablaze. Mei tries putting out the fire but collapses due to the pollen, as do the other Kage. Onoki thinks back to his youth, talking to the first Tsuchikage about the strong will of Iwa Shinobi. Onoki musters enough strength to destroy the flowers and injure Madara. The other Kage regain consciousness just in time to see the face formed from the DNA of the first Hokage's face in Madara's chest. Kabuto gushes on how Orochimaru's creation allowed him to create the ultimate trump card. Elsewhere, Sasuke Uchiha detects someone in the woods nearby. Taking out his sword, he goes to investigate, only to be shocked at seeing Itachi Uchiha. After Sasuke spots Itachi, he chases his brother down. Itachi refuses to be swayed from his mission, so Sasuke attempts to use Susanoo to stop him, but Itachi counters with his own. As Sasuke chases his brother, the two have a conversation. Elsewhere, a regenerating Madara decides to target Tsunade after realizing she was a Senju. Deeming her a weak woman who had seemingly inherited nothing from Hashirama, who he claimed was even more skilled in medical ninjutsu than she was, he goes on to say that even more so than a weak person, he detested a weak Senju. Tsunade, however, rebuffs him, telling him that though she had not inherited the wood-release Kekai Genkai her grandfather possessed, and that he may have been more skilled than her with medical ninjutsu since he did not require the use of hand seals to use it, Madara made two mistakes. One was assuming she was a weak woman, and the other was that she had inherited nothing from her ancestor. She states that she inherited something more than simple power, the will of fire, something Madara should not take so lightly. Madara doubts Tsunade can defeat him with the will of fire, stating power has nothing to do with will. Tsunade disagrees, saying that the will she inherited made her strong, crediting it for her revolution of medical ninjutsu, building an entire system and making its 3 rules, which she lists to him as she releases her seal. She then reveals another rule, that only those who have mastered the ninja art creation rebirth strength of 100 technique are allowed to break the other 3 rules. The other Kage are stunned to learn about this, while Madara is unfazed, having never heard of the technique. Tsunade explains it's a kinjutsu that only she knows how to use. Madara says that getting rid of the pollen and adding a medical nin won't help their odds. Tsunade says all of them will go at it at once if it comes down to it, and that she's not just a medical nin. Madara covers himself with the Susanoo's ribcage, which Tsunade cracks with her attack. Madara notes her to be slower than the Raikage, but stronger than him. Madara tries immolating Tsunade, but is stopped by Mei, who also attacks. A and Onoki deal a heavy blow just as Tsunade lands a powerful kick, sending Madara crashing down. Madara concedes that Tsunade isn't as weak as he thought. Madara reminds her that she'll get herself killed if she simply rushes into battle, the Kage's source of treatment and recovery. Madara wonders what Hashirama left them, saying they're nothing compared to Hashirama, and that if he had known how weak they'd be, he would have taught Hashirama how to rise from the dead. He says the only power Hashirama left is clinging to him, and that his own brother only left him his eyes and their power. Tsunade asks him if he heard nothing of what she said. Madara says that the only thing that can be passed to them is hatred. At the same time, Don Kato and Choza Akamichi have a conversation where Choza informs him that Madara had been reincarnated and that Tsunade, as Hokage, and the other Kage were battling him, which shocks Don. Despite Choza's confidence in Tsunade, Don tells him that he should use his time finding the caster of the technique instead of guarding the barrier that held him, as Madara was not to be taken lightly, expressing his belief that only Hashirama could possibly defeat Madara. Back at the battle with Madara, Tsunade manages to land a devastating blow on him, and as he regenerates, Gaara binds and seals him. This, however, is revealed to be nothing more than a wood clone, as Tsunade is impaled by a Susanoo's sword, and Madara emerges from a root, telling them that when he fought Hashirama in the past, only his dojutsu could see through the clone. To keep Sasuke from following him, Itachi summons a flock of crows which stall Sasuke. Itachi finds Kabuto Yakashi, saying that he felt where his chakra came from while he was being controlled earlier, citing it as a weakness of the technique. Kabuto isn't concerned, as he's the only one who can stop the technique. After seeing Sasuke close behind Itachi, Kabuto gets excited, exclaiming his luck has turned for the better, which prompted an exasperated Itachi to remark that things turned out worse than he expected. Having arrived at Kabuto's hideout, Sasuke identifies Kabuto. Kabuto attempts to manipulate him into attacking Itachi, but Sasuke explains his goal was to talk with his brother, and that Kabuto, who has now taken Orochimaru's mantle, is his enemy. Meanwhile, Tsunade reveals her new technique's power, which allows nearly instant regeneration without the usage of hand seals, and throws the sword that impales her back at Madara. While he absorbs it into his Susanoo, Onoki tries to blast Madara with dust release from behind, but Madara simply absorbs it, claiming he could have done it earlier but instead took it as a chance to demoralize them with Hashirama's visage. Tsunade questions his confidence, stating the Kage forced him into using a wood clone. Instead of rebuffing her, Madara admits 5 versus 1 is a good matchup number and creates 25 wood clones, 5 for each Kage. Sasuke attempts to kill Kabuto, but Itachi stops him, explaining the need to discover the counter to the impure world reincarnation beforehand. Sasuke agrees to cooperate on the terms that Itachi will answer his questions once they're done, and Itachi accepts, as both brothers and Kabuto ready themselves for battle. Closing his hood and stating that he was an introverted person, and as such it was unsettling to be stared at by so many people, Kabuto sends his snakes charging towards Sasuke and Itachi. The brothers are able to fend this attack off by activating their Susanoo. However, Kabuto uses this opportunity to hide one of his snakes. Here, Kabuto reveals the abilities that he had gained from experimenting with Sasuke's former teammates, Karin's healing abilities, a similar ability to Suigetsu's hydrification technique, as well as Jugo's ability to absorb natural energy. After revealing that he had found and trained at the Ryuchi cave, much to Itachi's shock, he narrowly dodges Sasuke's arrow. Emerging from the snake's mouth, he reveals that he had finally surpassed Orochimaru and was able to become a sage, and declares that he was now a dragon after Sasuke mistakes him for an imperfect snake like Orochimaru was. Kabuto launches a dragon at the brothers. As Itachi rushes over, a blinding light and violent air vibrations erupt. Sasuke and Itachi are paralyzed by the air vibrations, but Kabuto is still able to move because of his liquefied body. Kabuto goes after Sasuke first. Itachi protects him with Susanoo. Itachi explains that he already knows where Kabuto is going to attack so he can guard properly. Sasuke attempts to impale Kabuto with his Chidori sharp spear, but Kabuto jumps into the ceiling. Itachi tells Sasuke to remember the plan they used when they went on mission together. Sasuke remembers hunting a huge boar as he puts the plan into action with his brother. While Itachi launched Yasuka Magatama as a distraction, Sasuke fired another arrow at Kabuto and managed to pin him to the ceiling. Sasuke thinks he has Kabuto, but then is shocked to see Kabuto off to the side stabbing Itachi. Itachi's body is revealed to be a crow clone, and the real Itachi counterattacks, cutting off a piece of Kabuto's horn. Itachi and Sasuke remember their time together and prepare to catch the snake. Amused at the fact that he thought Sasuke should hate Itachi, the two seem to be getting along well. Kabuto states that he understands that something might have happened during the brothers' battle, and he could not understand what Sasuke could want from a dead person. After hearing Sasuke declare that he wanted to know the truth, Kabuto surmises that Sasuke was suspicious of his brother, having already heard the truth, and as such, never returning to Konoha because of his intent to destroy it for making his brother suffer. Calling Itachi a liar and stating that he went as far as to eradicate his entire clan in order to protect the village, he asks Sasuke whether or not what he was doing was more akin to his own goals of wanting to continue what Orochimaru started and destroy Konoha. Attempting to get him onto his side once again, Sasuke has a flashback of a conversation he overheard with a group of Konoha nin bad-mouthing Itachi, after which he declares that he was nothing like Kabuto and that crushing Konoha was his own ambition. Recalling his life in Konoha, Kabuto begins to renounce the village and tells Sasuke that he would be his new brother. Telling his brother not to listen to Kabuto, Itachi commences his plan of action, telling his brother that he would use one of the clan's ultimate dojutsu. Believing it to be Izanagi, Sasuke questions his brother. Itachi, however, corrects his brother as he clashes with Kabuto while wielding Sasuke's sword, telling him that this is another technique, able to deny destiny, Izanami. Kabuto attacks the Uchiha brothers with his Sage Art inorganic reincarnation, causing the cave formations to attack them. Having used his Susanoo to protect Sasuke, Itachi is incapacitated between the rocks. As Kabuto retrieves a talisman from his snake, intent on rewriting Itachi's mind, Sasuke creates a ring of Amaterasu flames to prevent Kabuto from taking any further action. Commending Sasuke's strategy, Kabuto tells him nonetheless that they were not capable of defeating him. Continuing to brag about his accomplishments, he states that of anyone currently alive, he had come the closest to the Sage of Six Paths, and that compared to him, the Uchiha were nothing. This prompts Sasuke to lash out, but he's stopped by a fully regenerated Itachi. Itachi tells Kabuto that he reminded him of his former self, that the two of them are very different. He then tells him that because he did not understand his own limitations, the value of comrades, and who he really was, he was doomed to fail as he did when he was alive. With this, Kabuto retorts that they were the ones that knew nothing about him, and that for his whole life he had tried to find out who he really was. With this, Kabuto has a flashback to his earliest memory of being found by Nono and Urushi. He then states that for his whole life, he had nothing. Kabuto then remembers his first meeting with Orochimaru while aiding the wounds of several Konoha shinobi, declining the offer of being a shinobi. Nono is later approached by Danzo Shimura, Orochimaru, and an Aburame shinobi, who blackmail her into undertaking an intelligence-gathering mission based on the intel they'd received that Iwa was planning a big attack. Taking Kabuto along with them to replace a dead Root member, the young man was sent on several spy missions in different hidden villages inclusive of the 5 great shinobi countries. On a mission in Iwa, his cover was blown, and as he attempted to escape, he was confronted by an Iwa nin. Kabuto attacked the ninja with his chakra scalpel, severely wounding his would-be assassin, revealed to be Nono to his horror. When Nono did not remember him as he attempted to heal her, a shocked Kabuto ran off and left her as Kitsuchi and another Iwa nin approached them. Devastated that she did not remember him and wondering who he was, Kabuto is once again approached by Orochimaru, who states that Kabuto had become quite the shinobi. Kabuto is startled by Orochimaru's approach. Orochimaru says he's been watching Kabuto and Nono for a long time, and invites him to come with him, promising to reveal to him the reason Nono attacked him and didn't recognize him. Orochimaru takes Kabuto to his medically equipped hideout, telling Kabuto he's the first person he's brought here. Kabuto questions Orochimaru on why he brought him here, and Orochimaru is pleased with his inquiring nature. Orochimaru reveals that Root set up Kabuto and Nono to kill each other as their skilled abilities as spies with vast knowledge have made them too dangerous to be kept alive. Orochimaru then explains that Danzo told Nono the reason Kabuto joined Root, accepting her pleas to relieve him of duty if she kills one man, Kabuto, who she would believe to be someone else, having been given photos of a different child over the years. Kabuto figures Orochimaru was sent to kill whoever survived, Orochimaru confirming this fact to a mortified Kabuto while telling him they're no different. He explains to Kabuto that he's found value in Kabuto's skill and wants his services within the newly created Otogakure with the promise of a new identity. Accepting the offer, Kabuto becomes Orochimaru's spy, pretending to be a spy for Sasori in order to learn about Akatsuki, and aids his new employer in his experiments through the years. After Orochimaru's defeat at Sasuke's hand, Kabuto injects himself with blood from the remains of Orochimaru's true form to achieve an identity of his own making. Having finished reminiscing about his childhood, Kabuto tells the brothers that he assimilated more than just Orochimaru's DNA, that his pawns were a show of his power, and refuses to have Itachi oppose him any longer. Even though Itachi rejects what Kabuto says, Kabuto presses on with his attack. A construct of Sakon emerges from the base of his navel snake, and Kabuto uses his attack of the Twin Demons technique, as he has the construct transform into Chirobo, who then uses the Earth Release Earth Shore Return technique to part the circle of flames that the Uchiha brothers had created around themselves. Giving them no time to react, he then brings forth Kidomaru and has him use his spiderweb unrolling technique to trap the brothers, who use Amaterasu to incinerate the uncuttable web. Moving behind the brothers and producing Kimimaro next, he has him use the Dance of the Seedling Fern technique to block the area behind them while also creating another web in front, effectively caging the brothers in. After they manage to escape, Kabuto uses Toyuya and her demonic flute, Phantom Sound Chains technique, to attack the siblings with an auditory genjutsu, effectively incapacitating them. Bringing forth Orochimaru himself, finally, Kabuto has him transform into his white snake form to attack the brothers. The Uchiha manage to escape the genjutsu and fend the snake off by casting genjutsu on each other. Kabuto, however, appears from the mouth of the snake with a surprise attack and bisects Itachi, stating that a genius that has had everything would not understand him wanting to find his true self, and then declared that no one would stand in his way with this. Regenerating, Itachi called out to Sasuke as Kabuto moved to implant his talisman to rewrite Itachi's mind. Responding, Sasuke threw his sword at Kabuto. Kabuto caught the sword with his navel snake and dodged the grasp of Sasuke's Susanoo. Sasuke launched a fireball at Kabuto, who countered it with a large torrent of water which swept Sasuke off his feet. Through the mist created from the two clashing techniques, Kabuto noticed that Itachi, who Kabuto stabbed with the sword for him, disappeared into a flurry of crows and attacks Kabuto with the sword he took from him. Chastising him for using the same attack pattern he had used before to cut his horn off, to which Itachi rebuffs that he cannot be harmed, also refuting Kabuto's claims that genjutsu cannot affect him, stating that it already had. This sequence of events repeats itself once again until Kabuto begins to notice the deja vu, regardless of what he did differently. It was ultimately revealed that the entire new sequence of the battle was taking place within Kabuto's head, as he was trapped within Izanami. Using this time, Sasuke questions his brother about Izanami. Itachi explains the mechanisms behind the technique, the history of their clan, their use of Izanagi, and why Izanami was created. He then tells his brother that Kabuto would be freed from Izanami once he accepted his fate. Somewhat angered that Itachi would use a technique that the victim could escape, Sasuke questions his brother, who tells him that he wanted to give Kabuto the opportunity to accept his fate, something he himself could not do during his lifetime. This explanation only served to irritate Sasuke more, who believed his brother to be perfect, but Itachi refutes this claim. All throughout this, Kabuto continues to battle on in his mind, refusing to give up. Elsewhere on the battlefield, a grown-up Orochi tells one of his comrades about his home, and hopes that by the time he got back, his brother Kabuto would be there. Meanwhile, at the cave, Itachi prepares to end the summoning impure world reincarnation. As Kabuto remains incapacitated by Izanami, Sasuke questions whether undoing the impure world reincarnation would mean Itachi would disappear as well. Declaring that he no longer had any attachment to the world of the living, Itachi notes that he was proud to be able to protect Konoha once more. Enraged to hear Itachi's motives, Sasuke states that while he could forgive his brother, he could never forgive the village for what they had done. This leads Itachi to tell his little brother that he won't be the one to change him, and that he was doing this to aid Naruto Uzumaki, whom he had entrusted that task to. Itachi then proceeds to raise the brill over Kabuto's eyes and uses genjutsu to order Kabuto to teach them the hand seals needed to stop the impure world reincarnation. Meanwhile, the 5 Kage struggle to hold their own against Madara's 75 Susanoo-clad wood clones. Amidst the struggles, Onoki rallies them to fight on, having been entrusted with a great task which they could not fail. Madara notes that he needed to break Onoki's will as it was the most troublesome of all. Rallying to each other's side, Tsunade transfers chakra to Onoki, who uses a large-scale dust-release detachment of the primitive world technique, which succeeds in obliterating the 25 clones and a part of the real Madara in one fell swoop. Splitting the clone down the middle, Meitorumi unleashes a water-release water dragon bullet technique, which A charges with lightning. This makes contact with Madara, effectively slowing down his response time. As Madara prepares to counter, it's revealed that sand was also concealed in the dragon, which Gaara uses to bind Madara's movements further, in order to create an opening for Onoki to use another dust release, thus giving time to seal him due to the regeneration process. After they declared that this was the power of the 5 Kage, Madara compliments them, stating that he would respond with his full power as well. He then unleashes the complete version of his Susanoo, stating that it would help them realize just how futile their efforts have been, regardless of being Kage. The 5 Kage look on in shock as Madara unleashes his Susanoo. After stabilizing the construct, Tsunade questions whether her grandfather really fought against someone who was so much stronger than the 5 Kage put together. Madara responds by saying that Hashirama was the only one who could defeat him, and then states that it was a good thing that he wasn't here, as the extent of damage to the surrounding landscape would be on a much smaller scale, as he sends the Kage flying with one swing of his sword, destroying the mountain range behind him in the process. Realizing his full power, Onoki questions whether or not Madara had gone easy on him and Mu in the past, to which Madara states why he should fight seriously against children. As the Kage stand to face Madara nonetheless, Onoki then states that they would not back down now, causing Madara to resolve himself to crushing their beliefs. Elsewhere, Itachi then commands Kabuto to use the hand seals he had just stated to end the impure world reincarnation. Sasuke uses this time to state his resolve to Itachi and that he will destroy the village because of what it did to him before bidding farewell. As the technique is released, the reincarnated shinobi from all over the battlefield begin to deconstruct. Upon seeing this, a battered Naruto and Bee thank Itachi and uses this as motivation to wrap things up with Tobi as well. Before being completely decommissioned, Itachi heads toward his little brother with his hand outstretched, stating that he could still make it. With the impure world reincarnation released, all the reincarnated shinobi began to fade into pillars of light. As the battle between Tobi and Naruto ensues, Naruto charges at him, stating that his opponents were in front of him as Tobi contemplates the fact that Kabuto had seemingly been defeated. Meanwhile, the 5 Kage struggle to combat Madara as he's about to deal another blow with his sword. Madara's Susanoo suddenly dissipates and he's enveloped in a beam of light, causing him to wonder what happened to the summoner. Back at the cave, Itachi uses the last of his consciousness to show Sasuke his memories of the Uchiha clan downfall, showing him when he came into possession of Shisui Uchiha's Sharingan, Konoha leadership's decision to move against the Uchiha clan's coup d'etat, his meeting with Tobi, and ending with Fugaku and Mikoto's last words to Itachi. With the full truth of the massacre revealed, Itachi told Sasuke that even if Sasuke never forgave him, and no matter what he decided to do from that point on, he would always love him. After imparting his final words to Sasuke, Itachi's soul is released from the impure world reincarnation, after which Kabuto seems to have been released from Izanami. On different battlefields, all the other reincarnated shinobi souls are being released. As the 5 Kage realize what's happening, they wonder who has released the technique, with Onoki noting that whomever it was, he was a hero to the shinobi world. Regaining dominion over his movements, Don asks Choza to have him remove the barrier which sealed him. When the barrier is released, Chosen notes the hand seals Don used, realizes his intentions, and tells him to hurry and go to Tsunade. Using his spirit transformation technique to take control of his then ascending soul, Don flies to Tsunade's location in time to take over her body and save her from Madara, who, though was being released from the impure world reincarnation, was still making a desperate attempt to kill the Kage. Speaking with Tsunade in her subconscious before disappearing, Don tells Tsunade that he would wait for her in the afterlife, but not to follow him just yet, and leaves her with the remainder of his chakra, thus restoring her strength of 100 seal. After returning to the real world, Tsunade and the other Kage watch in some confusion, wondering why Madara hasn't stopped moving as of yet. He then explains that if the reincarnated know the seal to end the summoning contract of the impure world reincarnation, they could sever ties from the summoner. With this, Madara performs the seal to sever the contract and tells them to tell his summoner that he shouldn't use Kinjutsu so arbitrarily. Reminiscing about Itachi's last words, Sasuke is tormented by questions about important aspects of a shinobi's life, his clan, his friends, and about his existence. Just as the roof of Kabuto's place caves in, Sasuke manages to dodge the falling stones and rocks. Suigetsu and Jugo appear, claiming at last to have found Sasuke. Meanwhile, at the battlefield, as the 5 Kage are still amazed to find Madara among themselves even after the impure world reincarnation had been released, Madara exclaims that after fighting him, they might have realized he was not the type of shinobi to be under someone else's control, and that it would be a disgrace to again summon his complete Susanoo when it's said that anyone who has seen it has died. Onoki exclaims that they must fight and defeat Madara themselves when Mei gives up. Meanwhile, while Naruto and Killer Bee are still fighting Tobi and his demonic statue of the Outer Path, Naruto provokes Tobi to show his real face. Angered by Naruto's provocations, Tobi decides to revive the demonic statue to its full form as he starts weaving the hand signs. At Kabuto's place, Jugo declares Anko Mitarashi to still be alive and exclaims that Madara is still in the living world, surprising Sasuke. As Sasuke questions why they were still after him, Suigetsu tells him that they had found a cool thing and hands Sasuke the scroll which they found at one of Orochimaru's hideouts. Rendered speechless for a moment by the contents, Sasuke decides to meet with Orochimaru, explaining to a shocked Suigetsu that Orochimaru is too tough to die easily, deciding he is going to meet the one who knows everything. Despite Suigetsu giving several vehement and somewhat manic reasons why not to revive Orochimaru, Sasuke is resigned to his decision. Moving to execute Sasuke's orders, Jugo retrieves some of Kabuto's DNA using his Sage Transformation abilities, much to Suigetsu's disgust. After Jugo places DNA on Anko's Cursed Seal of Heaven, Sasuke uses the evil releasing method to revive Orochimaru, as his conscious remnants exit Anko and regenerate his body from the sample. Retreating behind Kabuto as Orochimaru emerges, Suigetsu sheepishly greets his former captor, who notes he was abreast of the situation, having been able to observe everything from within Anko, further shocking them when he tells him he has no interest in the war that was currently going on. Instead, he still had his sights set on Sasuke's body, but was unable to steal it in his current state. Showing him the scroll he was given, Sasuke tells Orochimaru that he wants to hear everything from the source, leading Orochimaru to question him if he has wavered from his path of revenge, to which Sasuke denies. Moving over to the immobile Kabuto, which prompts Suigetsu to run to the other side of the cave, Orochimaru drains Kabuto of his chakra, causing Kabuto to revert to his original self. Noting to himself that Sasuke has changed since he last saw him, Orochimaru beckons him to follow him to a place he knows himself very well. While analyzing the situation before them, Naruto, Killer Bee, Guy, and Kakashi are told by Tobi to bear witness to the beginning of the end once the Ten Tails is fully revived. Confused that Tobi would be able to do this, Kakashi notes that the war was all for the sake of preventing the Akatsuki from attaining the 8 and 9 tails, and since they still had the beasts, wonders whether Tobi was lying. Remembering what Tobi had said, and then the fact that they had used a clone made from its chakra to evade Taka, Gyuki reminds Bee of this, who then notifies his comrades. Speaking to Naruto directly, Kurama notes that its chakra was also present in the Benihisago and Kohaku no Johei, which the demonic statue of the Outer Path had consumed, and asks Naruto to let him speak through the boy to personally reveal what it knows to the others. The fox explains the story behind the 2 treasured tools of the Sage of Six Paths, the Gold and Silver Brothers, and how they had come to attain its chakra, after which Kakashi corroborates his story with the intel received from HQ. With this, Kakashi declares that he would like them to do something before the beast is revived, leading Tobi to retort that because Kakashi always spoke so easily, it had led him to live a life full of regret, shocking both Kakashi and leading Guy to question Tobi once again on who he was. Rebuffing this, Tobi told Guy that it would make no sense to tell him because he didn't remember faces. Interjecting, Kurama tells him that as Kakashi said, now was the only time to do something about the situation, as the Sage of Six Paths had told them that the revival of the Ten Tails signaled the end of the world. Answering Naruto's questions of the Ten Tails' power, Kurama tells him of the beast's might, and the fact that among all the names it was known by, it was also seen as the progenitor of all that existed in the world. The beast then goes on to state that though even it alone would stand no chance against the beast, it may be possible since Toby did not possess all of the Eight Tails and its own chakra. Toby, however, rebuffs this, stating that he only needed the beast to cast the infinite Tsukiyomi on the world. Switching back with Kurama, Naruto declares his dreams to Toby with Guy, Kakashi, and even Bee, who disclaims female attributes he values, much to the Eight Tails' shock, rally behind him. As Toby launches into another speech, Naruto enters his Nine Tails chakra mode, and attempts to land a high-speed Rasengan attack on the statue, but Toby blocks it with his gunbai, prompting Naruto to state that it seems as though he would really have to bash Toby's mask. Toby responds, noting that there was one thing that he could not part with, and then declares that he would not let them touch the statue. Formulating their strategy, as Naruto produces a shadow clone, the shinobi agree that the use of feint attacks would be crucial in this battle because of Toby's abilities. Moving directly toward Toby, Naruto would use the super mini-tailed beast ball, while Kakashi asks Bee to hoist him into the air as he activates his Mangekyo Sharingan. Deciding that it was best to avoid direct contact, Guy takes out his pair of Soshuga. Toby, wielding his gunbai, is able to stave off Naruto's attacks, but ultimately has a harder time at things once Guy joins the fray. Using his nunchaku to counter Toby's gunbai, Guy is able to send the masked man throttling towards Naruto in his super mini-tailed beast ball. Using that opportunity, Kakashi activates Kamui with the intention of ripping the demonic statue of the Outer Path's neck off. However, the statue, which by this time was bleeding from the eyes and metamorphosing, is seemingly able to nullify the attack, which confused Kakashi greatly. As Naruto's attack is about to make contact, Toby teleports, prompting Naruto to sense his intent to anticipate Toby emerging from the ground in a surprise attack. Dodging the initial attack, Naruto, now separated from the others, has a harder time blocking Toby's gunbai. Kakashi imbues a kunai with the lightning release and once again calls out to Bee. Launching him across the battlefield, Kakashi easily cuts through a rock that separated him from Naruto and then launches the kunai at Toby. Forced to become intangible, but not one to give up easily, Toby changed the trajectory of the kunai and sends it hurtling toward Naruto. Telling him to ignore the kunai, Kakashi uses Kamui once again to warp the kunai away. Regrouping as the last attack seemingly fails to land, the shinobi wonder how they were going to defeat Toby. Just then, a tiny crack appears on Toby's mask. Noticing a slight crack on the mask, Guy and Naruto thought that Naruto's last attack had actually hit. However, Kakashi disagrees, noting that the type of crack was by a sharper object, as he remembered the kunai he warped away with Kamui. As Kakashi came up with a hypothesis on Toby's ability, Toby erects a barrier to thwart Bee's chance to strike the demonic statue of the Outer Path in the midst of his transformation into the Ten Tails. Once finally figuring out a possible way to attack Toby, Kakashi details his plans to the others. With Bee launching them directly at Toby, Guy starts off unleashing his Soshuga only for Toby to avoid it using his dematerialization ability, predicting Guy's moves with his Sharingan. As a result, Guy loses the Soshuga and steps away from Toby's front. Naruto then follows up quickly by launching a Rasengan, which is easily avoided by Toby, who keeps insisting on the futility of the strategy. However, the Rasengan seemingly disperses before reaching Toby, followed by a sudden explosion that hits his right shoulder. After being hurled away, the masked man uses his gunbai to stand back up. Toby then realized that the attack was transported to his right arm, using Kamui just as he was about to materialize. Realizing Toby's ability now, Kakashi notes that Toby was not using two separate techniques to dematerialize and warp things away, but a single technique. Urging Kakashi to explain it in the simplest possible way so they could readjust their strategy, Guy and the others listen on as Kakashi explains that Toby's ability to become intangible and absorb things were one and the same. He then explains that when he makes himself intangible, what Toby actually does is warp away the part of his body that was being attacked to the other dimension, so while it existed there, all attacks would simply phase through his body. However, since Kamui shares the same dimension, the lightning-enhanced kunai that Kakashi warped away passed through the intangible part of Toby's body and ended up in the other dimension, scratching the part of his body that was sent there in order to make him appear intangible. When questioned by Bee how their two techniques were linked to the same dimension, a hesitant Guy began to question Kakashi, but the latter cuts across him to ask Toby directly where he got the Sharingan from. Responding, Toby reveals that he obtained his right Sharingan eye during the previous war at Kanabi Bridge, the moment that Kakashi became recognized as the hero of the Sharingan. With Kakashi left speechless by the revelation, Toby belittles him while perpetrating the Eye of the Moon plan as the right move for humanity. However, Naruto still refuses to accept Toby's goal with the intent of not giving up on his dreams. Having its Jinchuriki let it speak through him to chastise their opponent as well, Kurama tells Toby that it was entrusted to Naruto, who had befriended him, for the express reason to stop Toby. Spurred onward, Naruto enters his tailed beast mode and charges at Toby. Charging forward, Naruto attacks Toby using a giant chakra arm, which Toby simply phases through, chiding the boy of thinking he could defeat him on his own. As Guy tries to snap Kakashi out of the shock brought on from Toby's revelation, they see the masked man send 3 giant shuriken hurtling toward Naruto from the other dimension. Catching 2 of them on his tentacles, one of B and Gyuki's tentacles is cut by the third but is stopped by Naruto, who retorts Toby's earlier remark by telling him he's never truly alone as he has Kurama and the others supporting him. Now motivated by Guy to act, Kakashi knows that he had to time the next use of his Kamui perfectly, despite Toby chastising his borrowed power and stated intentions of showing him Kamui's true potential. Acting immediately, Toby jumps into the air and sends out a number of black receivers which pierce B and Gyuki. Warning Naruto not to let them touch him as it sealed off the tailed beast's power, Naruto creates a shadow clone while being protected by Gyuki. While a clone charged forward with the Rasengan, the original prepared the tailed beast ball. As the clone prepares to attack, Kakashi seemingly warps away the Rasengan again, while Toby, seeing the same attack pattern, decides to attack the clone with one of the stakes, rather than having him go through him. With the clone seemingly dispelled, Toby phases through the tailed beast ball and fully enters the other dimension. There, Toby is shocked to see Naruto and realizes that Kakashi has warped the clone there to wait for him. Declaring that he has nowhere to run, Naruto slams the Rasengan into Toby's face, shattering the mask, with Naruto asking his enemy who he is. With memories of their old friend from their days at the academy to Chunin exams and later to the former's promotion to Jonin, Kakashi and Guy recognize the face of the unmasked ninja to be that of their old comrade, Obito Uchiha. Shocked by this revelation, Kakashi and Guy started asking the once masked man whether he truly was Obito, but upon seeing his Mangekyo Sharingan, Kakashi noted that there was now no doubt about it. However, Obito reiterated his point that it was insignificant what they called him, and all that mattered to him was his Eye of the Moon plan. Kakashi had a flashback to the time that Obito died and then asked whether he had survived the cave-in. This led Naruto to ask them who the person in front of them was. Guy answered that he was a former classmate of theirs who supposedly died during the Third Shinobi World War. Kakashi, still in shock, asked Obito that if he had survived, then why he had not made the fact known until now. Obito retorts that whether he survived or not was unimportant. However, if Kakashi really had to have an answer as to why Obito had not returned, it was simply because Kakashi had let Rin die, an answer that had an amused Obito chortle over Kakashi's reaction. Even more devastated by this response, Kakashi asked him if he was really going to blame him for it. Obito answered that he did not see any point in blaming this useless reality which would disappear soon enough. Naruto tried to rally his sensei, telling him that right now Obito's plan needed to be stopped and that he would listen to the story later. Obito used the Fire Release, Blast Wave Wild Dance technique, sending a giant vortex of flames towards his opponent. Kakashi, unable to register what was happening, simply stood there despite Guy calling out to him. Naruto, however, intercepted the attacks with Kurama's tails. Before any side could act further, they were interrupted by Madara's appearance on the battlefield. Standing beside the younger Uchiha, the legendary shinobi remarked that Obito seemed to be having fun, much to the onlookers' surprise as they wonder what had happened to the Kage. Madara casually replies that the Kage are not doing so well, each having been critically wounded in their attempts to stop him. Obito returns the gunbai to Madara, which he uses to block a volley of black receivers Naruto sends flying at them and repel Naruto's super mini-tailed beast ball. All the while, he lectures Obito, both for initiating the 10 Tails revival before capturing the 8 and 9 Tails, and for reincarnating him through the Impure World reincarnation instead of using Nagato's Outer Path Samsara of Heavenly Life technique as planned. He decides to make the best of the situation and moves to capture the 8 and 9 Tails and hopes to seal them in the demonic statue of the Outer Path with the time they have left, leaving Kakashi and Guy to Obito. Kakashi takes this opportunity to question Obito about what happened to him. Obito has a flashback of being found and rescued by an aging Madara after the events of the Kanabi Bridge. Madara tended to his injuries, and though he had to amputate Obito's arm, he restored it and the damaged half of his body with parts from a Zetsu. Obito was grateful for Madara's help, but was adamant about returning to his teammates, Kakashi and Rin. Time passed as he recovered, and he began to rehabilitate under the watch of 2 Zetsus, White Zetsu and a Spiral-Face Zetsu. One day, White Zetsu returned to the hideout and alerted Obito that his comrades were in danger, surrounded by Kirigakure shinobi. With the help of the Spiral-Faced Zetsu forming a suit to reduce his physical limitations, Obito rushed to help. Upon arrival, he found Kakashi's hand running through Rin's chest. As Rin died, it caused Obito's Sharingan and the one he gave to Kakashi to become Mangekyo Sharingan. While Kakashi passed out, an enraged Obito slaughtered the Kirigakure ninja. He looked upon Rin's dead body and, devastated by her death, concluded he must be in hell. These events changed Obito and gave him resolve to change fate by destroying the world and creating a new one where Rin still lives. Remembering the Zetsu's discussion over Madara's plans to create just such a world, Obito decides to become Madara's apprentice to achieve that goal. Over time, Madara imparted Obito with all that he knew, the legend of the Sage of Six Paths, the Eye of the Moon plan, and all of the necessary steps to bring it to fruition. He then infused White Zetsu with a part of his mind, completing his creation with the Black Zetsu persona. Madara then took himself off of life support, dying so that he may be brought back at the planned juncture. Left with Madara's name to take as his own, with Zetsu by his side, Obito spent the following decade setting the pieces in place with his meeting with Nagato, who was vital to Madara's resurrection. Inspired to cause the nine-tailed demon fox's attack after overhearing Kakashi, Obito fully embraces his new ideals when he confronted his former mentor, Minato Namikaze. In present time, when Madara attempts to have him see things his way, Naruto declares that he is Minato's son and would not be persuaded by him. Noting that he was being lenient because Naruto was a true Jinchuriki, declares he will no longer hold back. Creating an enormous wooden dragon, he notes that it had been used by Hashirama Senju in the past to bind the Nine Tails, which prompts Naruto to manifest Kurama's body in tailed beast mode to fight it. Asking Obito why he chose to follow someone like Madara, the Uchiha notes that all that was left was for him and Kakashi to have their final battle, as he had nothing left to say to him. Obito and Kakashi continue their battle, with the former unleashing a barrage of shuriken only to be stopped by Kakashi's wall of earth. As Obito slips through the wall, Kakashi continues to ask him why, and to ask him if it's related to Rin, which Obito tells him to shut up. Obito then warps Kakashi to the other dimension, but his victory is short-lived as Kakashi returns using Kamui. In the meantime, Madara's wood dragon begins absorbing Kurama's chakra, causing Naruto's tailed beast mode to falter. Obito begins to overwhelm Kakashi, bringing him to his knees. Madara uses wood release to bind Killer Bee and Might Guy, and then begins to activate his Susanoo to finish things up on the battlefield. Resolved, Naruto notes that the Uchiha's ideals annoyed him to no end, and creating a shadow clone, he's able to stop both Obito's shuriken and Madara's Susanoo's sword from making killing blows on Kakashi and Guy. Hearing Naruto's words that he would protect his friends, Kakashi and Guy both spring into action, with the former using Lightning Cutter to destroy Obito's other shuriken, and Guy using Daytime Tiger to attack Madara. Turning to his former friend, Kakashi tells Obito that he still remembered what he had taught him in the past, and what he could do now was protect Naruto. As Obito questions Kakashi's resolve, the copy ninja's sentiments are echoed by Guy, who is severely weakened. Seeing this, Gyuki notes that all Konoha nin like to act tough before taking advantage of the loosened grip of its wooden restraints, and warning Naruto that the wood release binding could suppress a tailed beast's power. Obito uses his own wood technique to attempt to restrain Naruto while he attacked Kakashi, but is sent reeling by Naruto's intercepting headbutt. Gyuki then decides to attack the demonic statue of the Outer Path before its transformation into the Ten Tails is complete, leaving Obito to Naruto. Naruto declares that he can see Obito's suffering face, though Obito counters by saying it is Kakashi who's truly suffering. As Naruto notes that he had to do something for Kakashi, who is worn out, Kurama switches places with Naruto and throws the copy ninja at Obito. Though he warps Kakashi to another dimension, Obito learns too late that Kurama revitalized Kakashi with its chakra, so he can attack Obito in the other dimension whenever he uses Kamui to dodge Naruto's attacks. With Obito wounded, as Kakashi returns to the real world, Naruto joins Killer Bee in combining their tailed beast balls to create a massive sphere to fire it on the barrier containing the demonic statue. After the explosion, they note that the statue's chakra vanishes, causing Kakashi to question whether this is the end. However, the revived Ten Tails appears from the clearing smoke, prompting Obito to declare that it was indeed the end of this world. Elsewhere though, disappointed that the 8 and 9 Tails were not captured in time, a recovered Madara notes that they should begin their plan. Shocked to see the Ten Tails before them, Naruto surmises that they must have been tricked, as he was unable to sense the demonic statue of the Outer Path's malevolent chakra. However, Kurama tells Naruto that it was impossible to sense the beast in the tailed beast mode, as the beast neither had feelings nor ideals, and was akin to natural energy, and that using Sage mode to sense how powerful it was would be a different matter. Meanwhile, Obito and Madara relocate atop the beast as it attaches its tendrils onto them. Obito notes that he would like to commence the plan immediately, but Madara is more in favor of testing out the beast's power. As Naruto's attempt to gauge the Ten Tails' power in Sage mode ends in Naruto realizing that it was indeed truly immeasurable, Kurama asks Gyuki to hand him Might Guy and Kakashi so he could restore their chakra. Taking command, Kurama devises a battle strategy to face the beast, launching a continuous stream of tailed beast balls, which culminates with Gyuki seemingly being decimated by the Ten Tails' tailed beast ball. But it was later revealed that Kakashi had warped it away while being launched by Naruto along with the latter's clone overhead the Ten Tails, where Kakashi released Gyuki to aim a tailed beast ball. The attack was flicked back at him, leaving Naruto's shadow clone and Kakashi open for an attack. After the clone successfully pushes Kakashi out of the way, Obito reflects on how much Naruto was like himself before the Ten Tails attack disperses the shadow clone and sends Gyuki flying. At their limit, Kurama and Gyuki tell Naruto and B to buy them some time while they generate more chakra. As the opposition notices this, and with his teammates already somewhat incapacitated, Naruto prepares to create more shadow clones, which Madara chides him for, calling him incompetent. Kakashi also echoes these sentiments, and Obito goes on to explain to Naruto that numbers will not change anything, as he laments that all shinobi like the youth are powerless and would eventually become like him one day. This causes Naruto to lash out at Obito once again, stating his dream to become Hokage, which leads Obito to tell him that he would make him the Hokage inside the infinite Tsukiyomi, as he has the Ten Tails prepare to fire a tailed beast ball to obliterate Naruto and his allies in one blow. However, when the Ten Tails fires its tailed beast ball at them, the shinobi are shocked to realize that the beast has missed. Just then, from above, Ino, Hinata, Hiyashi, and a few others arrive, and it's revealed that Ino was able to shift the blast after taking control of Obito for a split second. Immediately, the Aburame use the insect jamming technique, and the Kirigakure Nin shroud the battlefield in mist to stop them from being sensed. Shortly after this, the entire allied shinobi forces arrive, causing the sensing water sphere to distort. Naruto announces that they were no longer a disorderly crowd before announcing a new technique, the Ninja Alliance technique, which is the strongest technique that ever existed in the shinobi world and could win against the infinite Tsukiyomi. Despite the swell in numbers of their opponents, Madara and Obito note that their efforts were still futile, and that even after this war, history would only repeat itself and they would end up in this very same predicament. Naruto chastises them both, noting that when there was a difference of opinion in a group, the majority vote beats all. Accepting his premise, Obito simply notes that they would make their decision after exterminating the majority, the alliance itself. Using this time, Shikaku, through Inoichi's telepathic ability, is able to relay the strategy he had formulated with the entire alliance. With this, the alliance launched their strategy, the first attempt to slow down their targets by blinding them, which was executed by the Kumonin with C and a few others using the lightning illusion flash of lightning pillar technique, followed by Darui and other storm release bearers using the storm release laser circus technique. Secondly, the Sunanin used the wind release air current wild dance to manipulate the dust from the previous attack to obscure their opponent's vision once again, adding to it what remains of the insect jamming technique and hiding and mist technique from earlier to completely impair the opponent's sensory skill. Following this, Kitsuchi and a group of Iwanin sink the beast into a hole, allowing his daughter and other lava release bearers to cover the beast in quicklime, which was mixed with water by the Kirinin. Finishing off, members of the Konoha Sarutobi clan hardened the mixture using fire release. This leads Madara to state how surprised he was that shinobi from different countries were able to pull off such a perfect combination. Shikaku informs them that they have to defeat Madara and Obito while the Ten Tails was still restrained, recommending the logistical support and medical division to coordinate with Naruto to exploit Obito's weakness, and telling all shinobi who are skilled in taijutsu to deal with Madara. As various shinobi as well as techniques bear down on the two Uchiha, Madara realizes that they are being targeted this time. He notes, however, that in order to do that, the alliance would have to stop the Ten Tails first. With this, a powerful blast sends the incoming shinobi flying away, and the fully matured Ten Tails emerges from the pit. While the medical teams move out to tend to the injured, Shikaku, Inoichi, Ao, and the others discuss what was happening on the battlefield. Now finding it even harder to control the beast, Obito and Madara use Hashirama's cells in order to fortify their control over it, as the former agrees with the legendary Uchiha that it was time they showed the allied shinobi forces true despair. As the beast fires off a tailed beast ball, Kitsuchi is able to deflect its course using Earth Release underfoot the beast. A second tailed beast ball is launched, which detonates in a nearby lake, and a third, which Hiyashi notes, destroys an entire town in an instant. Initially believing that the towns where civilians were now unsafe, the fourth tailed beast ball, which is launched, is noted to be heading straight for HQ, as Shikaku surmised. As Inoichi asks for directives, Shikaku tells him that the only thing that they could do was what they were assigned to do until the very end. And for what appears to be the final time, Inoichi patches Shikaku through to the entire alliance, as the genius Nara passes on his final strategy to defeat the enemy. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Madara exclaims that they were finally able to get them with the tailed beast ball, justifying the deaths of the alliance's head as a simple war tactic. Though Choji tries to console him over his father's death, Shikamaru reminds him and Ino that they are in the middle of a war and must focus on carrying out Shikaku's final strategy. Only Naruto was unaware of Inoichi and Shikaku's deaths, with the others' attempts to explain interrupted by the Ten Tails resuming its attack. Leaping into action, Neji and Hiyashi are able to deflect the beast's attack, with everyone beginning to praise the Hyuga clan. Hiyashi tells Naruto that he must focus in this fight while explaining to him that death is a possibility in war, adding that Shikaku and Inoichi were willing to die for their children. Neji echoes his uncle's sentiments, referring to his own father's sacrifice, before he, Hiyashi, and Hinata state their intent to protect Naruto to their last breath. Meanwhile, atop the Ten Tails, which is slowly resisting their control, Madara and Obito discuss how to proceed with their plan. However, as he is only a reanimated corpse and cannot become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, Madara needs Obito to sacrifice himself to become a living being once more. Taking advantage of his ancestor's dilemma and wanting to put the allied shinobi forces in further despair, Obito has the Ten Tails attack again. As the attacks are being deflected by the Hyuga, Kitsuchi builds his chakra in preparation to use his signature technique. With the beast's hand itself bearing down upon the group, Hiyashi uses the 8 trigrams vacuum wall palm to deflect it. The beast then uses a pinpoint attack, which Hiyashi realizes they could not deflect in time. As Hinata throws out her arms to protect Naruto, Neji actually intercepts the attack. Naruto calls for medics. Neji notes that it was already too late and that he will die within minutes. As Hiyashi looks on in horror and Hinata cries openly, Naruto questions why a genius from the Hyuga clan would throw away his life for him. And Neji, who notes that he finally understood his father's feelings, states that it was for the exact reason that he did it. Because Naruto called him a genius and that he chose to die for those he cares for. With this, the Byakugan sealing Juinjutsu on Neji's forehead disappears, confirming his death. Taking delight in Naruto being shocked, Obito attempts to shatter Naruto's self-conscious and drag him into his way of thinking. However, Hinata snaps Naruto out of it, while telling him that if his life is connected with everyone who shared his beliefs and are willing to sacrifice themselves for him, he should not give in to despair and have Neji die in vain. By that time, as Killer Bee manages to cripple the Ten Tails by lodging his tailed beast ball into its mouth as it's about to fire, Naruto thanks Hinata for staying by his side and takes her hand while entering tailed beast mode. Infusing some of Kurama's chakra into Hinata's body, Naruto creates shadow clones to do the same for the rest of their allies. Empowered by Kurama's chakra with their attacks strengthened, the allied shinobi forces fight back with the Akamichi clan members restraining some of the Ten Tails' tails. Remembering their father's final words, Ino takes over Obito's body to veer his attempted wood release technique off course, before Shikamaru leads his Nara clan kinsmen in restraining the Ten Tails. By that time, Team Guy make their way to the deceased Neji, with Rock Lee mourning his friend's death. Despite Obito mocking Guy's words of comfort of keeping those in your heart as a curse, Kakashi and Naruto rebuff this notion, the latter telling Obito that ninja are meant to endure such pain and will keep Neji in their heart even if it becomes an actual curse. As Naruto infuses Lee with some of its chakra, Kurama ponders his Jinchuriki's ability to match his own chakra with that of the different shinobi, and considered the youth to have surpassed his parents. Though Madara decides to help Obito in breaking the Nara clan's restraints, they are respectively severed from the Ten Tails' tendrils by Lee and Naruto, before the Uchiha are forced to the ground. Elsewhere in Konoha, though sensing Naruto's chakra as it was being given, Sasuke instructs Suigetsu and Jugo to press onwards with Orochimaru before they arrive to the Uzumaki clan's mask storage temple. Though it was actually a detour, Orochimaru took one of the masks with Suigetsu, unnerved by Orochimaru's choosing. After Sasuke breaks away from the group to survey the village from a high point, he and his group arrive to their destination, the remains of the ruined Naka Shrine. There, Orochimaru dons the mask, which invokes the Shinigami as it binds itself to him. While explaining his actions, Orochimaru slashes the Shinigami's stomach open to release the souls of those it had consumed. Though the act mortally wounded him, Orochimaru regained his hand, so he can now use Impure World Reincarnation, as he has Jugo use his natural energy to activate the 6 Zetsu spores Obito had planted on Sasuke to monitor him. With 2 held down by Jugo and Suigetsu, before transferring his being into the latter's restrained White Zetsu, Orochimaru uses the remaining 4 as sacrifices to reincarnate the ones Sasuke needs his answers from: Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Minato Namikaze. As the Senju brothers are formally introduced to Minato and learned of their blood relative Tsunade serving as the current Hokage, they and Hiruzen believed they were all brought back by Orochimaru in another scheme to destroy Konoha, before he clarifies his reasons for bringing them back. Shocked by Orochimaru's reason and that Sasuke knows the full story of the Uchiha clan downfall, Hiruzen reveals that everything the youth has learned up to this moment is true. Not surprised, Tobirama berates the Uchiha clan until Orochimaru points out that his actions in life set them down that path by placing them in charge of the Konoha military police force and separating them from the rest of Konoha. When Hashirama demanded why his brother did it, Tobirama explains that the Uchiha treasured love above all else, and that through the despair of losing someone dear, they gain the Sharingan and eventually evolve them. However, using Madara and the love he had for his brother as an example, Tobirama reveals that the same despair can also madden the user. He concludes that all he had done was attempt to use the Uchiha's cursed heritage in a positive way, and cannot be blamed for their self-destructive nature. Hearing enough, Sasuke turns his attention to Hashirama to ask him what the meaning behind the village and ninja is so they can determine if any of it is worth sparing. Against Tobirama's protests, having sensed his rival also being reincarnated, Hashirama tells Sasuke of his history with Madara Uchiha in an effort to save the youth from his old friend's fate by telling him his ideals. Beginning his story at the Warring States period, the time before shinobi villages were established, Hashirama reveals that he and Madara met as children. Though enemies by birth due to their family feud, Hashirama befriended Madara as they dreamed of an ideal system where everyone could live in peace. However, when their families learned of their secret meetings, Madara severed his ties to Hashirama and became his enemy, despite his former friend's pleas. Time passes, and both Hashirama and Madara become leaders of their respective clans. Though Hashirama continued to revisit their plans of peace as he lost his entire family during the conflict, Madara remained reluctant to end the bloodshed before accepting it when Hashirama demonstrated how strong his resolve for peace was. Soon after, Konoha was formed, and despite his intent to make Madara the leader, Hashirama became Hokage by popular vote. Although he trusted Hashirama, Madara feared that a day would come where Konoha would be led by people like Tobirama, who distrusted the Uchiha. Therefore, leaving Konoha, Madara created what he considered a true method of achieving peace. However, this required Madara to capture Kurama and use its power to wipe out Konoha. This resulted in the epic battle between Hashirama and Madara that created the Valley of the End, and was thought to be where Madara died. Although he regretted killing Madara, his friend of so many years, Hashirama concludes by stating his notion of ninja as ones who strive for their dreams, yet many become an entirely different person in the process. With his story done, Hashirama asks Sasuke if he would accept his ideals or continue embracing Madara's views of the world. Sasuke responds that his brother Itachi shared Hashirama's dreams for a unified Konoha and died protecting it. Because Madara's plan means the complete abandonment of his, Sasuke decides to fight to save what had meant so much to Itachi. Orochimaru decides to join him out of curiosity, as does Karin, who tracked Sasuke down and immediately forgives his previous attempt to kill her. The Hokage, though earlier restrained by Orochimaru so they would not run off to join the war, are now given the freedom to do so. Each standing upon their own face on the Hokage rock, the Hokage voice their eagerness to get things started. Minato in particular delighted that he'll finally meet his son, and promises to make up for not being there with a huge surprise. Having been disconnected from the Ten Tails, Madara and Obito begin attacking. Naruto manipulates the chakra cloaks he gave the Alliance and protects them as he engages Obito in a fight while debating whose values truly matter. As Madara shivers with delight upon sensing the reincarnated Hashirama's chakra, the Ten Tails breaks free from Kitsuchi's earth restraints and begins to act on its destructive impulses. Kakashi tries to warp it away but is pulled into a fight with Obito as both are sucked into the other dimension, while the Ten Tails' power creates multiple natural disasters all over the battlefield. As the Nine Tails' chakra shrouds disappear after protecting the Shinobi Alliance from the worst of the Ten Tails' attack, the monster reacts to the sight of Naruto. With the tailed beasts and the Sage of Six Paths silhouette around him, the shinobi form a defensive line to give Sakura time to heal Naruto. Madara notes his growing disinterest in the battle and that another awaits him. Within the other dimension, Kakashi and Obito continue their battle, with Kakashi stopping just short of driving his lightning cutter through Obito's heart. Obito is surprised to find Kakashi hesitating and asks if he's racked with guilt for not keeping his promise. Still wanting to save Obito, realizing his friend's malice towards Naruto is based on not wanting to be rejected by the boy he once was, Kakashi explains to him that he can still be that person again. But Obito laughed and phased through Kakashi's technique. Effectively recreating the scene how Kakashi had impaled Rin, Obito reveals that he knows why Rin died, and notes that he did not wage a war just because of her death and Kakashi's inability to keep his promise to protect her, but because of the hell that the villages and their shinobi put him through made him empty and devoid of almost all feeling. When offered a place in the Eye of the Moon plan, Kakashi questions Obito if the delusion would truly fill the hole in his heart, and stating from experience that he states his intent of not letting Obito's discarded ideals go to waste. Back in the real world, having seen the tailed beasts inside Naruto, the Ten Tails is violently reacting to their present by transforming once again while charging its attack. As it charges a devastating tailed beast ball, Shikamaru comes up with a plan of using all the remaining members of the Alliance to create lots of weaker earthen walls to redirect the attack with Gyuki's assistance. After consulting with Kitsuchi and having Ino pass the info about, Shikamaru has Killer Bee take point. As Sakura rallies their forces while healing Naruto, the Shinobi Alliance carries out the plan to hinder the Ten Tails' attack. However, despite Bee's support, the Ten Tails' tailed beast ball was about to breach until it was sent into the sea by the recently reincarnated Minato just as he arrived. Once explaining himself, Minato muses over Sakura's similarity to Kushina as the other Hokage arrive. Madara gets giddy at the sight of Hashirama as the first Hokage states that he will deal with the Ten Tails first, as he and his successors use 4 Red Yang formation technique to trap the beast, with Hashirama adding an additional seal pinning down the beast's tails. By then, Sasuke arrives with Jugo as the remaining members of the Konoha 11 surround Naruto. However, not caring what they think of him, Sasuke explains that he no longer wishes to destroy Konoha but to make changes to it. Stating that becoming Hokage is the only way to achieve that new goal, Sasuke gets into a minor dispute with Naruto over it before Hashirama reminds the two of their current situation. Though told to rest as they're about to join the Hokage, Sakura explains to Naruto and Sasuke that she's no longer the weak girl from a few years ago, as she trained under a Sannin member like they did. This prompts Naruto to note that Team 7 is back as they and the reformed Rookie 9 charge into battle once the Hokage's barrier is complete with the Ten Tails unable to escape. After adding one more seal, Hashirama creates 5 wood clones, 4 to make an opening for the allied ninjas and 1 to confront Madara, who decides to stand down until the original is ready. Once inside, the group find themselves facing an army of Ten Tails clones, with Sakura using what she learned from Tsunade to wipe out some of the creatures, much to her teammates' shock before they save her when she momentarily left her guard down. The rest of the Rookie 9 follow suit by displaying their own newly mastered abilities. Kiba's human beast mixture transformation, 3-headed wolf, Shino's parasitic giant insect bug bite, and Team Asama's Ino Shikacho formation E, human bullet yo-yo. Even Sai joins the fray, though he ends up being saved by Naruto. With the number of Ten Tails clones having an advantage over the allied shinobi forces, Sai points out that the only way to beat the Ten Tails is to defeat its largest extension to get close enough to it. Though the attempt is risky and could be fatal, Naruto has a solution as he summons Gamabunta but finds a large Gamakichi aiding him instead. Sasuke and Sakura have a similar conclusion and follow suit by summoning Aoda in place of the deceased Manda and Katsuyu respectively. As Sakura has Katsuyu provide aid to the allied shinobi forces wounded, Naruto and Sasuke use their summons to fight through the Ten Tails. Once there, glad to have Sasuke as an ally again, Naruto combines his Ultra Big Ball Rasen Shuriken with Sasuke's Blaze Release Susanoo Kakatsuchi to land a blow on the Ten Tails. While Naruto and Kurama were intent to extract the tailed beasts inside the Ten Tails, Sasuke is intent to incinerate the monster in its entirety before it severed the burning piece of its body with no intention of going peacefully. Elsewhere, Orochimaru arrives with Suigetsu and Karin to where Tsunade and the other Kage are being tended to by Katsuyu. Though the slug is wary at first, it eventually agrees to them assisting because of Tsunade's dire condition. While Suigetsu aids in putting Tsunade's bifurcated halves back together, Karin has Tsunade bite her so she can recover, which in turn allows Katsuyu to heal her injuries. After a brief conversation about Orochimaru's change of heart, Orochimaru and his companions leave for the battlefield. While Tsunade and the other healed Kage are briefed on the battle by Katsuyu, they make preparations to head to the battlefield. Back on the battlefield, Sai continues to question Sasuke's true motives, and while Sakura notes that she had faith in Sasuke, Sai noted that her eyes did not reflect this. Back in the other dimension, the conflict between Kakashi and Obito rages on as both think back to their childhood days as Minato's students. With Kakashi intent to protect both Naruto and the old Obito from the latter's current incarnation, Kakashi manages to impale Obito with a lightning cutter-infused kunai. However, the heavily wounded Obito stabs Kakashi with one of his black rods while telling him that his defeat will not turn the tide in the war as he returns to their reality. Appearing atop the Ten Tails, Madara notices his arrival. Obito finds himself betrayed by his mentor, who decides it's time for Obito to return the favor for saving him in the past. Using the black receivers in the artificial parts of Obito's body, Madara forces him to perform the outer path Samsara of Heavenly Life technique, so as to become truly alive and become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Realizing Madara's intent, Hashirama sends Naruto and Sasuke to stop Obito while he and Tobirama create an army of clones as a contingency plan. Madara also creates a clone to attack Obito, learning the truth that his former student had been alive the whole time while realizing his student's role in the nine-tailed demon fox's attack. Later on, Madara noticed that Obito managed to resist his control as he absorbs the freed Ten Tails inside his body, becoming its Jinchuriki in his mentor's place. With his body completely healed and Killer Bee confirming with Gyuki that the Ten Tails had not reached its final form yet, Obito proceeds to destroy the 4 Red Yang formation. As the other Hokage deal with Obito to find a weak point, learning there is a substance on his skin that makes him invincible to attacks, Hashirama ends up being confronted by Madara, who decides to settle things with his rival once and for all. Somewhere in an underground lair, Orochimaru's experiment is brought to life by a strike of lightning. However, Orochimaru's plan backfires as the experiment attacks him and begins to destroy the building, forcing him and Kabuto to evacuate. The next day, Itachi and Kisame find the broken experiment in the destroyed building and bring it back to their leader, Pain. In a secret Akatsuki hideout, Pain uses the King of Hell to repair it, as well as add new modifications. The Akatsuki leader then instructs Itachi to capture the Ninetales with the newly repaired experiment, now hooded by a cloak, joining him in his mission. Itachi soon arrives near Konoha and orders it to capture Naruto. It begins its search for Naruto, attacking several villagers and defeating Team Guy in the process. Naruto himself shows up to stop it so he can get back to training. Naruto attacks the experiment with his multitude of clones, but it easily repels the attack. Naruto manages to land a hit on its cloak, tearing it apart, and it's revealed to be a mechanical replica of himself known as Mecha Naruto. Mecha Naruto begins siphoning Naruto's Ninetales chakra, causing him to lose his strength. Kakashi and Yamato arrive, with Kakashi distracting Mecha Naruto with his lightning cutter, giving Yamato the opportunity to save the real Naruto. The trio manage to escape using a secret tunnel, and Mecha Naruto begins to destroy the village in an effort to find Naruto. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade devises a plan to lure Mecha Naruto away from the village. Naruto rides away in a palanquin with Yamato, while Choji, Kiba, Neji, and Shikamaru act as bearers and Kakashi as backup. The plan is put into action, and Mecha Naruto starts pursuing the palanquin. Shino, not wanting to be left behind like last time, arrives to distract Mecha Naruto but is defeated. The group decides to escape into the forest, with Shikamaru switching places with Kakashi so he can try and defeat Mecha Naruto. However, Shikamaru is defeated after being smashed into the ground. Tsunade then orders Shizune to request assistance from Suna. Shikamaru is overwhelmed by Mecha Naruto and continues to follow the group while firing missiles in the process. Choji uses his human bullet tank in an attempt to distract Mecha Naruto but ultimately fails. Kiba and Akamaru transform into a double-headed wolf and attack using the Fang-passing Fang, but are easily countered by the mecha. The palanquin carrying Naruto falls over since there was no one holding it. Neji is next to join the fray, using his 8 trigrams Palm's Revolving Heaven. Mecha Naruto tries blasting the rotating shield with lasers, but to no effect. After dominating Neji's technique with high speed, Mecha Naruto breaks through and eliminates him and Yamato. Kakashi uses his Sharingan in a failed attempt to defeat the mech. Just as Naruto is cornered by his mechanized replica, Gaara arrives in time to save him. As he's about to crush Mecha Naruto's arm, Deidara appears and taunts the young man, forcing the Kazekage to chase after him. Naruto and Mecha Naruto are summoned into a snake's stomach by Orochimaru, who reprogrammed Mecha Naruto to obey him. Jiraiya then appears and summons Gamabunta, thus freeing them from the snake's stomach. Mecha Naruto easily overwhelms Naruto, who is nearly drained of the Ninetales chakra. Mecha Naruto changes its programming, courtesy of Itachi, and returns the Ninetales' chakra back to Naruto. As Mecha Naruto bisects Orochimaru in half to protect Naruto, he activates a switch, causing Mecha Kurama to appear and causes mayhem at Konohagakure. Mecha Naruto encases itself onto Naruto and battles Mecha Kurama, but their attacks have no effect whatsoever. Mecha Naruto ultimately sacrifices itself to destroy Mecha Ninetales. While the villagers celebrate Naruto's victory, they are comically drowned by Gaara's quicksand waterfall flow. Birth of the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. Despite Minato's attempt to stop him, Obito goes after Naruto and proceeds to attack him and Sasuke. Luckily, Naruto uses his chakra arms on his father and Sasuke so the former can teleport them away. By that time, his body is beginning to mutate as he attempted to attack. Obito is losing control as the Ten-Tails is asserting itself and destroying the human's mind. Though he instructs Naruto and Sasuke to follow his counter with a collaborative attack, his former student thinking of rein in their team, Minato finds Obito had managed to regain control of his body and assume a form similar to the Sage of Six Paths. Teleporting away after his arm got ripped off, Minato finds that Obito attached an orb made of a mysterious substance to him as it begins to expand. Luckily, a clone of Tobirama grabs the orb and destroys himself in an attempt to kill Obito. Elsewhere on the battlefield, deciding that the time for waiting is over, Madara battles Hashirama in an epic clash with the allied shinobi forces in awe before Shikamaru uses Ino to contact their allies to not lose focus for a second. By that time, having used the substance to avoid being consumed in the explosion, an unscathed Obito deflects an impulsive Sasuke's Amaterasu before Naruto aids his friend so the two can make an opening for Minato and Tobirama. With the second and fourth Hokage preparing for an instantaneous swapping Flying Thunder God technique before Tobirama appears behind Obito, Sasuke and Naruto rush forth with a Kagutsuchi-infused Rasen Shuriken. Expecting to be attacked by the second Hokage, Obito learns he fell for a trap as Minato suddenly has the Rasen Shuriken and takes Tobirama's place to attack Obito from behind. The Konoha ninja's elation at landing a direct hit are quickly diminished when Obito makes use of his new abilities to push aside the flames and heal himself. At this point, they realize that Minato's arm has not regenerated and figured out that the Uchiha was using Yin-Yang release, and thus able to nullify the regeneration of impure world reincarnation, making the reincarnated vulnerable to fatal attacks. In response to this, Naruto tries to enter Tailed Beast mode in order to deliver an even more powerful attack, but fails completely, earning himself blank looks from both enemy and allies. After Kurama tells Naruto to hold off from using its chakra, Gamakichi fires a natural energy-infused starch syrup gun in a last-ditch effort to help before disappearing. Obito easily blocks it, however both Tobirama and Naruto notice something is amiss. As Minato questions why Obito has discarded his dream of becoming Hokage, Naruto uses this chance to enter Sage Mode. When the Uchiha explained his reasoning and insults the Hokage, Tobirama assists Naruto in delivering a Rasengan, proving that while resistant to ninjutsu, Obito is vulnerable to senjutsu. As Naruto passionately defends the title of Hokage and his father's legacy, Kurama's yin half within Naruto spurs Minato into action. After Naruto and Tobirama fall back, a recovered Obito decides to execute the Eye of the Moon plan by first creating an enormous tree to wipe out the remainder of the allied shinobi forces while boxing them in with a barrier to prevent them from escaping. To counter the turn of events, Naruto thinks up a risky plan before asking his father to bump fists with him. This act between father and son allowing Yang and Yin Kurama to connect to each other as well. After telling Obito that he will not let the world end as long as he lives, Naruto dons his Nine Tails Chakra Mode mantle with Minato following suit. Their combined efforts bolster the version 1-like mantles around the shinobi, thus allowing Minato to teleport the alliance outside the barrier before the tailed beast balls exploded. With this, the team presses onwards in their assault on Obito, with the father-son duo going into tailed beast mode, and Naruto also using Sage Mode to bolster the attack so they would affect Obito. The Uchiha, however, was prepared for the assault this time and was able to deflect it. Before the alliance can launch another attack, Obito decides to press on with the Eye of the Moon plan as he manifests the Ten Tails and has it transform into a tree that instinctively proceeds to suck the chakra out of any shinobi that it grabs. Madara reveals the tree to be the Ten Tails in its tree form, while telling Hashirama of the monster's true origins along with the chakra within all ninja. Barely escaping the branches with Hiruzen's help as he's teleported to safety, Naruto looks around his friends and allies in anguish as Obito proclaims that their suffering will end once the tree form's flower, the crown piece in creating the infinite Tsukiyomi, blooms. En route to the battlefield, the 5 Kage see the Ten Tails' tree form and wonder what it was, which leads Tsunade to ask Katsuyu to explain what was happening. When Shikamaru is found to be one of the victims of the tree's attacks, Sakura tries to have Katsuyu heal him remotely, but Katsuyu informs her that its clones also died due to having their chakra absorbed by the tree, leading to her and Sai rushing to their comrade's side instead. The allied shinobi forces members spiral into deep despair, and taking advantage of their morale, Obito declares that he would not kill those who stopped resisting, but Hashirama's wood clone reminds them not to give up. Hiruzen's sentiments cause Orochimaru, who just arrived with Suigetsu and Karin, to note that pessimism was very out of character for his sensei. As Madara and Hashirama continue to fight, the Uchiha reveals that even without the full chakra of the 8 and 9 Tails, the tree would bloom in approximately 15 minutes, during which Madara planned to take Obito's place using Hashirama's senjutsu abilities. As the info is relayed to him, Hashirama's wood clone called out for a Yamanaka, and while startled, Ino responds to the first and patches him through to the alliance. Connected, the clone passes on the recent revelation, and also tries to boost the shinobi's confidence, telling them not to give up. As the Ten Tails' tree form moves again to attack, a large chunk of its root is cut off by a Susanoo created by Sasuke, who asks Naruto if he had already reached the limit of his capacity. Responding to his friend's question, Naruto once again enters both Tailed Beast Mode and Sage Mode, and through Ino's technique, his feelings and memories are passed to everyone. Remembering his time as a child and the people he had lost along the way, Naruto notes that he did not want to have any more regrets, and that the sacrifices made would not be in vain. With new determination and a chakra boost from Yin Kurama, Naruto charges forward to battle alongside Sasuke, who has Juga use the Sage transformation on his Susanoo to imbue it with natural energy, creating the cursed seal of heaven markings on Sasuke's Susanoo. Ready for action, the two shinobi plunge back into battle against Obito, who took note of how time and time again Naruto would pick himself up from the rut of despair. With this, Orochimaru reflects on how Sasuke seemingly had the potential to surpass even Madara Uchiha himself, while Tobirama notes that Naruto was in a lot of ways like his brother Hashirama, faults and all. With the shinobi still somewhat doubting themselves and contemplating waiting for directives from the current Kage, Hashirama shares with them all of his memories of the first summit of the 5 Kage. How the meeting unfolded is revealed to all. What rings home for them all is Hashirama's wish for shinobi to be united. With this, Hashirama rallies the troops to amass their worries, their resolve, their sorrows, and strength in order to fight. Ultimately, Hashirama's wish for the future is answered by the appearance of the 5 current Kage to the battlefield, all standing as a united front. The 5 Kage disperse across the battlefield in order to strengthen the wills of the shinobi from their respective villages. Sakura is still attempting to heal Shikamaru, who is slowly slipping away due to an astounding loss of chakra. However, Naruto's version 1 chakra re-emerges and begins to give Shikamaru some strength, which Ino later notes that Naruto did subconsciously. Tsunade arrives to their location and easily heals Shikamaru back to full health, while also commending Sakura for her recent achievements. While a reformed allied shinobi alliance led by their respective Kage began attacking the tree, Naruto and Sasuke are still engaging Obito. Meanwhile, Kakashi is healing himself in the other dimension, while also pondering Obito's true feelings and his buried will of fire deep within him. Just as Naruto and Sasuke believe they've found an opening, Obito deflects their attacks and manages to force Naruto out of his Senjutsu Enhanced Tailed Beast mode and Sasuke out of his Susanoo. As Obito asks Naruto why he would want to save a world that would ultimately only hurt him, Naruto replies that he would never go back on his word because it is his Nindo. Sasuke and Naruto agree to put an end to the battle once and for all as Sasuke's Susanoo encases Naruto's Tailed Beast mode. With Kurama now in Susanoo armor, Naruto and Sasuke prepare to attack Obito once more. Realizing their strength, Obito manifests a gigantic yin-yang shield and the Sage of Six Paths' legendary Sword of Nonoboko to counter them. As the two young shinobi rush in, Naruto creates 9 Rasengan within the tails of his Susanoo Enhanced Tailed Beast mode. He then uses Ino's mind-body transmission technique to contact the Konoha 11, excluding Neji, who died, Sakura, and Sai to enter the fray. As they join the battle, the Tailed Beast mode mantles envelop them, and Naruto instructs them to use the Rasengan to break Obito's shield. After the Konoha 11 and Sai destroy the shield, Sasuke's Susanoo sword breaks the Sword of Nonoboko and manages to slice through Obito. From there, Naruto proceeds to siphon out the other tailed beasts, while Gaara attempts to reclaim Shukaku, and Killer Bee retrieves the fragment of Gyuki. Knowing that the tree would become a lifeless husk again if he allowed the Jinchuriki to succeed, Obito wrestles with them for the chakra. However, the rest of the allied shinobi forces and Sasuke's allies join in helping Naruto in grabbing hold of the chakra through Minato's Nine Tails chakra mode. Within his subconscious, having begun to imagine what his life would have been like if he returned to the village instead of Madara after Rin's death, Obito sees himself alone against the entire alliance as he begins to contemplate and grapples to come to terms with what he starts to view to be regret. However, using their link to reach him, an empathic Naruto tells Obito that despite his declaration of being no one, he was in fact someone with dreams. Telling Obito he was and still is Obito Uchiha, Naruto vows to destroy the metaphysical mask he created for himself. Even despite attempting to strangle the youth, insisting he regrets nothing in the choices he made, Obito struggles with his inner turmoil when Naruto pointed out that Rin could never accept the man he is now. As Naruto grabs Obito's hand, the allied shinobi forces succeed in freeing the tailed beasts. Utterly defeated, gazing at the moon while lamenting that he could never fill the void in his heart, Obito did not notice Sasuke running at him with the intent to cut him down. However, as the alliance were about to join in before Tsunade tells them to stand down, Kakashi manages to return from the other dimension. Stopping Sasuke, Kakashi informs his former student that killing Obito is his burden to bear, yet is stopped by Minato. From there, the 3 members of Team Minato speak of their ordeals and what they each became since Rin's death. Kakashi then tells a doubtful Obito that Naruto would not end up like him because he had many friends to help him along the way. By that time, after the tailed beasts thanked him for freeing them from the 10 Tails' body, Naruto focuses his attention away from Obito to find Madara with the intention of stopping the Uchiha for good. A defeated Obito watches as Naruto attacks an immobilized Madara from atop the tree that Hashirama managed to subdue besides being pinned down himself. The allied shinobi forces notices the direction of Naruto's attack and begin rushing to his location. Shukaku agrees to assist Gaara with stopping Madara, with the other tailed beasts following suit. Sai flies to the top of the tree to collect Naruto while Madara recovers from Naruto's attack. Meanwhile, Obito, who is incapacitated due to the extraction of the tailed beasts, resolves to using the Outer Path, Samsara of Heavenly Life technique to revive those who have been killed during the war, stating that he finally understands Nagato's actions. Before he could do so, however, Black Zetsu emerges and takes over his body, forcing him to use the same technique to revive Madara instead. Much to the shock of Naruto and the others, and to his own satisfaction, Madara is revived in the flesh. As Madara's eyes crumble, having bestowed them to Nagato prior to his death, he is suddenly struck ablaze by Amaterasu, courtesy of Sasuke. The legend is unfazed though, and simply absorbed the technique. As his armor falls away, Madara reminds Hashirama about the conversation they had under the Naka Shrine, stating that he believes the unity stated refers to the combination of both Uchiha and Senju, revealing the face of Hashirama on his chest. Stating that the face was due to Kabuto, Madara quickly bypasses Naruto and Sai so as to grab onto his old enemy and drain him of his Senjutsu chakra, turning the face on his chest into Sage mode. Sasuke then goes on the attack, intent on killing Madara now that he's fully revived. However, the older Uchiha manages to grab the younger's blade, planning on taking Sasuke's eyes until he gets his originals back. Meanwhile, Obito, Kakashi, and Minato learn about Madara's revival. Just as Black Zetsu attempts to take the Rinnegan, the former Hokage and his pupil simultaneously attempt to attack the creature, who quickly attaches itself to Obito before they reach it. Explaining that he is Madara's will, it recalls how it escaped. Though Chojuro managed to pin the upper half down, after bisecting Black Zetsu, the lower half was also sentient and escaped to help his master. Back with Madara, the Uchiha attempts to persuade Sasuke into joining his side, but the younger adamantly refuses. Both Sai and Naruto attempt to attack Madara in a pincer attack, but he manages to push them both back while escaping Sasuke's blade. As he instantly starts healing, Madara then turns his attention to the incoming tailed beasts. Seeing that they were between the beasts and Madara, the allied shinobi forces quickly get out of the way with Killer Bee and Gyuki's help. Gaara, together with Shukaku, launches a mass of sand projectiles at Madara. Gaara then manipulates the sand in the Uchiha's blood to temporarily immobilize him as he is ricocheted between Matatabi, Isobu, Son Goku, Kokuo, and Chome, before landing in a sticky field courtesy of Saiken. Gaara and Shukaku then act quickly, attempting to seal the Uchiha before he could recover. Though they manage to do so, Madara still manages to break out using Susanoo, but is quickly knocked back down by Naruto and Kurama. They're then joined by Bee and Gyuki, and together the beasts use their tails to rain down a barrage of hits, stripping away the Susanoo to get the man within. Though the attack costs Madara his right arm, he manages to escape. A white Zetsu then emerges from the ground, which carried Madara's Rinnegan. Taking the eye and the clone's right arm, he attaches both, claiming that now the real fun begins. Though temporarily overjoyed at being alive and able to feel the fight, Madara quickly returns his attention to the battle. As the Uchiha prepares a summoning, Kurama shudders as he recalls how Madara had used to summon it, which receives a chastening from Shukaku, who in return gets a warning about the mere human. As the demonic statue of the Outer Path is summoned, the object in question suddenly emerges from Obito. Kakashi attempts to warp it away but only manages to take an arm. As the tailed beasts wonder at how Madara is capable of summoning the statue, Naruto quickly manages to figure it out himself. Back with Obito, Black Zetsu again attempts to take the Rinnegan from its weakened host, but through pure willpower, Obito manages to prevent it. When Zetsu states that the Rinnegan is to be returned to Madara, Obito claims that he has hidden the right eye and Kakashi will crush the left. However, Black Zetsu mocks his host's ignorance, stating that White Zetsu has already found and returned the right eye, and Obito would be dead if it wasn't attached to him. It goes on to say that the only reason it's still attached to the dying man is because he knows that Kakashi and Minato would have already killed it otherwise. Madara soon recovers from the damage he received earlier, claiming to White Zetsu that he has gotten careless considering that he now possesses Hashirama's recovery power. He then resolves to be more careful and will instead use the Rinnegan's ability to its fullest. Madara then uses Limbo Border Jail, and while at first it doesn't seem to do anything, one by one each of the beasts are blown back. He then launches chains from the statue which attach to the tailed beasts and start pulling them towards it. Madara declares he will extract the 8 and 9 tails from their Jinchuriki. Naruto tries to exit tailed beast mode but finds it futile as Madara has Kurama's chakra trapped within the chains. The clone of White Zetsu informs Madara that it would be best to recapture the beasts in numerical order, starting with Shukaku. Madara, with a readjusted strategy, attempts to capture Shukaku with the chains first. However, Gaara manages to stop this transaction with 2 enormous sand hands. Shukaku, shocked at Gaara's actions, remembers the words of his previous Jinchuriki, realizing that the time has come where humans and tailed beasts can be comrades. Madara quickly equips his Susanoo and hurls one of his swords at Gaara, though Shukaku intercepts it. Madara sends another sword across the battlefield and manages to connect the chains once again, as well as knocking Gaara down. As the beasts are dragged into the statue once more, Beast severs one of his tentacles, while Kurama asks Gaara for a favor. Naruto is ejected from tailed beast mode and is sent hurtling towards the ground. Gaara calls out to a shocked Naruto. As Naruto begins to fall, unconscious due to Kurama's extraction, Gaara uses his sand to cushion his comrade's fall. Meanwhile, Madara reseals all of the tailed beasts, including Yuki and Kurama, back into the demonic statue of the Outer Paths. Tobirama suddenly attacks Madara and the two engage in a brief battle, with Madara gaining the upper hand. Madara pins down Tobirama with his chakra rods as the two exchange harsh words. As Sasuke travels to the battlefield from atop Garuda, he recalls how Hashirama wanted to give him a technique to stop Madara. Although initially hesitant, Sasuke accepted the offer when Hashirama noted that Sasuke reminded him of Madara's brother Izuna. Madara drives the stakes into Tobirama's head, taking deep pleasure in this as he states that this is penance for Tobirama's killing of Izuna. Sasuke appears over the two shinobi and jumps down towards them, ready to enter the fray. Tobirama tries to attack Madara to get an opening for Sasuke. However, Madara foils the plan, suspending Sasuke in the air before he has an attempt to attack. Taking Sasuke's dropped sword, Madara stabs Sasuke through the chest, expressing his disappointment in the young Uchiha's actions. Gaara rushes to Naruto to help, while Tobirama curses Madara for stabbing Sasuke, which has left the young Uchiha severely injured. Meanwhile, Tobi appears on the battlefield and uses his Kanzeon Lotus King to attack the Alliance. However, it's barely fended off by Hiruzen, while Shikamaru notes that if Hiruzen falls, the Alliance is doomed. While Orochimaru and Taka plan a surprise attack against Tobi the Zetsu clone, Karin senses Sasuke's current predicament and becomes frantic. Gaara arrives to Tsunade, Shizune, and Sakura and asks them to heal Naruto. Hinata, realizing that Naruto's heartbeats are getting weaker and weaker with her Byakugan, rushes to Naruto's aid but stumbles due to being low on chakra, praying for Neji to help Naruto. However, Sakura is the only one with enough chakra left to heal Naruto, though stated that before neither she, Tsunade, or Shizune could perform a medical ninjutsu any longer. Meanwhile, a struggling Sasuke refuses to die, promising to honor Itachi's sacrifice by becoming Hokage and changing the ninja world for the better. Madara simply rebuffs his statement and walks away from the dying Uchiha. Due to healing the members of the alliance beforehand, Sakura rapidly begins to run out of chakra, and Karin notices how serious Sasuke's wound is. The two young women note that soon Naruto and Sasuke will die if they do not receive immediate attention. As Kurama's chakra vanishes from around her, Sakura notices that Naruto has lost his pulse and heartbeat. Confused as to why her medical ninjutsu isn't working, Gaara explains that the Nine Tails had been extracted from Naruto. He then explains Kurama's plan, to bring Naruto to his father in order to place the yin half of Kurama within him, which would allow him to be saved. Realizing Naruto may not make it, Sakura cuts open Naruto's side and begins personally pumping his heart, while performing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Elsewhere, Tobirama notices that he can no longer sense Sasuke's chakra. Additionally, he has lost complete movement, being even unable to use the Flying Thunder God technique. Meanwhile, Karin commences an assault on Tobi, using chains to fight the immense wooden structure. Her attack allows Orochimaru the opening to bite the Zetsu clone's neck, producing a curse seal that binds his movements. As their assault ends and Karin heals by biting herself, she notes that she can no longer sense Sasuke. At this point, Madara summons the once again revived Ten Tails and proceeds to seal it inside of himself, becoming the new Jinchuriki. He then launches himself in the direction of Obito in order to retrieve his missing Rinnegan. As Sasuke's situation seems hopeless, he's approached by an unknown barefooted individual. As Orochimaru's group presses forward towards Sasuke, both Karin and Tobirama note that they do not recognize either person or the chakra signature. Believing that this person may intend to harm Sasuke, Karin races towards his location. Meanwhile, Guy, Rock Lee, and Tenten begin making their way across the battlefield. However, they see Gaara, Sakura, and Naruto fly overhead toward Kakashi's location, and decide to turn around and head there as well. As Madara flies to the same destination, he spits out the Kohaku no Johei and Beni Hisago, noting that they are weighing him down. The two weapons land on top of Guy and Lee's heads, while Tenten is shocked at the weapon's reappearance. At the other battlefield, Kakashi and Minato continue to battle Black Zetsu, until the Kazekage's group arrive at the scene. Gaara explains what happened to Minato and urges him to give Naruto the other half of Kurama's chakra. As Minato begins the transference, Black Zetsu suddenly intercepts him and absorbs Yin Kurama, becoming his Jinchuriki. With no hope left, Madara arrives on the battlefield, chastising Black Zetsu for taking too long. Black Zetsu tells Madara that he has successfully taken half of the Nine Tails' chakra, and Madara tells him to give it to him immediately. Black Zetsu tries, but Obito regains control of himself. Minato, Kakashi, and Gaara try to interfere, but are countered by Madara. Minato has his remaining arm cut off. Minato and Obito discuss Obito's identity, and Obito shoves his hand into Madara's chest, manifesting the same shakujo he wielded when he was the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Madara immediately attempts to obtain his left eye from Obito. However, the latter simply phases through his former mentor. Locked in their subconscious, Obito attempts to extract the tailed beasts from Madara. However, he only manages to extract fragments of Shukaku's and Gyuki's chakra. Returning to reality, Obito orders Kakashi to send Naruto to the other dimension, which Kakashi does so without arguing. As Obito attempts to transport himself, Madara stops him by sending a mysterious orb in his direction. Reclaiming his footing next to Kakashi, Obito tells Madara to beware the power that two Mangekyo Sharingan have to offer. As Madara launches two more orbs towards the two, Obito, with Kakashi's help, transports himself to the other dimension. After convincing Sakura of his changed nature, Obito begins to transfer the tailed beast's chakra to Naruto. In the real world, Guy arrives just in the nick of time to save Kakashi from Madara's attack. Orochimaru and Taka arrive at Sasuke's side and are surprised to learn that the mysterious man was in fact Kabuto Yakashi, who managed to break out of the Izanami after finding his true self. Mentioning that he inherited Itachi's will to protect Sasuke, Kabuto reveals that he had arrived on the battlefield to heal Sasuke's wounds and atone for his sins. Meanwhile, Kakashi thanks Guy for saving him from Madara's attack, and mentions that only Senjutsu and Taijutsu will be effective against the Ten Tails' Jinchuriki. As Minato mentions that his Senjutsu is subpar, Guy opens the 7th gate, and attacks Madara with a series of punches. Keeping Madara at bay, Guy finished his assault with the Daytime Tiger, which Madara managed to survive, as he plans on eliminating an exhausted Guy by launching a mysterious orb in his direction. Though Kakashi attempts to save Guy with Minato's special kunai in order to warp away the black orb, Rock Lee arrives just in the nick of time to save his sensei. As the group ponders how to defeat Madara, Guy reveals that the only way to win is for him to open the 8th gate, which would result in his death and evolve into the Crimson Beast. While Kakashi, Minato, and Lee attempt to dissuade Guy from using this fatal technique, they abandon this fruitless endeavor once they realize Guy's commitment. As Lee begins shedding tears for his master, Guy tells him that it is no time for tears, as the noble shinobi rushes towards Madara once more, sticking his thumb into his chest and opening the 8th gate of death. As he begins transforming into a crimson beast, Guy reflects on his father, Might Dai, a shinobi only talented in taijutsu like himself and his pupil, and who was once disgraced because of his faults. Remembering how Might Dai gave up his life after using the 8th gate in order to save him and his teammates from the previous 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Guy realizes that his time has come to sacrifice himself for the safety of his comrades. As Madara berates Guy's abilities, he immediately attacks with the Evening Elephant. Guy wastes no time in attacking Madara with this new technique. He manages to land a blow on the legendary shinobi and sends him plummeting into the ground, creating an extremely deep crater. While Guy laments from the pain that is caused from using the first attack, Madara notes that Guy has become extremely powerful, and decides it would be best to avoid being hit by that technique at all costs. As Guy and Madara prepare to clash again after Guy grows accustomed to the pain, Minato, Lee, Kakashi, and Gaara decide to aid Guy by disabling Madara's black orbs. As Lee opens the 6th gate, their plan succeeds as they're able to warp away the black orbs and create an opening for Guy to use the 5 steps of the Evening Elephant. Though beaten severely, Madara notes that he had not had this much fun since his battle with Hashirama, greatly surprising Guy. Meanwhile, in the other dimension, Naruto finally opens his eyes. Waking up surrounded by a watery surface, Naruto questions if he has died. An unknown figure asks him what his definition of death is. Naruto asks who this person is, and the figure reveals himself to be none other than Hagoromo Otsutsuki, the Sage of 6 Paths. Naruto recognizes the name as he had previously heard it from Jiraiya and Nagato, and he states that he is the one who created ninjutsu. Hagoromo corrects him, however, by saying he did not create ninjutsu, but ninshu, stating his creation was to inspire peace, while ninjutsu was made to create war. Following this revelation, Hagoromo begins telling him about his history, including his mother, brother, and how his 2 sons fought. Hagoromo reveals to Naruto that he is the reincarnation of his younger son, Ashura Otsutsuki. Naruto, however, is not surprised by that fact, and tells the sage how he had felt something different in Sasuke during their meeting at the Samurai Bridge, and realizes that Sasuke is the reincarnation of the sage's older son, Indra. Hagoromo goes on to tell Naruto more about his mother's past, and about the previous reincarnations of the sons, Hashirama and Madara. He then summons all the tailed beast's chakra sealed inside Naruto, and asks him how he wants the fight against Madara to end. Which Naruto replies he is stupid and doesn't know much, but he knows what friends are and that he wants to protect them. It's then revealed that Hagoromo was talking to Sasuke at the same time, stating that they are the ones who will decide the future, and proceeds to pass his power on to both of them. Returning to the battlefield, as Guy prepares his technique, Night Guy, Madara notices Guy's rapidly decreasing chakra levels, and notes that this will be the legendary beast's final attack. Meanwhile, Naruto, with a light circle mark on his right hand, and Sasuke with a dark crescent moon mark on his left hand, finally awaken, and prepare to head to the battlefield with their respective surrounding groups of people. As Kakashi, Lee, and Gaara watch the gruesome battle continue, Kakashi recalls the first time he met Guy, and realizes that Guy is no longer the talentless loser he once was. As Guy finishes preparing his attack, he rushes toward Madara as the latter notices that Guy is managing to distort space, resulting in his inability to counterattack. Guy lands a devastatingly powerful kick on Madara, which manages to decimate the left side of the Uchiha's upper body, almost killing him. As Guy's body begins to deteriorate, Madara sends one final black orb to annihilate his enemy. Naruto arrives to the battlefield and kicks it back to him. Naruto manages to restore Guy's life force slowly as he reveals his new mysterious eyes, commenting that he can change the world with this new power. Madara is confused as to why Guy did not perish after using the 8th gate of death, and questions what Naruto did to stop his death. Without any time to react, Naruto leaps toward Madara, while the latter forms his Shakujo from his remaining truth-seeking ball to defend against Naruto's punch. As Madara ponders Naruto's new powers once again, Naruto mentally requests Son Goku's power. Naruto forms a Senjutsu-enhanced lava-natured Rasen Shuriken with his new powers. As Naruto is about to throw it, Madara leaps away and casts Limbo Border Jail, but the young ninja somehow unintentionally dodged it. Naruto throws his new technique at Madara, making direct contact, and upon exploding, chops down the tree form of the Ten Tails. Naruto then quickly gets Guy out of danger and back to Rock Lee. As the tree collapses towards Madara, a voice tells him to absorb the tree. Following the advice, Madara recovers completely from his wounds and even altering his form slightly. Meanwhile, Sasuke has pulled out the stakes which had pinned down Tobirama, who wonders how the young Uchiha is capable of doing so without being affected, until he gets a good look at Sasuke's face and understands. Sasuke then asks Tobirama to teleport him to the main battlefield, which the Hokage agrees to, but warns him that in his current condition he'll only be able to transport one person. Sasuke responds stating that it's fine, claiming that he'll be fine by himself. Back in the other dimension, Sakura reluctantly thanks Obito for saving Naruto, while the half-dead man asks for a favor in return. After Gaara wishes Naruto good luck, the young Konoha shinobi ponders at how different he feels as he confronts Madara. The elder Uchiha then boasts about how he was immortal and can't be defeated, to which Naruto responds that together they will defeat Madara, just as Sasuke appears. As Naruto transforms into a new-tailed beast mode, Madara realizes that Sasuke possesses the Rinnegan, while the Uzumaki has the Senjutsu of the Six Paths, while he himself has both. Responding to the two younger ninjas' challenge, Madara announces this to be their final battle as he prepares to use a technique. Madara begins his counterattack, which Naruto blocks by throwing one of his staffs at it, while Sasuke seemingly teleports out of harm's way, shocking Madara. Naruto attacks Madara with his staff, but is blocked by a seemingly invisible wall. Meanwhile, Sasuke notices an invisible clone of Madara in between Naruto and the real Madara with his Rinnegan, so he throws his sword toward the clone, but the attack fails. Madara dispatches Naruto and retreats. As Sasuke begins explaining Madara's technique, Madara soon realizes that the two shinobi have found out how his limbo border jail technique works. Madara attempts to steal Sasuke's Rinnegan eye, but much to the surprise of the elder Uchiha, Sasuke switches places with his discarded sword from earlier, and Madara is stabbed in the chest. Sasuke tells Naruto to use a technique with his Senjutsu in order to bind Madara, while Shukaku offers his new host its own chakra, creating the Sage Art Magnet Release Rasengan. Sasuke manifests a black version of his Chidori, and though the two strike Madara simultaneously from both sides, the elder Uchiha uses his shadow version of himself as a substitute. Madara goes for Kakashi and manages to steal his Sharingan, transplanting it into his own empty eye socket. Despite Sasuke slicing him in half, Madara uses Kamui to teleport to its dimension in order to stop Sakura and Obito from destroying his other Rinnegan. Obito quickly transports Sakura back to the other dimension, where she informs everyone that Madara has entered the Kamui dimension, and intends on retrieving his left Rinnegan. While tending to Kakashi's eye, Sakura informs everyone that Madara will become unstoppable if he receives his other eye. In the Kamui dimension, Madara holds his hand in Obito's chest and is shocked to discover that the forbidden individual curse tag on his heart has been removed. Obito reveals that Kakashi destroyed it in their earlier battle, and that enabled him to become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. Madara then reveals to Obito that he was the mastermind behind Rin's death and had been manipulating Obito the entire time, much to the younger Uchiha's shock. Meanwhile, Naruto returns to Kakashi's side and restores his left eye using his power from Hagoromo, much to Sakura's shock. Kakashi reflects on how each of the three members has changed and matured since their first meeting. Kakashi asks Sasuke what his true motives are, and Sakura wonders as well. But Kakashi interrupts him before he can answer, stating that they need to remember their first lesson about teamwork as Madara returns to the battlefield. Madara, who has recovered his left Rinnegan from Obito, mocks Team Kakashi's pledge to defeat him with teamwork. Black Zetsu informs the group that Obito is no more, and he has completely taken possession over his body. Sakura sees an opening and activates her ninja art creation Rebirth, strength of 100 technique to attack Madara, but to no avail, as Naruto and Sasuke quickly rescue her from Madara's wrath. Sasuke notes that Madara has created 4 more shadows and warns Naruto to beware. Madara goes on the offensive and activates multiple Chibaku Tensei, intending to drop the massive earthen debris on his opponents. Naruto creates several shadow clones to deal with Madara's shadows, while the real Naruto and Sasuke use Tailed Beast Ball Rasen Shuriken and an improved Susanoo to counter Madara's technique. Madara uses this opportunity to fly closer to the moon, and he removes part of his forehead protector, revealing the third eye on his forehead that resembles the eye of Kaguya Otsutsuki. Turning towards it, Madara casts the infinite Tsukiyomi onto the moon. On the other battlefield, the members of the allied shinobi forces look at the moon in horror, realizing that Madara's plan has finally been accomplished. Tobi, considering his job complete, releases an encased Yamato from his body. While Naruto destroys the remaining meteors from earlier, Sasuke rushes back to Earth and covers his teammates with his new Susanoo. Madara finally activates the Genjutsu on the world as light begins emanating from the moon and turns the night as bright as day. Around the world, all living souls fall victim to the infinite Tsukiyomi, with the Rinnegan reflecting in their eyes. The only ones not affected by the technique are the reincarnated Hokage, who watch in horror as Madara activates a technique that connects all life forms to the roots of the Ten-Tails tree form, and Team 7 with the help of Sasuke's Susanoo. Jiraiya Shinobi Handbook, The Tale of Naruto the Hero. Tsunade is caught in the infinite Tsukiyomi. In it, she falls asleep and dreams of being given Jiraiya's latest work and recalls when he was still writing it. She begins to read it. In the novel, Naruto lives in Konoha and is a member of Team Kakashi. His parents did not die during the Nine-Tailed Demon Fox's attack, in which half of the Nine-Tails was sealed into him while the other half is sealed within his mother. The villagers dislike Naruto but show him some respect as he is the 4th Hokage's son. People often accuse Naruto of favoritism due to this, which angers him. The Uchiha clan downfall also never happened, as Minato and Hiruzen were able to succeed in negotiations. As such, Itachi never defected from the village, nor did Sasuke. Naruto begins to learn how to use the Nine-Tails' chakra, and Nagato did not die from attacking Konoha, but both he and Konan joined Naruto later on. The Nine-Tails also has no interest in getting out of Naruto, but was helping to guide him to learn how to control its power, even telling Naruto it's too soon for him to wield its power, or during his battle with the Six Paths of Pain that he's too angry to control its power properly. Team Kakashi, Team Kurenai, Team Asuma, and Team Guy are given a mission to find experienced shinobi who have gone missing, under the assumption that as they're recent academy graduates, they won't be targeted by whoever's behind the abductions. During the mission, the Jonin leaders are kidnapped. Akatsuki is revealed to be behind the abductions, and Team Asuma briefly battles Konan, Yahiko, and Nagato. The Konoha Genin discover an abandoned village. In this village, Teams Kakashi and Guy briefly see their kidnapped allies, Naruto and Neji give chase, and end up meeting a masked man who possesses the Byakugan. Team Jiraiya goes down a sinkhole to rescue two children who came back to the village and end up fighting a couple of creatures in an underground lair. Team Asuma aids Team Jiraiya in rescuing the children from the underground creatures. Choji is attacked by one of them and is saved by Nagato. The two teams return the children to their mother. Team Jiraiya thanks Team Asuma for coming to their aid and surmises they also share some of Jiraiya's values. Team Jiraiya asks them to join, but Team Asuma refuses, wanting to find Asuma. Shikamaru deduces Team Jiraiya does not want them dead and is following orders from someone else. They prepare to fight again, but Team Jiraiya leaves them just before they're joined by Team Kurenai. Shikamaru does not tell them about Team Jiraiya and decides they need to both report to Konoha and regroup with Teams Kakashi and Guy. Lee and Sasuke discuss whether to return to the village or to keep looking for their vanished teammates and sensei. The masked man takes Naruto and Neji through a gate where they're shown images from the Hyuga affair. The three discuss the events witnessed, and the masked man asks Neji to join him and force change in Konoha. Elsewhere, Jiraiya finds one of Orochimaru's compounds. Being asked, Neji questions the masked man's motives. He says that by changing how a village such as Konoha operates, the other villages will follow, changing the world for the better. The masked man requests Neji to see what he means. Neji agrees to hear him out, and when Naruto tries to interfere, the masked man paralyzes him. Neji promises to return once he has seen what the masked man wants, and the two depart. Jiraiya ventures into Orochimaru's hideout and comes across a bandaged individual. Team Jiraiya reports to the masked man about the incident with the children, including how the Konoha Genin eventually helped him, despite the directives of their mission. The masked man ponders about it and instructs them to resume surveillance. Neji asks if the Konoha Genin are his teammates, which the masked man confirms, and asks Neji if he wants to see if they can change the future of shinobi. Naruto tries in vain to access the Nine-Tails' chakra. Sasuke and Sakura discuss the mission situation. Lee and Tenten search for Neji and Guy, which Kiba smells from a distance. Hinata spots Neji and the masked man observing Sasuke and Sakura, as well as Sasori. Sasuke detects Sasori's presence and attacks, and Sasori begins to fight the two. Teams Asuma and Kurenai head out towards Sasuke and Sakura. Lee and Tenten are attacked with explosive tags, directing them towards the same location. Sasori lands a hit on Sasuke, poisoning him. The Nine-Tails tries to convince Naruto to open the seal so it can use its chakra to aid Naruto. Jiraiya suddenly appears to Naruto. During the battle against Hiroko, the masked man prevents Neji from coming to Sasuke and Sakura's aid, assuring him he won't let them be killed, insisting Neji watch the battle to witness their true selves. The masked men remind Sasori of the mission, and Sasori begins attacking Sakura, who manages to dodge his attacks and land one of her own, causing Sasori to retreat. She proceeds to treat Sasuke, removing the poison in his system. The masked man tells Neji that there is more to come. Jiraiya clears Naruto's blocked Tenketsu. Naruto asks him why he's there, and he explains that he's searching for someone, and when he heard of what was happening, he had Minato transport him there using the sealing formula incorporated into Naruto's seal. Jiraiya tells Naruto to try summoning a toad, but it fails. Jiraiya recalls Naruto's training, and Naruto recalls training with Minato. Jiraiya offers to weaken the 8-trigram sealing style a bit. Lee and Tenten stop running, Tenten noticing they're no longer under attack. They're met by teams Asuma and Kurenai. The two update them on what has happened with Neji and Naruto. Kiba smells Sasuke and Sakura nearby, and Hinata spots Sasori near them. While Sakura heals him, Sasuke thinks back to his childhood. Sasuke looked forward to spending time with Itachi, but Itachi was summoned by Minato, so he suggests Sasuke spend some time with her father, who compares him unfavorably to Itachi when he tries the Fire Release Great Fireball technique for the first time. Sasuke detects Sasori, who approaches them again and brings out his 100 puppets. The other Genin reach the two, and the masked man retreats with Neji. Sasuke intends on getting reinforcements from Konoha. Team Jiraiya watches from afar, discussing the situation. Jiraiya weakens Naruto's seal, causing him to develop 4 tails. He then battles the 4-tailed Naruto, who destroys his chakra-suppressing seal. He manages to immobilize Naruto. Jiraiya thinks back to Gamamaru's prophecy. Sasuke thinks back to being unfavorably compared to Itachi by their father and begins fighting Sasori's puppets. The other genin join the fight to protect Sasuke. Team Jiraiya observes the fight. The Masked Man and Neji debate on the genin's motivation to fight. Sasori reveals spare puppets. Naruto thinks back to his Rasengan training with Minato and manages to suppress the Ninetales' chakra. Jiraiya retreats and sends Naruto to help his teammates. Naruto manages to use the Rasengan and uses it and several clones to dispatch Sasori's puppets, causing him to retreat. The genin congratulate Naruto and decide to look for their kidnapped team leaders. Neji asks the Masked Man if his test has yielded the results he expected and surprises him by calling him father. Neji asks about the kidnapped shinobi and the Masked Man tells him Team Jiraiya will take him there. The Masked Man leaves Neji to reunite with his comrades. The Konoha genin join as one team and discuss how to find the kidnapped shinobi. They're joined by Neji. The Masked Man appears to Team Jiraiya, Hidan, Kakuzu, and Sasori, telling them the test is over. Hidan, Kakuzu, and Sasori leave, while ordering Team Jiraiya to take the evacuated villagers back to their homes, as well as one other thing. Neji finishes explaining the nature of the experiment they participated in. Conan creates paper butterflies to lead the genin to the captured shinobi and leaves with her team. The genin find the captured shinobi and release them. Kurenai asks them about the recent events and the Masked Man arrives, offering to explain it himself. He removes his mask and bandages, revealing himself as a reincarnated Hisashi Hyuga. Neji explains the Hyuga affair, and Hisashi explains how he is reincarnated by a bandaged man and orchestrated the incident to ascertain if his death had effects on how Konoha handled its affairs. Hisashi and Neji discuss Neji's motivations and how they were changed after fighting Naruto. Neji's words allow Hisashi to let go of his attachments and his soul is released. Yahiko sets off to the village to return Komichi's teddy bear Kenta. An explosion suddenly wipes out the village and Nagato spots Kenta damaged and grows furious, believing Yahiko to have been killed. After retrieving their team leaders, the genin teams return to the village and Minato decides not to punish them for disobeying orders because their actions resulted in the mission's success. After being scolded by his father and having a talk with his brother about the relationship between the Uchiha and the village, Sasuke starts training with Kakashi to learn the Chidori. At the same time, Naruto undergoes training with Jiraiya and Minato to enhance the Rasengan. Increasingly jealous of Naruto becoming stronger, Sasuke starts treating his teammates with disdain, and after being stopped by Minato while having a fight with Naruto, asks his father to have him transferred from Team 7 to the Konoha Military Police Force. Determined to become stronger to gain Sasuke's acknowledgement, Naruto leaves to train with Jiraiya while Sakura undergoes training with Tsunade. Meanwhile, Orochimaru meets with Danzo, who promises to find someone as a suitable vessel for the former. 3 years pass as the members of Team 7 continue their training and return to Konoha. After hearing of Sasuke's increased prowess and performance rivaling the likes of Itachi and Shisui, Fugaku gives his son the rank of lieutenant in the Konoha police force. In the following weeks, Sasuke and his unit drastically reduce crime and disorder throughout the village. However, they do so through exceedingly strict and aggressive means, causing an equal drop in morale throughout the villagers as the people grow nervous and distrusting of them. While Minato and Hiruzen are unsure of how to approach this, as officially Sasuke's unit has done nothing wrong, Naruto soon returns to the village after completing his training with Jiraiya. Upon his arrival, he stops Sasuke's unit from harassing an old woman for opening up her shop too early. Eager to finally settle things with Naruto, Sasuke engages him in battle. Their scuffle is quickly ended by the arrival of Danzo, who notes that Naruto has grown strong and that Sasuke is lacking what he could become. As word begins spreading throughout the village about how Sasuke's unit backed off from Naruto's intrusion on their duties, Sasuke's men began fearing that they lost the people's respect and decided to arrest Naruto. They quickly intruded into Naruto's home and threatened Kushina. This unauthorized act resulted in themselves being arrested. Fugaku, greatly displeased at Sasuke's lack of maturity and morals, removed Sasuke from the police force completely. Further embittered by getting no respect, Sasuke approached Danzo about his earlier words. The elder explained that he didn't trust Naruto wielding the power of the Nine Tails and wanted a good countermeasure against him, to which he told Sasuke about Orochimaru, a Sannin like Naruto's teacher Jiraiya, and where to find him. As Danzo contacted Orochimaru about his new potential host body in Sasuke, Sasuke made his choice to leave the village, knocking out the guards. He's then confronted by Kakashi, who questions his actions. Sasuke explains that while he is grateful to Kakashi, he is not satisfied with his progress and is going to the other Sannin to gain power before knocking Kakashi out with Genjutsu. After waking up in the hospital, Kakashi informs Tsunade along with Minato and Hiruzen of Sasuke leaving to meet with Orochimaru. Wanting to avoid putting the Uchiha clan in a worse position, Minato orders an emergency lockdown and makes preparations to find Sasuke. Unknown to them, Sakura overhears everything and goes to tell Shikamaru, who asks the rest of the Konoha 11 to meet in their old classroom. Knowing Orochimaru only wants Sasuke as his next vessel, and Sasuke is unaware of this, they agree to bring him back no matter what. Naruto and Shikamaru, the only ones required for the task, use Kiba and Akamaru's secret escape tunnel to sneak out of the village. Before leaving, Naruto promises to Sakura that he will bring Sasuke back. Kushina alerts Minato that Naruto snuck out of the house and his friends are acting suspicious, but Minato calms her down and assures her that Naruto was likely training elsewhere. Danzo sends 4 members of the Anbu out to stop Naruto and Shikamaru from reaching Sasuke, even giving them command to kill the two and anyone else who interferes. As Naruto and Shikamaru are attacked, Team Guy arrive as a backup. Seeing the Anbu is trying to kill them, including Naruto, Shikamaru realizes these Anbu don't serve Minato, and Neji says he heard rumors of a secret faction of the Anbu called Root being led by someone else. The group decides to split up and allow Neji, Tenten, and Rock Lee to deal with some of the Anbu while giving Naruto and Shikamaru time to catch up with Sasuke. Meanwhile, some members of the Akatsuki regroup after Deidara kills a group of Sand Shinobi. It's revealed that Deidara was responsible for the explosion that killed Yahiko, and Sasori lied to Nagato and Konan that Minato and Konoha were the culprits. Enraged, Nagato vowed revenge against the village and joined the Akatsuki. By the time they reach the tower that Sasuke is at, Shikamaru orders Naruto to get inside while he deals with another Anbu. Sasuke meets Orochimaru and demands power, which Orochimaru grants him by inflicting him with the Cursed Seal of Heaven. Naruto is stopped by another Anbu who possesses the wood release, and a frustrated Naruto starts to fall under the Nine Tails' influence, forming 4 tails in the process. The Anbu tries to hold his transformation back, but the desire to stop Sasuke allows Naruto to overcome the Nine Tails and defeats the Anbu. When he finds Sasuke, who is already adapting to his new powers, Naruto is angry at Orochimaru for what he's done, and Sasuke challenges Naruto to a fight to test his new powers. Naruto enters Sage Mode and begins to fight with him while vowing to bring Sasuke back by force if necessary. Sasuke summons Kirin and is able to impale Naruto while confessing that he always hated Naruto for getting stronger. Naruto, shocked by Sasuke's actions, admits that he always felt like they were alike because they grew up in their father's shadow, and he always liked being friends with Sasuke. Using the Nine Tails' chakra to heal himself, Naruto throws Sasuke his headband, and Sasuke puts it on, acknowledges Naruto as an equal, and mocks Naruto that he won't be able to scratch it. Naruto subconsciously starts to use the Nine Tails' chakra while Sasuke enters his Cursed Seal second stage, and the two prepare to finish the battle with Chidori and Rasengan. Much to their shock, Itachi suddenly appears in the middle and is struck by Sasuke's Chidori, asking Naruto to get along with his brother and pokes Sasuke's forehead before disappearing as he dies. Their attacks collide and Sasuke emerges the winner as Naruto lays unconscious on the ground. Orochimaru picks up Sasuke's headband and comments how entertained he is, and Sasuke leaves with Orochimaru while remembering his brother and awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. Naruto is later found by his friends and learns that Sasuke got away. He, however, reaffirms his promise to Sakura and learns from Shikamaru that the Anbu retreated once Sasuke escaped, which makes him suspect that their mission was to make sure Sasuke got to Orochimaru. Back in Konoha, Tsunade informs Minato that Kakashi will be supervising during the night. Shizune alerts them that someone has entered the village and they are confronted by Pain, whom Tsunade realizes looks like Yahiko. When asked what he wanted, Pain declares his intent to make the village suffer for the pain it put him through by destroying the village that killed Yahiko. But Minato, Tsunade, and Shizune don't even know what he's talking about. He uses true Chibaku Tensei to encase the entire village in a satellite. By morning, Naruto and the others return to find that the village has disappeared. They meet with Sakura, who explains she was on a mission and doesn't know what happened. Neji uses his Byakugan and says the villagers are alive in the satellite. Naruto wants to rescue them, but Sakura insists that he needs to recover from his injuries and heals him. They are confronted by the 6 paths of pain and fight Naruto, who enters in Sage Mode. When normal jutsu doesn't work, Minato comes up with a plan for him, Kushina, Hiruzen, and Tsunade to use the 4 red yang formation to prevent the walls from crushing them and buy them time. Naruto is able to take down all but one of the pains until he is pinned down by the Diva Path when the limit for Sage Mode runs out. Hinata enters the battlefield and declares she's not afraid to die protecting Naruto. However, she's easily defeated and impaled by Pain. Enraged by this, Naruto transforms into the 6-tailed stage and goes on a rampage against Pain, who tries to trap their Chibaku Tensei. Sensing that the Nine Tails' chakra is unstable, Kushina and the others believe something is wrong with Naruto. Ino contacts Shikamaru and he informs them of Naruto's situation. Kushina decides to meet with her son in his subconscious and transfer her half of the Nine Tails into him, even though Minato warns her that it will kill her. Naruto vents his anger for Pain for what he's done and asks the Nine Tails for more chakra, but the beast points out that Naruto is not able to properly control his powers. Naruto is surprised that Kushina is able to meet him and explains how, when the Nine Tails attacked the village, Minato sealed half of it into her and the other half into him because they had faith Naruto could control his powers. After explaining her decision to transfer her half of the Nine Tails power into him to help him gain control of both Nine Tails, Naruto initially protests because she will die, but he decides to have faith in his mother. Before doing so, the 2 Nine Tails halves note that only giving half of Yunkurama's chakra to Naruto will be more than enough to aid Naruto without sacrificing Kushina's life. Agreeing to these terms, the mother and son bump fists, transferring the extra chakra into Naruto. Naruto then proceeds to enter an incomplete tailed beast mode to break free of the Chibaku Tensei before he enters into Nine Tails chakra mode and charges at Pain. Rather than killing him, Naruto uses one of Pain's black receivers to locate Nagato's hideout. When they meet, Nagato justifies his actions as part of seeking to avenge Yahiko from Konoha, but Naruto insists Konoha always believed it was Nagato and his comrades who destroyed the village Yahiko died in. Nagato says he no longer cares who was responsible because it won't bring back Yahiko. Naruto says he understands the pain of losing a comrade because Sasuke is in danger of becoming Orochimaru's vessel, but he truly believes that they can reach an understanding because they're friends. Naruto also asks Nagato to let him join Team Jiraiya because not only is he a student of Jiraiya, but he wants to cooperate with all the shinobi. Nagato is shocked by how similar Naruto's words are to those Yahiko once spoke, and releases the true Chibaku Tensei. The village is restored and everyone is unharmed, and Nagato and Konan disappear. Minato thanks Fugaku for his service in protecting the village, but says there are no leads on Itachi's and Sasuke's whereabouts. Fugaku feels guilty for neglecting Sasuke in favor of Itachi, but Minato assures him that they're likely still getting along. At Orochimaru's hideout, Sasuke attacks Orochimaru and kills him before collapsing and passing out from poison. When he wakes up, he recognizes Sasori, who asks Sasuke why he killed his brother, and Sasuke looks at him sadly. Sasori goes on to say that those who deserved to die didn't, and Sasuke decides it should have been Naruto who died rather than Itachi. As Sasori offers to have the Akatsuki help him, Sasuke announces his goal to destroy Konoha in order to get revenge on the village for controlling the Uchiha clan. In Konoha, Tsunade informs the Konoha 11 that Sasuke killed Orochimaru and is allying with the Akatsuki, as well as that the organization has been attacking the other hidden villages and kidnapping several high-ranking shinobi. With the intel Jiraiya has gathered, Naruto and his friends set out to the Akatsuki's hideout. Sasori brings Hidan, Deidara, Kakuzu, Zetsu, and Sasuke to show them his puppet army, which he says he amassed to rule the world. Sasuke seems doubtful of his reason, and when Sasori confronts him, Sasuke explains that he doesn't want to destroy Konoha, but he simply wants to change the ninja system. He also says that he never agreed to join the Akatsuki. Sasori and the others learn the Konoha 11 have reached the area and go out to confront them. Sasuke is shocked when he sees Itachi appear in front of him. Itachi says that he actually survived his injuries and he came back to make Sasuke realize the wrong path he was following before disappearing. Sasori, Deidara, Hidan, Kakuzu, and Zetsu face off against the Konoha 11. Deidara places numerous explosives in the group, but Sasuke arrives and uses lightning to deactivate them, surprising Naruto and Sakura. Sasuke explains he still doesn't consider them comrades, but he will help them. Sasori reveals his true face and uses his puppet collection to fight them, but Minato, who had come back from a Kage summit, arrives on the scene with Gaara and numerous other shinobi of the other villages to help. They steal away the puppets, and Sasori faces off against Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Revealing that he had turned the Raikage, Mizukage, and Tsuchikage into puppets, Sasori says he lost so much military strength for it, and he had sought out Sasuke to make up for the losses, leading Sakura to realize Sasuke is innocent on the allegation of joining the Akatsuki. All three use the summoning technique, but Auda is defeated. Jiraiya arrives with Nagato and Konan to assist and say Naruto will be the new member of Team Jiraiya. Sasuke tries to fight alone, but Itachi arrives and saves Sasuke from the Mizukage's lava release, berating him for not working with his comrades. The brothers both use their respective Susanoo to defeat the Kage puppets. Naruto tells Sasori that all he needs is his comrades, before finishing him off with a combination of Rasen Shuriken and Sasuke's Kagetsuchi. With the battle over, Naruto asks Sasuke to return to the village so they can start over and be friends. Sasuke agrees to return, but says he will change the world in his own way. Back at the tower, Naruto reaffirms his vow to bring Sasuke back, and they enter their battle. Sasuke explains that they were destined to fight since they first met at their academy entrance ceremony, but Naruto rebuffs this. Sasuke goes on to say that he had started wanting to surpass Naruto when the latter jumped into a river to save a puppy, while Sasuke was too afraid of drowning, and this made Sasuke feel as he was weak and prompted him to use any means to get stronger. However, Sasuke also admits that while he hated the village for ostracizing the Uchiha clan, he came to respect the Hokage for saving the clan from revolting, and he started to acknowledge Naruto, which disgusts him now. Naruto uses shadow clones, but Sasuke uses Susanoo and destroys the clones, except for the one that is gathering chakra for Naruto to enter in Sage Mode. Naruto trades blows with Sasuke with his Rasen Shuriken, but their attacks destroy the tower and send them flying to the ground. Realizing Sasuke is serious about killing him, Naruto asks the Ninetales to lend him some power and learns the beast's name is Kurama. In Ninetales chakra mode, Naruto uses Tailed Beast Ball against Sasuke's attacks, but this drains them of chakra. As they punch each other in the face and are knocked down, Sasuke admits that he was always jealous of Naruto, and Naruto takes Sasuke's hand, saying that he will always be there as a friend. After this, Sasuke admits defeat. He returns to the village, and all of the Konoha 11 with Minato, Nagato, Konan, and Gaara pose for a photograph. Tsunade is half asleep and says it was a good ending. When she wakes up, she's surprised to see Jiraiya, but it turns out to be Don, who is wearing the Hokage hat. He tells her that they're going to be late for the 5 Kage summit, and as they are walking down the hall, she sees Orochimaru and Jiraiya with Nawaki. She becomes enraged at Jiraiya for trying to give her brother a dirty book. In reality, Tsunade is trapped in the Infinite Tsukiyomi. Naruto tries leaving Sasuke's Susanoo, but Sasuke stops him, telling Naruto he'll also be caught in the Infinite Tsukiyomi. Minato sees Konoha under the Infinite Tsukiyomi. The other great shinobi villages are also under it. Tobirama unsuccessfully tries to free some shinobi from the roots of the God Tree. Black Zetsu notices Sasuke's Susanoo blocking the moonlight. Sakura asks Sasuke about what is happening outside, but he shuts her down. Kakashi tries speaking up, but is shut down as well. Naruto berates Sasuke. Sasuke explains how they're likely the only ones not caught by the Infinite Tsukiyomi. Several shinobi's dreams are shown. Sasuke explains that as long as the light of the Infinite Tsukiyomi is shining, it's pointless trying to do anything. He recalls the memories Itachi imparted with him when the impure world reincarnation was cancelled. In them, a young Itachi witnesses the horrors of war. An Iwa shinobi asks for water, which Itachi provides. Upon realizing Itachi is a shinobi, the Iwa shinobi tries attacking him, but Itachi slashes his throat and asks his father why the shinobi tried to kill him. Fugaku explains to Itachi what war is. The Uchiha discreetly discuss Kakashi having a Sharingan during a service for those who died in the war. Itachi and Orochimaru briefly discuss the meaning of life and death. Itachi jumps off a cliff, but upon noticing a crow, he slows his descent with kunai and befriends the crows. Mikoto tells Itachi he'll have a younger sibling. Sasuke is born. Itachi passes up playing with the other boys to train with Shuriken. The boys throw stones at him, but Itachi effortlessly dodges them and uses one of their own stones to deflect the others. Itachi watches Sasuke at night and feels an ominous wind. Itachi Shinden, Light and Darkness. When Itachi was 4 years old, he witnesses death and destruction during the Third Shinobi World War. Itachi comes across a wounded Iwa shinobi who tries to help him, but is attacked, forcing Itachi to kill him. When he asks his father about this, Fugaku explains what war is. While attending a memorial service for those who died, some of the Uchiha are angry that Kakashi received Obito's Sharingan, but Fugaku tells them that they must respect Obito's wish to give it as a gift for Kakashi. Itachi meets Orochimaru, who says that living without eternity is pointless, which makes Itachi question the way to live. Itachi even throws himself off of a cliff before deciding to save himself and befriends a crow. Sometime later, Mikoto tells Itachi that he's going to be an older brother and Sasuke is born the following summer. Itachi comes to cherish the bond he feels with his younger brother. 3 months later, Tobi summons the Nine Tails within Konoha. Itachi protects Sasuke during the rampage as he tries to get them to a shelter. He finds Izumi and helps her get to shelter with him and Sasuke. Afterwards, they attend the funeral for those who died during the attack, and Izumi thanks Itachi for saving her. Danzo oversees the rebuilding of the village and relocates prominent clans, including having the Uchiha clan move to the outskirts of the village. This displeases the Uchiha because of the village elders suspecting the clan was responsible for the attack, but Fugaku tells them that they have no choice but to agree because they can't be the only voice of dissent. Itachi begins training with his father and quickly masters the fire release Great Fireball technique. When Itachi is 6, he enrolls in the academy, along with Izumi, Saisuke Mano, Hana Inuzuka, and Maruta Nakamichi. Itachi excels in it and asks for his father to teach him more jutsu, as he deems the one from the academy to be too easy. Itachi earns admiration from all the girls and jealousy from all the boys. However, when Itachi defends the bullies from an older student, they start to admire him, much to his dismay. After a year at the academy, Itachi starts to question the meaning of a shinobi and the village. He sends a shadow clone to the academy and has shuriken jutsu training, during which he meets Shisui, whom he bonds with due to their mutual desire to stop war and violence. When the teachers discover Itachi mastered the shadow clone technique, he's offered an early graduation. Itachi accepts with his parents' consent and becomes the youngest student to graduate from the academy at age 7. Itachi is assigned to Team 2 with Tenma Izumo and Shinko Inari. 3 years pass, as Itachi becomes aware of the rift between the Uchiha and the village, but points out to his father that Fugaku is a proud, respected leader of the Uchiha. After a mission, he meets with Izumi, who offers to share dumplings with him. Itachi declines, but is unable to resist as it's his favorite food, and Izumi is amused by Itachi's weakness for sweets. She then apologizes for not getting him a graduation present, and he tells her not to worry about it. Itachi and his teammates are assigned by Nekoba to find a Nineko. Tenma is the most invested in the mission because the cat's whiskers are the main ingredient for the medicine needed to save his father's illness. His teammates are incapacitated, and Itachi saves Tenma, who cuts off the whiskers. After completing the mission, Itachi apologizes for the whiskers getting cut off, and Nekoba accepts the apology. On their way back to the village, Shinko scolds Tenma for not thanking Itachi for saving him, and at Itachi for not considering them as friends and for acting like they were only on a mission. Itachi becomes surprised when Tenma says he owes Itachi. As he recalls this moment, Itachi remembers when Tenma was killed by a masked man, and in this painful memory activates his Sharingan. When he shows it to Sasuke, his brother responds by hugging him, and Itachi wonders if Sasuke will awaken his. Tenma's death weighs heavily on Itachi, who was angry that his father cares more about the latter awakening the Sharingan than witnessing his friend's death. Itachi and Shisui go on a 3-part training exercise in the 44th training ground. They find 3 members of Root attacking a Konoha Anbu for information on a traitor. Itachi sets up a trap for the Root members, who reveal the Anbu is a water clone and they already poisoned the real one. Itachi sets up a trap for Root, but is injured when his Sharingan fails to respond quickly. Shisui defeats the Root, who retreat. Itachi and Shisui then discuss how Itachi needs to improve his Sharingan's perception and abilities before returning to the Uchiha compound. Before long, Itachi joins the Anbu and is promoted to captain. Itachi begins acting as a double spy for the Uchiha and the village. As the tension between the two escalates, the clan begins plotting a revolt to overthrow the elders. When Shisui fails to stop the clan from changing their minds about revolting against the village, Shisui entrusts his remaining left eye to Itachi and commits suicide by jumping off a cliff. Witnessing this causes Itachi to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Most of the clan suspects Itachi murdered Shisui and warns him to never betray the clan, which causes Itachi to lash out at them for caring more about the clan than the village. After his promotion, Itachi meets Danzo and is given a series of assassination missions, as well as being involved on spying for the clan. Fugaku takes Itachi to the stone tablet and reveals he awakened his own Mangekyo Sharingan during the war. Fugaku explains he kept it a secret because it would lead the villagers to suspect he controlled the Nine Tails, and he intends to lead a bloodless revolt, and reveals through Genjutsu that he could have used drastic measures to revolt by kidnapping Naruto and releasing the Nine Tails. Itachi informs the elders of what he's learned, and Hiruzen opts to make peaceful negotiations with the Uchiha. However, Danzo tells Itachi to either go along with the revolt and die with his family, or slaughter the entire clan but spare his brother. Itachi chooses the latter and finds the masked man hiding in the shadows and asks for his assistance. On the night of the massacre, Itachi kills everyone within the Uchiha compound, while the masked man kills everyone at the Konoha Military Police headquarters. Izumi tries to fight the masked man, but she's easily defeated and cries out for Itachi to save her before she's killed. Itachi encounters Fugaku's shadow clone, who questions his actions. Itachi expects to fight his father, but finds both of his parents waiting for him and accepting his decision to side with the village. Although they don't stop him, they tell him that they are proud of him and ask him to take care of Sasuke before Itachi sadly kills them. Afterwards, he and the masked man part ways, and Itachi reports to Hiruzen, who is saddened for what happened and appreciates Itachi for saving the village. Itachi leaves with the masked man, who is going by the name Tobi, to join the Akatsuki, and finds out that Orochimaru is also a member. After accepting the ring and cloak, Itachi is partnered with Juzo Biwa, a former member of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen of the Mist. Although Juzo says he's not interested in Itachi's reasons for joining the Akatsuki, they talk about their specialties. They carry out assassination missions, and Pain informs the Akatsuki about the plan to collect the tailed beasts. Juzo and Itachi are assigned to go to the Land of Water, much to the former's dismay as it is his homeland. On their way there, Juzo tells Itachi to kill him if he's captured. When they arrive, they're confronted by the Mizukage and his bodyguards. Itachi kills Juzo, but it's revealed Juzo switched places with a water clone and attacks Yagura, who transforms into version 2 mode and attacks Juzo with a tailed beast ball. Juzo blocks it with his Kubikiri Bocho, but is impaled when the blade breaks in half. Itachi subconsciously defends himself using a Matarasu on Yagura, who is left severely injured. As Juzo dies, he orders Itachi to flee to escape capture. At the Akatsuki's hideout, Itachi is assigned a new partner, Kisame Hoshigaki. Sasori, Itachi, and Kisame pay a visit to Deidara to recruit him on Pain's orders. Deidara is recruited into Akatsuki, partnered with Sasori, and the two are ordered to kill Orochimaru, who escaped into the Land of Wind. Itachi and Kisame are given a mission in Kusagakure. Kakuzu asks about a replacement partner, and Pain tells him to wait. Sasori collects intel on Orochimaru left to him by Kabuto Yakashi. As they approach Orochimaru's hideout, Orochimaru's snakes detect them and inform Orochimaru. Sasori orders Deidara to keep an eye from the sky so Orochimaru can't get away. Sasori brings out his third Kazekage puppet, while Orochimaru reveals a reincarnated third Kazekage in his possession. The two fight. One of the attacks from the reincarnated third Kazekage damages Deidara's clay bird, causing him to retaliate. The third Kazekage manages to free himself from Orochimaru's control, returning to the Pure Land. Sasori seizes the opportunity to attack, but Orochimaru retreats into his hideout. Deidara explodes it. During a gathering, Sasori informs Pain that Orochimaru is likely alive as they were unable to find his corpse. Itachi fills them in about the impure world reincarnation technique. Akatsuki receives a mission from the Land of Hot Water to kill an apparent immortal. Kakuzu, Itachi, and Konan are sent on this mission. Konan goes in as a decoy, and as Hidan prepares to attack her, Itachi and Kakuzu reveal themselves. Hidan and Kakuzu fight. Kakuzu is impressed by Hidan's immortality, and Hidan manages to destroy one of Kakuzu's hearts. Hidan is recruited into the Akatsuki and partnered with Kakuzu. The Akatsuki learns about the recently founded Otogakure and plan to check it out, suspecting Orochimaru's involvement. They also learn of the joint effort with Suna to destroy Konoha and of the third Hokage's death. Itachi volunteers to evaluate the situation, covertly wondering about Sasuke's safety. Itachi and Kisame sneak into Konoha, and Itachi is surprised by how much Sasuke has grown. As they attempt to kidnap Naruto, Sasuke confronts Itachi and orders everyone to stay away, as he's the only person who will kill Itachi. Itachi tells Kisame that Sasuke is his younger brother, much to Kisame's surprise. However, when Sasuke tries attacking him with Chidori, Itachi easily disarms him, breaking his wrist and brutally beating him. Despite feeling guilty for what he's done to Sasuke, Itachi uses Tsukiyomi to make him relive their parents' murder for 24 hours in order to increase the latter's hatred before fleeing. Years later, Itachi encounters Naruto, whom he asks why he's obsessed with saving Sasuke. Naruto replies that he considers Sasuke to be a brother, surprising Itachi, who then asks him what he would do if Sasuke attacked the village. And Naruto said he would protect the village and stop Sasuke without killing him. This convinces Itachi to put his trust into Naruto. When Itachi and Sasuke had their final battle, Itachi succumbed to his illness and poked Sasuke on the forehead one last time before dying. After being reanimated and stopping Kabuto with Sasuke's help, Itachi told Sasuke he didn't need forgiveness and he would always love Sasuke no matter what path he took before Itachi's soul returned to the afterlife. Kaguya Otsutsuki strikes. Immediately after the infinite Tsukiyomi technique is cast, Sakura asks Sasuke what's happening, and he simply berates her and Kakashi, informing them that they are somewhat useless in their current predicament. Much to Naruto's dismay, Sasuke is elected the leader of Team 7 for the time being, as it seems as if only his Rinnegan will be able to counter the infinite Tsukiyomi. Meanwhile, everyone in the allied shinobi forces witness their truest desires coming true within the infinite dream, as the light shining down from the moon slowly fades away. The reincarnated Hokage are immune to the Genjutsu but are helpless to stop it. With the threat of them being caught in the infinite Tsukiyomi gone, Team 7 emerges from Sasuke's Susanoo as Madara returns to Earth. Madara states he is the savior of the world, and he will eliminate Team 7 before they can destroy everyone's personal peace. But before Madara can do anything, he's suddenly stabbed through the chest by Black Zetsu, who's using Obito's body, with Black Zetsu also declaring that Madara isn't the savior and that it isn't over. As Madara tries to come to terms with this betrayal while claiming that Black Zetsu is his will, Black Zetsu reveals to Madara that he has harbored the will of Kaguya Otsutsuki ever since its creation. He berates Madara for thinking that he was something more than a pawn like Obito was, as the legendary Uchiha begins to morph. As Madara screams out in pain, Naruto and Sasuke notice that his 4 shadows are disappearing. After possessing Madara, Black Zetsu reveals that the infinite Tsukiyomi will eventually turn every human on the planet into White Zetsu for Kaguya's army. Naruto and Sasuke are prevented from interfering as Black Zetsu, using Madara as a medium, turns the Uchiha into Kaguya, resulting in Princess Kaguya Otsutsuki being reborn into the modern ninja world. The resurrected Kaguya deduces that Naruto and Sasuke have been given powers by Hagoromo and declares that she has no intention to fight. Instead, she tries to kill Team Kakashi all at once, teleporting them inside of a volcano over a river of lava. As Team 7 begins to fall, Sasuke immediately summons his hawk and saves Naruto, completely ignoring Sakura and Kakashi. Due to his quick thinking, Kakashi manages to save himself and Sakura, as well as Obito, from their fiery deaths. Naruto questions Sasuke's disregard for his comrade's safety, as he warns Naruto that only he and Naruto have a chance at defeating Kaguya, and so neither of them must die, even if they survive at the sacrifice of their comrades. Kakashi launches a pinpointed attack at the two, and while Sasuke manages to save himself and Naruto with Susanoo, his hawk is injured and they begin to fall into the lava once again. Meanwhile, Kakashi's scroll begins to burn up, and so he and Sakura also begin to fall once more. Fortunately, they're all saved by Naruto, who has just discovered his newfound ability of flight. Emerging outside of the volcano and next to a castle, Naruto and Kaguya clash fist to fist. As Naruto is buffeted away, Sasuke, with his complete body Susanoo activated, attacks Kaguya from above, resulting in a large explosion. Sasuke's attack fails as he is forced out of complete body Susanoo and starts falling into the ocean of lava once again, while Naruto spirals out of control due to the aftermath of his previous attack. As his blade melts away, Sasuke teleports to Naruto's side and receives a platform to stand on from Naruto. During the ensuing chaos, Naruto's clone, Sakura, and Kakashi retrieve Obito. Kaguya enters a portal and appears behind Naruto and Sasuke. She begins to cry as she clutches their faces, while Black Zetsu emerges from Kaguya and attaches itself to Naruto and Sasuke. While absorbing their chakra, Black Zetsu explains to Naruto and Sasuke the history of Kaguya's complicated relationship with her sons, her defeat, Black Zetsu's creation, and his mission to revive his creator, Kaguya, with Black Zetsu calling her its mother and Black Zetsu referring to itself as her child. Enraged by Kaguya's actions, Naruto manages to free himself and Sasuke from Black Zetsu, and the duo prepare to go on the offensive. Naruto explains to Sasuke his plan to attack Kaguya, planning to use a new technique that he had practiced more than the Rasengan. Elsewhere, Kakashi wonders about the mechanics of Kaguya's technique as Naruto's shadow clone revives Obito. With a plan formulated, Sasuke distracts Kaguya and Naruto uses his new technique to surprise Kaguya, and much to everyone's surprise, Naruto manages to land a punch. Sasuke teleports the two to Kaguya's location, and as they were about to seal her, Kaguya traps the three of them in a giant block of ice, while also transforming the lava wasteland into a vast frozen mountainside. Kaguya escapes the block of ice, while Sasuke manages to free himself and Naruto from the icy prison with Blaze release Kagutsuchi. Black Zetsu recommends that Kaguya battle Naruto and Sasuke separately, and so Kaguya grabs Sasuke and throws him into an isolated desert dimension. Naruto tries to pry open the portal with his brute strength, but it is futile, and he's separated from Sasuke. Meanwhile, the four Hokage convene at the location where Kaguya was revived and find nothing but Madara's lower half. Minato explains that he tried to free those trapped within the infinite Tsukiyomi, but despite his attempts, they would not wake up. Agreeing that Madara is likely dead, Tobirama suggests that Madara should be revived in order to figure out what has happened. However, before anyone could act, Hagoromo manifests himself before the four Hokage. At Kaguya's icy dimension, Naruto continues to battle Kaguya alone, and due to Naruto's elusive nature, begins using the world itself to attack Naruto. Naruto pretends to trap himself and waits for Kaguya to approach, and begins planning a surprise attack. Elsewhere, Obito awakens and learns of everything that has occurred since his last meeting with Madara. Realizing that Kaguya's ability is extremely similar to his own, Obito plans on syncing his Kamui with her own technique in order to find Sasuke and to return him to the battlefield. Planning on utilizing Naruto's shadow clone and Sakura's chakra in order to accomplish this task, the three prepare for the next opportunity to begin their journey to rescue Sasuke. As Naruto's clone and Sakura touch Obito in preparation to teleport at the next chance they get, Kaguya pays little attention to them and goes after Naruto's real body. Naruto receives some power from Kokuo and manages to break free from Kaguya's trap, launching her back a great distance. Deciding that using diversionary tactics followed by taijutsu is the best way to encounter Kaguya, Naruto creates a barrage of clones that surround Kaguya, surprising the rabbit goddess as she did not expect Naruto to be such a challenge. Naruto continuously assaults Kaguya and forces her to travel to another dimension to escape the attacks. Noticing her attempt at fleeing, Naruto and Obito use this opportunity to follow her. Entering her core dimension, Kaguya is surprised to find out that Naruto infiltrated her sacred area. Fearing Naruto's reunion with Sasuke may result in Kaguya's defeat, Black Zetsu advises Kaguya to kill Naruto instead of absorbing his chakra. Though hesitant at first, Kaguya complies and uses her all-killing Ash Bones technique to impale Naruto and disintegrate his body. Kaguya returns to her ice dimension and is surprised when she notices all of Naruto's shadow clones still intact, signifying Naruto's survival. Meanwhile, in Kaguya's main dimension, once realizing that Kaguya has left, Obito and Sakura enter Kaguya's core dimension, intent on finding Sasuke and returning him to Naruto's location. With Sakura and Obito in Kaguya's core dimension, Naruto's disintegrated shadow clone disperses, and the real Naruto learns everything his shadow clone did. Naruto becomes determined to distract Kaguya while Sakura and Obito search for Sasuke, and so he begins to attack the rabbit goddess. Sakura transfers her strength of 100 seal chakra to Obito, who begins using Kamui to search for the desert dimension that Sasuke is stranded within. While searching for Sasuke, they open a portal to a sea of acid, and Sakura manages to shield herself and Obito from the heavy damage. She discards the right sleeve of her flak jacket in the process. Meanwhile, in the desert dimension, Sasuke goes to the area where he was able to sense Naruto's chakra moments before. Finally, Obito and Sakura find the desert dimension and call out to Sasuke, who immediately begins dashing toward the duo. They begin to lose control of the portal and it ultimately closes. Believing they had failed, Sakura and Obito are surprised when they find out that Sasuke used his Amenotejikara to switch places with Sakura's discarded flak jacket. Thanking the two for saving him, Sasuke and his group prepare to return to the ice dimension to help Naruto engage Kaguya. Meanwhile, Hagoromo explains to the Hokage that he managed to appear before them by combining the Ten Tails, Indra's, and Ashura's chakras together. After recapping the Hokage on the events that have transpired, Minato asks about the technique he told them about, but Hagoromo notes that he can no longer use this as he's given his power to Naruto and Sasuke. He tells the Hokage that they are running out of time and they must listen to him carefully and do exactly as he says. In the ice dimension, Naruto continues to battle Kaguya, who has realized that the real Naruto has the truth-seeking balls behind him, and so she continues to eliminate the clones one by one. Kakashi laments how he cannot do anything to assist Naruto at the moment, but he's quickly snapped out of it by Naruto's determination. Sasuke, Sakura, and Obito return from the core dimension, much to Kaguya's annoyance. She manages to impale the Naruto who has the truth-seeking balls behind him, but much to her surprise, that one also turns out to be a clone, and she figures that Naruto can attach his black orbs to his clones. Irked by this fact, Kaguya teleports Team Kakashi and Obito to a high-gravity dimension. While they are pinned down, Kaguya fires her bone attack at Naruto and Sasuke, who manage to barely dodge it. Adjusting to the atmosphere, Kaguya aims towards Naruto and Sasuke's directions once more and fires the projectile in their direction. Kakashi and Obito quickly intercept the attack and stand in the place of Naruto and Sasuke, preparing themselves to die. However, Obito uses Kamui at the last second and saves Kakashi's life as well, as Obito is impaled by Kaguya's attack, much to the shock of Team Kakashi. Kakashi questions Obito, asking why he would throw his life away when he can still be of use, while Kakashi himself is worthless. Obito silences Kakashi, telling him that he must remain alive to support the next generation of shinobi. Running low on chakra, Black Zetsu informs Kaguya that they should return to the core dimension to replenish their chakra supply. Naruto attempts to save Obito once more, but his efforts are futile. Black Zetsu notices this and goes on a tirade about Obito's useless life, angering Naruto, while Obito agrees with Black Zetsu's claims. With his Rinnegan's power restored, Sasuke immediately teleports to Kaguya once more and attempts to impale her with Chidori, but fails, as Kaguya shifts to the core dimension and flees Sasuke's attack. Sasuke manifests his complete body Susanoo, and after telling Naruto that healing Obito is useless, flies toward Kaguya and engages her in battle. Obito begins his final goodbyes to Naruto and Kakashi. He thanks Naruto for helping him find the right path once more. After commanding Naruto to become the Hokage, Obito crumbles into a pile of ashes and perishes. Noticing Obito's death, Black Zetsu continues berating Obito once more, angering Naruto even more. Noting that Obito was an awesome man for believing in the same dream as himself, Naruto flies up to Kaguya with instant speed and severs Kaguya's left arm, with Black Zetsu still attached. Meanwhile, a younger Obito meets with his former teammate, Rin Nohara, once again after so long. She informs him that she's been watching over Obito this entire time, and while taking his hand, the two prepare to depart for the afterlife. Before they manage to leave, Obito asks Rin to wait a little longer, as he wants to help Kakashi contribute to the ongoing battle. Promising to return soon, Obito uses Kamui to teleport to the core dimension. As he manifests as Chakra, Obito inhabits Kakashi and the two enter Kakashi's consciousness. Appearing as the younger versions of themselves, Obito explains that he believes Kakashi will become the 6th Hokage and plans on giving him another present to celebrate Kakashi's impressive future feat. Returning to the real world, Kakashi opens his eyes and reveals his 2 Mangekyo Sharingan eyes, living up to his nickname Kakashi of the Sharingan once more. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke continue to battle Kaguya. As Sasuke's attack is countered by Kaguya's chakra arms, Naruto uses the powers of the 9-tailed beasts to attack the rabbit goddess, which results in a massive misshaped chakra monster forming as the result of Kaguya's inability to control the separate-tailed beasts. As the massive chakra monster sprouts arms to absorb everything around it, including Naruto's shadow clone, one of the arms prepares to eliminate Sakura. Just before Sasuke can use his Rinnegan powers to save her, Kakashi, donning a complete body Susanoo, flies in and jumps up the protector from the attacking massive chakra, stating that he and Obito will protect everyone. Leaping into action against Kaguya, Kakashi is able to deflect her incoming attacks with his Kamui Shuriken. Kaguya soon regains control of her powers and manifests a humongous truth-seeking ball intent on erasing everything within her core dimension. Realizing he cannot teleport the tremendous orb away, Kakashi formulates a plan, telling his teammates that this will be their final mission. As Naruto distracts Kaguya with shadow clones, Kakashi renders Kaguya's right arm useless with Kamui Lightning Cutter. Sasuke switches places with one of Naruto's clones and appears next to Kaguya as well. Though she tries to escape, Kaguya is knocked down by Sakura, with the punch also knocking one of Kaguya's horns off in the process, allowing Naruto and Sasuke to touch her with their sun and moon markings, preparing to seal away the rabbit goddess once again. Immediately, Naruto and Sasuke begin the ultimate Fuinjutsu they obtained from Hagoromo, the 6 Paths Chibaku Tensei. As Kaguya questions how she, the ancestor of all chakra, could be defeated by mere fragments that were once part of herself, her third eye is obscured by the moon, and then followed by the sun. As the sun and moon tattoos disappear from the palms of Naruto and Sasuke's hands, they reappear on Hagoromo's hands, symbolizing that the technique was a success. As Kaguya reverts back to the demonic statue of the outer path, the tailed beasts get out of her, while the remainder of Kaguya's chakra ejects Madara Uchiha before being encased within a giant satellite produced by the Chibaku Tensei. Though he intends to revive her again, albeit at some time in the future, Black Zetsu is found by Naruto, who chastises him for his false beliefs that he was the one who created the shinobi world, calls him a spoiled brat who's too afraid to leave the nest, and proceeds to throw him into the satellite, sealing away both enemies. Joining up with his comrades, Naruto and Team 7 realize they are trapped within Kaguya's dimension with no other way to return. Suddenly, Team 7, the Tailed Beasts, and Madara are all summoned back to Earth by Hagoromo, the 4 Hokage, and all of the previous Kage, whom Hagoromo managed to recall from the pure world. Hagoromo faces Team 7 and thanks them for saving the world. Hagoromo commends Kakashi for commanding Team 7 during the battle with Kaguya. However, Kakashi admits that he didn't do much, and it was only thanks to Obito that he could contribute at all. Within Kakashi's mind, he meets Obito for one last time. The two exchange their final words as Obito returns to the afterlife with Rin, and Kakashi loses his Sharingan forever. Sasuke notices that Madara is still alive and dashes towards his fallen enemy, only to be stopped by Hagoromo, who tells Sasuke to listen to Madara and Hashirama's final words to each other. The two discuss their dreams of the past, and Madara admits that while his dream has failed, Hashirama's lives on. Hashirama offers Madara the chance to be comrades once more, but Madara exhales his last breath before he can give his response. The Kages begin returning to the Pure Land as Naruto rushes towards Minato as the sun rises over the horizon. Minato wishes his son a happy birthday, and the two exchange their final words to each other, as Minato and the other reincarnated Hokage return to the Pure Land. Free to roam once more, the Tailed Beasts decide to return to their homes, though Gyuki decides to stay with Killer Bee, and Kurama is elected to stay with Naruto by Hagoromo in order to preside over any meetings the Tailed Beasts have with their small portions of chakra within Naruto. Hagoromo tells them that the next order of business is to dispel the infinite Tsukiyomi using Naruto's Tailed Beast chakra and Sasuke's Rinnegan. Sasuke, however, revealed his plan to execute the sitting 5 Kage and start a revolution, beginning by taking direct control of all Tailed Beasts and then trapping them inside satellites, revealing that he'd been evolving his Rinnegan's ability during the battles against Madara and Kaguya. His time running out, Hagoromo places his trust in Naruto, who resolves to finally end the brothers' feud. Sasuke explains that he intends to kill Naruto since he is the Jinchuriki host of all 9 Tailed Beasts, and also plans to keep the ones he has trapped alive in order to end the infinite Tsukiyomi. Sasuke tells Naruto to follow him as he wants to move to another location to have their final battle. As he begins to leave, Sakura calls out to him, professing her love once more and begging Sasuke to stop. Sasuke rebuffs Sakura's pleas, calling her annoying again. Sasuke puts her under his genjutsu in order to prevent her from interfering with the battle with Naruto. Naruto criticizes Sasuke's attitude, though to no avail as Sasuke dashes away with Naruto in pursuit. Hagoromo explains the cycle of hatred that has occurred ever since his generation to Kakashi, lamenting on all his past failures and entrusting Naruto as the one who will end it all. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke arrive at the Valley of the End once again, standing atop the head of the statues of Hashirama and Madara. Naruto tries to use Itachi's words to sway Sasuke, but to no avail, as Sasuke proceeds to tell Naruto what he means when he says Hokage. Sasuke explains Itachi's sacrifice to Naruto, stating that Itachi was the true definition of Hokage and deserved to be honored as one. Resolved that he is leaving Itachi, his clan, and everything else in the past, Sasuke explains to Naruto that he will take on the shinobi world's hatred by himself and become darkness itself, so that the shinobi world can shine bright once more. Naruto tries to convince Sasuke of the error of his ways, but fails, as Sasuke notes that Naruto's death will be the beginning of a clean slate for the shinobi world. Meanwhile, as Hagoromo disappears, he recalls his conversation with Sasuke, in which the young Uchiha noted that he will kill Naruto and become Hokage, because Naruto is the closest thing to a friend he's ever had. With no more words left to say to each other, Naruto and Sasuke begin their final fight, as the clash of their fists begin cracking Hashirama's statue. Repelling off each other, Sasuke immediately shoots a grand fireball at Naruto, but Naruto manages to defend himself. However, Sasuke shifts behind Naruto and uses Chidori to knock Naruto into the water, finishing his combination attack by shooting 3 arrows from his Susanoo at Naruto, though he manages to block Sasuke's attack once more. As Naruto activates his Tailed Beast mode and Sasuke activates his complete body Susanoo, the two bump fists through their avatars and start viewing each other's memories, with Sasuke commenting on how slow Naruto has always been. Naruto rebuffs by saying that he won't let himself get killed so that Sasuke won't be alone, creating a Tailed Beast Ball that clashes with Sasuke's complete body Susanoo enhanced Chidori, creating a great explosion. Meeting within their inner subconscious once more, as Sasuke comments that they're no longer children and that they should be able to understand one another at this point. Within the White Plain, Naruto once again tries to convince Sasuke to stop his plans of revolution, stating that it will solve nothing as the 5 great shinobi villages have already united together. However, Sasuke believes that this was only a temporary peace due to them all having a common enemy, With the threat neutralized, Sasuke is convinced that they will all return to how they once were before the war. Resolved to find a way to gain some sort of immortality with his unlimited power, Sasuke promises to become the common enemy so that the shinobi world can thrive. Returning to the real world, Naruto and Sasuke are knocked back from the massive blast. Satisfied that Naruto is finally getting serious, Sasuke summons the satellites containing the tailed beasts and begins channeling their chakra into his complete body Susanoo as it begins to change into a new humanoid form. As Naruto summons 3 shadow clones, the two battle above the earth as Sasuke knocks one of Naruto's clones to the ground while neutralizing the attacks of the others, resulting in a massive explosion. While Sasuke prepares a lightning-based arrow attack, Naruto combines the remaining clones into a 3-headed, 6-armed battle avatar, similar to the one Ashura used in the past. All the while, the clone Naruto had dispatched earlier begins gathering natural energy, which it then supplies to the real Naruto. While Naruto tells Sasuke that this is not how he wanted to beat his former comrade, he throws 2 Rasen Shuriken while Sasuke fires Indra's arrow. Naruto and Sasuke's attacks collide, causing a massive explosion that devastates the landscape and decapitates the statues of Hashirama and Madara. Drained from the last attack, Naruto and Sasuke fall back to the earth, landing on the valley once more. Shocked that Naruto had survived the last encounter, Sasuke tries to burn Naruto with Amaterasu, though Naruto manages to defend against the attack by utilizing Kurama's chakra. With no power left, Naruto and Sasuke engage in a fierce taijutsu battle that lasts almost an entire day. Elsewhere, Sakura awakens from being trapped in Sasuke's genjutsu, shocked that night has already fallen. She asks Kakashi where her comrades have gone, and he explains that they're settling their issues with one last fight. Returning to the Valley of the End, Naruto and Sasuke are badly injured and nearly out of stamina as they continue to fight with only pure willpower. Kurama recharges his chakra and prepares to give it to Naruto, only for Sasuke to use the Rinnegan's Preta path to absorb Naruto's chakra. Using the chakra he's stolen, Sasuke activates his Chidori and prepares to kill a completely depleted Naruto, stating that he will finally be alone once his one and only friend is gone. However, Naruto manages to stand up and land an uppercut on Sasuke before one final clash between Rasengan and Kagutsuchi enhanced Chidori that destroys each other's dominant arm, the blast costing Naruto his right and Sasuke his left. After passing out, Sasuke awakens, lying on the ground beside Naruto, who once again explains his reasoning for persistently chasing after the Uchiha. Both fall asleep while Sasuke further reflects upon his bond with Naruto and comes to the realization that he feels the same way in many regards. After waking up the following morning, Sasuke finally acknowledges Naruto, both as comrade and as the winner of their long-lasting battle. As they both lie defeated on the statue's hands forming a seal of reconciliation, Sakura and Kakashi arrive to witness Naruto and Sasuke both hurt. Sakura begins to heal the both of them, and Sasuke apologizes to a teary-eyed Sakura for what he's done to her. The duo are rejuvenated, and they then release everyone from the Infinite Tsukiyomi, and Tobi also dies after being released. The tailed beasts are then freed from Sasuke's Chibaku Tensei. At Konoha, funerals are held, including a memorial service for Neji, and Sasuke is sent to prison for his crimes. Kakashi succeeds Tsunade as the 6th Hokage, and his face is carved on the Hokage rock. Naruto becomes an international celebrity, and Tsunade begins crafting artificial arms with Hashirama's cells for him and Sasuke. With his contributions in the war and Naruto's appeals, Sasuke is granted a pardon. Sasuke leaves the village to seek redemption, telling Sakura he will return to her and pokes her on the forehead. He meets with Naruto, who hands over his forehead protector, which he had discarded during their battle years ago, as Sasuke credits Naruto for teaching him what being a ninja means. Naruto and Hinata. A young Naruto walks through Konoha and is ostracized by the villagers. He's hungry but doesn't have enough money to go to Ramen Ichiraku, so he runs home. On his way, he passes by Sasuke, who overhears adults talking about Naruto's involvement in the 4th Hokage's death. Naruto sulks by himself at home and leaves to train in the forest. Still hungry, Naruto collects several mushrooms and catches fish in a nearby stream. As he eats them by a fire, he's joined by Hiruzen, unaware he's the 3rd Hokage. Naruto offers him fish. The two talk over the fire about the world. The next day, Naruto thinks about what Hiruzen told him about the world being much bigger than any one person. Neji trains in taijutsu with his father. Hisashi calls it a day despite Neji's insistence to continue training. Neji asks him about his cousin, and Hisashi tells him it's a girl 1 year younger than Neji. Hisashi begins telling Neji about his role as a Hyuga. Neji spars with Hinata. Hinata confides in Neji that she dislikes training in taijutsu, and he tells her she has an important role as the heiress of the Hyuga. At Hisashi's funeral, Hinata feels for Neji. Hinata wanders off and ends up meeting Naruto, who walks her home. After Naruto leaves, Hisashi arrives and begins teaching Hinata about the clan. Sasuke and Sakura. A young Sasuke asks Itachi to teach him Shuriken Jutsu. Itachi tells him he's busy and suggests he ask their father. Sasuke takes Itachi's constant claims of business as proof he dislikes him. Itachi denies it, pokes him in the forehead, and tells Sasuke the next time their parents are off, he might have time to spend with him. At dinner, Sasuke asks about it and they confirm that they'll be off visiting Mikoto's family. They offer to take Sasuke and are surprised to learn Itachi said he'd teach Sasuke. The next day, Itachi trains Sasuke in throwing kunai. That night, Itachi makes them dinner. The two sleep outside. Fugaku and Mikoto arrive the next day and find Sasuke sleeping outside alone, Itachi having left to do something. A young Sakura runs through the forest. She reaches a hideout of sorts where she keeps flowers and several hangings. She looks at herself in a mirror and thinks about her hair. That night at dinner, her father suggests that she cut her bangs. Her mother says Sakura probably has reasons to keep her bangs. The next day, while picking flowers, she's approached by Ino. Ino gives her a ribbon to tie her hair with. Sakura is concerned about exposing her forehead, but Ino tells her people tease her only because she tries hiding it. Sakura tells her parents she's made a friend. Sakura takes Ino to her hideout where Ino rearranges her flowers. Sakura tells her about her crush on Sasuke and the rumor he likes girls with long hair. Ino leaves abruptly. While speaking with other girls, Ino denies being Sakura's friend. Sakura tries talking to Sasuke but is dismissed. Sakura begins training while Naruto watches her. Gaara and Shikamaru. A baby Gaara dreams of his mother and cries at her absence. As children, Gaara and his siblings play in a sandbox, Gaara using his control over sand to create complex and detailed structures. At Konkodo's request, Gaara makes sculptures of food, exasperating Temari. Their father calls Konkodo and Temari away. Villagers watching from afar are afraid of Gaara and throw a stone at him, which is blocked by the sand. Under Rasa's watch, Gaara is attacked with kunai to no effect. At night, Gaara asks his uncle why they feel hungry. Yashimaru tells him that maybe it's so they can have good food. While playing in the sandbox, Gaara asks him why the sky is blue, and Yashimaru tells him it's so they can look up at it. Gaara agrees that looking at the sky eases his pain. Gaara asks why he doesn't get sleepy and why he doesn't have a mother. Yashimaru evades answering. Konkodo and Temari want to play with Gaara, but their father keeps them from doing so. Yashimaru arrives with lunch, and Gaara notices how he resembles his mother. At the academy, Shikamaru pays no attention to class and throws a pencil at a sleeping Choji, startling him. Irika chastises him for sleeping. Knowing it was Shikamaru who woke him up, Choji throws books at him. Naruto complains about the noise as he is trying to sleep. Irika sends the three of them to the hallway. Choji offers them snacks, and when Irika comes to see them, they're standing asleep. Irika scares them awake. Later, Choji asks Shikamaru for money to buy more snacks. In a later class, Naruto stands up to bullies bothering Hinata. Shikamaru thinks Naruto is stupid for intruding in other people's problems instead of minding his own business. Choji criticizes Shikamaru for thinking that way. The two begin fighting, but Naruto interrupts and the three end up laughing. After class, the three see Sasuke rejecting a flower from Ino. She notices them and runs after them. After losing her, they see Irika flirting with some women. Naruto approaches him and uses the sexy technique. At night, Choji and Shikamaru bid him farewell. Jiraiya and Kakashi. A young Jiraiya calls a young Orochimaru to spy on bathing women. Uninterested, Orochimaru leaves. Jiraiya is caught by an elderly woman who douses him in hot water. As teenagers, Jiraiya tries convincing Orochimaru into a plan for him to hit on Tsunade, having Orochimaru pretend to attack her so Jiraiya can rescue her, which fails. During the Second Shinobi World War, the three discuss their dreams by a fire. Tsunade wants to travel the world and gamble everywhere. Jiraiya wants to travel beside her to her annoyance, and Orochimaru initially claims to have no dream, but admits he wants to master ninjutsu and get stronger. The three are attacked by Kirigakure shinobi and retaliate. A young Kakashi prepares fish and performs house chores. At the academy, Kakashi spars with Hiruzen while Rin and Obito discuss him. When he's done, they ask if he practices frequently, but he denies it, saying that he just reads a few books. After classes, Obito follows Kakashi and watches him practicing fishing. As he prepares fish at home, Kakashi tells Obito and Rin to come out and join him to eat. They enjoy the food and Kakashi downplays himself again. The next day, Kakashi does chores again and is thanked by Obito for the food when they meet on the street. At the academy, Guy tries fighting him and is impressed by Kakashi. The next day, Kakashi visits his father's grave at the cemetery, tells him about his friends. At the academy, Guy challenges Kakashi again and lasts longer. Obito and Rin cheer on Kakashi. Sasuke Shinden, Book of Sunrise. 2 years after the Fourth Great Shinobi War, a former Konoha Anbu named Tadaichi is traveling when he's confronted by two mysterious people and placed under genjutsu by one of them with red eyes. In Konoha, Kakashi tells Naruto and Sakura about recent disappearances of Konoha shinobi. An explosion at the village gates erupts and the guard unit is struggling against 5 people who are unresponsive to their commands. Naruto and Sakura, along with Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji, suspect the attackers are under a genjutsu when Ino recognizes one of them as Tadaichi, who she says would never betray Konoha. Tadaichi is injured and explodes, and Naruto realizes they are exploding humans. Hinata doubts genjutsu is responsible because there is no one around. To avoid more destruction, Naruto and Shikamaru restrain the humans, and Hinata uses gentle fist to knock them out. Kakashi suspects someone with an unheard of Kekai Genkai is responsible and decides to bring Sasuke back to the village. In a forest, Sasuke feeds some stray cats before he sees Sai's Inkbird with a message for him. An explosion in a bamboo village catches his attention, and an elderly villager, Ayo, is fighting exploding humans. Sasuke asks what's happening, but is attacked by Chino and Nawaki before they decline to fight further because of how strong he is. Sasuke uses his Sharingan to save the humans, making Chino realize he is an Uchiha. Ayo goes to check on his daughter, but she is an exploding human and kills herself, and Ayo vows to never forgive Fushin. Sasuke sees through the memories of one of the humans and realizes the culprit has a Kekai Genkai. Sasuke sends a message of the events to Kakashi, and after the funerals for the victims, heads to Orochimaru's hideout to get information on Fushin. Chino and Nawaki offer to come to help. At the hideout's entrance, Sasuke meets with Yamato, who lets him proceed after Sasuke confirms he's gathering info for Konoha. Sasuke demands information on Fushin and the Lightning Group, but Orochimaru muses over Sasuke gathering information for others. Orochimaru says Sasuke needs to speak with En Oyashiro, who is a trades dealer and is more skilled at hiding than Orochimaru is. When Sasuke persists, Orochimaru is satisfied and goes to make arrangements. Karin, Suigetsu, and Jugo greet Sasuke, but Karin gets into a fight with Chino for clinging to Sasuke. Orochimaru takes Sasuke, Chino, and Nawaki out to travel through the ocean with Yamato behind them. Suigetsu wonders why Sasuke is working for Konoha if he hasn't returned to the village. Karin says Sasuke is avoiding the village because his Sharingan and Rinnegan earn him enemies, who likely won't attack Konoha if he isn't there. Sasuke states his amazement that Orochimaru is allowed to be free despite his horrific crimes. Orochimaru retorts that Sasuke and Kabuto are no different, but are less likely to turn evil again, and he is technically not free because Yamato is constantly watching him. They arrive at the Colosseum, which Orochimaru explains is where wealthy business people use their shinobi to compete in battles, and the winners get to keep the lost competitors, and it's the only place En will appear. Chino is disturbed how the shinobi are treated and tells Sasuke that if he doesn't help the poor and doesn't stop the rich, he's just as guilty before she walks away. To Sasuke's dismay, Orochimaru signs Sasuke up as a contestant because En is a Kekai Genkai collector and will want to obtain Sasuke. Having no choice, Sasuke enters the arena, but dozens of exploding humans appear before the battle can begin. Sasuke tries to save as many people as he can, which surprises Orochimaru, and Sasuke is nearly struck by a chakra blade by a fleeing person. Yamato tells him they can't save everyone, but lessen the damage. As the exploding humans are killed, Sasuke saves Chino from being killed as the chaos ends. En asks to speak to Sasuke, who is uninterested in greeting him, and he's delighted to meet with Orochimaru again after a long time. En tells him that Fushin was a shinobi he won, but left him after taking all the other Kekai Genkai owners with him. Sasuke asks if Fushin had red eyes, and En recalls someone in his guard unit did. En says red eyes are originated from the Chinoike clan, which was exiled from the Land of Lightning by the Uchiha clan. Sasuke realizes that exploding humans have been appearing around him, and Konoha was attacked because he's being targeted. En recommends Sasuke go to Hell Valley in the Land of Hot Water to find Fushin. En and Orochimaru then discuss how he enjoys collecting Kekai Genkai for his business, which disgusts Sasuke, who decides to deal with the situation as the sole survivor of the Uchiha clan. At Yugakure, 5 exploding humans appear, but Sasuke saves them and is attacked. He chases after the person and easily knocks him down. Sasuke sees this person is not Fushin, and the man tries to insist he is, but Sasuke knows he's lying. Sasuke threatens to kill him if he doesn't tell him who he is, but Karyu fights back with his lava release. Sasuke easily dodges his attacks and uses Amaterasu to make him surrender. Sasuke sees through Karyu's memories and learns that he was hired to impersonate Fushin, who is really Nawaki. Nawaki approaches Sasuke, who orders Nawaki to show his true appearance, which he does. The two fight, with Fushin's Typhoon release overpowering Sasuke's Susanoo, but Sasuke wins by jumping into the hole of the funnel and hitting him. However, Sasuke falls into another Genjutsu trap while trying to get information, and Fushin flees. Sasuke travels to the Valley of Hell, where he finds Chino waiting for him. She reveals herself as the sole survivor of the Chinoike clan and lashes out at Sasuke for how her clan struggled to survive in there after being forced to live there by the Uchiha clan. She explains her past to Sasuke, how she was kidnapped as a child by Oyashiro and was too young to remember her parents, the discovery of her Ketsuryugan, her meeting and eventual partnership with Fushin, being betrayed by Kirigakure and the villages they had helped, and vowing revenge for the persecution and demise of her clan. Sasuke and Chino battle, with Sasuke easily cutting down her blood dragons. Chino cuts Sasuke and explains via Genjutsu to him that her Ketsuryugan controls blood and will turn him into an exploding human. However, Sasuke uses his Sharingan to prevent this, leaving Chino devastated that she isn't able to get her revenge. She lashes out that Sasuke always had people who loved and protected him despite his notorious reputation, while she was lonely and unable to bond with others. She cries out to Sasuke about why he goes so far to protect Konoha despite its role in the downfall of his clan, and Sasuke responds that he has a friend who saved him and with whom he shares pain. Fushin arrives and offers to be killed to protect Chino, who says she'd be lonely if he died. Chino and Fushin surrender and thank Sasuke for his words. At Konoha, Sakura and Hinata heal the last exploding human victim and discuss how Chino and her allies were arrested by Konoha shinobi, although Sakura wishes Sasuke was there. In prison, Kakashi brings in the Mizukage, who approaches Chino, Fushin, and Karyu and offers them to work for her in order to atone for Kirigakare's betrayal. All three accept and learn from Kakashi that Sasuke has returned to the Colosseum to free all the shinobi. To the shock of the audience, Sasuke wins every battle and reveals Kumogakure will be taking everyone into custody for their illegal activities. The Raikage and his shinobi arrive to arrest the shinobi owners, and A speaks to Sasuke regarding his actions to help others, and how glad he is that he didn't kill Sasuke after Naruto pleaded A to spare him. Having reconciled since their battle at the Kage Summit, the two bid farewell on amicable terms. Orochimaru and En, who escaped from being caught, have a conversation, during which En reveals that Chino is his daughter, and he slaughtered the Chinoike clan to protect her, and then sought out Sasuke to save Chino from her desire for revenge. Naruto and Sakura discuss how far Sasuke has come to redeem himself and protect the village, and Sakura says she's happy but wishes she was by Sasuke's side. Resuming his travels, Sasuke receives a letter from Naruto, in which it says Sasuke's way of protecting the village is like the Konoha military police force. Remembering when he told Itachi it was his childhood dream of joining the police force, Sasuke decides to return to the village. Shikamaru Hiden, a cloud drifting in silent darkness. Shikamaru has been busy helping the 6th Hokage with paperwork since the war, but he's bored with his desk job and insists that he's doing the work until Naruto becomes Hokage. After work, Shikamaru plays shogi with Onoki, whom he easily defeats, and goes to the forest to train. At a shinobi union meeting at the Land of Iron, the village ambassadors each discuss the decline of shinobi assistance, and Shikamaru simply replies that the matter is being investigated, but Temari suspects he's hiding something, and his refusal to answer her questions causes her to slap him in anger. After returning to Konoha, Shikamaru and Kakashi discuss their suspicions of the leader of the Land of Silence, Gengo recruiting missing nin, and how Konoha has been silently investigating. However, Sai's team has been killed and they're concerned for Sai's well-being. Kakashi asks Shikamaru to go to the Land of Silence to capture or assassinate Gengo, with the company of 2 Anbu, Hinoko and Ro, as teammates. Shikamaru visits the graves of his father and Asuma, where he's greeted by Kurenai and Mirai, who have come to visit Asuma's grave. He later meets with Ino and Choji for dinner, and the three discuss how much their lives have changed since their genin days. The next morning, he leaves to meet his comrades at the village gates and runs into Naruto, who's on his way to eat ramen for breakfast, and advises him to stay the way he is because he will become Hokage one day. Once they arrive in the Land of Silence, Shikamaru decides that disguising themselves will help them get past the checkpoint of the village, Tobari. However, Hinoko believes killing the shinobi is easier and uses her chakra needle to kill the 2 that were tailing them. They track Sai's last known location, which is an inn near the checkpoint. Shikamaru plays shogi with a villager to gain information on Gengo, and the man's remarks about shinobi being disposable tools for citizens angers Hinoko, who fears shinobi will be eradicated during peaceful times. Hinoko desires to prove her worth, and the inn is suddenly being raided by shinobi, Hinoko's earlier killings of their partners exposing them. Shikamaru, Hinoko, and Ro are saved by a busboy named Komori who claims to hate Tobari. Hinoko contemplates defecting from Konoha to prove herself, which strains her from Shikamaru and Ro, who warn her about the consequences of betraying her village. Later that night, Hinoko goes to the checkpoint and asks to join the Land of Silence. The guards doubt her trustworthiness, but Komori reveals himself to be a follower of Tabari, and he had spied on her to see her abilities for himself and wants her to prove her loyalty. Hinoko easily defeats 2 guards before Shikamaru and Ro arrive to stop her. Shikamaru abruptly accuses Ro of betraying him as well, but both are seemingly killed by Hinoko. Satisfied, Komori takes her into the village, but she knocks him out and returns to let in Shikamaru and Ro, who had been placed under a temporary death state as a part of a plan to gain entry. Shikamaru wakes up from nightmares of the death of Asuma and the times his comrades were injured. Ro asks him about the injuries. Shikamaru notices the lack of wind in Tobari. Hinoko feigns being killed by her own jutsu during initiation and is taken to a room full of corpses. Shikamaru shows Ro the little intel they have on Gengo, a single blurry photo. Hinoko reunites with Ro and Shikamaru, informing them how no one seems to know anything about Gengo or the Fushu Castle. The 3 go around Tabari gathering information, seeing people from all over, learning Gengo arrived 10 years prior, and that Tabari is better now than it was then. They spot a former Konoha Anbu, Minoichi, who went missing in the last war after killing his unit. The 3 corner Minoichi and interrogate him, learning more of Gengo's ideology. Minoichi recognizes Ro and puts him in a chokehold, hinting at his past, but Hinoko incapacitates him with her chakra needle. Ro wakes up after having nightmares about his past as a genin when he survived the slaughter of his unit by burying himself in the corpses of his comrades and suppressing his chakra to appear dead. That night, Gengo appears for a public speech. Shikamaru wants to move closer to the stage so his jutsu can reach him, and Hinoko goes to a tower where she has a clear view of the entire crowd. During his speech, Gengo reveals a restrained Sai and the crowd asks for his death. Gengo's words begin to affect the three of them. Shikamaru and Ro create a diversion with explosive tags, and Shikamaru tries saving Sai, but he retaliates, having been entranced by Gengo. Gengo's words affected Ro and Hinoko, who are restrained. Gengo tries converting Shikamaru after Sai binds him, but Shikamaru begins strangling himself with his shadow. Shikamaru struggles against Sai's ink beasts. Shikamaru wakes up, shackled in a cell, and thinks shogi movements to pass the time. Sai arrives with food and compliments him for resisting so long. Shikamaru asks for his lighter, and Sai says it'll be returned once Shikamaru follows Gengo. The two discuss Sai's current condition and why Shikamaru came instead of someone from Team 7. A while later, Ro is tossed in a cell near Shikamaru, who asks if he's okay and if Hinoko is with him. Gengo uses his jutsu on Hinoko. Shikamaru is taken to talk with Gengo, who has looked him up. Gengo tells Shikamaru how he perceives the current shinobi world, and how peace as it exists is forced by the great nations. Gengo shows him a flower that grows in the land of silence that dies if taken out of its environment, and compares it to shinobi, who stop developing their skills in times of peace. Shikamaru notices that the flower's scent stirs up unpleasant memories, which Gengo uses to turn shinobi to his side. Shikamaru asks for Ro and Hinoko, who are revealed to be the guards that brought him the flowers, having been converted by Gengo. Shikamaru escapes the room. He returns to Gengo's room and fights Ro and Hinoko. He has Hinoko attack him with her chakra needles and positions himself so they hit his ears, impairing his hearing so Gengo's voice can't affect him. Shikamaru almost reaches Gengo but is stopped by Sai's ink lion. Gengo escapes and Shikamaru is hit with a chakra needle in his head. Ino and Choji arrive to save him, though Shikamaru believes he's dreaming. Shikamaru is convinced that he isn't dreaming when Temari slaps him for lying to her at the Shinobi Union meeting. Ino and Choji prepare to fight Ro and Hinoko. Temari tosses him Asuma's chakra blades, which Shikamaru uses to open up the way to Gengo. Shikamaru pursues Gengo through the Fushu Castle. Ino, Choji, and Temari fight Sai, Ro, and Hinoko, Gengo's hold over them weakening as the fight drags on. Gengo lures Shikamaru into a dark room, both so he can't use his shadows and for his hearing to become more sensitive and more vulnerable to Gengo's jutsu. Gengo tells Shikamaru about his past with Zabuza and how it shaped his ideology. Ino enters Sai's mind to break Gengo's hold on him. He asks about Shikamaru and tells him that they have to warn Shikamaru not to turn around when Gengo's trying to convert him. Gengo tells Shikamaru he had his followers infiltrate the hidden villages, and with a signal he can make them cause incidents all over. Gengo's jutsu manifests the darkness in Shikamaru, but thinking of Naruto, Shikamaru isn't affected by it, to Gengo's surprise. Shikamaru surmises Gengo's comrades are all dead, having been used by him. Temari and the others reach their location, and Shikamaru calls on Ro and Hinoko to finish their mission. Hinoko uses her chakra needles to open holes in the walls to let sunlight in. Gengo summons a great sword and tries cutting Shikamaru down with it. Shikamaru manages to pin him down, allowing Hinoko to hit his tongue with her chakra needle, rendering his jutsu useless. Konoha Anbu arrive to take Gengo into custody. Shikamaru asks Temari out on a date, as does Sai to Ino. Konoha Hiden, the perfect day for a wedding. Konohamaru records a congratulatory message from Sakura for Naruto and Hinata's upcoming wedding. Sai isn't sure he can express himself in such a manner, but Sakura forces him to record a message as well. Sai struggles, coming off too stiff or too forced. Lee delivers a high-spirited message, getting too close to the camera, Tenten finding it doesn't quite come across as congratulatory. Guy thinks there should be something symbolic on screen and suggests recording the message during the sunrise. Ino begins recording her message but gets angry with Choji and Shikamaru's comments. Akamaru suddenly topples her and Kiba takes over the recording, sparking an argument with Ino. Konohamaru is bothered that he can't seem to find someone to record a proper message. Konohamaru tries Irika, who is very nervous, asks to postpone it so he can think of something new. The next day, while trying to come up with something, Irika finds Sadoru, a new academy instructor, distressed by vandalism from students. He easily spots the perpetrators, and when they try claiming they were just playing hide-and-seek, he tricks one of them into admitting to the vandalism, impressing Sadoru. Irika comments that compared to Naruto, that was nothing. Sadoru is impressed, but the vandals think he's making it up, so Irika adds to their punishment. Irika reflects on how the village sees Naruto. Irika is invited to take the exam for becoming a vice principal at the academy. Kakashi looks over the schedule for missions, seeing that if all of Naruto's friends go to the reception, there will be unfulfilled missions on the day. Konohamaru tries recording a message from Orochimaru, but Yamato covertly and emphatically tells him not to do it. Shizune tells Kakashi that Tsunade made a rule to determine which shinobi get to attend weddings based on their gifts, much to his dislike. Konohamaru and Ebisu find Irika at Ichiraku, and Ebisu gets self-conscious upon learning of Irika's offer. Kakashi asks what's up, having been there for a while without being noticed. When they tell him about Irika's possible promotion, he says it would be difficult. After he leaves, the others discuss what he meant. Irika decides to take the exam, and his efforts are visible to all in Konoha. Sukune, one of the vandals, steals the Scroll of Seals after learning Naruto did that. Kakashi almost explains what he meant in Ichiraku about Irika, but Shizune tells him about the scroll's theft. Irika finds Sancho and Mibuna, some of the vandals, who confirm his suspicion. He finds the vandal and the scroll at the Hokage Rock and apologizes for always comparing his students to previous students, realizing he just wanted attention. The vandal promises to try harder. Kakashi shows Irika the scroll just has an Icha volume, as if he'd leave a scroll where someone could steal it so easily. He then explains what he meant about the exam being difficult. It's that it's on the same day as Naruto's wedding, and considers moving the exam to another day, but Irika decides not to take it, noting his failure to notice his current methods. Kakashi decides to make getting a wedding gift for Naruto and Hinata a mission so he can determine who should go to the wedding and who should be on mission duty that day. The Konoha 11 wonder what to gift Naruto and Hinata. Lee tries Naruto's favorite ramen to get into his shoes and figure out something he'd like. He asks Irika about Naruto, but Irika barely sees Naruto nowadays. Lee leaves to find a gift. Konohamaru once again asks Irika to record a message for Naruto, and Irika postpones it. Lee considers giving them dumbbells but decides against it. Tenten thinks about giving them cute kunai but realizes that giving them a weapon might reflect poorly on her. Lee arrives asking for help, and the two spend the day trying to figure out a gift. Lee always coming up with a weapon and a ludicrous rationale for it being useful. Lee dreams of Neji's ghost visiting him to offer advice but only gets more confused. Irika records a message for Naruto at last. Lee tells Irika about his struggle to come up with a gift. Irika says something that suddenly inspires Lee. Lee, Tenten, and Guy try coming up with ideas together, but Lee and Guy keep going off topic. Lee and Guy decide to roleplay being Naruto and Hinata, with Tenten being their baby to figure out what they should give him. When they talk about Neji, Lee remembers his dream and has an epiphany and decides to give them dumbbells anyway, him giving the left one and Guy the right one. Tenten settles for a custom-made kunai. Lee thanks Irika for his input. Irika asks Konohamaru to record a new message later as he wants to learn more about who Naruto is now, and starts by asking Naruto's favorite ramen at Ichiraku. Shikamaru and Choji visit Ino at Yamanaka Flowers, wanting to discuss what to get for Naruto and Hinata. Ino says she already picked her present and says they can't go shop with her when Shikamaru wants to go to the same store. At Yakiniku Q, Shikamaru discusses with Choji about ideas and is shocked to find he's already picked a gift, vouchers for dinner at a fancy tea house. Shikamaru considers giving them cash, so they pick whatever they want, but considers it to be too impersonal and lazy for a gift. Something Choji says about eating ice cream in a snowy place inspires Shikamaru to give them a honeymoon. The two come across Tamari, and she and Shikamaru exchange awkward words. Choji suggests getting Tamari to give him a woman's point of view for a honeymoon location. Shikamaru asks her about it, but the two misunderstand each other, Tamari thinking Shikamaru wants to go on a honeymoon with her. The two spend the day together. Ino goes to the store and is about to get a portrait frame for Naruto and Hinata, but Sakura shows up, also intending to get the same gift. Ino and Sakura try psyching each other out of buying the frame, and in the end are kicked out of the store for upsetting other customers. The two begin arguing who is more feminine and ask a passing Choji for his opinion. Choji says he thinks women who can cook are very feminine, and the two decide to make food pills. Both use ninjutsu skills to make pills. Choji tries them both and is overwhelmed by how good they are, but since he eats them both together, he doesn't know which is which. Choji passes out while still trying to figure out what happened. Ino and Sakura try each other's food pills and really enjoy them. Choji wakes up, figuring all the ice cream he ate earlier made his blood sugar go too high. Sakura and Ino decide to go find gifts together. Shikamaru and Tamari almost go to a hot spring inn together, and they finally understand what the other meant, only Tamari beats him up. Choji, Ino, and Shikamaru discuss their progress at Ramen Ichiraku. Gaara, Tamari, and Kankuro arrive at Konoha, where they're greeted by Kakashi and Shizune. Kakashi confirms the arrival of other Kage, with the Mizukage still to arrive due to bad weather. Onoki asks Kakashi about Naruto's wedding, intending to give him a gift on Iwa's behalf. A also intends to send a gift on Kumo's behalf. Gaara learns of Naruto's wedding. Later, Kankuro asks Tamari why they didn't know of that, considering she just visited Konoha. Tamari angrily says she forgot, scaring Kankuro. Kankuro suggests something extravagant. Lee and Tenten arrive on duty to show them around the village. Gaara asks to see the places Naruto likes. Tamari wants to stay in to avoid running into Shikamaru. At Ramen Ichiraku, Ayame notices Irika has been coming there a lot lately. Teuchi notices that shinobi through the village are all trying to figure out what to give Naruto, and despite not being a shinobi, he has also come up with a gift, a free ramen pass. However, they don't know for how long the pass will be worth, worried about Naruto going through all their ramen. Gaara asks Lee if he's gotten Naruto a gift already, which Lee confirms. Gaara ponders this as the first time he's had to give a wedding gift. Tenten is apprehensive when Lee begins getting overactive over telling Gaara about his gift and how he decided on it. Lee and Tenten take Gaara and Kankuro to Ramen Ichiraku, where they meet Irika. They further discuss what to give Naruto, and they have ramen. Killer B runs into the fore and is also giving Naruto a gift. Killer B mentions a dance number, and Kankuro feels Gaara should also perform. When A learns of B saying he'll dance, he almost makes a scene, but when the Mizukage misunderstands B about the wedding, she intimidates him. The five Kage meet, and Kakashi asks them to exercise moderation in their gifts. Tamari runs into Shikamaru, and the two apologize for their misunderstanding last time, and go out to eat together. Ino and Choji spy on their date. Gaara goes to dine at Ramen Ichiraku, and Irika apologizes for putting pressure on him to give an extravagant gift. When Irika says he's glad that Naruto's made so many friends, Gaara is inspired to give him a gift not as Kazekage, but as his friend. As Ayame locks up, Teuchi decides to make Naruto's free pass lifelong. Kakashi, Lee, and Tenten say goodbye to Gaara, Kankuro, and Tamari. Gaara intends to come back for Naruto's wedding. Kankuro is sad he won't see Gaara dance, and they notice Tamari's in a much better mood. They then realize they still can see Gaara dance as Naruto's friend. Shino has his Kikaichu report to him about the others buying Naruto and Hinata wedding gifts. He shows the insects to Academy students, one of them wanting to become Hokage, much like Naruto. Irika watches them from afar. Shino encourages them to follow their dreams. Shino meets up with Kiba, who complains he's late. Shino tells him all of their friends have already gotten a gift. Kiba is taking buying the wedding gift as a very serious mission, as it's the last mission they have as Team 8. The two ask Kurenai for advice. Kurenai tells him about a rare honey wine that the Senju clan would gift in certain occasions. The two leave for Soraku, where a beekeeper who supposedly makes the wine lives. They come across a Nineko, Momo, who refuses to share information with them, antagonizing them over Akamaru and their dog and insect scents. They try baiting him with catnip and pursue it, but Tamaki protects him and apologizes for his behavior. Kiba flirts with Tamaki. Tamaki gives them directions to find the beekeeper. When looking for him, Shino ends up getting lost in thought and loses track of Kiba. Shino is attacked by the beekeeper but manages to deceive him. The beekeeper assumes Shino wants to kill him but just gives him the honey wine when asked for it. Shino asks for directions to leave but is told there is something like a barrier, keeping those who come in wandering around. The fog has a component that stirs doubt in those in it. Kiba manages to leave the area with no problem, while Shino recalls his earlier conversations with Academy students, Kiba and Kurenai, which lead him to question how to live as a shinobi after Team 8. The beekeeper tries to keep Shino enslaved to his doubt, but his resolve to find a new path allows him to leave. Shino meets up with Kiba, and the two leave with the honey wine. Shino speaks with the Academy students again, further motivating them. Irika suggests Shino should be a teacher. Kakashi and Shizune review the wedding gifts for Naruto and Hinata. Kakashi leans towards having Lee, Guy, and Konohamaru on duty. Kakashi goes out on a stroll and meets up with Hinata, who is going to meet with the other girls. Konohamaru finds Irika at Ramen Ichiraku and demands he finally record a message for Naruto and Hinata. Irika is still unsure what to say, recalling that Gaara decided to celebrate Naruto as his friend instead of Kazekage, and wondering what role he should be, though understanding most would consider him Naruto's teacher. While meeting with Hinata, Sakura almost slips about the mission for getting the wedding gifts. Later, with Team 8, Kiba almost slips about the mission. Tsunade comes by the Hokage's office, and Shizune tells her about the mission and Kakashi's predicament of judging the gifts, while Konohamaru overhears them, deciding to hand in his video without a message from Irika. Konohamaru informs the others of the judging of their gifts, which Hinata overhears, distressing her. Hinata goes to see Kakashi about the mission. The others go to Kakashi and offer to rotate between missions and the wedding reception, allowing everyone to participate, and Kakashi being Hokage can change the rule. Tsunade points out that this situation is different, as the rule was made at a time when there was a boom in shinobi weddings during a war, and that Kakashi should rule as he sees fit. Kakashi asks the other Kage to lend shinobi during the wedding, which they agree as a wedding gift. Irika comes across a distressed Hinata and wrongly assumes Naruto is to blame and starts to apologize for him. Hinata finds it hilarious. Irika talks with Kakashi and gives him an idea while also telling Konohamaru that Hinata found out about the mission, so his video is no longer a surprise. Kakashi asks the other Kage if they can spare shinobi for the missions of the day of the wedding, and Konohamaru tries recording a message from them. Irika dreams back to when Naruto stole the Scroll of Seals. Konohamaru wants to record another message from Irika, finding the previous one to be uninspired. Irika doesn't know what to say. He scolds Sukune, Mibuna, and Sancho for vandalizing the third Hokage statue again. Sadaru asks Irika if he'll be making a speech during the ceremony, but Irika says Kakashi will do it. Ayame runs into Irika, noting he hasn't been to Ramen Ichiraku in a while. Irika tries to explain that he's still trying to figure out what to say. Naruto visits Irika, asking him out for ramen. Irika is still trying to cook his own dinner without much success. Naruto wants to have fun in his last days as a single man, and Irika scolds him for it. Naruto wants to go out with him and tell him something. Irika wonders why he struggled so much with his message. Naruto asks Irika to attend the ceremony as his father, moving him. Irika accepts. Irika and Hinata talk about Naruto's request. Irika records another message with Konohamaru, finally getting it right. The guests arrive for the reception and mingle. Naruto and Hinata go get married. And that, my friends, is the complete Naruto Shippuden recap. From Naruto returning to the village, developing new jutsu, learning Sage Mode, mastering control over Kurama, fighting in a war, getting Sasuke back, realizing his destiny, all the way up to marrying his sweet Hinata. A bunch of other stuff happened too, but you know, you just watched the video. What a ride, and all done up so efficiently. At least, I think it was efficient. Well, did you enjoy our video? Be sure to check out these other great videos from the Amagi, and make sure to subscribe and ring the bell to be notified about our latest videos. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.